Can I hit it in the morning? You should know by now. Why we talking? You should know by now. Am I falling? You should know by now. 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 You got me falling, you should know by now. Anywhere you wanna go, I got you, babe. Go get your passport, we're taking flights to Central Pay. I never thought that I could get with you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anything you want, you know I got for you, baby. When things are getting hard, I'll be the rock for you, baby. If time is money, then know that I will spend it with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get it in the morning, you should know by now. While we talking, you should know by now. Am I falling? You should know by now. 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 Falling, you should know by now. Babe, I can show you things you've never seen. Give you the body, make you feel like royalty. I never felt so crazy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anything you want, you know I got for you, baby. When things are getting hard, I'll be the rock for you, baby. If time is money, then know that I will spend it with you. Ooh. Get it in the morning, you should know by now. While we talking, you should know by now. Am I falling? You should know by now. 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 Falling, you should know by now. Don't let them deceive you. They don't quite suit like we do. Touch my heart 'cause it's see-through. So you can tell that I need you. In the morning, you should know by now. While we talking, you should know by now. Am I falling? You should know by now. 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 Falling, you should know by now.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowl just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello and welcome to another weekend of OWCS action. Stage 3 is about to wrap. This is the final week of regular season play. Some teams are locked in the standings, others are still looking to make some micro moves today. And of course tomorrow, as we're wrapping Stage 3, which I already said. But here to tell the stories with me are my favorite humans, Matt and Jake. It's great to be back. How are you doing, gentlemen?
Favorite? I'm honored, Zoe.
You know what? You gotta start strong.
You know,
start today strong.
She loves whoever's here with me and is favorite. So you know, don't feel too. We even call Mitch favorite sometimes. So you know,
it's the cheerleader effect with Matt.
for me
with
though,
Matt.
Jake is my favorite. Really,
My favorite too, Matt. Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate it.
And now that we have that sorted, let's move on to the standings. Some of my favorite teams are finding themselves in pretty good positions in EMEA. Alcancia sitting comfortable on top, not dropping a single match. The only thing that really dropped was 2 maps, I believe, and that was week 1, day 1 against, guess who? Twisted Minds, who are currently below Virtus.pro. The gasp.
Deja vu, man, from last stage or Alcancia. Just one close match, dominate everyone else.
Yeah, just a little run back for Alcacia, right? If you're worried, I know, Zoe, you were, you know, with anticipation, Quick versus Dildux. Quick,
Oh, yes, I thought of nothing else.
They got dominated, so they've not only cemented themselves, you know, an EMEA 8th, but probably, you know, Western 16th. Really, with what we're looking at here, is like for the standings, like Gen G, it's like, can they make a play for 5th? Like that's still on the table. Like they would obviously need to beat Alcacia, which is a very tough task, and then obviously some stuff to kind of go on in that VP Peps game.
Yeah, but they did surprise last week, right? They did take Twisted Minds all the way to map 5. Now, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer and say the obvious, which is that Twisted Minds didn't actually field the roster that they usually field. TVNT got some reps. But am I too harsh, Jake? Am I just a hater?
I mean, I will say even with TVNT in, it's still big that they're able to get maps, right? You know, Gen G at the start of the stage, you know what I mean? The roster wouldn't have mattered. Like, we wouldn't have been saying that's a deciding factor. And for things to even be that close is, I think, a mark of significant progress for Gen G. And I think, yeah, okay, look, they're fighting between 5th or 6th place in the regular season. It's not good, but having a resurgence in terms of your gameplay, like, come playoffs, yeah, that record, that place, it helps. You know, it helps you have a better run of playoffs. But if you're a solid team, if you could maybe get wins against strong opponents, then you can always make that run back in playoffs. And I think that's what Gen G have shown, that maybe they can be a threat for that. They want to continue that coming into this match, even though it's a difficult one.
Well, I think Backbone's getting a little bit more comfortable, Zoe, in his role on the team, and you know, kind of had to make all the kind of heroes that he likes to play work. And like maybe they're starting, like, you know, to peak at the right time. They've kind of you know, moved away from the support only ban strategy, which has seemed to pay off, but which is not all too surprising.
Yeah, it took them half the stage to get there. Alas, they're not in relegation. They kept themselves out of relegation for good, and I mean, I guess that was just the goal for the stage at that point.
Yeah, and look, Twisted Minds, obviously, like you mentioned, that we gotta get an investigation. I feel like that was a direct shot against my fantasy team by playing TVNT. You know what it is? They saw me climb in the standings, and they're like, we can't have that.
They were like, we're so worried about Matt's fantasy performance. We really should just take
This entire stage was just about this, honestly. I mean, okay, you're not lost, Matt.
No, if they would have played KSA, I could possibly have finished like 4th last week.
Yeah, that's how Fantasy League works, right? If they would have, could have, and should have. High rollers, not very high, bit low.
Necro's team figured out they need to get positive points
You
to
talking
climb.
smack, Zoe? You talking smack? Let's wait till we get to the overall. Let's wait till we get to the overall, all right?
I'm
This is a tough
okay.
week
I
for us.
had a good week.
We're gonna bounce back. 70 points, not bad. It's just a high-scoring week, man.
Not for Mitch, it wasn't.
Yeah.
He might have been the one getting minus points this time around. Necro and I are very familiar with that position as well. Let's take a look at Necro's team. She's been farming. She's had a great comeback after the previous week, which was a little tough.
Well, I mean, she had negative points, so yes, the comeback was very large. There was a large swing there. She's been on the kind of man, I hope my tank plays thing that I've been on, and
trajectory.
I can tell you it's not exactly that fun, but when it works out like it did for her last week, it looks great. That's when it's lots of fun.
Nightmare and Space Station having good weeks, right? You know, popping off, getting a big score in one. Puts her, you know, back on the board there.
Feeling good. Feeling good.
I mean, this is a solid team. It's a little EU heavy, and by that I mean it's all EU players. But you know what, Zoe? That's I
Yours
respect
is
that
literally
bias.
only
I
an
respect
A.
that bias.
Yours is only an A.
I have an EU player. I have checkmate.
I feel like the issue though with your
I
guys'
have an EU
teams,
friend.
you guys have played it so safe. You know, I've started Dip at times. I started I think I started Willies against like VP. I was like, you know, let's see what happens here. You guys have played it so safe.
Well, because we want to win.
So I'm counting. That's 3 excuses so far, Matt. Do you want to like?
Well,
is there 4
I
or
mean-
5 maybe? Like.
Wasn't
I
it
think we need
what
a
else?
leaderboard.
Give us
I
some more
think we need
excuses.
an entertainment value leaderboard. That ranks off of-
We need an entertainment value leaderboard.
Jake, your team has been
My
doing
team's
awesome.
beast
To be
mode.
clear,
My team's beast mode.
but they've also, you know, you kind of had a lot of friendly fire go on last week, which ended up moving your score.
True. I mean, I knew this week would come. I should have had subs. Should have maybe benched some players. But you know what? I didn't. Stay confident. And honestly, you
Gonna
know,
run it
70
back
points.
this
I'm not mad at a 70-point week. Like that's not a bad week.
Yeah, I had to make some changes to field a roster I felt comfortable.
Yeah, I think
into
you
this.
were overcooking with this one. I wanted to
What
get.
do you mean?
This is
When
wild.
you put those changes in our Discord, I was
What?
asking for a wellness checkup. Like,
No, because good guys, they play. Hear me out. They play.
okay.
Peps. They're not the craziest opponent. Kio's been doing so. You know, I could play Dip, right? But you know, Dip is going up against VP and the good guys. Could have been tough. So I decided to throw all my eggs, for whatever reason, into the good guys basket. So I got Kio this week on hit scan. And then I'm riding the Crocs Hog to victory. We're getting behind that Roadhog, and we're just going for it.
Hey, I mean, if this is working out, you're gonna look like a genius.
And if it doesn't, it's hilarious. So it works out either way.
It needs to work out because this is the current
You're
standing.
close, Matt.
overall.
You're close.
Dude,
Not far off. Look at that next slot, Jack. Jack
I'm
is
predicting
lean.
now. Crocs is putting together like a 30-point game against Peps.
All
Jack
right.
will be molding. If this is the team you're
Jack ends.
and with the Jack is gonna lose
ends
it.
Roadhog.
That would be so funny, actually. And the
I
best
mean,
thing
why
of all
can't I catch Rose? There's a chance she like loses 15 points this week.
True.
Really?
True. But
They're
I mean,
not gonna
there's a
do that.
chance.
Yeah.
Mike,
The only one I don't feel confident.
I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
guys. I don't know if I catch
You don't
Johnny.
think so?
Johnny needs to have a very bad week, and I don't know
Man.
what's happening for him.
Johnny is so sweaty.
I need like a banner week out of NA.
It's literally the only thing Johnny does. I mean, he's barely on a broadcast, so he's putting all his time into
Jesus
fantasy.
Jeez.
It's okay. It's like 7 p.m. I'm allowed to be mean.
Fair
There's
enough.
only
I
time
mean,
window.
I
enough.
thought there was a real chance that I could get to like 5th, but I don't feel that.
Why would you? Why?
I think there's a real chance you could get to 7th, Matt. That's what I'll raise you. I'll see your 5th, and I'll raise you. I'll actually lower you to a 7th.
Do you think
I think it'd be
6
pretty
is
fun.
possible? 6 is possible. I would need like what, 80 something points,
Listen.
and then Rose
Matt.
would need 0.
Anything's possible. Anything's possible.
That's true.
Imagination.
It's true.
That's right. In the world of Overwatch, so many things are possible, and we get to gloat live in the flesh, in person, at DreamHack Stockholm, all about our fantasy team achievements. And if you want to hear it, which I mean, why wouldn't you? Here is an opportunity for you that you don't want to miss out on.
We are live here from DreamHack Stockholm. And welcome back everyone to OWCS.
OWCS just hits different when you're here. And this, it could be you.
Group 4, you're up. Go, go, go.
Predict your champions on the DHL website, and you can join me at the OWCS Finals in Stockholm.
What a crazy match we are having tonight. Wait.
Hit the DHL website before Stage 3 ends. Time's ticking.
Simple as that. Cargo comes in and delivers 2 tickets to OWCS, the grand finals in Stockholm at DreamHack. All you have to do is predict the winners for EMEA and NA of Stage 3. Have you predicted your winners already, Matt?
Yes. Alcatia.
Black.
And then I think I took Team Liquid. This was
There.
way back though. This is a, I have not kind of flooded the box with numerous submissions. But hey, if you guys are filling this out, you already know there's like 4 teams who like literally cannot win. So this is the moment to get that submitted.
True.
Exactly.
You improved your
Just
odds.
throw your hat in the ring. That's
You
right.
know for sure
by
that
being
Quick
lazy.
Esports won't win the playoffs.
Yeah.
Just impressive. It's a game changer actually for me.
Yeah. By being lazy and waiting to the last minute, you've improved your odds of predicting.
Yeah, and you have to do it right now because this is the last weekend to enter this raffle. Best of luck to all of you who are participating. And these are some of the teams who are still fighting for some movement in the standings, or just to change the numbers up a little bit, or you know what, just to have a good time. What do I care? I just want to see them play. EMEA and NA, this is the schedule for today. We're going to start off with a big one. Alcatia against Gen G, like, was it for real? They're still on fraud watch, obviously.
Well, we don't even
It's
know
not
if
going to
it'll
make them
be.
look any better.
Yeah, I mean, saying it's going to be, is it for real? And then we just like run them into the buzzsaw of Alcatia. I don't know.
It's a difficult test.
Yeah, it's like, so, maybe if they were playing against, I don't know, if they had a game against Peps, we'd be like, let's see how it goes. But Alcatia, I mean, they're just dumpstering everybody. If Gen G wins this in some universe, right, they have a chance to get the 5th, which would be pretty sweet.
I mean, it won't change anything really for them, but yeah,
Just better
And thus
vibes.
far, the vibes would be through the roof. Although I do feel like it's been vibey over there, even when things didn't go so well. At least when we got a chance to talk to their players. Now, speaking of good vibes, Commander X and Clear are going to bring both of those on their respective streams. Drops are enabled for our co-streamers and of course for our stream as well. So why don't you just like have all of them up? And look at that, we got some new goodies if you connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account.
Yeah, lots of stuff.
These are some fire drops. We saved the best for last, maybe in the playoffs, man. We got some good stuff here.
What's your favorite, Jake?
I'm kind of digging are those like the fresh Overwatch Doomfist skins? I'm trying to hop on and play a little Doomfist, and like, don't at me if I'm minting your ranked games. Like, just let it happen. Let it happen.
Let it happen. It's gonna be
Yeah,
good time.
hey,
Said every dude
if I'm
ever.
soft throwing your games, hey, I'm Jake Overwatch. Just let it happen.
I'm in your comms. Don't worry about it.
I'm in your comms.
No, my Winston is different though. Let's be real. Let's just be super direct about it. I'll bring out the
He's
Winston.
more like the Alcatia of your rank. Like he just doesn't drop any. And I don't think Alcatia is gonna have a difficult time going up against Gen G because simply they're not having a difficult time, seemingly, against any team in this league. They just dropped 2 maps at the very start of stage 2, and that's it. 3 rather. And yeah, that's
These guys dominate so hard. You can't even follow the push with the ops, man. They can't fly fast enough. They're that deep in the spawn. Like this team has just been delivering pain to everybody else in EMEA. And Gen G, late game resurgence for them. If they could win a map here, I would honestly think that is like really big for them in terms of playoffs, right?
Oh,
Now,
I mean,
if you
we're
win a
hold
map
on.
against Alcatia, you can be top 3 and you can make it to the World Finals, right? Like genuinely.
When you were on the Outlaws, if you ever lost 3-1, did you ever feel great about it after?
No. But I do genuinely
hear me
think
out.
Alcatia like is so much better than
That's
everyone else
true.
in EMEA. This is a team that is like I think one of the like top 3 favorites in the world, right? So if you can even play them close, if you can even like no one else in EMEA takes maps. Disturbine's the only exception to that. And so if you can join that club of a team that can win 1 map here, I mean, Gen G, look, they're not saving their standings for playoffs, but if they can have a good performance, they can get the wins in playoffs where they really count.
I do wonder though, with like some kind of a opponent select kind of coming in, right? Even if Alcatia would just like kind of try and get Gen G to go play against TM again, see if it was like real. But we take a look here at some of the Gen G highlights. Like you mentioned, Zoe, like TVNT in the lineup for Twisted Minds, but still I think you would say they have just like a little bit of a advantage in just overall talent, where I think you have to give some credit to Gen G. They played the Wuyong last week. Backbone kind of finding the Reaper. Reaper Zarya like really strong throughout all of like NA, not really kind of much in EMEA, but using that Reaper really strong here, with Tread playing pretty solid tank play the entire time. Maybe there is something here with Gen G.
I mean, if anything, you would argue that they've sort of been underperforming. I think like Exodial has been a player that we've been pretty excited about for a while. And Tread, I think, to your point, has also been looking solid and very flexible, right? I don't think they're hurting on their ability to play different strats. Just kind of a tough early start to the stage. A lot of questions about their strategy, their support looks, the different bans they were using, and now it feels like they found their groove. It's just a question of, is it too late in the game? Can they make that recovery for playoffs? And that's what we're here to test today. And to be honest, it's not a very fun test to take going up against Alcatia.
Yeah, not a good one.
Good luck.
Yeah, I think most people just like straight up fail the test. Some might not even want to take it because you just know what you're in for. But yeah, I mean, late start into their season. Backbone, I think in week 3 or so, when we had him for an interview, he did say like they also just had a completely wrong read on the meta for like the first 1 or 2 weeks. And hey, the stage goes quick, right? It's just 6 weeks of play. You got to figure it out kind of almost before the stage starts. If you start experimenting midway through, then you already put yourself in a pretty darn bad position to make it to the playoffs or stay out of relegation. But Gen G out of relegation, will they make playoffs? We're about to find out how they fare against Alcatia first. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And as we get into this one, Matt, are you feeling the Lijiang Tower? Are
Jake,
just like,
I gotta tell you, you guys weren't here last week. I went to go to the chat to go make my predictions, and I had forgotten that last week during Dildux Geek, like we kind of like blacked out during the pre-match, and me and Mitch dumped every channel point we had on our accounts onto the Dildux against DK. So I went to go predict.
You would have had a fortune.
And I forgot, and I was like, oh my god, I was like, where did all my points go? I got 500 points left. Oh man, that's terrible. That's like if you go to
you would be able to buy a house with those channel points, man. You'd be retired. You wouldn't be on this week because you would have retired early.
It's like you show up at a casino and go to the ATM and you're like, what do you mean I don't have any money? Like, wait, where did it all go? And it's you forgot you used it at the table a little bit earlier. Lijiang, like you mentioned, though, Jake.
Hold on.
It is
this changes everything, Matt.
The official EMEA first snap. I feel like we've seen it almost the entire
EMEA Overwatch Champion Series, sponsored by Lijiang Tower.
Yeah. We do have Atlas back in the pool, so that'll be awesome to see if we kind of have that map coming.
Teams like play. Atlas, man. They want to pick it, so I think it'll be good.
And then in NA, Jake, we saw like a decent amount of like Gibraltar, some other stuff. So they're kind of playing a little bit of different maps, comps, obviously. So most of the chat riding with Alcatia, not too surprising there. But I'm curious, where NA we're seeing a lot of like Zarya Reaper. If we see some of that, we saw like Backbone playing some of the Reaper with some Zarya and Diva. If we start to see that start to be a little bit more prevalent here in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, I think that helps Gen G, right? It's a style they're comfortable with. The problem is more of a pound for pound execution ability here. I think strategically, maybe it is just something like a mirror match. And although Katsuya historically, they don't give mirror matches. They're always finding a way to counterpick. They're always finding a way to give themselves the edge, the advantage strategically. Gen G are going to ban out Afara. I mean, Afara is one of those like weird heroes that you can play some odd styles with that can be hard to play against, especially if you want to play Reaper. I mean, good luck playing Reaper and Afara. Not a good matchup. So I like that ban from Gen G. Taking out the Diva is a little interesting here for Katsuya, but it's like, all right, let's play some Zarya, man. They're doubling down.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, you would almost never see them with Ziad ban Diva, right? Like, that's kind of like...
Actually, Matt, I know what they're going to do. Matt, it's Sim Bastion. It's Sim Bastion Zarya for Katsuya. This one is gonna be brutal. This team is so good at that strat, and dollars to donuts. They're on Sim Bastion Zarya the entire game.
I mean, that's possible. There was also like a little creep into my mind of like, do we see some Maga? We saw some Maga starting to creep up at moments.
Maybe.
But yeah, I think you're probably more right. It is like that, you know, the Bastion Zarya kind of comp, maybe with a sim.
Dude, that is damage. Like, think about of all the comps in Overwatch, that is like maybe one of the highest raw DPS strats you can play. I mean, it's like top 2 in the DPS category. Well, Zarya is probably top 1 in tank.
Oh, Zarya is absurd. I have so many people who have been tweeting me this picture that I guess I put up from like Overwatch League, where Decay basically gets like a 5K in the feed on Zarya, and people are just constantly tweeting it. Like I'm deciding their ranked games, and I personally brought it back.
It was you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it was me. So that you can keep blaming me on social media. That is fine. I will just keep forwarding those to Custa. Where Wu Yang, you know, the top ban hero, not surprising, right? You know, to see him at the top. I think some supports have had a little bit of difficulty picking him up, but he's also just so strong.
Yeah, and I think honestly the teams that have struggled to pick him up have struggled because he's powerful, you know, and if you're not going to utilize these tools, although ironically as I say that, Katsuya has been a team that has been very willing to swap off. I just sort of put them in a different category with how clean they are on these alternate strats. Like when they play the Sim Bastion, I see a lot of Juno combined, and man, they really make that orbital ray sing, right? Like that damage amp and heal on this incredibly damaging death ball, super threatening. Katsuya showing a ball strat here, though. Okay, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, well, it's chasing. So they have chasing.
Oh, true.
So that's something that's a little bit. I know I don't believe we had that on the starting lineup. I think it was like a Ziad. So Chase will be in, which obviously changes things, right? With them banning D.Va, obviously makes a lot more sense with Chase in the lineup than with Ziad. So yeah, they'll roll out with ball. I think you're gonna probably have Checkmate. Yeah, gonna go over and play. I mean, the Tracer here.
Genuinely, I think this is Katsuya like getting reps. I don't think this is a good matchup. I think that, especially with the break from Crispy, I think that's really well selected. This strikes me as a pretty tough matchup for Katsuya. That being said, there's just always Labda with the rail at long range. He's the one who I think really has the agency to take this game over. You can see he's confidently standing out in the open. There's not too much poke to come back his way. It's going to be like big icicles or kunai from Kanale and Backbone to maybe shut him down. But the point cap right now, pretty comfortable. You got to contest this, Genji. And oh my god, that's a little too close for cover. They just give up the flip.
Yeah,
but
it looks like
winnable.
Yeah, it looks like actually Crispy got on to you know, go contest and then had to kind of jump off it for a second. But it will be Alcatsi getting control of the point first, but they're going to get this flip right back as like Tread and Co are on the point.
It's going to be a scary one for Checkmate and Chase, right? With Exodial and this heavy tank setup. Think about all the tools they have to protect Exodial here. I mean, diving this, you feel like you do need Labda or Landon to find some sort of a pick. But maybe sitting at the back of point, a little bit vulnerable. May doesn't want to get booked off.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite brutal to kind of like, you know, dive into this with the ball because you have that May and the Cassidy back there. The Zarya bubbles in to protect, plus the Brig. But oh, that's Jace finding dude, just rolling right on through them. And it just seemed like Jake, at least from that, like, you know, Chase going in, obviously knocking two players off is great, but that just kind of like the constant damage in the back line that Genji was never able to heal up, and then they just got collapsed on.
Yeah, I do think Katsuya, I think Sebastian Zarya would be an easier win, but I think they genuinely are playing with the house cash right now and want to build up their dive chops going into the World Finals. Like, this is a team that is looking beyond the current moment in the match, and Gen G fighting for their lives, right? Desperately trying to grab a map. This is their best chance to do it, but now they're starting to be really picked apart. I feel this is Katsuya playing with a bit more confidence, a bit more aggression.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, the damage from the sports landed with 3K in that fight, just cleaning them up 4 on the Kiriko.
Well, it's something we've heard like Alcatsia and then even Twisted Minds talk about, where they feel so confident in their position in EMEA that yeah, they're doing stuff like this, right? Like, hey, let's kind of get a game of Lijiang Tower in real time with the D.Va gone and chase in and like see how we kind of make that work, right? So they're like, yeah, you talked about, like they're kind of playing a little bit with house money, but then also kind of putting themselves in positions that, well, they may end up in the World Finals.
Oh, big headshot on the Zarya. Tread needs a bit of support. Exodial shuts down Checkmate, though, so there's still a fight to be had here. And Exodial boot forward. Rally now deployed on the point, but Kelix and Landon fighting strong here on this rush. So difficult to get May value there. The ultimate shut down, but Tread still finds a kill. Rally's still in play. And Katsuya, while they have point control, there's a fully torqued Zarya they have to answer. For now, Chase puts the pressure on, forces that bubble out. The wall just a second too late. So Chase slips away, and Tread is searching for targets. Graviton Surge certainly going to need to be deployed here. Finds the backline, which is a big connection. Both supports surely going down here. Kanale gets those cleanups with the ulti as well over the top. And Katsuya gonna have to give up the point, but that was an expensive flip for Gen G. Now it's all on Exodial to make this recovery, not only with the high noon, but he's just gonna need to find some sort of instant kill here on one of the flankers. Katsuya so strong in the no ulti fight here.
Yeah, but Katsuya did end up using like their title blast there, right? So you don't have that available. They use it on a checkmate, not able to come up with much of anything there, as it looks like they'll have one person put some pressure on the point. It's actually Kellex here with checkmate, so just the Wuyong here trying to poke around that corner, open things up for Chase.
Backbone finds Lambda. That's the pick that they needed, right? The ranged icicle kill. And without that Sojourn, you gotta think, is that gonna slow you down at all? I mean, Katsuya aren't really showing any indication of that though. But Backbone, he's all alone here. He's out on the flank. The team needs to come save this Mei. You cannot let him go down easy. I think the supports are there, as well as the Zarya bubble. But Chase is still hunting, still knows, okay, there's no ice block on that Mei. We can look for more. Now, Gen G losing a lot of position on the map. Down to the back of the point. They got to bunker this one out, but we're close to that last fight. High Noon comes out from Exodial, zoning back further. Katsuya getting low on many players. Landing gets shut down, and there's still a fight to be had here. Gen G are right back in this round. Katsuya maybe have one last chance to reset. Chase goes in for a slam, but seems to be ill-fated for that. Yeah, Tread punishes with the bubble.
And Jake, so much time has come off the clock, right? Katsuya is just trying to make a play. No, and then they obviously end up losing a player early on. You know, Exodial picks up one, and then now that allows Backbone to build up towards this Blizzard. He's going to block off one entrance to the point. It'll be a touch here just to trigger OT.
Wuyang slips in for an extra touch here. Ultimate's coming online for Gen G. Exodial already finds Kellex and Landon. Swinging in wide off the flank, taking the initiative here. And Gen G, they've won a round against Katsuya.
And I wish I had all those channel points back that I spent on the Dilducks. So at least this first round looks pretty good here for Gen G. I think there's obviously still a ton of time, you know, in this series, but no, Katsuya may end up being like, hey, you know what? Like, we had that first spot locked in. Let's try and, you know, work in some different comps, and then maybe Gen G with a little bit more to play for kind of sneaks it away. We'll see though. I really like these Zarya comps. Like I did NA last week, and just kind of seeing, you know, how oppressive it can be in NA at times. I think they are really strong until she gets nerfed in a, you know, a pretty sizable way. So we'll see if, you know, Gen G continues to run those, and Katsuya is still hovering a ball up.
Yeah, you know, I think Vol absolutely is viable. Maybe as we get deeper into the ban phase, you know, maybe something like Afara could assist that. I like that Lambda, though, is going to go over to the Freya. Like, the verticality, the ability to cross those gaps on Garden is going to be extra valuable. But Gen G with the Sim take full control here out of the point, and Exodial just snaps him off. Okay, double dink straight to the Freya. What do you do against that, Lambda? This is prime Exodial today.
But you can also see how aggressive he can play, knowing that he has like the Zarya bubbles, then also like the Brig around, being able to kind of like protect against like a ball or a dive. You also have the Suzu if needed. So like a lot of resources you see right there, the healing and then the bubble going into Exodial, keeping him alive. He can play a little bit more free.
He's just the Terminator right now. I mean, the way he's playing, it's like you do not want to be on this man's screen. Backbone gets torqued up, kills Lambda. Landon finds a counter kill though onto Crispian. Losing the Brig can sometimes be the beginning of the end, but Wuyang just gets beamed. Tread, nice catch.
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere for Kellex to go, so you lose both supports, and even if though, you know, you find a pick early on, you're going to have to back up here if you're Katsuya, as this ball has not worked out at the moment, as see Chase kind of roll through. Tread just going to give him a little bit more energy to use.
I mean, there's so many powerful defensive tools. I feel like Katsuya really need the supports to be able to get active and find pressure on the flank, which they've done decently well, but now it's Chase. Just
how do you
what does he do, right? There's so much control on the field. The Zarya bubble can protect people you do go on, and Exodial is just hitting so many shots,
that
dude.
I mean, you see Chase switch away from the ball, and I love that decision because, yeah, you know, he slams right on top.
Though, man.
I know.
Like, this map is almost over. Exodial gets another kill onto Landon, and Gen G they haven't dropped a single ult. They're coming up on the full stack. Katsuya aren't even really close on some of the key ultimates. They make the switch as well on a Soj.
I mean, you mentioned that, and it's a great point where, they're going to end up with both support ults here, but you've changed out your tank, and a DPS, you're, you know, 70% on the point already for the other team. You may not even end up getting them.
Sort of a sus rush from Canale here. It's going to be waited out from Katsuya. If they can live this one, that would be sort of a way back into the round. They're going to have the rush advantage. Checkmate hunting and pecking away here on the flank. A grab right onto Chase, but he's got the title blast. He's got the block. Labda finds the counter kills. Gen.G throwing in more ultimates after this. The rally, is it enough though? Tread dropping low, taking the focus fire. The TP out though is beautiful. Gives him a moment to reset and sustain, but now it's Crispy out of the frying pan, into the fire, backbone under pressure. So much being poured on from Katsuya, and you gave him a chance back into this round. They're gonna take it. Katsuya take the point control, but Gen.G still have a long road back. Hold on though, Tread. 2 kills.
And there's no
still
way.
a winnable fight. He's got the Kiriko protecting him. He's full energy. Crispy goes over to the Lucio. Hold on. There's another
Tread
kill
with
on the
2?
field. The sim wall.
the
Beautiful.
sim wall.
On the
No.
point. Okay. Chase shuts him down. The all-in commitment from Gen.G, but they're TPing back into this. They still got this fight, man. Still winnable. Canale super
Chase
low.
is so low. All right, I was gonna like if they get Chase on the exit, like maybe there's a chance here. But you do have players like you mentioned, Jake, coming back, and they actually have control of the point.
Yeah, and Tread's back on the ball as well. Using that down for anything to shut down Exodia. You need to just solo ultimate at this point in the game. Lucio booped as well off the map. Labda finds a rail, and desperation recontest here for Gen.G. It just barely goes against them. And they did make a ton of crazy swaps, so we're going to reset a lot of ultimate charge there. So, you know, as the dust settles, it ends up being a good fight for Katsuya. That being said, they just got point control. They're down 99-0.
It also does give Katsuya, like, you know, that fight is so chaotic and it kind of goes and, you know, Gen.G starts throwing us in some ultimates. It gives them an opportunity where Katsuya's going to reset the ultimate economy, and it's kind of gone a little bit in their favor, right, with what they have coming up. So still a huge mountain to climb in terms of percentage, but a better chance here for Alcat.
High Noon zoning away. Chase takes a big shot from that Labda though. Counters with the overclock. Now he's gonna have a bit of open season here, shooting at the backline, but Exodio shuts him down. He's been a beast this entire game. Landon and Checkmate though find kills of their own. The trades come in, and I think this rush is just gonna be enough for Landon to close out the fight. Gen.G though did get the point control in that chaos, so mitigating some of the losses to Katsuya. They also force out rush and overclock. And Gen.G are now setting up for a very powerful retake here with the rush of their own. Backbone 72 on the sim wall. It's a lot of pressure on the Tidal Blast here from Kellex. And I mean, there's a lot of tools to counter Tidal Blast. You got the Zarya bubbles, you got the Kiriko cleanse, even the sim TP can kind of get you out of trouble.
Yeah, and they used the Tidal Blast last time on a Checkmate, so we'll see if they decide to go with that again. As TP comes in, I thought they were going to be a little bit scared to go through. There are players right on top of it. So that's going to be the Suzu gone already. Oh,
Chase just takes his head off, man. Canale is gone, and now Labda finds another kill. Gen.G struggling here, and this was it looked like such a good fight for them, and Chase just came in out of nowhere. Tread gets TP'd out of the fight. Backbone trying to get the Zarya out, but they chase him down and shut down that Zarya energy stack. That's big. You don't want to get reset like that between fights.
Well, like I talked about, like, you know, they use the TP and there's players for Alcatia right on top of it, and they take a sizable amount of damage coming out of it, right? So they have to use the Suzu right away. Canale takes some damage as well. They're trying to keep Exodio up, and they just kind of get chipped down, so you don't even get a good use of that rush. Here's going to be that backbone sim wall. So we may have one more fight to decide this map.
Yeah, Rally's going to be online for Crispy, though. It's a very powerful tool in this setup. Makes your brawl so much more effective, makes Chase's job so much more difficult. Chase just holding on to the point. They want to play for some more ultimates. And are you going to rally aggressively, Crispy? That's a big decision. 2 bubbles have been used, though. Now a window for Katsuya if they want to get aggressive. Chase puts the pressure on. Big downpour into the backline. Exodio, though, shuts down the flank, but he still takes the downpour to the face. Checkmate gets the cleanup, and another one as well. The rally on the point, dominating in this position, but Checkmate has cleared out the rest of your team. It's just Sim and Brig, and Katsuya somehow, some way, snatch this round back. A monster performance from Checkmate and Chase there, holding on to the point.
That is a brutal loss there on that point for Gen.G. We'll get another point here now on Lijiang Tower, but it felt like maybe they needed to use the rally, like a rally a little bit earlier, right, to kind of keep Tread alive. Gets hit with a downpour, and I think maybe even he's just like a little bit like out of the range of the rally, even if it came in at that exact time. But it feels like once they lose Tread, they're in a world of trouble, and you can see why. I mean, the amount of damage that Tread is doing right now in the tank roll, right above 10k. I know Chase not far behind on the other side, and you know, I think Chase probably made a lot of that up with the switch to Hazard.
Yeah, Chase definitely recovered. I think the Hazard is a good pick there. Gives more potential to just pop somebody before the Zarya bubble comes out, whereas on Ball, it's like you're always going to get those bubbles out. Gen G gonna go with their trademark Reaper comp, but I think this is a comp that really lets Tracer get very active. A kunai to the face is gonna slow Checkmate down, but not much. Gen G, they're gonna take the opportunity to try and send it in here with the Reaper, pushing in, getting Chase very low, and Checkmate taking a few well-placed kunai from Kaneo. It's really going to slow down his aggression. He's looking for a catch here onto the back line, and there the damage comes in from Chase, forces the slide. Exodial in a compromised position here on the point. Kelix is going to finish that one up. Crispy as well gets cut down, and this is a map where Ketsia can really play. They're playing all the angles, fully surrounding their opponents, and even though Tread gets one kill, I don't think he's finding much more. A second is going to be on the cards, but eventually Chase is going to have his way with the round.
I think though, so yeah, you're gonna allow Tracer, so maybe it's gonna be Crispy switching over to Brig. Yeah, okay, so they are worried a little bit about the Tracer. I kind of would have liked to see them at least give it another go with that Reaper comp. Like, I think put some more pressure onto Chase. I don't think they did like a, I don't think even with this comp they kind of like shut down Checkmate, so to speak, right? So I think you're gonna lose somewhere, or you're gonna give up something to Alcatia where I'd like to see them kind of try and pressure down Chase more, maybe play more of that front line with the Reaper than, play a little bit more passive here.
This map is really difficult to make this Zarya work, though. Tread, he's just struggling to stand on the point, needs the rush to just hold that position. Exodial steps up as well, puts his body on the line, takes a big rail, and the follow-up shot from Kelix cleans up the Cassidy without that threat. Now you're free to just really dive in aggressively on the back line, and Labda is just making hay out of that high ground position on the Mega Man, so comfortably just sitting there, no real damage onto him, and you went for this heavy counter comp to really put more pressure on Chase and Checkmate with the Sim and the Cassidy. But now Labda, Landon, and Kelix have a lot of room to free fire. They also have full point control, so like Tread stepping up onto the point, but it just doesn't feel like this comp is gonna work here. I don't see how Gen G really put the attack on Ketsia on this map.
Yeah, I mean, even if you start using like TPs to try and close the gap, right? It's like Tidal Blast. You have a Pulse Bomb here available. They know exactly where Checkmate is playing from. Yeah,
he's a shark. He's looking for the. Oh, they're grouped up. The Tidal Blast as well. He's into the entire team. It's going to be a big knockdown potentially, but no, he doesn't. Just a little bit late on the flank. Still trades with Backbone. The Rally now deployed in the Chaos. Tread healthy. This should be a good fight for Gen G. I mean, Rally plus a high energy Zarya. Powerful strategy here. Powerful combination. And
this is pretty solid for Gen G.
Yeah, they get the flip, and it's only the Rally, right? Like, the fact that you saved everything else, I mean, the Tidal Blast Pulse Bomb from Ketsia just didn't hit the way that they were hoping it would.
Downpour. And Downpour they used at the same time. Yeah, it was like a Suzu that kind of protected everybody from the Downpour. And then the Rally after, but maybe that fight's giving Gen G a little bit of life here now in this round.
Yeah, Simwall and Grab, both incredibly powerful. Labda, somebody's got to take a risk here. Simwall and Grab come out, just immediately denying him, but Katsia's still healthy. They're going to live through these ultimates and fall back. It's a 2-for-1 trade. You take that all day as Ketsia. Tracer's threatening the back up as well, so it's going to pull Gen G back into the fight. Tread and Crispy, though, find some kills. The flankers maybe getting a little bit too greedy. They get shut down. And even finding Kaneo, I don't think that's going to be enough to secure out Ketsia point position.
It was a little bit worrisome at the start where you see kind of the Simwall come out and grab and like nothing happened. Like everybody on Alcatia is like pretty healthy. But now, like that you've won that fight, you've kind of burned a little bit of clock here. Oh, and Exodial plays that first pick on the Labda. This is an opportunity where, yeah, I don't think you need to use anything if you're Gen G. You hold on to your rush here. You build up towards another rally as you see Tread just kind of chase down. And you're in a spot here, Jake, where you may end up taking the lead.
Dude, Exodial's got the freaking stadium perk here to get the auto headshot on his roll. Somehow he's just constantly shutting down Labda and Checkmate, two of our best DPS here in EMEA on this Cassidy. I mean, what he's doing here is nothing short of miraculous, but he needs to keep it up. It's going to be another tough test for Gen G. A few powerful tools coming online this fight. Ketsia are on the verge of 4 ultimates if this fight goes long. Exodial pulling a high noon, trying to get some channel, but struggling to find targets. The mobility from Ketsia pays dividends. Landon rips the rush down mid. Exodial just stepped up a little bit too long there. The rush is traded, but Ketsia with the player advantage if they want to fight into this one. Still, 99%. They've got to stay on the point. They've got to put that pressure on. Crispy, Rally online, blocks the downpour. Beautiful positioning there of the shield. And now, Gen G starting to stabilize for the moment. Ketsia gonna rock that Tidal Blast. Checkmate diving in on top of the Zarya. Gets the knockdown onto the Sim, but can't quite finish her off. Sim benefiting from that TP healing perk. Kiri as well getting a lot of pressure, but it's just overwhelming here. Chase helps on the flank, gets the cleanup. Zarya just can't get anything done. And now Gen G, desperation retouch. Lijiang so close yet so far away.
It feels like Genji may have squandered an opportunity here on map number 1 as Kanale was trying to go get a touch. He ends up falling and nobody else is able to make it. So although it comes out down to the wire, it is still the result as expected as Alcatia takes the first map.
Sheesh, Alcatia, that's way too close for comfort. But honestly, for Katsuya, this is what they wanted out of this match. They wanted to get the reps. They wanted to force a dive into a difficult matchup. That's how you get stronger as a team. That's how you gain from this match. And I mean, Katsuya is a team that has their eyes on the placement at Stockholm here. Like as we said, they can't lose their placement right at this point. You know, this match essentially is for practice as a scrim for them, and they're using it to get that extra rep. Genji fighting with everything they've got though, and honestly, if you keep playing dive this series, I have a feeling Genji are gonna have some fight back. And goodness gracious, Exodial is making it work, man. This just put this man on the Cassidy, give him every goddamn resource. He's just producing.
Right, you know, he has been, they kind of built it all around him, right? At the, you know, some of their comps to kind of keep him alive, and he was obviously dominating. It just felt like once Alcatia kind of went to this look without the ball, it was just really difficult to kind of keep him alive and, you know, kind of create the same type of scenarios. And Alcatia just too strong in the end.
And Chase found some really big catches on the hazard, not only getting some of these like big assassinations with the violent leap, but also some of these downpours, you know, really punishing to Genji. And there's a lot of ways to deal with downpour in this comp, right? With a break shield can block it, you got the cleanse, you got the Zarya bubbles, you can TP away, like so many challenging spots here. It's not easy to catch folks with that. So Chase really, I think, acquitting himself well here on the dive tanks, showing that Katsuya have this incredible depth to their roster.
Yeah, and now, you know, with Genji, I mean, look, they obviously play Chase here, which is you know, a tank player they've been trying to work in at times, right? But mostly we've been seeing Ziad. Now you know, an opportunity to kind of bring Ziad in. Genji, do you want to ban the Diva? Then you're going to kind of obviously take it away from Tread. He can play the Diva as well, like kind of go into a Zarya mirror potentially. So felt like an opportunity, really a good one there for Genji early on. They just can't capitalize.
That's a painful one, man. I really thought Genji were going to be able to take Lijiang, start this series out on the front foot.
Yeah,
but now it feels far away, man. Like to have those tough comeback rounds back
it
to
feels
back.
like they lost 2 maps.
Yeah, it's just it's such a painful way to go, and especially because I think that is a favorable comp matchup. Like for me, yeah, I think Genji played about the best they could in terms of the comps. Maybe they could have just rolled out with the Cassidy on that third round. Might have been a little bit cleaner, but it's a tough one, and Control might be one of your better maps to try and play those like heavy brawling setups for the Cassidy. I think as ranges get a little bit longer on some of the other map types, might be awkward. Maybe they can, you know, use the map picks here to put Exodial back in the driver's seat, keep him on the Cassidy, let him keep finding these crucial, you know, double tap headshot kills. That's what you're gonna need. Of course, we also little giveaway action.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. Little team pack plus the Solaris bundle?
Yeah, the Solaris bundle is awesome. It's like a reskin of there's some of the best Overwatch esports skins from the past. And then a little team pack giveaway too. How do we get into these? I don't have either. No, I have some of the team packs, but not all of them, right? I don't have the Solaris bundle. I bought the what was it? The Phantom Thieves one, right? So I'm like, you know, I'm trying to be conservative. How do we get in on this giveaway? The Gazette.
Zen and Mercy look kind of wild. You got to check out the link, guys. At least Solaris giveaway. Come on, this is free stuff. Free skins.
I might go there.
Free skins.
Yeah, I'm always feeding for some free skins. I mean, it always feels better to rock the skin when you know you got it for free, right?
True. Genji,
somebody like
take
Mitch
us
pays for it. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Jen, you got Mitch's credit card number, I assume. And Genji, you're gonna take us to King's Row. What do you think about this, Matt? Talk to me through this.
Man, it feels like it's obviously a pretty good scenario. Like if you want to play Zarya Diva, right? You know, Zarya can be strong at moments. Diva obviously pretty good to get some of that high ground early on. And Genji, they will get rid of Hazard, so they'll get rid of the Hazard here early on, which is interesting. And then the Reaper God, which I feel like the Reaper ban is like way more impactful in the sense that like Backbone is very good on the Reaper. It's one of the heroes that he's been able to kind of like pick up play at that still top tier level that we know. And like you know, I don't expect him to try and play ball again, right? So like taking the fallback from the ball, like which was the hazard out, feels like it doesn't really do much for me.
I mean, the way that last map played, though, for me was like the hazard was the answer and the ball just wasn't really working.
Right, but they're
like
not going to play
hazard.
ball on King's Row, right?
Exactly, but I think they would play hazard. And that's why I think what is Chase going to play? Like, honestly, is he going to play Winston? Are they
Winston?
really
Yeah.
a little Doomfist? A little Doomfist? How do you feel about that, man?
No, I was going to say it's like maybe
so
some Winston. So on defense, at least it'll be the Zarya. So
I don't think Winston is. I wouldn't recommend playing Winston into the buzzsaw sim comps.
Oh, I mean, well, well, that would be a Gen G thing, right? Like, what does Gen G do here? I think that's kind of fascinating because they ban Hazard, right? Zarya on the other side. Do they put Shred on ball? Do they want to try and play? Well, if they tried to play Zarya
Diva,
right? You're not going to play. Yeah, you're going to have to go into a Zarya mirror.
I feel like Gen G, like by banning the hazard, you're trying to. I mean, you were trying to like force Katsuya into an even more inferior dive pick, but instead Katsuya are just going to put Chase in the Zarya and take the mirror. And Gen G, I suspect that they will also mirror. I think they're just doing a little comp check here before counter picking. Little go for something, go for a headshot or two. But yeah, in the end, it's going to be Zarya with a venture. Okay.
Well, I think it would have been almost certainly that Backbone would have played Reaper here, right?
Yeah, true. So now Reaper, man, starting to hurt. Backbone right into the flank. Needed that bubble, man. Could have just gotten popped there. Almost a preemptive bubble ends up really being important there. Backbone trying to hold down this lane position. This is what Venture is so good at, so annoying. Just constantly pressuring those lane positions, forcing a couple players to respond. Now Tread steps up on the point. Katsuya bending back, getting a little bit low on the tanks. They're going to let Gen G get a little bit of point cap, but Kelix is now low, struggling. I mean, there's a lot of pressures going around the map, but it's actually Backbone who drops first, and Gen G just missed the opportunity to get aggressive and continue to push forward there. And now Katsuya TPing forward, re-aggressing, cleaning out the map. Lambda finds Exodio, and feels like the pressure is just done here for Gen G Esports.
Yes. See, now you kind of have the Zarya bubbles there in the front line from Chase. Like, not really even worried about Tread as nice bubble there.
Oh, that's deep.
On the Backbone is Backbone's very low, gonna be able to make it out.
I can't believe he lived that, man. Super aggressive push there. It's going to give Gen G enough point pressure to maybe grab a tick here. Alcatsia doesn't feel like they can step up and get that counter touch. So they're going to play a little bit longer and slower here. Now the flank from Backbone is good. He does shut down one. Exodio up on the high ground with the help of the supports. Finds land, and meanwhile, Chase drops in the front line. Just didn't get enough heal there to continue that pressure. And so Gen G, despite playing the Lucio comp, they're actually splitting the pressure really nicely and winning on all the flanks there.
Yes, Gen G takes the first point. Let's go to a listen to see how they plan to attack the second part of the map.
I'm looking for a flank one shot. Can you right tell me I'm in?
I've got 1-2 for you.
Yeah, you see me, right? You guys see me?
Yes. Yeah.
Peep main. Down. Someone. Both sides. I need bubble.
It's fine. Fight this corner. Push high fox. Yeah, I'm holding the choke. I'm replying. Push is it? Go walk. Can we walk?
I'm not back yet.
Spinning out.
Just keep it calm, okay? I'm not back yet, and we're rushing for no reason. We can really kill guys. Yeah, but just they use grab carry, right?
Backbone trying to keep troops together there. Trying to keep. I mean, in fairness, I see the window to push, but it's just a tough call, right? The Sim TP introduces all of these problems, and this is what Katsuya are so good at, right? They so masterful, TPing out of the ultimates, kiting these engagements. Oh, dude, OC's traded, but Lambda struck first blood. You know, you're struggling now. Exodio maybe needs to force something, but it's just not coming his way. The beat on only 3. Chase does go down, but he drops the grab before falling, and the follow-up. Wait, still not enough.
Yeah, but this is pretty good though, because you still have Tread alive, right? He's just a massive unit there, difficult to get rid of.
Yeah, and I mean, even the beat on 3 was still enough to overwhelm Chase, and so Katsuya, you know, in the end, the fight looks super good for them to start up, but Gen G claw it back. That being said, they have nothing left to finish out this second point, and this is a really crucial, I would say, like a game-breaking fight. If you lose this fight at the end of second on King's Row, it's really difficult to continue to on this map. The spawn is so far away.
Yeah, there's a must-use rush here for Landon as just kind of like layer that over the point, and it looked like everybody trying to get out of the way for Gen G. It's just Backbone looks like I know Joe rushing up, trying to get away, and just kind of makes himself an easy target there for the Labda as Labda finds 2 and pushes them all the way back to the choke.
Yeah, take him all the way to the spawn. The cart's going to roll back pretty significantly here, and Gen G, that big expenditure of ultimates, they still have nothing left, and it's probably going to be another dry fight for them into Checkmate's ultimate. And honestly, I wonder for Katsuya, do they even need ultimate here? Can they just play this one slow?
Yeah, I mean, they don't think they need anything, right? Because Gen G, I mean, really for Gen G, you're relying on Backbone or Exodial coming up with a hit pick, right? Backbone using some of the tools in Venture's kit to try and get in, as the 2 players that we highlighted are both dead. So now they're going to back up. But yeah, I mean, Backbone needs to help the Zarya bubbles, and then maybe Exodial finds something at range. But is that almost like a worst case there, right? They didn't really get a chance to like kind of like fight or trade damage or healing in a neutral and build up towards anything. The fight just kind of goes in favor of Alcatia pretty quick.
Yeah, in the end, though, the spam trade is going to activate Grab and Rush, which are hugely powerful ultimates here in the Zarya fight. Tread steps up through the choke, makes a big aggressive push forward. Everyone's getting low, but I think they're stabilizing here in the corner, and so they made a little bit of progress. Katsuya falling back. They know the threat of the Grab and Rush is real. Simwall comes, but they're going to immediately charge through. Grab is deployed as well. The TP just a little bit misplaced here from Checkmate. Gets the Tidal Blast as well, but Sim just can't get on top of anybody. And so Gen G, a great fight for them, and they might just cap second off this. That's such a solid team wipe. Katsuya are a long way from making that recontest.
Well, I don't know if you saw, Jake, but the Tidal Blast goes on to Checkmate, but then I think Checkmate is actually stuck in the Grab. But instead of kind of staying in with the Tidal Blast and trying to get some of that damage, he actually TPs out of the Grab, so it kind of takes him away from everybody on Gen G. Then he tries to chase people down into the bar and doesn't actually find them. This is a better beat, though, from Gen G, and that's most likely going to get them the second checkpoint.
Yeah, definitely will. And I mean, it's nice that you're able to close out the second checkpoint. I think using the beat, you don't feel great about it. You would have loved to just win that snowball fight. So Katsuya heads up play to even get that retouch and come back in. But hey, you're on to third point Kings Row, and I mean, this is a Gen G that is playing Katsuya competitively, right? There's many teams that wouldn't even have been this far. So Gen G still with a lot of fight left in this series. Is it going to be enough? Landon, the rush deployed. He actually just drops the spam from Tread across map, who just takes a mortar. A little bit too much pressure. Labda somehow finds a headshot through the chaos there. I didn't even see a target for him. Guy is just a beast. Checkmate, though, a little bit too deep. Booped off the teleporter. That's the risk on Sim. You feel like you're healthy. You're going to be able to slip away on that TP, but the boop changes everything.
Yeah, so it's going to be the grab here from Chase. It's actually just on the Tread, and it's not enough. They actually take out Chase. Nice job focusing him down, and they keep Tread alive. So Gen G, although it may not have been looking great for them at the start, right? Investing that beat to have to take that second checkpoint of this early card push from them is fantastic, as Lab isn't going to end up using the overclock there from the high ground just to kind of buy some time here for everybody to come back off spawn.
He's going to go in. He's got one last rail charge. Can he find the headshot here? Lucio looking like Zodiel, though, finds Checkmate and now turns around, sends a rail into Labda, cleans up Landon as well with a quick two-piece, and not getting in the field to stay alive, but still 3 kills on the board. Katsuya just fighting with 2 players. They need to find something to stop this car, to prevent a cap with extra time. But Gen G, man, this is a different team than we saw at the start of the stage.
Absolutely. It seems like they've just started to kind of figure things out a little bit and get way more comfortable, I think, with each other. Also, not banning supports every single map helps. But look, this is a team that going into playoffs might be a little bit scary. Like, we were kind of like, we'll see what happens. But like, the first 2 maps here against Alcad, they've been quite impressive.
If any, other team in playoffs is watching this series, they aren't going to be prio picking Gen G, man. Like, you got to be a little bit scared. I still think Katsuya are an amazingly strong team. I mean, I think they could. I think they're still in a pretty good spot to maybe even win Kings Row,
yes.
right? Like, this match notwithstanding, but I feel like this match is all about the future, right? This is a match that's less about today and is more about what it means for playoffs, more about what it means for Gen G and their position overall. And they are going to roll out here with the Revancha. Interesting choice on the defense. Maybe they're worried about a potential dive threat from Chase on the attack. And from what Katsuya is hovering in the spawn, maybe that is actually a reality.
Yeah, so Ram here with a Sim plus Freya combination. And they're actually playing the Wuyong Kiri backline, which is something where we were talking about some of their banning strategies early on. It seemed like they didn't actually want to go to really at all, as tried tossing up the little pizza souvenir there just to kind of show off. So this is what I thought Alcatsi would do. I thought they would probably play some Winston with the Hazard gun and probably not going to play some ball. Is playing with a Pharah.
Lijiang Tower, though, I think this is a very nasty combo. Like, I think this is a really challenging duo to beat. It's very consistent healing for Pharah. The ultimate synergy is pretty amazing. And Genji on the Ramatra, a very off-meta pick, I would say, for the current moment. Form already deployed. Chase getting run down here in the flank a little bit. Still no attempt to even put pressure on the point. Katsuya taking a ton of poke across the board, and Chase just has to keep up that little bit of map control he was able to find. Genji, the counter pressure pretty immense, and Ramp just an immovable object here.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get the Ramatra off these spots. So you see Chase actually now kind of going up to the high ground here. Probably going to end up working
his way through
with the Landon as, because now they've kind of split off Tread.
Nice body
a really tough spot for Tread. Nice Suzu.
They're going all in. They're trying to save Tread, but it's not enough. In the process, Kanil use everything. There's nothing left to save Crispy. And Katsuya are really going to start a snowball here. Genji, you know, they just lose one little bit of space. Chase finds that one little crack and just runs through Genji. Great body block as well onto Tread to like deny him that position, forces Kanil to come attempt to save.
So that'll
Katsuya take first.
Yeah, Alcad, they're getting control of that high ground, right? It only took really one push to kind of get in as they get up to that area. Landed now with a rush to be able to use. Let's see how they pilot this Winston comp through the second part of the map with a listen in.
I got you. Nice.
Nice. Okay.
Can you go on?
Push him, man.
I'm with you.
Oh, okay.
I'm girl.
Yeah, push me with bubble.
Yeah, I can pick them to right.
Push me.
Don't die.
Push me. Yeah, work.
Yeah, I'm girl.
Yeah, they might have Freya. They didn't swap supports of Freya, so maybe soon.
Oh my god.
Can you hear me up?
I can pick bottom right. I'm with Chase.
Yeah, let's go in a sec. We're done, sorry. We can shoot Zara. Zara one. Bubble and
Main point.
Push, keep pushing.
May one. Nice.
Everyone at the back.
You okay?
You have upcheck, mate. I have ult if you need, guys. Anyone call me, okay?
Wait, guys, keep pushing, okay?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. I'm kidding.
Heal me back and keep on.
Kill one. I use primal, but okay.
I kill TP.
One.
They back kill. TP me or not?
Freya.
I can't.
What they use?
Freya.
Okay.
And Lijiang.
Okay, they have Q then.
Okay. Yeah, just go
He swapped the Tracer, by the way. They have Q.
Chase just popped a little bit too fast to get the primal off, though, but in this next fight, Katsuya with a lot of aggressive tools, double DPS ult, plus the primal. Genji have to weather this storm. Tread's close to a grab, though. It's kind of a problem for Lambda and Checkme, who kind of want to get active here on the flank.
It does feel like, though, Genji, it's brutal. You lose backbone. I feel like they need a hold here because you're going to give a lot of time to Alcatsia the last part of the map, and you end up using your Kitsune rush here for Genji right after, or basically at the same time you end up losing backbone, and that most likely is just going to give up that second checkpoint.
Yeah, you know, no chance for the retake. That's the weakness of running the Zarya comp, right? You're pretty slow on the retakes, and also to your point, Matt, I think dive is at its best on third. This is going to be really challenging. I like the sim coming out, though. That's going to let Tread maybe step up to these high grounds, challenge Chase in some positions that Zarya might not otherwise be able to easily reach.
Well, I was going to say, you already see the position that Chase is trying to take, right? Just kind of controlling that high ground, making it very difficult for like Exodia will get really any high ground purchase there on the Freya. You know, you step up on the opposite side high ground, you know, you're going to get dove. You see Chase actually up there as well. So full high ground control here for Alcatsia.
Tread holding the cart for now on the Zarya. Somebody's got to evict him from this position, and he's looking for those grabs at all times. So, you know, Katsuya playing so cautious, so worried about the threat of that grab. Just checkmate all the way into the back line. No save for Exodia. Zarya just a little bit too far away out of the LOS there. Now checkmate finds a second, and soon it's going to be Tread on the menu here. This Zarya can't quite live through the pressure. And that's a grab to play kind of for nothing, right? You don't even get any counter kills. Full position on the map now for Katsuya. Able to take all the high ground. 3:30 on the clock. Hold the shot goes wide. Desperation retouch can't quite even make it to the cart. And Katsuya, a vengeance round here. 3:38 to 1 minute for the OT.
But you see, like, you don't have rush there for G&G, right? You use it at the end of the second checkpoint to try and like get a win there after you lose backbone, so you're kind of like screwed in that regard. And then because like you're playing that dive with Chase on the Winston there, like you can just control the high ground, so it gives Exodio nowhere to work. Obviously hindsight is everything, right? But like you wonder if Tread doesn't have Grav, let's say, and they're on third point, like do we see a Diva swap potentially, right? Try and control that high ground, put a little bit more pressure on a Chase. Like it looked like he went towards it there at the end, but just obviously too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard retaking. Like when Dive takes those high grounds on attack, you're coming out on these low little chokes. Chase can just drop a big cleave there in the choke point. Yeah, and I could see her just saying, hey, you just could not deal with that Winston. You just had nothing for it. And now we're just gonna play it again on defense, and I'm a little scared for Gen G, right? We historically, Dive has looked kind of good on King's Row first point defense, right? The backliners step up through the choke, and they could find themselves in a world of hurt.
Well, the Freya for Gen G at that moment wants to play on the high ground, so I would like to see them kind of play the Diva here. If I'm Gen G, Tread is actually pretty good on Diva as well, so you're not really kind of losing much in terms of like his output.
They don't see the Winston yet, though. They don't know.
Yeah, they don't know. So
that's the problem with this time. They really have to swap fast as soon as they see Winston. That's why Chase not showing himself at all until the 45, because now Gen G is like, do you go back to spawn? The time is so low. Game time falls here.
You can't. You're in such a weird spot, right? You're already around the pillar here. There's no reason to move.
Backbone's zoning players back quite far, though. That's creating an opportunity here for the rest of Gen G to step up through the choke. So Venture doing their job well. Sojourn in a little bit of trouble. Canale finds Lambda as well. Now Kellick's on the cards, and he has to just full kite out, trying to get that retake. Now Checkmate finds Crispy, which gives out Katsuya another chance here. The cleanse just barely enough to keep Landon alive, but he doesn't have the TP out. Chase with 2 though. Okay, and Katsuya dancing with death. Only 3-on-3. Gen G though, they're gonna get ticks. They're gonna give themselves a good odds here in this OT fight.
Yeah, but you saw the Wuyong here for Alcatia, so that's going to be a decent amount of healing and support here.
Checkmate.
For Chase as Checkmate finds Crispy as Checkmate. Oh, he might find Tread as well. Pushes Tread off of the point.
That's my fantasy. That's my fantasy player, baby. Katsuya gonna make the hold. 47% is all you're gonna get for Gen G, and you're gonna have a perfect full hold if you want to win King's Row. And I do not like your odds going up against a team like Alcancia, 338 to win a singular fight on King's Row.
It's so smart though what you called out though, where like Chase is obviously hiding, because they most likely would have like changed that comp, right? You most likely would have seen them try and play like a Diva or something along those lines if they knew that there was a Winston on the other side. But because they're just kind of hiding for such a long period of time, Gen G, they kind of get through the choke and they're like, all right, we're not going to like hightail it now, right? You're going to burn like 20-30 seconds. So you have to kind of, and you only have a minute, so you have to go forward. And they almost actually made it happen. Backbone able to find some picks up on the high ground there. As Venture just, you end up losing Crispy, and then Chase finds another one, I believe, finds Exodial, and you're in a really rough spot.
Yeah, they found a good amount of value, but it's the Winston pick and the Tracer that were free, and they were just,
what do you think about
they
this,
ran
though?
rampant.
What do you think about Gen G coming out with the Ram again?
I mean, look, the problem for Gen G is if you go for some like ultra, counter pick to dive, then you're just going to lose to the counter. I mean, from what Katsuya's perspective, they're just going to freely counter pick here. They're not worried at all about going back to spawn and making some swaps once they see the comp. However, I just don't think, I think this is the counter for Katsuya. I think what they're rolling is really strong. I mean, like when you have a Tidal Blast Barrage here, I mean, I'm not seeing it for Gen G. I'm not seeing them survive some of these big ultimate fights. And Primal Rage, you have no control in this comp for a Primal.
I was almost thinking where, okay, like maybe they come out and play a, Divas, Exodio gets the first one, but I think you're completely right with the amount of time. If you Gen G would have played a Diva, let's say here on defense, you most certainly would have seen Chase and Alcat just go back to spawn and end up playing a Zarya of their own. But a first fight win here for Gen G, playing a little bit of a different strategy with Tread down like more on the point.
And it's not only is it a first fight win, it's also a really dominant one where Katsuya don't really build up any of the support ultimate. So if there was a way, it would start like that, but so many further steps in this dance for Gen G.
Do you like the ball here?
Oh, I do actually. This is going to be scary for the back line now. He's under a lot of pressure, so hard for this, like no control in this comp for a Primal. There's no control for a Wrecking Ball. He's going to do whatever he wants here with the Wu Yang heal. And I mean, they're so far just evading him well. Checkmate deep into the backline here behind, which I actually think is quite nice for him on the Pharah. He's going to be able to constantly put this flanking pressure on now with the help of Chase. Time runs a little bit lower, but still 230. So much opportunity for Katsuya to work with. Gen.G putting the aggression on, trying to charge forward and punish, but Landon too sharp for that. Shuts down Kaneo, and here's that flank from behind coming in, punishing the aggression out of Gen.G.
Yeah.
Chase cleans up, and it was just too difficult of a test. I don't think there's a team in the world that could full hold Kings Row against Katsuya for 330.
Well, and I also think as Alcatia, they secure the point, they will take map number 2. You can kind of see it from how Gen.G was probably thinking about it at that moment, as they had the Pharah and the ball directly behind them, and they're like, all right, if we don't pick a direction, we are going to get collapsed on right away. So Tread like pops the Nemesis form and pushes up with Kanale, tries to like go in towards their spawn, and Alcatia just does a great job of kiting those players. They end up finding one, Kanale ends up falling, and there's nothing you could really do at that point.
Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't, man. It's a tough spot to be from their perspective. Once you're surrounded by that ball, Pharah, good luck. And down 2-0 in the series. Nonetheless, though, I don't want to take anything away from Gen.G. I still feel that this is one of the better games they've had. Yeah. Frankly, this is one of the more competitive games people have played against Alcatia. They're just a team that is setting a different bar. This is a team that is one of the best in the world, like, arguably top 2 in the world right now, given their historic global results. See if they can maintain that come Stockholm. But I mean, Katsuya that's what they're prepping for, right? Like they're playing these dive strats. They know that, NA and Korea are playing a lot more dive, and you need to have that threat, that possibility of competing in it, especially, patches could come, things can shift, and you want to be ready for that big stage. And Katsuya are showing that they're absolutely putting themselves in that position, right? Like they can handle these dives. Chase comes in, he looks very clean, very well practiced with the team, even looking fine on the Zarya too, which I think is important for your dive players to not just be one trick all in dives.
And obviously looking like way forward, right? I know Alcatia still has work to do here in EMEA, but like, where do you think the ceiling is for this team come Stockholm? Like, obviously we kind of saw what happened in the finals at EWC, but do you feel like there's another level for, or is this team, like, is their ceiling like making a finals of an international, but maybe not taking it?
I think they could have won at EWC, honestly. Yeah. I think after the first couple maps there, the tide turned against them and they kind of lost their nerve, which is what happens, frankly, on the biggest stages. Right. It becomes, and especially against teams, like Falcons that are just like indomitable in those moments, that's when they're at their strongest, is those moments. You fall behind and they just you give them inches, they take miles. Katsuya, though, I can see that this team, for me, like, they can compete. There's a reason they were there, and I think that they want another shot at the throne. They want another chance at being world champion. A lot of tough tests between here and there, though.
Yeah, for sure. But I think they'll be significantly better in that situation again. I think it's one thing to talk about, like, we can hang with, like, the teams out of Korea or China, and then, like, yeah, we're ready for an international. And then, if you weren't there at EWC, like, the crowd there was so excited, like, for Alcatia and even Falcons as well, right? So it's like none of those players on Alcatia have played in that environment. Like, there's no way to replicate that, where the second go around you can feel a little bit better about yourselves kind of going into that type of situation.
And all right, we're on to Esperanca, and I mean, the problem here is you're just running thin on ways to deal with dive, right? Like, the map picks so far. I mean, honestly, it's crazy that Katsuya picks Lijiang, because, I mean, isn't Ilios like a way better map for Chase? They're honestly,
but
like,
that would break
not
the streak
making
of
it easy
Lijiang
for themselves. True. They're taking the tough test here, and they're gonna ban Cassidy as well, which I think is smart considering what Exodial did on map 1. Man, I was like, that was a fearsome performance. That even Katsuya have to put some respect on that. Gen.G, you're gonna deal with the Wu Yang now, so a little bit less of that spam coming in from Kelix. Those title blasts we've seen to be quite impactful, really letting Checkmate go to that next level of aggression. And so, there's a little bit of chance here for Gen.G, but honestly, this is probably the hardest map so far in the series, and being down 0-2, that's not a great sign.
If there's, I hate saying that, like, a team that loses, actually, they could come out of a series feeling pretty good, because like, nobody ever feels good about losing a series, but like, this would probably be one of the better 3-0s, right?
Yeah,
like,
true.
Like, obviously, if Gen.G doesn't get like rolled, that full map completion to 0 here, but like, after the TM game and then this game, I think you have to be like, if you're on Gen.G, like you have to be feeling like a completely different team going into the postseason.
I'm not gonna lie, Matt. I'm worried about a full map completion right now.
Oh, it's most certainly
I'm sweating it.
But most certainly something that can happen. Yes.
Yeah, I think Katsuya, they're so confident on these diving styles. And Gen.G, they lost the Cassidy, arguably, which I think is their most significant tool in matching into the dive, right? Sojourn is a lot easier of a target, a lot less threatening when you're playing these divers. And even Checkmate is going to get a little bit cheeky here, play the Pharah. This map, man, over the rooftops, Pharah can be so annoying.
Well, I mean, also like the pressure that Exodial is going to feel, right? Not only from the opposing Sojourn, but like now Ball Pharah, right?
Yeah, a lot of spam.
There's no way for Crispy on the brig to like even interact with the Pharah, right? So it like becomes very oppressive very quickly to be able to deal with some of this.
Big slam, bubble force. Checkmate takes a rail to the body, but he's still healthy. Still able to continue this fight. Gen.G gonna get a little bit of card progress. It's just the nature of playing these slower comps into dive. You're gonna make a little bit of progress, but Chase wastes no time. Right back into the action. Another bubble comes out. The defensive tools here starting to run low for Gen.G. They need to find a counter kill soon.
That's both Bubbles and Suzu, right? Out for Gen.G. So you feel like there's a little bit of a window here once Alcatia gets everybody topped up.
I like this aggression, though. They want to take it to Alcatia. They don't want to let them reset. It's a trade 1-for-1 here. Gen.G, I think, though, without this Sojourn, but still with double support, I don't think either team is going to be feeling too incredibly confident, but Checkmate takes down Kanale before the Suzu can connect. Tread, no bubbles left, and the lower numbers engagement favors Alcatia. The confidence with Calix's Lucio as well, just oozing out of them. And now things get scary.
I mean, you see the position that Crispy is kind of forced into inside that cubby, as we're not going to see the bot move. We're just going to see it right
Lucio
now.
Mirror here out of
pick it up.
Crispy. I don't like the brig into this. I mean, Pharah kind of dominates the brig. You're just, you know, brig just doesn't do much. You don't shoot up very well.
I like the Diva swap though, right? Provide a little bit more kind of safety from that Pharah, and at least another hero that can like interact with the Pharah on the other side.
TP out. Exodial misses the TP. Okay, now finally comes through, but it's the welcoming gift is a nice slam out of Chase. I like this from Gen.G though. They flip the map. They take point control. Chase is slowing them down, putting a little bit of pressure on them. Tread losing some HP fast, and the position actually looks a little bit scary now for Gen.G. Katsuya surrounding them. They're allowing the bot progress, but they're still controlling the map the way that they need to. Backbone does charge up that ultimate. Simwall could be a way to continue to progress this. Labda rips the OC, but the Simwall is going to mitigate a lot of that threat. Tread's super low in the soup, but being kept alive now by the supports, and Gen.G weathering this storm for the moment.
Yeah, somehow they're able to keep trading mech. This is going to be a sound barrier, though. I think this is going to be go time for Alcatia. They just a lead Backbone around the corner. And Jake, this is kind of rough here for Gen.G. That's going to be Rally and their Kitsune Rush, but maybe they turn.
Crispy's living really well right now. See if he's able to keep this fight going. Great picks there, finding in the chaos. That minefield got pretty much juked, and Kanale with, what, a 3K? That fight, big fight out of the Kiriko.
Kanale with a 3K, and then also like Tread's defense matrix trying to keep Crispy alive there. I mean, that was looking pretty rough there for Gen.G at the start, but then they come back in a big way. This is going to be Exodial popping the overclock. Wants to try and push some of these players back. Almost takes out Checkmate.
All right, Gen.G, all right. Play with a little bit of confidence. It gets kited out there, but Checkmate still gets cleaned up by Backbone. Maybe trying to hold that card, but just didn't have the support coming in from the team. That OC created the space. Genuinely a good zoning ult there. Chase with the slam off the absolute top rope, and the rush comes in as well, but shades of Alcatia. It's Gen.G now. Kiting ultimate's looking very sharp, very clean, and Checkmate got up the far over to the Tracer. Now the brig looks pretty strong again. Trades 1-for-1, but I do think Katsuya like their odds in an even numbers fight, but Exodial won't allow them to stay there. Finds a second kill. Chase too low to really keep this contest going.
Jake, I gotta say, I haven't loved Alcatia's ball comps. It's obviously a vast departure from what we know, like them looking to play, right? You know, really kind of centered around like the, you know, the Diva and, you know, heroes like that. But I know obviously trying to, you know, mix it up a little bit, you know, getting Chase in, and we've seen Chase obviously play ball in the past, like at a really high level. It just doesn't seem like they're as comfortable as a team playing around it.
Yeah, definitely. It's a style they need to learn, a style they need to improve on. Tread manages to step away in the self-destruct. Exodial on 1 HP, just still fearlessly rips the rail, takes down Labda before he drops himself. And Gen.G still pretty strong as a core of 4, but Katsuya taking all the map control, surrounding them, taking that back flank. Gen.G, they'll flip the map, drop the rush. They're going to get some more cart progress here, but Katsuya doing a great job here, stepping on and off the payload, not letting that bot get snatched too far away. TP out though, takes another reset, and so the map positioning here from Gen G, very sharp, very clean. They evade that fight, and Exodio's gonna be right back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, constantly kind of like forcing him to play into some of that high ground, right? His checkmate's pulse bomb doesn't connect with anything. As Gen G playing in that right position is going to be the self-destruct here, just trying to like boop it around the corner, maybe catch somebody, but
nice finds.
Canale finds another one yet again, so they're going to buy a little bit more space here, Alcatia, but still, this is looking really good for Gen G.
Yeah, the rally's dominant here, and that even breaks the grapple out of Chase, who just has to run for the hills. Can't really assist in this fight. Too low HP. Labda has a full charge rail, though. Needs to find something. That being said, Gen G in position to maybe take their first map in the series. Let's go to a listen, and as they're into this chaotic fight.
Hold on. They have support ults.
Soldier one.
We can go swing man Exo fast.
Yeah, go.
I can take a clock here. They have support ults. Yeah, I'm walking up. Okay, I'm on the window.
Soldier shot top left.
Yeah. They have support ults. I'm just on point now.
Disengage back to top from corner, okay?
Okay.
Make the murder. Don't give up on the space.
Kill lock.
Low off.
Get ready.
Coming back a bit. I can take one talk with clock now. I'm clock. 3, 2, 1. Lua.
Take a space. Shoot monkey.
Hold. No, hold. 5 monkey.
One.
Keep on.
I'm on the back. That's fine.
Okay.
Tiro not to pit right. 1.
Yeah. Search on top left. Carry still top right. Watch out.
Man, just the absolute cleaning house there. Exodio drops 4 in that fight. Big plays on the Sojourn. Tread out of suit into this next fight. But Katsuya are grasping at straws. Esperanca, I thought this would be a good map for them. I thought they'd be favored, but Gen G have all of the answers.
No, and Alcatia has kind of gone over towards playing that Winston yet again, but I think Gen G with this Diva comp, even though Tread not in a mech right now, seems like they have a little bit of an advantage. That's a pick off there on a Kellex who's got the beat, so not going to have that, as it looks like Gen G just kind of wrapping, trying to take maybe some of that high ground position yet again.
They really wanted to delay and get this suit back online for Tread. He's 85%. Just a burst here would be deadly for him. Checkmate steps up very aggro here, but Tread now back to the suit, and Gen G have accomplished their mission. They've stalled things out. Chase holding ground lower, going for a little harassment jump in here, but not much threat onto him, and now needs maybe to get saved here. Yeah, can't quite get the heals in time. Katsuya fall back. They know they don't want to fight into that rush. Gen G have so many ults behind as well. Here's the beat coming out without Chase. Full out aggression here from Gen G, trying to get a little bit cheeky into this one, trying to punish. They do find Backbone in the chaos, and Crispy with the rally, though, to keep the rest of the team alive. Things are getting very scrappy in this fight.
Yeah, but I mean, even though it's getting scrappy, it still feels like these are fights that, you know, Alcatia, you know, it's going to win in the end, but still feel great for Gen G, right? I mean, you built this massive lead. You're just kind of burning clock. You have Alcatia on this kind of like Winston comp, which you feel like with your Diva, maybe you have like a distinct advantage of. So let's see now. Yeah, Alcatia, you're going to need to win like 2-3 fights in a row here to kind of, you know, make Gen G sweat a little bit. They're most certainly capable of it.
I kind of like the Winston Lucio here. You know, I think there's a lot of poke damage from this comp, kind of deceptively more than you would think. And so for Gen G, that Brig Diva, they're going to have to find the windows to get aggressive to punish the moves. Katsuya are going to open up first with the Sim Wall, though, and Winston so powerful into these fights. The position now looking kind of awkward for Gen G. They're delaying really well into this one, though, and Sim Wall about to expire, but Labda still finds a connection, and onto the Brig, no less. Really the heart and soul of this strategy. Kellex, super low, a big bomb over the top, risky gambit from Tread. Desperation, though, does not pay off this time. And it's going to be a cleanup here for Katsuya. Only the Sim Wall force. They're in a great position ultimate-wise to snowball, and Exodio caught the length there. Very late death from him.
That's an enormous fight. Being able to kind of keep Labda alive and then also not feeling the pressure enough to end up having to use a Kitsune rush. This is huge here for Alcatia. Should net them the first checkpoint. We'll see how much more it does net them. Where this overclock feels like it could be something that ends up, you know, swinging this map.
Yeah, Gen G, though, have really lost a lot of mobility onto this comp now on the Zarya. This is giving Katsuya the room to now be the team that is going to dictate the pace of this game. Gen G, they would love to hold on to the bot, and they snatch it back quite a bit here. Chase, low HP on the high ground, has to rip the Primal. Teleport in from Kiriko as well to assist into that. And the prime enemy number 1 there, Exodio, does get shut down. Backbone juking on this TP, though. Chase just can't get any joy with this Primal, but finally does bully him off the TP. Rush onto the point as well from Gen G. They don't want to give this one up so easily. Fighting on top of that rush, so powerful with the Zarya comp, and Katsuya, without their tank, may struggle to challenge this fully torqued Zarya.
Right, is now it's going to be the bot in favor of Gen G, just kind of going deeper back towards the other direction.
How is Checkmate alive? That is illegal. How is he alive? And Check goes down as well.
Losing?
Oh my god. Checkmate was dead to rights there. Fancy footwork from the sim. That's my player.
You have beat here, right? So this is like,
this is scary now.
Sneaky doable. Yeah.
This is getting real scary because Genji, I mean, the OC is going to make him feel strong, but a beat and a counter dive, a counter OC, super threatening for them right now. Exodio just needs to find like an instant burst kill on the Kelix, but that's such a tall order. This guy's an experienced Lucio. He knows how to do the matchup, but somehow Lambda goes down first. OCs are traded, but I mean, this is a last fight now. Crispy with the rally, they're up a player. Checkmate needs to find something, needs to find a hero kill, but just can't find anything there. Gets shut down, and this is Gen G on the verge of a map win. Just supports and chase, no ultimates into this fight. Lambda way too far away to really get into this engagement, and Gen G, they kill off the Sojourn, they take out the tip of the sphere, and Katsuya just don't have the juice to come back on Esperanca. Gen G, take a map.
I mean, Jake, this is a series that, very well could be like headed towards a game 5, right? With how Gen G played, I think specifically on Lijiang Tower, but they take Esperanca here. The stat line is not pretty for Alcazia. For Gen G though, Exodio really came alive. They kind of banned out his Cassidy, forced him onto the Sojourn, and I mean, he looked awesome.
Absolutely, man. I thought you maybe would need the Cassidy, but if anything, he looked better on the Sojourn. Exodio is lights out right now for me. I mean, Exodio should win MVP even if they lose. Like, he's doing the most here. But in the end, now Katsuya get a map pick, right? And there's also the question of, do they ever want to stop playing the dive, or do they want to maybe? I mean, I wonder if you ban something like a Brig, because Crispy has had some really clean fights. Like this fight, how long he lived kiting so much aggression for so long, it was beautiful and allowed Gen G to really clean up elsewhere in the engagement. So Crispy's Brig, I was kind of doubting it there. I thought, oh, maybe the Lucio's going to get more value, but he's making it work. He's making it really sing, and it's letting Exodio just be a force to be reckoned with. I mean, look at him. He's so confident, swinging so wide here, fighting into a Kitsune rush. Not an easy task here for even the best Sojourns.
Yeah, it feels like they kind of captured something here for Gen G, right? Which is, give Exodio a ton of resources, because his hit scan is, when he's feeling it, it is up there with anybody in the region. And then let Backbone kind of fill in the spot with all these little bit of you want to say they're like wild card picks, but like the Sim, the Reaper.
Sim is legit, man. Sim is part of the meta now.
Sim is still here. Like I think we kind of at the beginning it was like, oh, Sim is gone. Like, and I think it was like obviously the TP reduction in terms of the distance and whatnot, but still Sim is still very strong.
I mean, Gen G were showing it, right? Like, you can flip the map, you can really dance with that TP, and a team that knows how to use it, that the communication is strong on it. That just gives like this incredibly potent tool, makes it really challenging to play against. And Gen G weathering the storm of the Katsuya dive really nicely. Going into this next map pick, Katsuya are running a little bit low on options, right? It's a Flashpoint or I mean, where else are you really taking us here?
You have Escort, right?
That is true. You could go to like a Gibraltar Winston here and just say like, all right, but we've seen maybe Sim is the meta on Gibraltar, man. Maybe the Winston is out and the Sim is in.
We've seen Holly, not Rialto.
True.
You could.
That was interesting.
Well, we'll see, like, if they decide to keep chasing, right? Like, what they decide to do. Like, do you want to go?
I feel like they've got to keep chasing at this point. Like, come on, you're this.
Yeah, you're pot committed at this point, right?
Yeah. You want these reps. Honestly, losing this map, losing his learning map. Maybe this is all part of the plan. And it is going to be Saravasa. Okay. That's weird.
Leave,
I don't know why they would do that, but
all right, that's a little odd. We'll see what they decide to do, though. But what do you want to see them ban?
Maybe, I mean, I'm not even sure I'm really a believer in the Brig, but I don't know. At this point, you're running thin on bans. Maybe it is something like a Brig. I guess you could use it. What do you want to protect is another way to think about it.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you could ban the Brig, I think, if you are, but like, it's also Flashpoint, so like, would they just kind of commit to play a Lucio here anyway, right?
Yeah,
like,
as I said, it feels crazy to play to ban Brig.
Right, you wouldn't play like Brig Kiri here on Flashpoint.
Have they banned Zarya yet?
It would be great if you could maybe like throw the bans up. I think there has been a Zarya ban from one side. I'm not exactly sure whether it's Alcatia or Gen G, but we did end up seeing a Zarya ban at some point.
I think they played. Wait, did we actually? I feel like they played Zarya on all 3 maps. Am I completely bonkers? They for sure played Zarya on King's Row. They for sure played it on Lijiang, and they for sure played it on Esperanca.
Yeah,
so,
I think
no Zarya bans yet. I think
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I thought we did have a Zarya ban that came through, but no, actually we had a Hazard ban, right? And I don't think we had any of the other kind of tank bans.
Hazard and maybe like Diva got banned, maybe the first map, but
yeah,
I feel like a Zarya ban makes a lot of sense right now. You know,
right, so we just had a Hazard ban. We had a Diva ban early on from Alcatia.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this seems like an open and shut Zarya ban, but there's always the chance that Katsia are like, play Zarya, like here, have your strongest tool. We want more challenge. We want a tougher test.
So like, if you ban the Zarya, what do we see? So Gen G, it looks like they've gotten rid of Pharah, Hazard, Wuyong. But they banned Sim?
Maybe. I think they like want to use Sim.
What about the banning? Did you ban Tracer?
I wouldn't hate that. Wouldn't hate a Tracer ban. Honestly, Tracer ban is pretty impactful because they don't want to play Tracer. Like,
no, they want to play like it seems like Venture Reaper Sim.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's wise for Backbone to stick to the comfort picks there in the matchup. And okay, it is going to be the Brig ban.
All right.
I guess they could. I don't know. I feel like this
playing Brig Lucio, right?
Would have been powerful.
Yeah.
Because like we were saying, like, would they have even played Brig on this map? I mean, they have been playing a ton of Brig this series, in fairness to Katsia. I would have liked, I think honestly though, Gen G, like, they also know Zarya ban is really powerful here, and I think genuinely they want the challenge of continuing to try themselves against the Zarya matchup.
I mean, I think you could have, like, let's say in a world in which Alcatia loses, right? They still have another map pick. You could have picked like a Junkertown or Rialto, where you actually do see some Brig play, right? Because of like the long sight lines, like maybe you want to play like an Honor or something and like take that Brig away completely and kind of change the game there. Looks like no sub, so Chase will kind of stay in. And then the ball is gone.
Yep. I mean, all right, let's see it. Katsia, they want to be at the Zarya comp, heads up on Flashpoint. I mean, genuinely, this is a scrim to them. Genuinely, like, no cap, this is a scrim for Katsia. They're trying. They want to win, as I'm sure they try in every scrim, and yet they have the freedom to experiment here with the house cash. They are the #1 seed in the EMEA. Right. They know they've got it locked down on like a Sim Zarya mirror. Like, come on, that's their bread and butter. But they want to give Chase some reps. They want to prep for a dive swap meta in playoffs in Stockholm. Really, they're looking deep into the future here. Tough question for Gen G though is, I mean, is it just a Lucio Kira? I guess that's not that tough of a question.
Yeah, so I mean,
picks.
We'll see. Are we going to see a Juno? You talked about it a little bit.
I think it's just a speed ring. I think this is just a quick speed ring into Kiri. And
okay, so yeah, it's going to be the Kiri Lucio for Gen G, and then it'll be Kiri Wuyong. Going back to that Winston yet again for Alcatia.
Chase, pretty comfortable on the Winston. Solid map for it. No Brig to poop his jumps this time, right? He's going to have a lot more freedom in terms of holding some of these high ground positions. Gen G bunkering for the moment in the corner, and they have that TP to rip at any moment if they want to change this tempo, they want to get aggressive. Right now, they're just using it for a little rotation gambit here. Checkmate deep into the flank, takes it. Nice orb from Backbone. Sim, though, it's going to dissuade him from that full aggressive posture. Backbone playing on his turrets, a little bit scared to stay in, just barely TPs out in time. The chase down comes in, but it's a minute too late there. Katsia almost grabbing the flip in the chaos, but Labda going unpunished, going unexamined here on the high ground. Now Tread, maybe next to fall. That's 2 bubbles down on the Zarya. Long CDs there from the self bubbles. Kelix buys the cleanup, and it's just a full surround. Gen G bleeding out here.
Yeah, I'd almost want to see Gen G. I want to see them almost make some changes here. Like, I wonder if you just kind of play the Sojourn with like a, okay, they're going to go Reaper here. I wonder if you end up playing, well, actually with the Reaper, I like the Zarya still in the mix. I was like, oh, well, if you're going to play like a Tracer, maybe you kind of like switch over and play Diva here into this Winston. But now with that Zarya Reaper, I kind of like having that Zarya still in the mix.
Reaper is good against Winston, but it's not good against any of the other heroes in this comp. This is a tough ask for Backbone to make the Reaper work here. Chase is just going to kite around forever. Let his DPS, let his supports do, the lion's share of the carrying here. Is another TP in from Backbone. Gets a little bit of support, gets the bubble, gets some assistance, but Chase still full HP. Land and tries to shut down Backbone, just has no resources left.
Tread doesn't get hit with that.
Traded.
Tread doesn't get hit with that beat either, so they kind of have to like back up to kind of keep the Zarya alive. That beat a little bit off from Crispy yet again.
And this is Katsia just in the comfort zone. Frankly, this was not a competitive point. This was at no point were Genji even in a position to take a serious fight there. I mean, Katsia just held them at arm's length and just threw haymakers. Yeah,
that's a rough one there for Genji. Is they're actually
rotate. You cannot rotate, man, against this comp. You get caught in one of these positions. Backbone finds
so what
one,
can
which
do,
is nice.
What can Genji go to here?
Like, I honestly prefer the Sim. I think the Sim is better. Exodial just is the hero, though. Just finds 2 kills, but this fight is all kind of for nothing. Like, in actuality, both teams are going to be able to be full reset, and Genji might be a little bit happy to get some ultimates online, but Ketsia have a full bank of 5. That's the advantage they have coming in off such strong fights. Nice bubble off on the backline. You're cutting off the resources to the point. Backbone raids out just to stay alive. And OC is just going to get the point cap secure. So Genji, get one ultimate out, give up the point. Fair trade for both sides, I'd say. Rush comes in from Kanale. The Primal, though, is making it very awkward to use this. And oh, Tread pulled way out of position, way too deep. The follow-up is good there. Chase, great disruption on the Primal Rage. Now sends it straight into Backbone. No Wraith form, certainly called out there. And the chase down on the supports begins. Even Lucio can't quite escape. Nice little butt turn there onto Exodial. Blocks that headshot. Gets the cleanup as well with the help of the supports. And I mean, Katsia are running rampant. Without Crispy's Brig, without that additional movement control, I underestimated how big of an impact this would be. Katsia's dives are so much more effective right now.
Man, I was hoping we'd see a closer map here on Saravasa. Right now, it doesn't seem it'll be a Tidal Blast here on a Chase. They actually kind of grip him up in a grab, so not really going to get much of anything for that, but the poke is so crazy here from Alcatsia, especially with that Wuyong Kiri and the Sojourn in the mix. That everybody going to crumble for Genji, and looks like we're going to see Alcatsia go up 2-0 in the Flashpoint.
They haven't even seen the checkpoint, Matt. They haven't even laid eyes on it. The promised land.
They didn't need that one. They're working on this next one.
They're working on it. They're working on the slingshot. Slingshot theory. Slingshot theory. You're the Christopher slingshot. You're loading it up, baby. You're getting it. It's getting so stretched.
Yeah. Genji needs to see their own blood before they can really start to play. Giving up 2 flashpoints, that's nothing. I like the Diva swap here. I was thinking about that maybe a little bit earlier. All right, so they get one on the rotation.
Yeah, Diva, Tracer, Reaper. Okay, so you've gotten rid of maybe your most vulnerable hero in the Sojourn. Now freeing up the rest of Genji to maybe flip the switch and go full aggro. I like this. And without Brig, I also think Diva, Reaper can kind of go crazy with Brig ban. I mean, this is kind of turning the Katsia ban against them here. I would have said Brig is a perfect pick to deal with this, but you don't have that option.
No, I think this is a great pick here for Genji, and they also actually kind of ditch the hit scan, right? So you're going to play Tracer Reaper here. So a much different look. Like, hey, let's just run down Labda here. That is a 2-player beat now. We're just getting we're moving a player every time we sound barrier here. It feels like, but fortunately they're able to get Chase.
Yeah, still overwhelming, right? Even the 2-man beat, you just don't have the ults to counter for Katsia. They don't have a beat to trade. They don't really have a way to step back into that. Death Blossom also needs to come out. Katsia, though, you know, I think this Tidal Blast is going to be really scary, right? This is the problem, is that a Tidal Blast diving into... Wuying is just diving into the point. Kellick's ulting himself. He's just, fine, I'll do it myself. Tread, meanwhile, getting kills with the self-destruct, going a little bit too crazy here, Kellick's. As Genji just batted away with ease. That's 3 big ultimates dumped for Katsia.
Maybe we were talking a little bit about the demise of Genji a little bit early. A little bit too early. So, yeah. Labda now on the...
I like Sim here. I do like Sim. Oh, and Kanale.
I mean, I can't recall the last time we saw Labda play Sim. You know, well, like... You checkmates kind of lock that in for Alcatsia all the time.
No, Labda's kind of nice on the flex picks, man. I've seen him on the May. I've seen him. I believe in Labda. I'm putting that down. Let's see Exodial with the pulse bomb here. Love to find a connection. Ultimate's low. This is all on the deathmatch, right? Pulse bomb, not a huge difference maker. Chase's primal, though. That is a pretty significant ultimate. Ooh, sneaky a flank. Oh, just a little bit wide. The cleanse is there anyway. Wouldn't have made a difference. And Chase dies 99 primal. Oh, brutal. The Reaper pays dividends. Backline wastes no time now, sending it straight into the backline with help that Lucio and Diva corralling Katsuya. Looks like they TP out, allowing them to stay alive here and keep a bit of a position going, but that's a great fight for Gen G. They're going to start with point control. Checkmate. Oh, Checkmate's touching. Checkmate's delaying. As you're saying, but the flip dids come in. So now a bit of time pressure on Katsuya. Do you want to just rip the ults and keep going? TP in for backbone. He's super low. Has to Wraith form out. No tools left on this Reaper. Is he going to even stand toe-to-toe on the point? Seems like they're going to have to give this one up. And Chase wisely holding on to this primal. Looking to fight without it. Exodio finds Kelix. Reaper super low, but once again, the Wraith form pulls him out of trouble. Tread finds 2 kills, and although you get the flip, Chase, no chance to use the primal in this team fight.
Here.
Oh, he's ripping it.
Oh, okay. All right, he's gonna use it. But where is everybody else? It feels like he's the only one here for Alcad. Oh, man. All right,
okay,
so maybe it's the change. All right. I was like, hey, this is a little wild. But look, the Zarya, obviously, Zarya just cuts through the Diva. Tread is going to have to play really perfectly here to just kind of avoid Chase at any cost.
They got big ults. This retake is tough.
Dude,
I mean,
rush
after being
with
Rusher
a Reaper?
down, yeah, maybe you're feeling better, but Zarya's going to have to be pretty scared about Rush beat and a Reaper, man. And Gen G are holding onto their ultimates. They want to delay as long as they can. Chase already down as the rush comes out. Crispy is traded, but without your tank, it's going to be tough. Tidal Blast forced to be used onto Checkmate just to keep him alive, just to keep him healthy here on the Symmetra. But without that Zarya, do you really have the staying power to go it again? Crispy's going to be back fast on the Lucio, and Gen G on the verge of equalizing here on Flashpoint. And as you were saying, Matt, maybe threatening a game 5 here, as unlikely as that would have seemed of just a few minutes ago.
Oh, it's Checkmate gets on the point, takes a lot of damage. It's going to be a sound parry. This time the beat is good, though, from Crispy, going to connect with everybody.
Yeah, Tread and Exodio, though, getting the cleanups. Backbone, even TPs, jumps into the pit, the TP out, just living for the last moment, and still wins against Checkmate. Okay. This is turning into a slugfest, man. Katsuya, I mean, they're either having too much fun with this match, or they're starting to get a little bit tilted, right? They were going for some very desperate clutch ultimates that honestly just didn't look like having any good odds of success. And Gen G finding purchase here, despite being brutalized in the first 2 points of this Flashpoint map.
I mean, that is a, we don't catch it from Backbone's POV, but he actually gets the smack on it. Checkmate, and then the long range, right-click shot there onto Landon to finish him off. So, see though, can Gen G get control at this point early on? I mean, this is actually a pretty good Flashpoint for the Reaper as well.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper in the corners here can be kind of difficult to evict. Checkmate on this Tracer, though. Starting to put pressure onto Tread. Tread has the self-destruct, not too worried about his own life. And here's Chase stepping up on the Zarya. This is the tank advantage you were hoping for here. Self-destruct popped on the point. If they're able to kite this back, it would be nice, but Exodio can nail. As the team splits, they lose Lucio and Tracer. Chase still finds one, still has some fight left in this. He's healthy on the Zarya, but 4v2, surely 4v1, it's not possible. And once again, Gen G finds themselves in control. This is not looking good, although, as much as I want to have Hopium, Katsuya are in a very strong position ultimate-wise. I think this is a favored retake for them, and I think their comp is actually strong once they get the ultimates online. So Gen G, they have to play this really nice. They cannot get overconfident just off of winning a bunch of fights in a row here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Rush with Grab, right? And then obviously, the Zarya very good inside of the Rush. It's going to be an early rush here from Canale. And you say a Landon, so now you don't even have the rush here for Alcatia. This is brutal.
And they're kind of trying to fight this one out, and the clock is running down against them. It's getting scary. Checkmate. The bubble just barely keeps him alive. And this is risky, but it seems like it's paying dividends. But Gen G, don't give him the chance to regroup. Immediate attack in for back one. That's the last support down. The Death Blossom as well. Over the top, Katsuya. Nothing left here in the tank, and there's going to be one desperation retake. Checkmate. If Checkmate dies in the spawn here, that pulse bomb would have been massive. But they're hunting him. I mean, the Lucio's on him.
Crispy takes him out.
Checkmate's not going to be able to touch. You have to touch as a team for Katsuya. They do have rush. They do have grab and beat. The Kelix is down, though. The burst from backbone is good, and Kelix, that means no beat. Full desperation for Katsuya. They're floating back into this, but they're so low on the numbers. Despite the ultimates, it's still a difficult fight. Hold on. Chase with the grab. Looking to clutch this one out. Landed with 2 with 3. Chase finds more, and somehow, some way, Katsuya are still alive. But there has never been a team more in a dying grasp there. Katsuya, Landon especially, man, lights it up on the feet.
Yeah, I mean, that is you just kind of like have to do when they lose Kellex at the start. I was like, that is it. But they somehow, you finally get that rush, and then you also have the grab that kind of comes through to end up finishing it off. It's just one more fight though that Gen G needs.
As the dust settles though, Matt, you still have beat against nothing. Gen G, clock's running against them, 42% already. Feels like that's running faster for Katsia. Big pressure on the Zarya, but Kellex holds his nerve, holds onto the beat. Here's the counter pressure though. Beat comes in, it's overwhelming. Tread running low on health, just getting swarmed, has used everything defensively, running out of gas, still finds Labda. That's a nice pick, but Landon getting the cleanup. You're still too healthy on Katsia. Kellex super low as well. The trades, you would love to find those, but you're not getting anything in Gen G. It's gonna come down to this. It's gonna come down to one final fight to force a potential game 5. But it's not an easy retake. And oh, Katsia are taking the fight to you in the spawn. Lucio Crispy getting assaulted. Takes one bubble. Needs a second maybe, but just can't make it to the point. Who's gonna touch? It has to be Exodia Backbone. They can't make it. And Katsia just smashed their hopes and dreams. They gave them so much faith, but Gen G at the final hurdle. So painful, Matt. But as you said, signs of life. Gen G are off fraud watch. I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
That is a brutal way to kind of go down. Man, Gen G, they battle back right there, down 2-0 in terms of the amount of flash points there. They get control the third one. They get it to like 98% and then give it up back to Alcad and then can't battle back from there. But I feel much better about this Gen G team moving into the postseason, right? I mean, now actually kind of seeing them play at this level back to back. You got to feel pretty strong about this team.
And Alcad, I mean, it's signs of weakness for them. But I will say, you know, this is like a trial match for them. They want to give Chase reps. They want to practice different comps with him. It's clear that, you know, in the current meta, I think Ziad is a more sensible choice. But also, Katsia have the vision to know that their true challenges lie ahead. And they're actually in a better spot to be able to take some of those tests now and struggle now before it really is going to count against them, right? You don't want to be in the position of thinking, oh man, it's playoffs, it's a dive meta, things have changed, and it's the first time we've ever played Chase. So now you have to start somewhere. And yes, that's a setback for them, especially against a Gen G that was resurgent. But in the end, it's a 3-1 for Katsia. Like, in the end, it's a lot of hopium and copium for Gen G, which are good signs for them, but it's a 3-1 for Katsia. They won the series, they dropped one map. They're going to be the #1 seed, and they still look like a beast going into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about those reps, you know, like, oh, they just starting with those reps at the very end, but they did play those reps against a very confident team. So having a team which actually fights back rather than just rolling over like a super bottom of the barrel team, which really, what did that rep teach you? Nothing. So it's good that it was such a competitive match for Katsia. Yes, 3-1 scoreline, but Gen G, they fought back. Clearly what they're playing is matching up a little better composition-wise against Dive.
Also, Exodial, man, this is like a life game for Exodial. Bro is doing crazy stuff.
You can't have a life game and a loss. I mean,
this is a life game and a loss,
it is a pretty sick game.
Like, he's 25-5 on Surabaya when they lose. He's like the best stats in the lobby when they, I mean, compared to 3-2 Flashpoint. But regardless, I mean, Exodial across the series he was the Terminator on Lijiang Tower, man. Like, I don't know how Katsia dealt with that on Lijiang.
There is a formula here for Gen G, like, and I think, you know, speaking more on the Alcatia side, they obviously win. I think they look at this series of like, all right, let's get Chase in. Let's see how we kind of play Dive. Let's really kind of commit to playing Dive and some different things against some of these other comps that people are running to, you know, kind of test your limits and see how good you are as a team. But for Gen G, it's like, hey, man, you get Exodial on a hit scan like a Sojourn or, you know, a Cassidy. Backbone can kind of play that Sim, May, Reaper, maybe some Tracer type of role, and then you know, Tread slots into a lot of these tanks quite nicely, and I think that's kind of your path to victories here for Gen G.
Yeah, there's definitely a road for them. Come playoffs, definitely some chances. That being said, they're going to be battling back from a pretty low seed, right? They're going to need to win a lot of games. They're going to need to have some tough opponents against them. I think they've done enough, though, from an op select perspective to be not priority. I don't think teams are going to want that battle against Gen G early on. I think they're going to want to delay that, especially given that this is the scary thing. A team that's peaking for playoffs, right? You know, a team that's had a good stage, but is sort of just okay. That's an opponent you're all right with in playoffs. But a team that's peaking, that is having their best performances yet, that has a positive trend, that's a scary opponent in playoffs. That's not who you want to face.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the beginning of the stage looked dire. It looked like Gen G is about to get relegated. So if we're looking at the standings, they are keeping themselves alive. And with a performance like today, and also from last week against Twisted Minds, being able to play those top 2 squads in the EMEA this competitive, it didn't look like that when Virtus.pro played them. It also didn't look like that when any other team on this board played them. So for Gen G to put themselves on the map, they are definitely a team which you should be scared to go up against. They're peaking at the right time.
There's, I think they're peaking at the right time. Like, I don't think Vision Esports is necessarily like a really easy out.
True.
It's like, I think whoever kind of has to go against those two teams is gonna. No, I'm not gonna sit here and see they're gonna be in for like a crazy game that's gonna go game 5, right? But they can't exactly sleepwalk through those games, right? Like they're gonna be pretty competitive.
Indeed. Of course, the big goal is not just to make the top of the standings here in the regular season. No, you want to get out of those playoffs as well and end up at the World Finals. And everyone who wants to join us in person, grab your tickets now. They are available. Matt, what was your favorite part last year?
I like the winter vibes. I know I didn't come dressed for it.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't come dressed for it. But once you're there and it's like snowing and it's like 0 degrees, you go through a little bit of like, man, this is brutal at the start. But then you start to get like that little holiday feel, the snow going on. It's a nice little vibe. Then everybody's out there gaming. It's a good time.
I love that you talk about the weather when I know for a fact that you have left the venue twice. Once was to get back to the airport, and the other time was because you brought in a pizza that you ordered at 3 a.m.
Well, it was very cold. But
yes,
I liked
very
watching
wintry vibey.
The cold. Yeah, I liked watching the cold. I liked the idea.
From inside, through the glass.
Yeah, I liked the concept of the cold in the winter. Maybe not as much in like practice.
The concept of an idea of winter is pretty neat.
Concept of the cold, I like that.
We're not trying to sell you on the Swedish weather in winter. It's gonna be cold, so you're gonna wrap up. But we are gonna sell you on a good time, so make sure to drop by. It's a gaming festival. There's much more to see than just Overwatch, and of course you get to meet us as well. And we always love to hang out with the fans and our players as well. And 2 teams which might make their way there as well are coming up next. Virtus.pro going up against Team Peps after a quick break. You don't want to miss it.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Did you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Welcome back, one and all. This is Stage 3, Week 6, the last week of play here in the regular season, and it is I, Zoe, joined by Jake and Matten. Public service announcement. I apologize for my microphone. I still try to fix it, but it's a little rough out here. But this is a nice throwback to how the homies sounded like back in TeamSpeak.
Whatever museum you're broadcasting from there doesn't have the best audio quality.
My sister-in-law drew this, and it's gorgeous.
What are you snacking on, Matt?
Yeah.
What you snacking on?
Yeah, no, she's mad talented. Yeah, what's the snack of choice? What you got?
I was worried because Ben started to count down. I was like, man, I need to chew. I'm a big boy. I can't choke on this little granola bar. But
hey, if my daughter can do it, you can do it.
It's coming down to the wire in overtime. Matt mentioned eat that one in OT.
Yeah, I had a life game of eating there during the quick break.
But it's not done yet because you're clearly still chewing, so you're not out of the danger zone just yet. I'll give you half a minute whilst Jake and I discuss VP. Obviously,
I can't hear you over your laptop fan.
That's all right. It's an ambient sound. Thank you very much. It's an immersive experience for all of us. Yeah,
Dude,
VP obviously absolutely nothing to take it. Well, he played against Quick Esports, so y'all just calm down. We have nothing to take away from this map. What we can talk about here, though, for Virtus.pro is that they do have a 2-match week, right, to finish it out, and it is against Peps as well as Vision. So those are two teams who can steal a map or could even steal a victory if you're not, you're not well prepared.
I mean, like, TM is playing Quick Esports. If, hypothetically, it's possible that TM wins 3-0 against Quick, if you have pretty bad map scores here from VP, or God forbid you drop a game, you could actually lose your place here to TM. Sure. So there's something to be said here for needing to finish strong.
Yeah, I think
they need to lose a game, actually, and have bad map score. But you know what?
Ice Gnome is starting today, which is a little bit of a different look. Obviously, we're used to Vestol. I feel like it's a little bit trending more towards Ice Gnome lately, but
I like Ice Gnome in this team, man. Yeah. This team loves playing dive. I think compared to Alcatzia, for whom across the board as a team, they're so good at rush, it's more painful to go dive. VP, I feel like they've always wanted to be on dive. Like Kepster, JWoo, I feel like the backline as well is able to get really active. That being said, it's a matchup that I think Peps are going to want.
But what Ben and Crystal, why didn't you guys tell me that Dip and Willies had the best games of their lives last week, and then I dropped them for Keo and Crocs? What's going on here? I mean, am I being ganged up on?
Are you just hoping for them to have the worst game possible today?
I mean, no, I can't hope they have the worst game possible. I will not do that. I like Willies and Dip, and I like their contribution to my team for
tomorrow is going to be your big day, Matt, because tomorrow is going to be tomorrow is Peps against good guys, so who's going to feel?
Your team's playing itself
on the good guys. if I made those roster decisions and then Willies and Dip just just dominate the good guys, I will be sad for about 45 minutes. Eventually I will get over it though.
Probably.
You gotta lock in.
You'll survive. With the power of friendship, we're here for you.
I will say this first one is going to be a tough one for him, right? Take it on VP. Yep. VP is another team who I feel like has started strong, but have continued to build through the stage. They've, I think the addition of Kepster to this team has kind of changed everything for them, right? It feels like it's opened up so many possibilities. It feels like I can't remember, like when this team didn't have Kepster and when they weren't using Eisnum as much, they were kind of a one-trick pony. They were a team that they're really good, but they're going to play slow and methodically, and they're rarely going to be super aggressive and punish you. And in a ban format, it makes you a much easier opponent when teams kind of know your style. This new VP, though, I think is a much harder beast to track, much more complex to play against. And I think Kepster's been having a marquee season. It's incredible that this guy is still on top of the game after all these years. I mean,
you make him sound like an old man. He's still like just in his early 20s, so
True, but he's been one of the best players in Overwatch for what, like 5-6 years straight. There's very few players who've been at the pinnacle the entire career. Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
It's like you see like Jake's whole career, that his whole broadcast career, Kepster's still been good. I mean, that's wild.
Yeah, but it's awesome, obviously, for a team like VP to suddenly have a player of this caliber opening up mid-season through, or like towards the end of the season. You're like, oh, I'm taking that one, thank you very much. And they just made an already good roster more well-rounded, as you said, Jake. Let's see what they have in store for us in today's match. And with that, I'm gonna hand it over to you guys.
Thank you, Zoe. As we get into this one, Peps are a team that have punched up in the past. They could be a threat to VP. But VP, I think, have very serious motivation to dispatch them dominantly, right? I mean, going into that next match against Vision, that's an even scarier threat of a team.
Yes.
So for VP, you really want to be going into that Vision game, having your second place seed in the EMEA locked down. And the way you do that is by obliterating Peps 3-0. So I don't think there's going to be any kind of shenanigans from VP here. As my God, Matt.
I don't know why we show the graphic for the first game anymore. We always know.
For EMEA is Lijiang Tower. Unbelievable. 4-7.
One time we're gonna get non-Lijiang Tower and we need them to just like add like a siren, like a big alarm, so we just don't
Like
stay
put
as
the
Lijiang
klaxon
Tower.
on.
We're just kind of like going through it. I agree though with like what you were talking about, where like the Kepster on this team just feels right. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it was like the exact type of player they were looking for. It feels like it's just like a perfect fit for them. So VP, they get a first map pick. They'll get rid of Hazard, and it'll be an early Wu Young ban here from Peps.
Interesting choice in the Hazard ban. I would have thought if Eisnom is in, then wouldn't Hazard be like their ideal pick or one of their favorites? So pretty surprising. Maybe they just think Peps is more reliant on this style than they are, and maybe they can be the team with superior flexibility here. As Peps has been pretty heavy on the dive styles, right? Like that's been their bread and butter. And VP, you know they know how to handle themselves on a rush or poke comp. Like that's their comfort zone.
If this goes 5 and Dip and Willies play well, I might throw up all over my keyboard.
You gotta. I hope you're eating some Pepto-Bismol with that granola bar bag.
I'm not exactly sure you eat Pepto-Bismol. I'm pretty sure.
Drink it, whatever.
Yeah, I think
I have an iron stomach, man. I wouldn't know. But VP, I want to see the Kepster tour. Would that not go crazy? Would that not go crazy?
It would kind of go hard.
And I would love to see
here.
Kepster in Johnny's fantasy team here. That would go so hard. It's not gonna happen, but.
And one thing, it's also interesting with the VP lineup is Kepster. They'll see a TP, probably go to Tracer. Yeah. You know, at the beginning, right, they were kind of like, still relying on JWU a lot amount, and I was like, oh, is there no way to get Shockwave into this roster? And now it seems like, as like, Sojourn, Freya, like, obviously, Cassidy, still really good. It's almost like now that, like, JWU's having a tough time figuring out how to kind of slot in a lot of situations, which, I mean, look, that is such a luxury to have, though, if you're VP.
Yeah, right.
Having those three, DPS to work with.
And Zoro, Rails does connect, but it's just a body shot, so no finish there. Team Peps now trying to hold on to this capture point, trying to build up some of that charge. VP poking away at the angles, though, and it's Fixa who strikes first blood. Dip left out in his lonesome. The weakness of the Zarya comp just lacking the ability to support those damage players on the extremities. And VP, it's going to be an easy cleanup for him. Giving nothing back, even a little bit of a delay on Zirian. It's nice, right? Every second counts. This is VP going. Oh man, where's he going, bro? It's the Wrecking Ball space program over here.
Trying to hit the skybox here. And we have spoken to a lot of teams, Jake, throughout EMEA that have like been like, man, VP has been so good in scripts. Like even when we were talking to like Alcacia and Twisted Minds, like we were like, they're dropping the VP a lot, and I think. Yeah, you're starting to see them obviously kind of hit their stride, and I think how we saw that Alcacia in the last series is that's a lot of damage there on the Dip and Zoro as they try and cross. We see them trying to work in chase. I think that like the VP obviously with a little bit of head start, working in Ice Dome, their dives have worked out a little bit better, and then now they obviously have this Soul to pair with it, and that's kind of what Alcacia is trying to replicate.
And Team Peps right now struggling to weather the storm. I mean, Eisnom's just rolling around doing some silly things to him, and they're constantly trying to poke that Wrecking Ball and trade him back. But meanwhile, the real threats on VP are just constantly finding value. Shockwave with the Bola here coming into this next team fight, and Willis has to have eyes in the back of his head. Really, you've got Kevster with an ult, you got Shockwave with an ult. It's gonna be tough for the D.Va to shut both down.
Yeah, and just it's really difficult for Peps to even get over the bridge. It seems like that's kind of where they're worried, and that is one way to do it, right? Zoro comes around the corner, just rips Kepster apart with a headshot. A Bola shot there looked like a little bit of a flick there from Shockwave, and that is wide left.
Yeah, tried to gamble maybe on some sort of a cheeky move out from the DPS. The minefield on point, and Eisnom rolling around. He's getting a lot of more stall here. Kepster's gonna be back in this fight soon, and he takes down one. Beat is good. FD God doesn't have the counter beat. And Team Peps, they're just out of this. That looked like their best chance yet. But I think that the round is going to be slipping out of their fingers. Dip throws a very exploratory pulse bomb. Has to try something here, but I mean, just as the whole Virtus.pro bearing down on him. OC from Zoro doing what he can to make some space for FD God to get this touch. FD God does get the touch with a nice little ride through the point. Stays alive for the moment. But, ooh, just barely slips back in, but it's going to cost him his life. Kevster with the pulse as well. And it's just Willis, man. Self-destruct on the point. I have a hard time seeing Baby Diva last through this one. See if the burst is there. No, not quite good enough, but
okay,
I mean,
so
the cleanup
back
is just thick and fast. Mine's on point. It's just delay of the inevitable here for Team Peps.
Yeah, and dude, it got off to a pretty good start for Peps, right? Zoro gets that kill on a Kevster, but it's a minefield from Ice Gnome over the point, and then the Kitsune rush allows him to get like 1 kill on the trade. And then because FD God ends up using his beat like way early on, then you don't have a beat in response, for VP when Fixa comes back and drops that, and then Kevster's back in the fight, finds one right away. I believe it's Dip. And then it's a fight that looks like Peps is able to go in their favor. It's just quickly turned by VP.
Shockwave, maybe thinking about the Sojourn Mirror here. That's not the stats you want to see. We gotta hide those, man. That ain't right, man.
Not ideal.
One death.
Not ideal.
Oof. One shared elim by Dip and Zoro. Good job, guys. Keep it up.
Look at how much work Ice Gnome did on the ball, though, right? We've seen some ball for more of like a disruption, but leading the team in damage. And now look at this. They're gonna bring in that Zarya Reaper comp.
Kev's a Reaper. Okay. Let's see what Kev's got on the Reaper. So you have the Reaper gene. Bubble forced already. Wraith as well. Kevster has to fall back. Has created enough opportunity, though, for Izom to step up to bubble out of Willis and maybe a little bit ill-fated. Tempo lead here. Definitely favoring VP as they take position on the point, and great back corner TP here. You're going to be able to clear out Kevster, but it's going to take a second. And the point's about to open now. Team Peps, are they going to step up? Are they going to challenge Iznom? Or are they just going to give this point up for free? Dip delays for the moment, but the attack comes in on the Zarya. Forces a lot of defensive utility to come in there, depriving the flankers of a little bit more resource that they would have loved to have. And Iznom wastes no time pouncing on Zarya, and Shockwave takes out Dip. And that's the fight. Dane, Team Peps just cleaned up on the flanks. Kevster does get popped by a little mortar shot with Willis, but not enough to really have any impact on the objective this round.
But we can see it from Ice Gnome's POV. He's putting pressure onto Willis, and then when Zarion actually uses the TP goes to him, and then also the Suzu comes out, Ice Gnome's a little bit low, but just backs up around the corner and then knows the Kiri can't get out of anywhere. There's no Suzu, no TP available. They get rid of Zarion. They just chase down the rest of the team.
Bullying back here, Willis. Full energy. Gonna have a potential repush here. See if we can get something done with some of this energy, but VP very close in the ultimates. You gotta be so worried about that rush advantage from Gala. If you overstep here on Zarya, you're gonna be absolutely destroyed. FD God ready with the trigger finger on that speed boost, trying to get their players out of trouble. But meanwhile, the clock's just ticking up here. VP in full control.
Yes, we'll see as Team Peps trying to make their way towards the point. That's going to be a grab, a little bit long range. Dip gets quite low. Zarion as well. They decide not to end up using any ultimates. I was curious. I was like, are we going to see them try and beat out of this or rush? They end up holding on to both, well, which is obviously great for Peps, but it's going to be met with double support ult on the other side for VP.
Honestly, I wouldn't have mind beating that grab and trying to trade down the ultimates, right? You're starting to run low on time, and is Iznom still full energy? He's going to be on his way to charging up another grab after maybe 1 or 2 more team fights. So Team Peps, 64% against them here. Speed boost in FD. Oh my God, the OC is scary, man. You just got a full retreat once again. And they are bleeding the ultimates out little by little, but it's so expensive from a timing perspective here. They step through the choke, cleanse to get through that disruptor shot. And the rush is good for now. Virtus.pro gonna double down though, gonna continue to fight this despite having only 4 players. Beats come in, traded, both sides down. Dip does find capture though with the help of that Graviton Surge, and VP now on their last legs, 3 players alive, trying to hold on to this point. Iznom gonna step forward, gonna put what damage he can down, maybe try and get some trades off, doing some nice pressure, but in the end, the player advance just overwhelming. Team Peps are gonna get the reflip, but VP just have to get it done once, and Team Peps, they only have DPS ultimates to work with.
Yes, I know. I mean, a massive overclock, right? End up with a kill here. The choke could buy them some time, but see, I think really for VP, it's like, can you use these bubbles to get Kevster in a position with, maybe there's a TP down, no way to get it players out, that you can actually get something with the Death Blossom. It's going to be overclocked from Zoro, so he's going to push in, try and get players back to the choke. That's a nice shot in Ice Gnome and finish off quite quickly. Kev also ends up burning the Death Blossom there, so that's the only ultimate available for VP at the time. I know not to say Death Blossom's like a meaningless ultimate, right? But I don't think you expected to come up with massive success a lot of the time. So you kind of throw it in there, maybe you can get a kill, then come back off the spawn. But that's a fight win for Peps.
And you know, T-Peps, they have an advantage in the support ult category, but Eisnom could just end this round with a big Graviton Surge. You got to be so careful from that. You don't quite have that sound barrier online yet, and Virtus.pro are forcing the issue here, stepping up onto the point. Eisnom wants to get just a little bit more ult charge there, has it with the mortar, instant grab here onto the Zarya Reaper, and the front line is evaporating. No support ultimates online just yet, and Team Peps aren't going to have another chance into this round. Zerian 1v4 with the rush, but no chance in this one, and VP, an open and shut Lijiang Tower, 2-0.
Dude, that is VP plays like that. You know, it's tough to predict. You know, look, Alcatia, obviously we just saw what they can do, and we know what they can do, but I think people are sleeping a little bit on VP, Jake. I mean, with how good they were in the first part of this year, right? Think back to stage 1, like the dominant team in EMEA. Rough go of the international stage at Champions Clash, but and then it's like TM and Alcatia just got the sim stuff down so well. But if sim is not 100% required all the time, I think this team kind of starts to shoot back up in a big way.
I mean, I think the EMEA playoffs are going to get pretty spicy, right? We've got a Vision with their definitely a horse in the race here that can be a serious contender. We've also got teams like Gen G looking to play spoiler. Team Pep struggling a little bit at this moment, right? I'd love to see them also be able to put up a fight, but otherwise we're looking at, I mean, it could be like 5 teams in the EMEA playoffs that have a genuine shot at qualifying to that event here, the World Finals in Stockholm, where everyone wants to be. Everyone wants to go to the LAN, show what they've got, meet up with the homies. I mean, that's like, I would say, the big prize here in this EMEA playoffs. And there's a lot of teams making a serious go for it.
Right. It's a definitely... NA feels obviously way more top heavy, where really you kind of look at like 4 teams, right? Like EMEA, there's like some scary matchups like everywhere. I think I know in terms of like how some of these games can go. As take a look at some of the highlights. VP takes care of business here early on, so we'll see if Peps what they decide to do in terms of their map selection and ban to see if they can bounce back. But man, you take a look at the stats, it's a little bit of a slaughter.
Yeah, the Elims is not a favorable matchup. To be fair, that first round was a blowout, and VP just had full control.
Yeah,
I do think Peps made it a lot more competitive, a lot more interesting in round 2. But the way VP closed it out, it did feel kind of like clockwork. It was like they put themselves in a position where they almost couldn't lose. And Eisnom, that early grab, right? It comes back and really haunts Peps that they didn't trade down the ultimates in that fight, because Eisnom has that grab before they get the next support ultimate tempo, which is huge, right? To be able to beat the support ultimates, you're able to get the next grab online before they get their next cycle of supports. And it just ends the map. There's just not really a way to fight that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. I kind of want you to explain a little bit more. So like, I agree where, okay, like FD got beats there, maybe it's not the optimal beat, but like you start to like, okay, now the fight's longer, maybe VP uses some ultimates, and then you kind of come back the next fight, right?
Exactly. I think usually when you're like out of the point control, you want to trade down ultimates and get them down to lower numbers, because generally ultimates favor the team with like a really strong position, especially in these rush comps, like trying to step up to the point and touch it and threaten a cap when the enemy team could just pop the rush at any time on you. Like they're at full control of how they want to play the fights. Versus if there's no ultimates on the field, the game is a lot more comfortable for a team on retake. So I think it's a mistake from Peps. I think you look at the top teams, they do not give up fights easy. I mean, we see them trying to clutch fights that we're like, maybe they shouldn't, but it's because they know that odds on at this level of play, you want to gamble in the clutches. You want to take risks. You want to, because sometimes you win those fights, right? Sometimes a player pops off and has a big win, and by choosing not to pop those support ultimates, like the way that round ended, it was like there's just nothing you could do. It was almost over before that fight started. Once he had the grab online, it was like, okay, you're not living with no support ultimates into a grab and a Reaper's Zarya comp. And so it's one of those things. It's like the consequences for that decision don't come until the end of the round, but they're devastating, and it kind of eliminates any chance. VP are super stoked to get that, like getting I mean, to be fair, a super fast grab charge that early into the round is a huge overperformance from Eisnom, and you got to put some credit to him just as an individual to be in that spot.
Yeah, for real. I mean, VP takes map number 1. Jake, I have an offer for you. FACEIT Season 7. It's coming back.
You and
last
me?
week.
You and me?
Last week, I was talking to Mitch, and I was like, man, we are having that my team. I mean, there are so many applicants. It's tough for us to go through it.
I will be a Soldier 76 Electric on your team, Matt.
I'm willing to waive the tryout for you, waive the application if you want to join my team. Yes.
How about the fees? How about the application fees? You gonna waive those?
We'll talk to somebody at FACEIT over there. But you guys should get in.
I was talking about your application fee. I know you charge, of course, a high rate for you to carry the team, as you always do in FACEIT. Of course, you know you're gonna win, and with your inevitable outperformance in the Overwatch server.
I mean, look, this says climb to the OWCS. The issue is like they try, obviously, not to have me make the OWCS because it would be very hard for me to cast and play.
It would be very hard for anyone else to win. I mean, you would just take every trophy.
True.
It wouldn't be a sporting competition if you were unleashed.
It wouldn't even be a league at that point. Yeah.
Exactly. We just call it Matt.
Utter domination.
So let's watch Matt. Like I'll be on the cast, Matt.
Yeah. It just becomes a stream dedicated to me. Jaewoo comes in for Shockwave. So we were actually talking a little bit about this in map number 1. Like, where does Jaewoo kind of find the spots for himself, like on this team now? And really, I think it was more of a question about Shockwave at the beginning, but I think that spot is, kind of figured itself out. What do you think they're going to kind of use Jaewoo for? What do you think the best use cases are?
I mean, this seems to be, for me, the real argument for having the double flex player is to run a setup where you're running them both and you're just cutting the hit scan and playing a really high tempo style. Like, even think about in that last series for Katsuya versus Genji, that's pretty much what happened on Suravasa, right? Both teams cut the hit scan. Both teams are trying to bring a super high pace, and we're going to another Flashpoint map. VP are going to ban out the Cassidy. Like, they're putting themselves in a great position for double flanker to be really potent. Right. And Team Peps, it's like, are you going to take the double flanker mirror? That's pretty terrifying. By the same token, you're going to try to play hit scan without a Cassidy and try to shut Jaewoo and Kevster down? I don't want to play hit scan against Kevster and Jaewoo. I want mobility so I can run away. That's my game plan.
Well, Zoro was so good in the first map as well. So you're like, okay, maybe could keep himself upright with the Cassidy, find some pickoffs in that kind of regard. But yeah, now you have like Jaewoo Kevster out there. I mean, it could be like a Tracer Genji type of setup if you wanted to with those two. I mean, a lot of different options if you want to play quite aggressive. Ice Gnome stays in the game, so still probably going to play a lot of those dive tanks, like maybe something like with the ball or the hazard in the mix.
Dude, Jaewoo's Genji is a thing of beauty, man. I love watching this guy play Genji. But this is the Lucio Wuyang here. This is shades of like GK in NA, right?
Yeah,
of like the team that kind of piloted this style and makes it look good. I do think it's a scary style, right? There's very little margin for error, but the tempo that they can bring, the mobility that they all have. I mean, it's so hard to catch any player on VP, especially for Zoro's Reaper. I mean, good luck ever closing the distance, except when it's actually VP chasing you down.
Yeah, no, with the Venture, Venture Ball, like the amount of burst damage is Jaewoo up on the high ground. That's a drill right to Zoro, like you mentioned. It'd be very difficult for Zoro to like get in or get out, and that time you see exactly why. Where like would you be better off playing like a Sojourn with into this if you're Peps, like instead of playing a Reaper? Like it feels like the Reaper hazard wants obviously chase some of these targets down, but outside of Wuyang, not really a great target on VP.
I don't even see. I mean, the Wuyang, right, has some powerful mobility. Let's take a quick listen to VP, though. This is such a beautiful team comp to witness their coordination.
I can fight to the top.
Trailer.
Hustle on me. I don't have speed. Hustle. Hustle, really one. Hustle, literally one.
Yeah, I can go top.
Yeah. One. Hustle.
Yeah. That's real one.
Tower.
Only kiss me. What? I can
go one. We can go outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot outside. I can look for Tracer.
They're both up coming. We need to kill you, They're both up.
Yeah. I'll set up on my.
They walk. I can slam. They're coming left. I swim left.
Yeah. Just outside. Tracer one. Tracer recall.
One here.
I'm leaving right now.
Hustle jump outside.
Tell me.
Yeah, come to point. Keep pressure heads. I can mind points him. Look at shoot. I see now.
Don't use.
Oh my god. I'm on the way.
Rip him up here. Ripper on TP. Kill Ripper.
We kill where? No skull.
Yeah.
Real one. Oh, I'm fucking one as well.
Someone has. Let's kill us.
Oh. Nice. Bubble coming.
Yeah.
Bubble pass from Hess.
Bubble has. We can go first. We can bubble Tracer first.
I set up here. I slam on your bubble tray, okay? Yeah, after bubble Tracer. Ripper here.
Player.
I slammed him.
VP hitting hard now, straight into the back line, slam in. They got that Wu Yang ultimate on Keps. They're looking to hunt down some kills, get that knockdown, and find Zeriat, who can't quite get his own ultimate off in time. VP, meanwhile, grab the flip, and Team Peps find themselves in a rough spot, man. They're getting styled on. This is just a raw outplay. There's levels to this.
Constantly moving backwards towards your spawn is not the direction you want to be going here if you're Peps, but you're being forced to here by the all-out aggression of VP. And you're starting to see, man, like just how good of an overall team this is now with this roster. Dip actually gets the benefits of the title blast here. Looks like everybody's safe now with VP using the beat.
Smooth moves from Gala there to stay out of range of that one. Read the play a mile away, stays out of the triple blink range. And Zoro with the Death Blossom finds Jwoo, but not much to write home about, right? VP trade a single player out. That was 3 ultimates from Peps. The Sombra, the D.Va are going to come out. I do think maybe the D.Va is a little bit nicer here, but I'm just having a hard time seeing how you ever dance with this VP team, man. This is like just about the most mobile team comp that you can play in Overwatch right now.
And you also only have one hack, right? Are you hacking the ball? Are you hacking the Venture? Like, what are you going for here? If you're Peps, where it feels like you're sacrificing some of the damage output, it's going to be a minefield here over the top of the point.
It's going to make it much harder to touch an OT, and Zoro has to tank the bomb just to get an OT rolling. And, yeah, that's not a good start. And VP are making this one quick. They are not making us work for our paycheck. Oh, Zerian. Oh, the delay.
Oh, dude, I mean, VP, like you mentioned, just showing like levels, and you see this type of play, right? And you know that, hey, if the game slows down, you have like Bestola who can come in with Shockwave and, you know, play a little bit more of a poke style. Vixen Gala can do everything on supports. You start to see like the kind of you know, shell of the old VP, you know, back from stage 1, and it's like, why can't this team give like a, you know, an Alcad a run for their money and kind of like win everything here in EMEA in the final phase?
Sombra TP's up though, gets bound, loses that detection, needs a lot of support from Wu Yang. VP not finding it quite so easy to cap here, but step back into the low ground. And a beat from FD God, it gets them out into the fight, but where are the VP players, man? They're out of this fight completely. They disengage. Gala ults himself to stay alive, was the target of that aggression. Great defensive use of that, but the counter push, decent enough. It finds Gala, but the rest of Team Peps have already fallen. Virtus.pro wastes no time. You try and kill my Wu Yang and you fail? No, it's not allowed.
It's pretty similar to the fight previously for Peps, right? Remember when they trying to set up the title blast and like Gala just got so far away? Like the distance in which they're trying to like close the gap, right? Using that sound barrier, and there's so much room for VP to just move back, right? Like the gap they had to close with that sound barrier. By the time they get there, the beat doesn't really mean anything anymore. And now VP, I mean, you're looking at like 1, maybe 2 fights here with how this is kind of bleeding the clock to be able to take this map.
This is VP in their absolute wheelhouse. Gala wins the fight against Dip. Ultimate here put onto Zoro. Can he find the knockdown on the enemy? Wu Yang booped away at the last one, but still gets that connection. Izom drops the bombs on point.
Feels too late.
Team Peps, yeah, fighting with just 3. Jwoo should be getting this clean up. Pulse Bomb comes in to finish off the ball. And in this map, I mean, Matt, can we get a time check from Prod on this map? Because this might be a world record. We may have just witnessed something. Sombra denying the world record. Can anyone else touch his wheel? Is going to make it back. Where even is he? He's getting booped. He's not making it. Oh, the Lucio's in. Okay. Big. This game continues. The same as Lijiang, man. There's like, it's like half
you
the
don't
game
sound
is this.
thrilled that it's continuing there.
Whatever do you mean, Matt? That was such a close comeback.
Yeah,
almost.
And we will continue, and now we won't. As VP, that is as dominant of a flashpoint that I've seen in a very long time. I mean, Atlas kind of back in the map pool this week, but these teams have played it so much in the past. I mean, you see in terms of the kills, you know, but only 3 deaths there, 4 VP total. You know, Dip, I mean, 0-5, it's a rough one for him.
Kepster's 20-0. I'm not winning against Johnny's fantasy team.
Yeah.
Not this week, man. It's not happening for me.
I don't feel as bad, you know, putting Keo in for Dip now and Willie's, you know, for Crocs.
Look,
but
this is a tough week.
But I say that now, we will play that quote tomorrow on replay as they're just like farming good guys.
Yeah, we need to get a right recording of Matt not believing in him. But honestly, I mean, this is just VP at their peak. This is VP's. Yeah. This is what they've shown this stage. That this is where like their new strength lies, right? And think about what a 180 for this team. How good they are at this pace, and I mean, just like a few months ago, the way we thought of them as a team.
Well, think about in the last stage how kind of like scuffed it got for them at times, where like eventually they were playing Ice Gnome on Sim, like at EWC, like in a real international event, like because they were like, that's our best Sim option, right? Where it's like, okay, you brought him in to play dive, and now he's your Sim player. Where now you start to see like, all right, you have Kepster on the roster who can fill a lot of those different holes, and then you can have Ice kind of go back to playing tank. And I mean, the one thing is like they always looked so well coordinated with Vestola that like every time you saw them with Ice, it was like, it doesn't look as great. But like now I think they're starting to get comfortable with him, and that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the things that I think a lot of these teams have realized. You need to be able to have the versatility in this ban era of Overwatch, right? If you're a team with only one style, you can't survive. Like, you've fallen behind the times. And VP, I think, rose to the call of this, right? They've developed as a team. They've rounded out their edges. And now, I mean, they're about as sharp as they've ever been. Like, this is, career best performance for them. And obviously, Peps maybe isn't the opponent to truly test that. But they're right back in the running.
They're middle of the pack.
True.
In EMEA.
True. I don't think Peps is an easy win, but I think VP are they're thinking about Alcatsia. You know what I mean? This is a team that's not thinking about Team Peps. They don't prep for this series. They prep for Katsia. They prep for playoffs. And I mean, since they theoretically can still lose a place, they're gonna come into this match at 100% full force, and that's what we're seeing here is what happens when VP goes all in against a squad like Peps, and just the difference between these two teams right now.
I'm gonna be fascinated to see how these teams at the top of EMEA view the Vision, Peps, Gen G kind of like threesome in terms of teams, right? Like,
it ain't looking good for Peps, I will say.
Right, but like, they have the same record almost as like a Gen G, right? Shockwave coming back in for JWoo, so expect some more hit scan. But like, 2 weeks ago, if I was like, yeah, you might be saying during playoff time, Gen G's like looking at the best out of those, you would have thought I was crazy. And then like Vision's still kind of like lurking, like they're up and down. Like it'll be
Vision
interesting.
versus Gen G is a tough call. That is a legitimately
that's
tough
a
call in terms of who's stronger. I mean, Vision obviously has the better record, but Gen G on this, late stage resurgence, peaking at the right moment, that's all that counts, right? In the end, it's about getting those top few placements to be able to come to Stockholm and show what you've got against the best in the world. That said, there's a lot of teams in EMEA that want to take that prize. It's not going to be easy.
Well, and Vision played Gen G week 1. It was the first game of both of their like stages, right? So like, you don't
it's
even know.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, you don't even know really where those teams are at. Where obviously a lot of these teams in the EMEA scrimming each other, so have a good knowledge. So Shockwave comes in, Kings Row the map pick here for Gen G. But yeah, like come playoff, like it's gonna be really tough to kind of figure that out. Like you look at Peps, right? And they've Peps took a map off of Vision. Peps 3-0 Gen G in week 3.
That feels like a different universe, man. Did that happen?
That feels like a different life.
I think we were casting that, and it was a beatdown, man. But I feel like a rematch between those two teams. Gen G are hankering for that one, that's for sure.
Right? Yeah, it's like with some of these results, it's quite. I think this VP team versus Vision tomorrow. I think that'll be really interesting to see how that one kind of goes.
Vision have something to prove for sure with Gen G on the come up as they do. I also think this series, right, for Team Peps, you can't just go out the way the last two maps have gone. You've got to show us something here. These are the types of matches that either build a team's confidence or playoffs.
Yeah.
Or it's the beginning at the end, and you're gonna get 3-0 obliterated in playoffs and just like walk the plank, baby. Like you're done. But Team Peps, they're gonna ban out the Soj here, attacking Shockwave's hero pool, but I think Shockwave's happy to go to the fray. I don't think he's gonna be worried about this at all.
Yeah, it's sorry for my reaction. Zoe unmuted her mic in Discord. It sounded like she was like
she was playing the fan into the mic for us.
It sounded like her mic got hit by an 18-wheeler or like was like stuck underneath one. But yeah, Kings Row. That's the map pick. You say that, and I agree. Like if you're Peps, you obviously want to see a better showing, going into playoffs, but. This isn't the end all be all, right? They have that match against good guys, so an opportunity there.
True.
To kind of right the ship. So, but I think this
VP is a playoff opponent
where you're at.
VP is a playoff opponent.
This could be a round one. Yeah, this could be a round one matchup, which you'd like it to be a little bit closer than this.
And I think VP has every incentive to just double down. And like, I don't think they're going to let off the gas whatsoever. The only risk with given that they just literally hit the world record speed run. I mean, maybe not literally, but it was about as close as I've seen in a while on Flashpoint there. That was like a sub 5-minute Flashpoint. And that's like a round. That's like a round of one attack or defense on King's Row was that whole map on Flashpoint. So this map's going to be longer than the last one, Matt. That's my only prediction.
I mean,
although VP are on defense, so actually, hold up, hold your horses.
It might be pretty quick. Ice Gnome on the hazard. I also feel like that's kind of like his go-to, right? Yeah, bread and butter.
As far as I can tell.
Yeah, so we'll see. Ice Gnome on defense, and then obviously with the Soj gun, you're going to see Shockwave play the Freya fantastic on it. So we'll see now what Peps decides to do if they make any changes.
I like taking the honorable mirror here. You got to at this point. You got to just, you know, VP strategically too good. You got to just take him pound for pound, win some positive trades, dip, cautiously clearing out these flanks, knows what threats await him there. Wonder where Kevster is, where he's going to strike. Here he is defending that mega room, holds a strong position here, takes a kunai though, and Dip waits no time clearing him out here, taking control of this hotel angle. Team Peps get a little bit of map control to work with.
Yeah, so Peps gets some high ground. It looks like that they kind of give it up as Ice Gnome trying to clear that area out, right? Trying to get it back as Willie's taking a lot of damage down by the hotel.
Virtus.pro content to run this clock down. And Team Peps are the team taking more poke, but Zirian finds Kevster. That's a huge opener. TP's out as well, stays alive. And so Team Peps with the player advantage. Without Kevster, can they still hold those explosive shots? Good on to Zirian. He just barely gets healed up by the Wu Yang though. And Virtus.pro bending back, but they are going to have a retake if they want it. Now they look to catch the backline. Shockwave strikes, punishes out Zoro. And you got somebody capping the point, but VP aren't interested in defending that. They're just looking for the fight win. They're looking for the kills, and they're going to find him here. Nice jagged wall from Willis there to get him out over the corner. But I mean, they get a tick for that, but it doesn't feel good on your first offense on Kings.
Yes, I mean, Willie's going to get very low and finished off Jagged Wall, so that's going to be just like the 46% at the moment for Peps. They did push VP back pretty considerably, right? I know when they did create some space, and but just to like burn almost a minute and so, and you know, not really going to get much out of it is a tough one. Might sting.
FD God has some big old charge, but Virtus.pro have shown really great awareness of that Wu Yang ult threat. Let's see if FD God can find something here. Get something rolling, but for now, I mean, VP are just so patient. They're happy to play this defensively and slow, run the clock down. Team Peps, they're scared to make a mistake, but here they have to pull the trigger, diving forward. No connection here from the ult, and it's actually Kevster who punishes Zoro. The rush as well from Gala, just denying the backline from Team Peps. You're hoping to get some kind of a trade here, but now the turn is in and Willis is down. VP bat away that offense. They have to use the rush. But it's still, I mean, the clock's running down, Matt. We're close to like, what, 2 fights left for Team Peps?
But I feel like we've seen this from Peps in a few different times in this series where, like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to, like, invest and we're going to close the gap, right? But, like, the VP, they just started from so far away that VP just backs up pretty safely and there's nothing you can do. Is Kev looking for a kill here.
Oh, God.
Nice job by FD. Got to get back to the spawn.
Yeah, that's a good kite back. Team Peps now with the rush as well on the point. Continuing to put more cap pressure on. Pulse Bomb is good onto Eisnom. Willis finds Fixa as well, and so VP, their iron grasp on first point is going to be pulled apart. Kevster's here if he wants to go for some sort of a cheeky stall, but I think he'd probably be wiser to just protect his life, set up for a good hold on second point, and hey, 3 minutes off the clock. This is textbook for VP. No problems with that first point hold.
Oh, for sure. If you're VP, right, you come back and you probably try and take like fights early here. You win one of those, you're then looking at like, you know, below 2 minutes and stuck at the choke. So then you'd be in a fantastic spot if you're VP to get a hold on defense. I think they just definitely want to like push the pace here and try and get a hold at the choke because there are some, you know, ultimates here for Peps to work with.
Oh, FD God, waterbending around the corner. Okay, shuts down Shockwave. Team Peps have been slow to find the openers, but FD God there has been nice on the Wu Yang all stage long. Gala finds Dip though, and Team Peps right back in this. He still have the double support alive.
Somehow they keep Ice Gnome alive as well. I mean, it feels like he's got to die in that type of situation, right? The jagged wall kind of blocks off any of the healing. I know significant healing from the bar area, and they just don't chase him down.
Another kunai to Kevster's face. Zirion has been really nice this series on the Kiriko. The supports have really been doing some heavy lifting here for Team Peps. This is where Virtus.pro, though, decide to make their stand. Team Peps, what are they going to open up with first here? Wu Yang ultimate here. See if it's able to catch here onto the back line. The knockdown, not quite good. And even The downpour just gets completely juked out by Icenom, who's right back into this fight despite being on low HP, just absolutely fearless here on the hazard. Steps up now into the rush, moving forward as well. Zoro running on 1 HP, needs a bit of those heals from the Wu Yang. Damage is good from Willis, and Icenom maybe overstepped the mark just a tad there, trying to get value out of that rush. And Team Peps, it's a long fight, but they find their way through and on towards that second checkpoint. So alright, VP, now they're on the retake, now they're on the back foot. What are Team Peps going to do with this map space?
Yeah, it's, well, let's see. I mean, you can push up, maybe use the Bola. You're going to have the Kitsune rush advantage to be able to use here. I expect, like, VP to kind of lead in with Fixa, ending up using the Tidal Blast on a Kepster. See if you can maybe find one of the supports.
Fixa's got that damage perk online. See if they go for this retake. As you mentioned, that Tidal Blast is a problem. Here's Kepster, straight to the back line. Everyone's trying to evade him. The knockdown, the cleanse just a little bit late there. Doesn't block the knockdown, but it does prevent the kills. Kepster, though, right on to the next target. Hunting down Wu Yang, who just barely jukes away. FD got good read on that play. Team Peps, though, still with a few more ultimates, and the rush on the cart is a really challenging one for VP to fight into. But they're holding on tooth and nail. Kepster finds Zoro in the back, pulling some attention as well. Downpour, dodged by the cleanse. Virtus.pro, they've lost Gala as well. Dip finds a second in the back line, so the Tracer really getting active for Team Peps on the offense. Stays alive, stays healthy. VP aren't giving this one up easily, but Team Peps just overpowering them in the deathmatch. And with the way this map, this way this series has gone, I wouldn't have expected Kings Row to be this competitive.
I would have expected Peps to just kind of crumble, even like kind of at the start of the game, right? Where it looked like VP was going to put together a pretty good hold, but that second part of the map, Team Peps definitely kind of comes out on top in a lot of those like deathmatchy fights. And now, like, hey, you have this Tidal Blast to use for yourself, right? For FD God, like, you know, you give it over to like Dip or even Willies, maybe they make a play and you have an opportunity to finish the map with some time in the bank.
Putting the pressure on Willis, who's getting pretty low. Needs a lot of support to stay alive. That Wu Yang ultimate trying to catch in, but can't quite connect to Shockwave. Has too much mobility for that. Icenom already traded away Zoro, and this backline looks relatively healthy. Zirian again finds Gala. Okay, Zirian is doing the absolute God's work this game, but a pulse bomb from Kepster is going to shut down FD God. And surely that's the beginning of the end from this push for VP. They surely have to take a reset. Zirian, though, he has the hands on Kirimo. You got to put some respect on this guy.
Yeah, he's kind of, I mean, outside of like that one opportunity where, you know, kind of like the Suzy maybe a little bit, you know, time, it ended up keeping them alive. It just didn't kind of impact the stun of the Tidal Blast. I mean, he's been on fire though on the offensive end though, right? I mean, coming up with tons of damage from picks here.
He's just bullied Kepster out of the flank. Like, he's taking it to them. Like, he's playing with no fear, and that's what you need to challenge a team as good as VP. You've got to play with confidence. You've got to play with aggression. Put them on the back foot. And now VP, they're still holding strong, right? Nonetheless, the clock is running quite low. Here's a Tidal Blast again, this time on the hazard. The downpour is going to prevent him from connecting into that backline, but he still survives defensively. Shockwave takes out Zoro, and that's going to take some of the teeth out of this Kitsune rush as Team Peps trying to get some value out of this ultimate. It is one of the most powerful ultimates in the game, but they just can't quite connect into the kills for it. And now with the recall out, Dip doesn't really have the resource to continue this fight. Downpour continues. Kepster constantly pulling resources in the back, but it's actually Shockwave who shuts down the tank line, and Willis. Kepster finishes off Dip, and I mean, as good as this offense has looked at moments, Team Peps running out of gas.
Yeah, Willies was up on the high ground, and he was saying a lot of damage and had to jump back down, but jumped right into the downpour there from Icenom. Is you know, FD God gonna end up building up towards the Tidal Blast, but that was your, you know, downpour there for Peps. It was your Kitsune rush, so those are probably your like your big game-changing ultimates where I know VP, you still have your own rush. You have a Bola shot to kind of throw into it, pulse bomb, a lot of good stuff to work with here to try and close it out, and only 10 seconds remaining.
And this Wu Yang dealing so much damage to the front line. Here's the rush coming in. The pulse bomb is great from Dip, though, finding a kill through the Kitsune rush. So player advantage for Peps here coming to OT. They get the touch for the overtime as well. Dip doing everything here, keeping the team alive. The rest of Peps falling back, bending but not breaking here. The overtime continues. Dip holding on. Zoro with the Bola shot shuts down Gala. Virtus.pro would love to find trades here. That's all they're investing in. And yet Team Peps have cut the losses to a minimum, only losing one, and they've continued this map. So they're still right in this. That's an immaculately played OT fight.
Yes, Peps will actually gonna get that cart around the corner here, so giving themselves an opportunity. Any stretch here on the defensive side of things is this a rough spot to be in, right? You don't want to kind of have to 1v1 Kepster, and even just a little bit of that damage, right? Potentially just kind of give Zoro some pause coming out of the spawn.
It burns fast, man. It's been a long OT and a little bit of miscommunication. A tragic C9. That's a bad one. I'm not gonna lie, Matt. That's a bad one. I mean, at that deep into OT, you really just cannot get off the cart. I wonder, I mean, maybe we get a replay of that. I wonder if there was like a violent leap or a jagged wall, because honestly, even just being pushed back for like a second off the cart is enough to C9 that. So it might have been just a really heads-up play there from Eisnam. We'll have to check the replay if we can catch that one.
Yeah, I would, you know, we got a clip of that. I would love it. As Zerion, we talked about his strong play. It doesn't die. You know, on the offense, they are 4 peps, so it comes up with some, you know, sick plays. You know, 48, you know, 100 damage, so pretty respectable in terms of the damage. But it was really just kind of the picks he was getting, which were really impactful.
Yeah, it's not the raw damage stat on Curie, right? It's finding those impactful kills, opening up team fights, and that's what Zerion did in so many moments, like challenging Kevster many times and coming up looking good on the Kiriko. So that's definitely going to be part of the recipe for success for Team Peps. Nonetheless, for as well as they fought out some of those moments, VP bled them out, bled them dry here. Now they've got a win con on this offense, right? Just get it towards the end of that 3rd checkpoint, and this series is done and dusted. And Team Peps, they're gonna have to be thinking about, oh, the nice little things that went right, suffering a 3-0 loss. So VP still absolutely in the driver's seat here.
So we'll see if Kevster can maybe find something here. Gonna go switch off the Widow deep. Okay, I was gonna say, is there a world in which you would play like the Reaper, right? I know, no, like if you're gonna play like that Zarya, and maybe you kind of combo it with like a Reaper here into like you know, the Sim, just like below the Sim up. But it looks like they really just kind of pushed in through the hotel, just took all that space.
Yeah, the Tracer Mirror, it definitely is going to be low resource for Kevster. Eisnam has walked all the way through this point, but has stayed alive well, using all the bubbles on himself. That's the advantage of running the Tracer, right? Zarya can really be greedy with the resource, and that's put her in a very strong position. 100 energy on point, even has a bubble. This is a tough spot to fight into. Who's going to deal with this Zarya? The rest of the backline are definitely the targets, the ones you want to find for Team Peps, but the clock now is really against you. Willis does find Shockwave, that's crucial, and Eisnam running low on the point, needs a little bit of heal, needs a bit of resource, but it's just not there. They're gonna have to settle for 2 ticks, but Team Peps getting that fight win is big, right? It's the ultimates that really make Zarya difficult to play on this attack.
Yeah, they stopped them before, obviously, kind of, I know, completing the objective is Gala actually just stays in dangerously late, and now TP's out, but you'll have another fast fight here from VP as VP wastes no time. They just kind of run right up and try and bully those players back in the corner, and Empty God
Kevster spawn camping.
That's huge.
Kevster holding the spawn door down, and now you're trying to take the fight to Eisnam, who's a tough target. He's getting super low, needs the saves, but it looks like he's baited. The man have the bubbles to spare. Zoro got shut down, so will Willis, and Kevster's back into this fight for the clean out. Eisnam with 3. And in the end, man, cards rolling. You got 5 minutes to cap that 2nd point. Lots of opportunity to work with here. And VP, very comfortable in the ultimate position. I also think Zarya very strong on 2nd phase on King's Row. And this is really the phase where Team Peps need to get some fight wins and need to run the clock down. Let's jump into a listen with Team Peps and see how they approach this very difficult matchup.
Yeah, wind scatter.
Face on left.
Clear right side.
I'm chanting for free.
I'm gonna take top left, I mean bottom left.
I'm flank side, just walk with focus right now. I want one.
Hey, try on me, Sorry?
Walk one.
Yeah.
Hit back.
Kill me.
No trade.
These fucks are for. They want to blow with beat, grab. I can blast you with this so you can leave, but you still need to fast back, okay?
So blast Reaper and he looks for Archer. No, blast Reaper, yeah.
No, blast us.
I'll go for back. I can also death release bubble.
I'm on team right. I can peek and make it.
You need to bait me. They have to take the shot now. I can hit it 2.
You can check me.
Très out now. Très
Chill
Oh, t'es dedans.
Face him.
He's dive mine.
C'est ok, easy, a lot, I guess.
Beat, pulse, grab, ça Freya. Allez, Freya.
Okay.
Look, when the cleanse is down and the pulse grab comes out, it just is how it is, baby. Sometimes you got to take those to the bank. Sugar Free did it last week. Now it's Kevster's turn. Some of the OGs probably.
Yeah. You could see it coming as well, and then
that deep sigh in the comms.
As soon as the explosion comes, the comms, it's just silence. It's like, oh no. Okay.
You know that one's done. They know that one's done. But I mean, the retake looks okay for Team Peps, right? They have a pulse bomb. That's not much to write home about in this comp. but still, no ultimates for the attackers. VP would love to close this one out with momentum. Kevster shuts down Empty again. He's just eating them alive in the back line, and now Willis, soon to follow, just doesn't have that second support, can't be sustained with just the Kiriko in that Zarya brawl. And it's not with a bang map, but with a whimper. VP caps second. Pole position here to close out this map and the series. 4 minutes to push 60 meters. Long odds for Team Peps, and that's putting it mildly.
And Kev has just been farming on their offense, right?
On the first point, empty god 2 times already.
Yeah, he's the first one. He spawns camps empty god, and it results in them taking it. And then there just kind of sneaks on by, and poor FD god gets no help from the team as he's trying to get back. As nice boot from Pixa, just trying to knock Zoro off the high ground as Gala finds dib. So this is looking like the beginning of the end here as VP looking to seal it away.
A really passive rush has to be used just to stay alive, but look at them, they're on the very far back of it, and Virtus.pro sense that weakness. They're gonna rip their own rush, push forward. T-Peps can't even benefit from the ultimate in this position.
A lot of damage.
They're coming out with that Death Blossom, giving him everything, but it's just not enough. The damage is overwhelming. VP holding them at arm's length, finishing off King's Row. 3-0 beatdown victory for VP as they look ahead to playoffs.
I mean, that is a dominant performance from Virtus.pro as there towards the end of the map, you see just kind of Kevster come alive, and then just desperational usage by Peps to just try and keep everybody from just running them down in the corner, and they were not able to live. So Kevster finished that one 26-1, as good as we've seen him look in a very long time.
Yeah, great stuff for them. And, players having some big games. I think Zirian had a solid game here. I think so did Dip, having some good moments. But VP, even with the great play, like when Team Peps was at their best, they were kind of going blow for blow and inching that card up against VP. And when VP clapped back, it is one-sided. It is an evisceration. Yeah. It is Kevster just eating up your backline. It's picks leading to an absolute crumbling from Team Peps, and even a real painful C9 there. Just a emotional damage on top of the grab pulse as well, getting VP with lots of cleanups.
Yeah, it's that grab pulse. You could hear the sigh. I love how we kind of caught that on the listen in where you kind of look at it where it's like, okay, like for VP, like, can they contend now with an Alcatia? I think that's kind of like the real big question mark is like, can they contend with an Alcatia? I think like you're looking at it where like TM like is definitely one that seems like winnable for VP, but look, I think going into playoffs, it's like, how can they kind of be #1 in the region yet again?
And for VP, it's clear that they're another team that I think is thinking about the international competition. And, I honestly kind of wonder for TM, they're sort of the third team in that group of 3. And the meta has shifted away from Sim. Not completely. I think Sim is absolutely still very powerful. Yeah. But we see a lot more Psycho in. They're having to develop their team. So, I mean, Katsuya and VP have both shown they have all these multifaceted looks. They're amazing on all these different styles. It sort of does put that question to TM of, are you going to be able to keep up? You were firmly in the top 2 for quite a while, but VP aren't letting you just sit there comfortably. They're making you work for it.
Yeah, it's I mean, VP for me seems like a team like on the rise here at the top of EMEA, and then I also think it's a team with like real potential at the international stage. I think we all kind of like maybe soured on them a little bit in the sense that they were so good in EMEA in the first stage, right? They go like undefeated. They don't drop anything to anybody. And then at Champions Clash, they just looked like really lackluster when Alcatia actually played really well at that event. And I think now that we've kind of distanced ourselves from them, they add Kevster, you start to see Ice Gnome in the mix. I'm really high on a lot of these EMEA teams going into Stockholm. I think if you can get as a region like VP, Alcatia, Twisted Minds there, it's as good of a 3 kind of unit that you can get.
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys just said because I had to fix my mic, but I'm back. Hello. And apparently the mic isn't fixed and Jake is dying inside. But good news, if I'm testing it on my side, I cannot hear the fans. So maybe that's just a you problem on Discord and not anything for the stream. Let me know in chat what you think. Let me know in chat what you think. I'm trying.
I pray for you, chat. I pray for you, chat.
Listen, I'm happy. If this is a you problem, I'm okay. If this is a you problem, I'm okay. Also, signs of life for Peps on Kings Row. Love to see that. But VP dominant to wrap this one up and put a bow on it. With this also, I don't know if you guys already covered it, but this is now VP of course securing themselves a top 4. And if they're winning against Vision tomorrow, they will be locked in that second seat because they do have to head-to-head against Twisted Minds. So that is a really great position for VP to be in heading into the playoffs.
I mean, it's a much different position than we thought about, kind of like in stage 2, where at times they were a bit up and down, but now it seems like VP kind of like obviously including all of like, you know, getting Ice Gnome, you know, on more of the dive tanks, and then Kevster in, looks to be kind of hitting their stride here in the stage 3.
And as you were saying, like for EMEA as a whole region, I think this might be like a historical peak for EMEA Overwatch, right? You know, like even historically, you look back, there really hasn't been many EMEA teams that have been in contention in these world events. And right now, I agree. I think all 3 of the top 3 teams are serious threats. Even someone like Vision is like, there's an X factor there, possibility of them, you know, qualifying to Stockholm and maybe putting some work in on some of these other regions. So I do think NA also feels some very strong teams, and of course you're gonna have to deal with some Korean juggernauts when you come to Stockholm. That's just par for the course. But historically, I feel like EMEA really, the fans have a lot to be excited about coming into Stockholm on home turf, nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, you also have to keep in
fan
on purpose. Did you do it on purpose?
It's psychological. It's psychological.
Troll inside. Listen, there's nothing I can do about that. I'm sorry. Sorry, bro.
Those fans are working hard over there. What?
They are working hard.
Yeah, that's a great point, Zoe. Yes,
well, it's because I try to literally like take the entire thing apart. So right now he's mad. I'm not going to touch him for a little bit, and that's okay. How about we chill with some DHL daily highlights? Shall we? Let's dive in. Because there's some good stuff. Not just my fans.
I'll mellow out with Cargo. Trying to mellow out.
Yeah, just mellow out.
DHL
Enjoy it.
Though. Some big grabs today. You know, honestly, Zarya's been out of the meta for too long. We get to see some big grabs. Like, that's an OG Overwatch moment. How long has it been since we've had a meta where Zarya's hitting a fat grab and you're like getting a team wipe on it? Genuinely, genuinely like 4 years. Yeah, it goes. Well, Ghost, nobody died in the grab.
Well, even Ghost, nobody died.
Like
true. Yeah. I'm sorry, somebody in the chat said that your laptop's about to take off. Like,
and you might, you know, my laptop's onto something. My laptop's the future.
The chat is cooking. But we saw like 2 kind of blowouts here today, right? Where, you know, Gen G actually I think made it close, right? So I don't even know if I would categorize that as a blowout.
I wouldn't say it's a blowout. I wouldn't say it's a blowout. Yeah. Absolutely not. It was against Alcatsia. That's the second closest series all stage long against Alcatsia. I mean, Gen G, I got stocks rising on playoffs. That being said, there's 3 very heavy hitters in EMEA, right? Like, so you might be able to play Katsia close. Arguably, Katsia are kind of testing some things, you know, that's to put it mildly. And you know, come a much more serious attempt in playoffs. I think Gen G need to continue this rate of improvement to have a chance at qualifying for Stockholm. Twisted Minds and VP want those other slots. They aren't going to give them up easy, and you need to just pry them out of their hands if you want to come and compete with the best teams in the world here in Stockholm.
Indeed. Now we're still waiting to get our interview ready, and up until then, which is right now, so no filler needed. Let's bring Ice Gnome in right now for a quick chat after this very convincing and dominant performance from VP. Ice Gnome, great to have you on the show again. Now obviously you still have 1 more match to go tomorrow against Vision. How are you feeling about that one? Because Vision looks like a really serious contender.
Yeah, Vision are a really good team. They have a lot of really talented players, so we're gonna have to like lock in and try our hardest against them, so we can win. Aber ganz kurze Frage, warum heute keine deutsche Einleitung?
Ja, ich dachte, das wird langweilig. Ich kann das nicht jedes Mal bringen.
Ja, stimmt.
Ah, ja.
Ich hätte ein deutsches Outro gemacht, so als...
Ach so,
that's a great point.
That's
a fantastic answer. That's a fantastic answer.
I'm so glad we're all bilingual on this stream, so, you know, go Europe.
Eddie Yepper's in the chat. But I just want to say, this is a big performance from you in particular. I feel like this match was really a showcase of the way you guys have developed this stage and in playing a lot more of these super fast-paced styles, playing the dive, and like really taking it to the opponents, which is honestly like, a few months ago was not how VP played at all. And so I'm curious for you guys looking at this stage as a whole and looking ahead to the playoffs, how do you feel in particular as a player to be kind of responsible for that, to be a player that's asked to come in and bring this level of pace that's kind of new for the VP team historically?
I mean, there's obviously always a lot of pressure as a player, right, to come into matches and stuff and always have to perform well. But I think playing like high pace is kind of just a natural thing when we pick the heroes that we play, and if we don't play like that, then we're gonna have a really hard time. So I think it's kind of just a natural thing, and yeah.
Congrats on the win today. I think you guys are going to be great in the playoffs. But I just want to ask, what is Kevster kind of like coming into this roster? Like, how much has that actually changed everything for you guys? It just seems like such a great fit for the team.
I mean, playing with Kev is basically just like playing on easy mode, Like you have like one raid boss who's just walking around, just killing everyone, with Tracer, like with the little miniguns, just walking around, like calling a lot as well. So I don't want to glaze too much, but it's like it's just like playing Overwatch on easy mode, basically.
Yeah, I gotta keep him humble. He knows what he brings to the team. Now about you guys, just as a unit, look absolutely strong. So we're very excited to see what you guys have in store for us, not just in the playoffs, but also in your match against Vision tomorrow. So best of luck for that one, und wir sehen uns dann vielleicht morgen schon mal wieder.
Ja, hoffentlich. Bis morgen.
Genau, bis dann. Tschüss.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Matt, how would you summarize the German part of this interview?
I mean, just pretty standard German. Everybody
Killed
knows.
it.
I mean, me and Jake knew. We just want to jump in.
Das ist alles. Das ist alles.
Yeah. Das ist alles. Ja, perfekt. Super.
Yeah, what he said.
Super.
Super. Yeah, super indeed, the performance of Virtus.pro thus far. They've been looking really, really dominant, and there's very little doubt that they can continue this kind of performance in the playoffs. And now, of course, we do have more NA matches on the horizon after a quick break, but we are done with EMEA for the day. So that means that leaves us with just one more EMEA day of regular season to be played out tomorrow. Now, looking ahead at NA, though, GK against SSG to start things off.
Yeah, it's a good match.
That's a heavy hitter match.
That's the one match.
SSG have something to prove, but I will be watching TL versus Sakura because I need a big fantasy performance from the boys on Team Liquid. I need something monumental this week if I have a shot at taking out Johnny. Kevster just put on such a beat down. I don't know if it's possible anymore, but
this is an important match for Team Liquid to perform, though. Yep. They can't play willy-nilly, because if they win against Sakura, they will be grabbing that #1 seed.
Yeah, obviously it's a huge match for them. Extinction was really good last week when we were on NA, so they're good. Excited to see them play yet again. Yeah, and an epic space race between SSG and Zoe's laptop. See who can take off and hit the moon faster.
I mean, evidently I'm winning right now. So
you're like halfway there. You're like 80% of the way there.
I'm actually in outer space right now, but there's no sound out here, so technically you shouldn't be hearing anything.
She's coming to us live in the ISS. This all makes sense now.
The space station.
Someone's got to do it, and why not me? Sure. Now we are heading into a break. Guys, thank you so much for joining me for all the fun in EMEA. We're taking a quick break, and afterwards we're back with NA, and perhaps less fans. We'll find out.
Bye-bye.
Was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow, I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Oh, easy. Oh, check me out. Bye. Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Wouldn't want to be ya. You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
Don't use your back.
It's really heavy.
There you go. You got it. You got it.
Okay. So this flipped over like that. So our supervisor, Paul Lackey, he years ago saw some construction happening here around campus, and he saw that there was just a loose piece of sidewalk and just asked if he could keep it, and he brought it in here, I don't know how, with the help of 40 men, because it's freaking heavy.
And a wheelbarrow.
We have used this piece of sidewalk to record footsteps for every Overwatch hero that has footsteps. So it really is like, it belongs in a museum.
It does belong in a museum.
It's like...
This has been used, I remember when I was an intern using this to help record Malga footsteps. I've seen you use it for Freya, for Venture, for just like every single hero.
Yeah.
So these first items are the bouting balls that I used for his Orbs of the Destruction, his primary and his secondary fire. You can actually hear there's a little bit of a ding when you shake them. And what I did was use these in his actual Orbs of Destruction, his primary fire and in his secondary fire. So when he's shooting his orbs, you'll hear that little ting of the bell sound off every time he fires. And then the singing bowl, which I used for Transcendence. It's a tonal sound that continues during the duration of the ultimate.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump in. Two payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves. Winston!
Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time! Think you can keep up with me?
Such confidence. Shall we go another round?
Wow, they're making waves. One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we
You've seen a ghost.
Who's ready to party? Good news, everyone.
Form is temporary. The spirit is eternal.
We are live here from DreamHack Stockholm. And welcome back everyone to OWCS.
OWCS just hits different when you're here. And this, it could be you.
Group 4, you're up. Go, go, go.
Predict your champions on the DHL website, and you can join me at the OWCS Finals in Stockholm.
What a crazy match we are having tonight. Wait.
Hit the DHL website before Stage 3 ends. Time's ticking.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with these plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what the flick was insane!
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way! GK have done it!
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello everyone and welcome back. So Zoe here, just back from outer space and this break, and joining me for all things NA are now Jack and Kevin. You guys gonna help me make it make sense as we're today in our penultimate day of regular season play. So first things first, let's take a look at the standings to see where we're currently at. Help me make it sense is what I said. Surely, Jack, you can provide. What's going on in
I've got the information.
Walk us through this.
I've got the goods. Information that anybody that has just joined needs to know. Liquid are the very best of North America. Currently 5-0, plus 10, although GK barely losing maps throughout the season. Their only loss is to Team Liquid. And unfortunately, the Dill Ducks down the bottom. Although they did win their show match the other day against Quick, they unfortunately are 0-6. So that's the top of the bottom for you.
And we actually have got some good matches in terms of the stakes today. You have Extinction and Team Z really battling out for that line between relegation and staying in. So winner basically makes it in and comes back next stage. Loser goes back into FACEIT Master. So it is it's a tough one. You have to really win that. It's a very important game for those teams.
When you say they're going back to FACEIT Masters, but it's also our last stage, so it's not like we'll be back like a few weeks after.
Yeah, we would know that is true.
Zoe said we're coming back, and you know what? Zoe said we're coming back just for those teams.
Stage 4.
That's right, stage 4. Let's go, the post-stage kind of thing. Yeah, let's take a look at some player highlights, shall we, for our first match of the day, which is going to be a banger. They are battling it out for the second seed in the region. Let's talk about Maimon. Money, money, money. I did initially think that his name means "Dub My Money."
Hey, maybe it is. The way he's been performing, honestly, Zoe, it could be. No, Mr. William has been doing fantastic. I think a lot of people had questions about GK, especially after the Nightmare transition to the GK banner, and then losing Zera was kind of crazy. Everybody's like, oh god, is this going to be like a worthy replacement? Because Zera looked like the best tracer in NA. In fact, he was. I mean, they beat Crazy Raccoon with Zera on the roster, but Momo comes in, slots in perfectly. The hero pool as well has been fantastic. Even the Sombra has been looking good this stage.
On the other side, LeBron, Sugar Free. Lights out last week. I mean, it was a rough run for SG. Hawk in that interview afterwards didn't seem too happy about it. They said they barely scrimmed. Wasn't too pleased with the fact that they won 3-2 versus a team they probably expected to beat a lot more handily, and they have a much more difficult team to play against this week. So I think we all expected a lot more out of SG individually. Still saw some great stuff out of them, but yeah, pretty shocking result even though they won.
Shocking result, even though they're wrong. Yeah, I mean, obviously there is expectations on the players and on the team. We, however, were treated to a close match, which we always prefer rather than a stomp. So we stay winning, guys. We stay winning.
Yeah, Mad W. I think Sugar Free, every single time he's in the lobby as well, like, he is carrying for SSG. I think currently he is the best performing player on that team. So him head-to-head stats for you on the on DPS, not specifically Tracer, but I think this matchup, Sugar Free's probably going to opt Tracer, and then the Reaper as well. I think with the Rush or like the Ram stuff that GK have been pulling out a little bit, this matchup's going to be a really tough one. I don't know how much stock though you put into the SSG going to map 5 if they didn't scrim and if they were coming into it thinking that it would be a roll.
The Symmetra possibility for Sugar Free there as well. I think these two teams have a lot of similarities, but really it's in the tank department. Hawk's going to have to really pull through a lot today. His hero pool's a lot more limited than Cuffer's. That really is going to be the massive advantage for GK. On top of the fact that you have Ultraviolet who's just dominating on the Lijiang, but on the flip side of that as well, you do have the case that, you know, Admiral does have a bit of a weaker hero pool on the support side.
Indeed. Now, as you can see in our schedule, all 3 matches in NA with the seeding implications on the line. So that is, of course, making each and every one of them important to their respective teams, and to us deeply important too, of course.
So true.
Now, so true. Another thing that is close to our heart and always deeply important are, of course, our featured co-streamers. So make sure to share the love with them as well, and tune into their chats for today as well as tomorrow. We've got Clear in the mix as well. Don't think we've had Clear on.
Yeah, shout out Clear, man.
Let's go. Yeah. Shout out Clear. Also shout out all these beautiful new drops. So make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and start earning right now. I sound like I'm selling vacuum cleaners, but honestly, sick drop.
You could, Zoe. I believe.
I could.
In another life, you're a vacuum salesman for sure.
Might be a side hustle. There is off season on the horizon, you know.
That's true. Yeah, we can
yeah, because we're almost done. We're almost done. Like this is the end of the regular season. We have playoffs to come, and of course we're gonna wrap it up at the World Finals once again, going back to DreamHack in Stockholm. So grab your tickets right now, as long as they're hot. They're pretty hot.
They've been selling out super quick. We had to add some extra ones as well because we already sold out some of the packages. So yeah, make sure you go pick them up. Yeah, like you said, it's not long away. Like we got playoffs coming up, and then boom, DreamHack Stockholm, World Finals. I want to see an NA team in the finals. We've had an EMEA team in the finals. NA, it's your chance. It's your opportunity. You can do this.
Oh, we've seen NA do pretty well, you know, in Hangzhou. So Kuffer and the rest of GK were able to do something special there. Let's see if they can run that one back. Limited spots though, and Nightmare do tend to do a little bit of upset. Don't look as strong on the stage, but fun fact, Nightmare haven't missed a single LAN at OWCS. So 4 teams going for it, only 3 spots available.
Indeed, yeah, so only a handful of teams will make it to the World Finals, but plenty of fans will make it. And if you don't have a spare coin, well, here is just the thing for you.
We are live here from DreamHack Stockholm. And welcome back everyone to OWCS.
OWCS just hits different when you're here. And this, it could be you.
Group 4, you're up. Go, go, go.
Predict your champions on the DHL website, and you can join me at the OWCS Finals in Stockholm.
What a crazy match we are having tonight. Wait.
Hit the DHL website before Stage 3 ends. Time's ticking.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. If you don't have a coin to spare and want to enter a raffle to get your free ticket to Stockholm, all you have to do is predict the winner for Stage 3 in EMEA and NA, and you could fly with a friend all the way over to Stockholm. Maybe someone who lives in Stockholm is actually winning it, so you might not be flying. You're just taking a bus. But anyway, you'll be joining us. It's going to be a great time. We're here for it. Cargo will be there. I always want to meet Cargo. In person? Like what? How tall is Cargo?
Yeah, I'm going to dab him up. I want to see if he's taller than Johnny.
I don't know.
Surely he's taller than Johnny.
Cargo be Johnny.
I know, but this was also the first thing that we said when we saw Cargo. Was like, could we get Johnny to dress up and also duel Cargo somehow?
He could be Pushbot, and they could. You know, I'm just saying that's some break entertainment. If we need to,
we got the budget for it. We'll get Johnny's
right.
cosplay.
You know what? I will forfeit half of my salary if we can make that happen.
Wow.
That's how committed I am
prize pool?
to pain. It's gonna be a good time. Speaking of good times, we do have a great match here to start things off in NA. It is, of course, the battle for the 2nd seed in NA. SSG going up against GK. So let's talk about this. Starting with the GK roster, we already talked about their recent match against Team Liquid. It was a very close match, but they did struggle against Infected Sigma. Tree was making him bleed, making him suffer. It's been rough, obviously. Like, Team Liquid is an incredible strong team to go up against, so any team would struggle against them. But it was a close match.
Yeah, this was the match for North America last week. Like, I just want to quickly rewind, Zoe, and what you said a couple of seconds ago was this is the battle for 2nd seed. You're like, really? GK battle for 2nd seed? But they had a fairly easy schedule going up until this very point, right? Where they were against Steel Ducks, Team Z, Extinction, Sakura. It's like, okay, they're probably going to win those pretty handily. And then they have had time to prepare and find themselves in the meta. And then they go up against Team Liquid, and it's an absolute banger. Like, it was ridiculous. I think this really was some of the best Overwatch we've seen out of North America in, I'd say, a couple of stages, quite easily.
It was a tough week for them too, right? They went up against 2 juggernauts. They had to go up against Liquid, and then the next day, Steel Ducks, you had to come prepared. Don't want to be the one team losing against them.
Yeah, I know. Kuffer lost me too many points by dying like 6 times versus Steel Ducks. Come on, brother. You need to step that up a little bit. But a very flexible team. I think that's the name of the game today. The front line, we look at the tank position, look at Mymone. What does Mymone bring over a player like Zero as the player that replaces Zero? I think Mymone does have more flexibility over Zero. Kuffer has a lot of flexibility. He's probably one of the most flexible tanks in North America, right next to Infected. My only concern is on that back line. This is a team that very, very much wants to play a lot of Lucio, Wu Yang. When you have Ultraviolet team, you want to play a ton of Wu Yang. You are absolutely farming on damage on that hero, and actually farming on heals as well. He's keeping up the heals with damage, keeping up damage like that basically looks like a DPS. He's dealing more damage, at minimum the equal damage with DPS players. So that is a very important pick for the team. for Admiral, it's a lot of Lucio. When he's not got Lucio available, when he's banned out, he's having to go towards picks like the Life Weaver, so not as ideal in this current meta. It's not really what you want to play, even though it's his hero, even though GK have had a lot of that in them. I don't know if that's going to be really winning formula. That's probably where SSG are going to put a lot of their bans.
Yeah, but if we're looking at SSG here, they did win, of course, as you can see on your screens, just last week against Extinction. It was a 5-map series against Extinction. Is that something we should, you know, talk about more? Or
Right, I think that's a really good point. Yeah, it's like, do we let that one slide? Like, that was an insane match.
I don't think we should.
People were expecting for SSG to come in and 0-3, like 3-0. Like, that was it. That was the expectations. It goes to all the way to map number 5. I kind of spoke to Cover before today and was like, you know, how much do you put into this result that we saw? Like, he's like, well, if they weren't scrimming, maybe they thought there would be a roll, so they weren't as prepared as maybe they should be. We should, so I'm not going to put too much stock into it. And even in the interview, like Avril pointed out earlier on as well, like Hawk was pretty pissed. Like, it shouldn't have been that close at all. Like, yeah, exactly. He really cared. So maybe lighting a fire under him, put some fire in his belly for this game specifically. Maybe preparing and scrimming just for this game should not have been the main focus. And maybe, you know, Extinction deserved a little bit of credit going into that series.
Yeah,
I do love how you put that.
Stock in the game. That's for sure.
I love how you guys act like he's usually the biggest ray of sunshine, just such a chirpy guy, when he always looks mildly disgruntled. So he just looked a little more disgruntled in that interview. But that's fine, you know, they care and they should, especially for this very series. The second seed is on the line. Well, in all technicality, if Team Liquid still needs to win both of their matches in order to get that 6-0, and then this one is for the second seed. But that's a very likely scenario, unless Sakura and Dildux just show up this weekend, which, again, unlikely, but you never know. But for now, let's just say this is the second seed match between SSG and GK. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, it does require Team Liquid to win those next 2 games, but the likelihood of that is very, very high. However,
like guaranteed,
let's look at
basically.
This Avril, do you expect this to go to a map number 5? It's got to be. In my mind, I'm like, okay, we've had the SSG TL to a map 5. We've had the TL to GK to a map 5. Like, this one as well on the cards. It's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, every time so far this stage, we've seen a battle between the 3 partner teams, which has only been twice, mind you, but those have been the 2 best games so far. I mean, yeah, I know Extinction and SSG also went to 5, and that was a very close competitive game, but the GK Team Liquid series and also the Team Liquid SSG series, those 2 were the games of the stage so far in North America, so unbelievable performances. I'm expecting nothing less here. In fact, we get less than 5 maps. It's probably a bad look for the team that's losing in that scenario.
Samoa is going to be the first map for GK. And I want to talk about the bans as well before, because that's been the big talking point for SSG this stage too. I mean, Hawk specifically, the tank hero pool, a lot of Winston, a lot of ball very early on in the stage. We've seen a little bit more Rush, a little Ram, even some Mauga as well. Like, we'll see where GK end up kind of punishing SSG in that regard. Looks like GK going to ban Kiriko though first, and then a Sojin ban for SSG.
So the Kiriko ban, no surprises here. Obviously, as sort of mentioned here, GK want to be prioritizing Lucio plus Wuyang, and the way you want to do that in the support trifecta, it's Lucio, Wuyang, and Kiriko, the main 3 supports you see. Some small smatterings of other supports in there, but you ban away the Kiriko, you're essentially going to end up playing Lucio, Wuyang.
71% in chat right now. Vote for GK. 29% for Space. Do you think that's fair? That seems a little lopsided, but
well, that's because they went to 5 against Extinction, so I think fans are looking at that week, last week's result, and honestly, to be fair, it was not a good result for SSG despite them winning, as I mentioned, and so I think if you're a fan looking at this, GK and Liquid are kind of at the top in terms of how close they're playing, and SSG did not come in looking too good last week. And we can say, yeah, they didn't scrim that much, too many cancel scrims, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. But, you know, this week, no excuses. Like, you really have to come and bring your A game. And for SSG in particular, I know we're not in playoffs yet, but they have felt the sting of missing out on LAN. They didn't get to go to mid-season, so no screwing around for SSG. They really have to lock in.
Yeah, that top 3 still in hot contention, of course. And yeah, you still have to make it through the playoffs as well. Like, this isn't the end of the road. This, like, top 3 that is currently, Team Liquid, GK, and then Space Station, that is not locked in. Like, there could be some upsets going into playoff in the next couple of weeks. Let's jump onto the first map, though. Samoa Going to the lava stage here as our first one. And with that Kiriko ban, like you said, a lot of Wu Yang, a lot of Lucio. And with the numbers Ultraviolet has been putting up recently, it is honestly astounding for GK. Carrying in the backline.
And because we're not going to a map that really favors the board, no Ilios, no Lijiang being picked straight away, you're not going to see the ball ban too early. I do expect the ball ban to come through from Space Station at some stage in this series. I'm also expecting at some stage as well when Hawk really wants to lock in a Zarya, for example, maybe a King's Row, the Ram ban, or when he belongs to the Diva, rather, the Ram ban might end up coming through. So yeah, it's going to be the Lucio Wu Yang, no surprise for GK. Symmetra on one side, Sugar Free's going to ban the Symmetra, Chronic coming through on the signature Freya.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about as well with My Moan's hero pool being a little bit more open compared to Zera. It served them extremely well. Lethal obviously on the Cassidy as well. I really like the Cassidy right now from Lethal. Of course, the hit scan as well has been creeping up in popularity. Initially, when we came into the stage, it was a lot of this talk about double flex DPS, going really quick with a ball with like a Genji Tracer kind of thing. But a lot of teams who don't have that double flex capability of just pivoting back onto something like a Cassidy and Freya, it's been working out. But SSG, they end up getting this first pick, although they've given up this first cap already. Cuffer extremely low, trying to teleport away. Teleporter ends up dying, and Sugar Free forced to recall, but now the position is Space Stations. They can just run over Cuffer with a little to no regard for the rest of the team.
And the reason they're playing the Cassidy is because it plays Super 1 to Zarya. You know you're up against a ground tank. It's a read come out from GK. They're reading that Zarya is going to be the pick. It's not going to be Diva. It's not going to be a Diva Symmetra. Most importantly, that would be pretty nasty for Cass to play into. So he's going to be trying to get those headshots on the Hawk. And also, with Silver Bullets, you can actually match Chronic at range decently well as well. So there is that to contend with. However, they lose the first fight, and they got Hawk down super low. But they go into 4v5 after losing my mode.
So if they try a TP play, trying to check Sugar Free for the time being. Sim extremely good at that, hitting a right click or even the Wu Yang, to be fair. Tide of Blast coming up really soon as well for Ultraviolet. Again, kind of farming on this pick. Chronic with a nice off angle, spots the TP. And there comes the Tidal Blast. Sugar Free just jump into the back line, and CJ, couple of nice 2 taps there. Lethal Wymone down, reset for GK.
Yeah, and actually, fun fact, CJ is actually higher in damage right now than Ultraviolet. I mean, it has just been a couple of fights. CJ did get his ultimate slightly earlier. Ultraviolet's going to end up holding onto that one. Sugar Free delivers the bubble in. CJ gets a double off that one in Space Station. Looking pretty clean. First couple of fights in there. Really important sound barrier now for Leb.
Under blast here for UV. More defensive, though, you got to imagine. High Noon on the high ground. Dodging past the shield. Good bit of damage there. Oh, Chronic. Fear just fell into the lava. Tried to get away from Lethal, and he did, but unfortunately met a fiery demise. Double flashbang there coming out for Lethal. Doesn't end up hitting the Tracer, but it's not going to matter with Chronic dead. A lot less damage now, but 72% for SSG.
And SSG gave up all that ground there. They had the option of maybe playing the beat into it, forcing the beat out of Admiral as well. Perhaps let maybe think that Cuffer was a little bit further ahead in Annihilation. But yeah, a Deadeye walking in, Chronic missed position there, ends up falling off the map. So we have like a couple fights now where just a single player going down early is really deciding things. It's Hawk's turn to get this grab out there, Admiral, with the counter ready to go.
Yeah, has got that beat. Although Space Station, they can layer these really nicely. They've got a counter sound barrier as well. Hawk going pretty low, grab comes out. As it does end up catching my bone. No beat from Admiral there. They're actually going to return beats as Leb unleashes his, but Hawk is already dead. This is a good spot for GK to be in right now. They just need to kind of wait and buy their time for this overhead to disappear. But CJ round the corner hits a nice direct onto Lethal, and Space Station, they end up flipping that fight on its head. A late sound barrier from Apple, maybe costing them a little bit, but despite losing Hawk, I mean, Space Station step up in a big way. One fight territory now.
And it's CJ once again that actually opens up that pick after we get that 1-for-1 trade. My Moan goes down, but as you sort of mentioned, Hawk in response to Lep was also late. Here comes that pop from CJ again onto Sugar Free.
Straight into the spawn as well. No initial knockdowns there, but Lethal ends up going down regardless. Look at those assists coming in. Cuffer at least finds one there. Annihilation at the ready, but needs to get to the point. 2 kills for Cuffer. Sugar Free takes down My Moan, but Space Station should be able to get the touch at the very least. And now Cuffer cannot step off the point.
He's got teammates coming in. Not going to be a flip just yet. Sugar Free going to keep this one under contention, but the only ultimates online are for GK, so Space Station, they're going to give that one up. They still have to work through the next opening here. Nothing else to use through now. Do note that Hawk, fighting a half now, has changed over to the Ramatra himself, so foregoing that Zarya. Obviously hard to build up the energy again. After going down, he's going to just play this one slowly. Back on a fresh hero. Maybe give Chronic an opportunity. He has found an opening pick before. We'll need it again.
I know. Okay, we need a big pick here from Sugar Free. It's 1 HP. Nice little teleport there, straight into the face of Hawk, but he's overextended and then some. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free's good as well. Both DPS dead. Annihilation from Cover. Sugar Free now at full HP again, trying to find his next target, his next meal, as GK are just falling apart at the seams. I mean, Space Station just ran over them, and once again, Sugar Free comes out on top. 99% for Space Station, and there's the cap and the point.
My Moan going down a couple of moments too early there. First death, multiple fights, I think 3, and it began with that opening neutral as well. Remember, it sort of gave things away after getting a damaged head. GK was supposed to win that opening neutral, but then they lost out because they lose My Moan. So, yeah, the Symmetra ending up being maybe a little bit of an issue there in terms of losing players. And that final fight, it came down to just a singular play. Sugar Free, you sort of noted it, looking for that. Then converts onto a pulse bomb as well for a double, and not a lot in response there. Cuffer, even with the annihilation, I mean, very little you can do. 3 versus 5 there without too much damage being available after losing 2 members.
Dude, he's such a carry, man. Look at that, 17-1 on the Tracer. It's just absurd stuff. I don't think GK are going to try and match this either. I think My Moan kind of happy on the Sim. I really like Sim on Samoa too.
If you sort of caught that as well, CJ is still leading in damage versus Ultraviolet. Now, I wouldn't normally talk too much about the Wuyong damage, but you have Ultraviolet on one side. One of the storylines is the fact that he is like a top damage dealer. However, CJ's doing the same. That advantage is gone for GK.
More frontward pressure here from Amaimo. Being able to pilot the Sim, of course, but getting to the point first is going to be quite difficult. A nice couple of bolt shots there from Chronic, in fact. Wave used by UV to try and get out of there. Does end up getting healed up by Admiral. Just slowly but surely trying to force these CDs out of the ramp. But Ethel's on a nice little off angle here. Does end up getting tagged once, but can dip back into cover just in time as the point unlocks. My Moan goes down first. Yet again is CJ. Dude, this guy is on fire with these first picks.
Yeah. I mean, he's basically doing the Ultraviolet right now. He's still got better than Ultraviolet. That's a scary thing for GK. We're still holding on to this fight so far. My Moan's coming back, but yeah, with cover down, this point should be going over.
Yeah, pretty easy there. Man, CJ and Sugar Free just lights out right now. Space Station Gaming, of course, reeling, I'd imagine, after that Extinction series, going to the map 5. This is the series they were really preparing for, you've got to imagine, and scrimming for as well. We'll see how GK handle this next fight.
And the economy SSG is so far ahead right now. GK behind in all respects. It's Ultraviolet still really trying to lead the way a little bit on his Wuyong, trying to find this title blast in time, but CJ left double support ultimates will be online for Space Station, and it's just Hawk that can't even find the damage because the rest of his plays are doing so well.
See if Sugar Free can go nuclear again. He's got a pulse bomb.
He'll have the title blast as well to help him get in.
Matching the damage. There's the tidal blast, like you called. UV dead. Oh, lethal gone to. My God, CJ and Sugar Free. Name a more iconic duo right now in this series. Just ridiculous stuff. Sound barrier saved. They still got pulse bomb. Like, GK needs to find someone with this tidal blast, but Avril getting that tidal blast onto somebody in the backline so tough in this comp. You haven't got a Tracer.
Well, that's the thing. If they don't have fast heroes, I mean, what can you really do? You're going to put it onto Cuffer to run on in. It just doesn't seem as good. So they don't have proactive tidal blast usages yet, which means Lep can just basically hold his ultimate for Admiral's match beat for beat. Waiting for Hawk. He's low. Have to be careful. Hawk.
Cuffer ended up getting boot there, so no tidal blast damage for Hawk yet. Too low. Picked off by Lethal. Should be a fairly trivial point flip now. As Space Station Gaming do end up resetting. Both sound barriers saved too, but Hawk, yeah, just honestly just deleted.
You can't really afford to have that happen. I mean, my Moan's gone down a couple of times, but there's a big difference between the Symmetra going down and your tank on Zarya going down, resetting your energy as well. With Space Station held the momentum, they held the lead 71%. Could have maybe forced that one to 99 if the fight was really extended, which it looked like it was going to be. It's a really unfortunate fight loss there for SSG.
Sugar Free forced to recall pretty early, but Cuffer's really low. Has to pop the Annihilation, in fact. They're going to respond with it with the sound barrier, and Cuffer goes down. Late sound barrier from Admiral. Can't quite save the tank. A quick teleport away from My Moan, and then Hawk can just step up with close to 100 energy. You cannot touch this point now if you're GK. With merely your own demise is the only thing you'll meet. Ultraviolet forced out on the left-hand side. So as Russian Torrent, though, gets away.
Now GK opening up, Photon Barrier will have to be the tool, but there's just so many good ultimates on the side of Space Station. I mean, I think Space Station cleared the map right now. They'll play
the Graviton Surgeon, they're coming out. The mine is already dead. Cover locked in place and has already popped that Nemesis form, but they need to be able to touch. He's just getting poked out. That's going to be SSG taking the map, I think. Sugar Free dies with a pulse bomb, but it shouldn't really matter. I mean, a high energy Zarya like this, it's going to take some heroics here from Lethal and My Moan to try and come back into this one, and Hawk just chases down his prey, snatches Lethal away. And here comes the Wrecking Ball for some final stall, but it's a 1v5 at this point from Cuffer. The Wrecking Ball, it is an impossible situation. And Space Station Gaming with a 2-0 on Samoa start out this series at an unbelievable pace.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really, really tough Volcano that could have gone either way. Comes down to Sugar Free pulling out some heroics towards the end. But I also think in terms of playing the Wuyang here, their composition just allows them to be a little bit more proactive. We talk about the difference between you play Wuyang with the Tracer, delivering the title plus, delivering the bubble into the backline, getting yourself free kills, versus the Lucio Wuyang on the side of Ultraviolet and Admiral. However, they don't have a good delivery system for that bubble, so they have to use it defensively. And the only real fight they win in that second point is they got Hawk down sort of individually. A little bit of a small factor here is we didn't really talk about this matchup, but Chronic versus Lethal, part of the reason why the Soj ban is so important here as well for the side of SSG is Chronic is so much better in that matchup in terms of Freya. So you remove the Soj option from Lethal. Outside the cast he can play on the first point, he's going to go over towards a longer range option. You go over towards the Freya versus Freya, and when you look at the damage towards the end, you look at the Elims of death towards the end, Chronic just took that one home.
Very small thing I just noticed too. UV not taking the Fallen Rain perk, the triple orb. We took Ebb and Flow, which is the double wave perk, instead. Maybe on the back foot there, realizing that, hey, we might need to more like front up healing, like Cuff just getting kind of zoned, getting kind of rolled in the front line in all honesty. Very uncharacteristic there of UV.
Which is crazy.
Is CJ the new Ultraviolet?
Because like you would think, like the Ram in this matchup, you've got the extra shield to play through, you have way more damage mitigation with the blocking, the fact that UV can just wave you and put the ab healing on you, and that's so huge for a Ram. I mean, Wuyang plus Ram together for just keeping the Ram alive is absolutely disgusting. To feel like you're not getting enough heals and to feel like you can't take the triple orbs is quite a bit of a factor, because guess what? CJ did end up taking that one, and as I sort of noted here, CJ and Ultraviolet not only going toe-to-toe, but CJ will end the map a whole 1.1k damage hit. Now granted, SSG won the map overall, but all these things contribute. Even sort of, you know, even before the map was over, even before even rounds are over, you look at individual fights, CJ just slowly getting ahead. You look at Volcano, he comes out ahead, gets that title blast online just slightly before Ultraviolet, he just starts snowballing things. And remember how many kills CJ got as well on that first Volcano round? A lot.
I think Sugar Free only died a couple of times there as well. The maximum, I think it was 3. That was just a disgusting map from SSG. Like, this is preparation, then some, I think, coming into today's series. That clenching of the second seed is fairly important. Like, you want to be in a position where picking your opponents does matter. I think with how GK handled that and going over to the next map, at least now they can play Sojourn. Like, that's at the very least something they can pilot. But where do you go if you're GK?
Well, first of all, the two things here. One, the Kiriko ban has gone second.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the promotion that we have on board for all of our lovely viewers at home. Of course, we have some skins available, Solaris and Team Pack giveaways. Go to bit.ly/Solaris giveaway to begin to win. Winners will be contacted on October 13th at 9 a.m. PT Pacific. So Solaris bundle and your choice of a team pack, which I can't remember who was winning the team pack rankings. I think it might have been
Raccoon?
it's the Japanese teams, Japanese orgs, and then maybe Liquid, something like that. I think Crazy Raccoon and Zeta are really high up.
Yeah, for sure. Got clean color schemes as well. Yeah, some of the Solaris bundle is kind of nice. Some of the recolors from the Overwatch League skins, Goat's Brig, the Jonak Zen skin as well, recolored. Yeah, it's pretty nice stuff. So yeah, make sure you go check that out. Yeah, I mean, right now, I think if you're GK, let's go back to this conversation. The bans have got to be headed towards Hawk's way, surely. Get him off that Zarya.
Correct, because you need to look at the players that have the most vulnerable hero pools to target. You know that Cover's got a much stronger hero pool than Hawk, so the point is going to be Gibraltar is going to be the pick, which means if you go for Gibraltar with a Diva ban, you're essentially forcing Hawk into a hazard look or potentially some sort of Symmetra type of look, but most likely the hazard look. You're not going to be able to see the Zarya here. Symmetra Diva actually combined would have been very strong, so I think you really want to make sure you leverage these sort of asymmetric bans as much as possible. Asymmetric being Kuffer has not only a main tank hero pool, but just a very, very flexible hero pool in general. Hawk basically just an off-tank hero pool, which means his dive options extremely limited. You take away the Diva, problems start to arise.
There's a 2-for-1 basically as well, right? Because you get to save the Zarya ban for later on in the series. Like, I really like this map pool for that specific reason. The escort maps, especially Gibraltar, are like super dive heavy. So we can see a lot of different looks. On a ban
also
for SSG. So taking that one away from UV. Another very good ban.
I actually think this could have been a good Lijiang ban as well, but they're going to go for the Ana ban because they're predicting that GK, or they're reading that GK is probably going to lean towards the Winston, and Ana's going to play super well with the Winston in this sort of matchup here. Also, Ana, good matchup into the Hazard, which is likely going to be the pick from Hawk, unless he decides to go something like a Ram and then plays with TPs. So a Lijiang ban would have also been good because this is a very good Lijiang map. Every single Escort map, we've seen what the Ultraviolet can do on maps like Junkertown. Gibraltar really no different. I'd be surprised if he didn't take the triple all perk this time around. He needs to be dealing some real damage. He needs to be doing what CJ was doing on that opening Volcano and just fighting those picks.
Covers like the Has. Well, they're an attack. We'll see if they do end up sticking.
Yeah, I don't know if he's...
Another big pick that's been kind of shining through a lot of the other DPS ones recently has been the Hanzo as well.
I think more attacking side Hanzo has made a lot more sense. Defensive Hanzo I haven't seen that much of. Also Chronic, I think it made more sense for him to start on the Freya. He's better on the Freya anyway in terms of his signature hero pick. Makes more sense for GK to start on the Hanzo here because it's, well, they just have... They can play for the picks with the Hanzo and take less risk and instantly go back to spawn and swap that very quickly, whereas for Chronic he's going to have to die first. We'll see how that goes, and Kuffer is going to lock the Hazard. He's going to forego the Winston as well, and well, if you remember watching last stage, Hazard was probably his #1, maybe #2 pick of the stage, so a signature for him as well.
My moan in the head-to-head as well against Sugar Free. Good first pick though. That's Chronic already down.
What you want to see.
I think now taking this high ground control as well for the Furry is going to be so nice. And there's basically nothing that can contest you up there. You can send Hawk, but Hawk needs to lock down front line. So you're so free as lethal to basically just WM1. Like, there's not really much that can stop you. And then Ultraviolet, you know this guy wants to go aggressive too. So having him play up this close in the front line is going to be fantastic for GK. A very early push here, but Space Station do have a chance to recontest. Sugar Free gets this touch.
He's not 91%. I mean, this is going to be CJ pulling through ult unless they lose a play like that, and that means the point is likely going to be gone.
Trade
trade 1-for-1 though.
They trade 1-for-1. This could be a dangerous rush here though for CJ. Still with Kuffer alive. Bit of wave damage there. Ultraviolet takes a couple of arrows. Sugar Free finds the pick off. That's the pick that you were looking for too. Sugar Free with a double. Kuffer falls. A nice rush there from CJ, but Chronic landing that body shot, or in fact 2 of them, onto UV, and then Sugar Free with a cleanup. Wow. It's just beautiful. A triple from Tracer, in fact.
Honestly looked like it should have been a wipe and a cap there from GK Esports, and now they're going to go in again. Very disappointing opening. Let's see how they handle this now. Listen in.
I'm going top. I can slash top ready. 3. Yeah, ready to go. 1. Okay, Hanzo.
Bring Hanzo. Hanzo 1.
Yeah.
Take heart.
Has the slash. I'm just shooting Has.
Up, tell me. Shoot up.
Has half.
I can up this.
Good point, good point. Has 1 point.
Has
half 1 point.
Has
in. Has
Nice. Hey, wait, touch. Wait, oh, no way.
Nori.
Big cap point.
I've seen it.
Target. Try. Try one.
Are you bring now?
Yeah.
Bring mana.
Bring one. I've slashed one. We're staggering. One bomb.
Big melee.
Can will punch maybe?
Yeah.
I got top.
We should stuff first. Make that one. Walk out hard.
Get Hazard. Carry later.
Hazard carry later. He's under. Bottom left. I'm working on Hazard right now.
I'm up top. Come here.
I can stay with it. Keep it not me.
I left wall on backline when they walk out top. Go ahead.
Haslow.
I'm working on Has.
I'm looking point now. Slow.
Yeah.
I can point.
Pretty nice high ground control here from GK, and Sugar Free down. Carry dead for Space Station already. Look at the sound barrier as well as this ult from the Hazard. Like, this should be a fairly trivial point take. I mean, realistically, Sugar Free can triple blink back into this fight, but it's going to be a tough one. They've lost all their positioning, and Hawk is 1 HP as well. Sound barrier, a momentum shift for GK as they just run through Space Station. And this is the comp difference here, Avril, as well. Having my mode on the Tracer, you even look back to that first fight on, that fight on first cap, that Bell being used, the Suzu, and then boom, instantly going in with the Tidal Blast, knocking down the back line. I mean, that is the
By the way,
difference.
This is now a couple fights that Chronic's been on towards the Freya. He swapped to Freya after the lost A, and hate to call it out, but at the point that he swapped to Freya, he was at about 800 damage, and the rest of the DPS lobby was about 2k, so he wasn't doing much in the Hanzo. I think he should have started the Freya. Might have been a bit of a mistake. This fight might just be over before it really starts with
Hawk's dead.
Maybe a one-to-one trade though, so hang on, GK turning it around.
Cuffer need to stabilize a little bit there. But a nice downfall, yeah. Hawk catching off Hawk. I mean, you're kind of expecting that as well from SSG. Like, this is who they targeted the bans at. Rush on the point for CJ, but who's actually there to use it? It looks like actually GK are going to pay them a little bit of respect and end up backing off. Cuffer needs some help desperately. Stick from Sugarfree doesn't end up doing the damage required to kill somebody, but it forces the Tidal Blast to be popped onto Cuffer to save his life, to maintain position. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It's downfall from Hawk. Could be something that could be used to team wipe here on this off angle.
We'll see how many people actually ends up hitting. Will be a difficult one. I do believe the Tidal Blast is used to save Cuffer, but now Admiral won't be able to be saved by anything. So GK Esports likely a reset here. Finally, Space Station able to lock in this defense a little bit more.
That's a really nice bowler shot. Really tricky spot for Chronic to play too. Top right, you're going to get poked out by Lethal, but mid-air bowler shot connects with Admiral, and that's a reset.
Still decent amount of time here, but this is also a very tricky point to cap and see many teams lose with this amount of time remaining. Space Station absolutely can't. Look at the heals in deep. Hawk has to be mindful of his life. He's been dying a lot. He has the most deaths on his team. He's been targeted a lot. He's going down in precarious situations. We saw in the last match Samoa as well. Sometimes not even able to get saved by his own team's beat. Slightly too slow. GK still waiting for their own opening. Maybe just waiting for Ultraviolet here a little bit.
That's a very early Suzu usage. CJ under a lot of pressure right now. Bolus ends up coming out and going to get matched with this sound barrier, but unfortunately I don't think Hawk got any of that. Downpour connects, stopping GK from jumping on him as he was a sub 100 HP. Sugarfree now holding onto this corner with this pulse bomb. They've got to force this out at some point. The rush ends up coming through though, ends up hitting their own hazard wall, but WMyMona ends up getting into the back line. A Tidal Blast does connect with Hawk, and Chronic also falls at the exact same frame. Sugarfree at least ties that up with 1 kill, but it's still a 3-on-4 now with a beat advantage here for GK.
And the beat advantage is huge because Lep end up burning the beat in exchange for Lethal's bullet. That is not a good trade ultimate-wise at all. So expecting the cap now. Admiral should be a 5-man beat. Hawk's coming back on a Zarya of all heroes, just trying to play for bubble value. But it's not enough.
I mean, it's not enough. I mean, the sound barrier is just too much here. Lep's going to get chased away. Hawk with 1 bubble left, quickly deleted, and that will be the cap of these staggers are cleaned up. A decent time back for Gibraltar. Also going to be 140 or something along those lines. As soon as Sugarfree dies, there it is, exactly 140 on the clock.
I mean, it's the sound barrier, but also the fact that it didn't connect with Hawk. So Hawk was really far up. If you actually look where Hawk is, he was around the stairwell area, that little square block, really far ahead of his own team. The rest of his team was around Payload, was around their own sort of capture point. So yeah, teammates a little far off from each other, and Hawk just ending up in situations where he's super chunked down. A lot of where this ended up being a loss for Space Station was also that B cap as well. B was completely non-existent. As sort of mentioned here, Chronic swapping later than I would have preferred. I think he should have started on the Freya. He seems to have agreed at least to swap over towards the Freya, but after getting very little done on the Hanzo on that opening A-point defense, and that's considering the rest of his team nearly clutched up. In fact, they did actually clutch up 1 fight with a nice little trade to push GK back before we entered the listening. And then afterwards, GK, I mean, by the time we came back to us, man, they had basically capped through B. B is just completely non-existent, and SSG will end up giving away a 140 time back, mostly off of B. Not being there.
No changes here for GK. And yeah, just having MyMona on the Tracer, it just makes the world a difference with this Lijiang comp. Being able to connect those Tidal Blasts, and you see how much pressure they're putting on CJ as well. There's so many times on the first point, or even on the last point as well, that last fight, the Tidal Blast is connecting because there's no Suzu on the Kiriko. As soon as you use that, that's one big tool that you can use to stop someone getting instantly deleted. Looks like Chronic's going to go over to the Cassidy now.
It's going to try and put some pressure onto Cuffer diving on in. Obviously, he's going to have a lot of work to do. He's going to have a lot of work to do to go up against Lethal at this type of range. He's obviously not leveled up enough in terms of perks to have a silver bullet, able to contend with the range. So this early opening phase is going to be a little bit rough. Also, no high ground, low ground play from him.
Okay, Sugar Free unfortunately dominated there by Mimone. Yeah, this sim play to like TP people up to high ground. Oh, Cuffit just dies. Okay, not good.
You can't have that.
You cannot have that happen.
And that's essentially going to be the opening phase of your defense potentially under pressure now. I'm being surprised that GK haven't been forced off the position. Space Station need to get a bit more aggressive than this. They have a tank advantage. They're not really using it. They're just... Well, I suppose they are getting a lot of free push, so you'll take that. And now you'll put up the turrets near the car wash, maybe force things down here. This is where Lethal, rather, Chronic has a decent range advantage. You can make them come close to you. But he's low, he's dead.
Kill into Chronic. The spam is just crazy as well. Like, being targeted by a Freya and then the Wu Yang as well, like the amount of spam damage coming into Car Wash is just immense. And honestly, sometimes like it's hard to heal that up. If you're Space Station, you need to like be able to take fights on these off angles because you grouping up like that, the explosive bolts and the Wu Yang is just too much.
Because they don't have a flanker, they don't have a tracer, they'll swap over to the tracer now, but because they didn't have a tracer, they couldn't solo push payload. Usually what you would do is you get the player advantage, you have a tank advantage, play your 4-man on the high ground, completely take their space away with your tank advantage, and have a solo push on the payload. But because they don't have a solo pushing capability, who do you actually leave there? It's pretty tough, right? They end up just 5-manning the payload, and, well, they just get spammed out, as we saw. So, 2 minutes left to play through, and Ultimate's starting to come online now.
Tidal Blast. Uh-oh, such an easy kill there on the Lucio. Had nowhere to go at all, and CJ was miles away. Even teleporting in there as the Kiriko, you're hoping the timing's good enough, but yeah, another little stagger there. 2 minutes to go on the clock, and this rush has to go crazy. I mean, Space Station swapping their DPS that not late, I'd say, but you know, like a couple of minutes into the map, it's like you still have to build your ults back up again. Mimo's gonna have a pulse bomb advantage. Yeah.
They're still dying late. That's the problem. Now you have to be considerate of the fact that SSG cannot have their ultimates fall so early. They want to be able to set up for a double support ultimate play on the actual cap itself. In a situation where GK don't have it yet, Admiral's still falling behind 25%. UV's just used Tidal Blast to fire to go. This is the opportunity. Space Station, they may have, as you sort of mentioned, stopped the DPS a little late, but this is a better comp for them. They know how to navigate this comp a lot better than what they were doing before.
Downpour. Okay, actually ends up missing Hawk, who was caught up in this low ground. There's a rush from CJ. Now GK are respecting them more, backing all the way up. Now they can get the payload going, but with all that, they didn't actually come up with a single kill. Blue box control as well in favor of GK right now, as Sugar Free goes for the 1v1 with the Mimone. Sound Barrier connects with 4 there as let chase down. Just too low to go for a beat of his own. At least Space Station have that for the next fight, but it's going to be their last.
Ultraviolet's going to have an ult as well, so if you have a situation where Mimone gets the Tidal Blast early, targets left that needs to be targeted, CJ, in fact, should be looking for the Suzu to prevent that. CJ really needs to look after his late PF. I mean, this is a 4-up with like nearly a full stack online for Space Station, but they have to burn it just to cap in OT. Now, reminder, they still have to finish the map against the 140 time bank, so to finish A with no time remaining is not going to speak well for the ability to finish everything.
I mean, it's a disaster class right now. They're trying to put as much pressure as possible onto Ultraviolet. He uses the Tidal Blast on himself, of all people, trying to find some knockdowns. Sugar Free gets out of there just in time, and a pulse bomb is good. Connects with Ultraviolet. One player down. They do trade 1-for-1 as a connecting bolt there kills Lethal. Chronic and Sugar Free coming up with kills, but still a 3v4 on the point with the spawn advantage in GK's favor. Mimone has got a pulse bomb in hand, and Sugar Free has to just continue his presence on this point to avoid C9ing. And overtime trickling down, and Cuffer eventually dead. They push him in the corner, manages to take him out, but the bolus from Lethal might be enough to get the kill onto the front line. In fact, it is. Hawk ends up going down. Still Mimone surviving on the point, hits the recall with still a pulse bomb in his back pocket. But by the skin of their teeth, Space Station Gaming come out on top.
GK have to be kicking themselves a little bit. I'm not too sure about the Ultraviolet self-use on Tidal Blast. I don't remember seeing him being under that much pressure. Really, that should have gone to Mimone or Cuffer. Deliver the Tidal Blast into the back line, pop the bubble, and get yourself a kill. Speaking of getting kills, Hawk at a very critical time was on like 1 HP. They never finished him off. He got healed all the way back to full. If they at least got that kill to Hawk using that Tidal Blast, so in that same sort of play, that would have been the 5-4 that could have delivered GK a nice map point and a full hold. But now, more map to be played through.
Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be fight over there for Space Station. They got a rush going into the next fight. They got a minute and 50 to do it in. Let's get a quick SSG listening while they set up.
Just try. They're going to be pretty soon here, okay? Yeah. Care beat. Where are we going through? We're mid fight. When you go through, I gotta come on right. On right. We try to touch cart. Has top left. I'm going under touch cart. Ready? 3, 2, 1, going under. Touching point, touching point. I'm bottom too. I'm on the ground now. Has here. Has no shift. I'm rushing. Hop. Shooting guys still. I whipped him. House one. Just push cart, keep pushing cart, keep it rolling. Very low. One. Done. Nice. We ducks. Loot weak on point. Pass off. Okay, pass. Yeah, you're good. Wait up, get their chronic. Me and Hawk almost back. Alright, you chronic. Train. Turn. Loot close. They have beat. I'm back. Okay. Alright, we're down on damage. Get ready for their tempo, okay? They're gonna push. Yeah. Pass off. I'm playing top right for you for TP. I can swing it. Has no shift. They're swinging white.
Wow, Soundbarrier just straight on mid for Space Station Gaming. Hawkins are going super low in that corner, desperately needed health, but Lev's already dead. There's 30 seconds to go here at Raw as GK, they are holding on to this space shuttle.
They're losing support, so if Animal goes down, things are getting tricky with the Hawk falling first. Very fast reset. There needs to be instant reset. Touch from Sugar Free, who needs to stay alive. Still potentially winnable. You extend this fight a little bit longer. Hawk is ultimate available. CJ can build over towards one, but Sugar Free being caught.
He's got no recall.
He can't go down.
And there's no touch. You got to imagine. Let maybe speed boost Hawk forward. Has got the downpour available, but they're looking for this boot. He ends up amping it up. A good boot, though, is going to send him flying into the sky. They do end up catching the point, but at what cost? Hawk's now down. Now the next to touch is CJ, but quickly torn in half by Cover, and that's where the payload is going to end. GK holding on to second on Watchpoint Gibraltar. They're going to tie the series up.
Yeah, B is where the difference is made here. I mean, it should have been, in my opinion, a full hold on A. You look at how iron tight that was coming through from the side of GK, even a spawn cap, multiple spawn caps, in fact, on A at a couple different moments there. I mean, we did start out with Cover maybe going a little bit too far. He did get punished for that one, but throughout the rest of that map, they pushed through on their own attack very fast, particularly through B, and they got a 1 minute 40 time bank, very respectable on Gibraltar. And then you barely have a cap coming through from the side of Space Station, and then not at all a push. Just not enough time onto B, unfortunately. And yeah, the Diva ban really makes a big difference. Hazard is Cuffer's wheelhouse. Hawk is obviously going to be one of the heroes where he's maybe it's not as disadvantaged from because he's got the same equal amount of playtime as everyone else. However, we've just seen how much Cuffer has succeeded on this hero in the previous couple of stages. I mean, this was the Cuffer hero last stage, and so no surprise he absolutely carried on that one. Also, a very slow and not a particularly great performance out of Chronic, and considering how well he played on map number 1, this one was disappointing. And I'll say again, I didn't enjoy the Hanzo, didn't get anything done on the Hanzo, and that was only one of the problems for SSG.
Yeah, Hawk finished in that 7 and 14 on the tank. Very much just kind of diffed by Cuffer, but you're going into this map, you're like, okay, we have Diva banned against us. We're almost forced to play this pick. Like, Hawk's not going to be playing something like a Winston. You can't really play Zarya. You'd have to, like, all-in comp, right, where you have, like, the Symmetra to teleport the Zarya around, but you just end up losing because you're not on a good comp for the map. Oh, now at least SSG can go to a map of their choosing, but that Zarya ban is still waiting in the wings for GK.
Well, I mean, Space Station will protect the Zarya, so expect it to be a King's Road pick, which is the best Zarya map, into perhaps a Ram ban, because Ram is a really good choice. Winston is going to end up being the alternative for GK and Cuffer, but I think most tanks, if you're not playing Zarya, you're playing Ram, so the Ram ban would be my expectation here. Before I move on to the next map, I just still want to talk about the fact that Ultraviolet, yeah, he showed up again. I mean, I think the very first kill we got on the kill feed was literally UV. No surprise that he also took the triple orb perk, as he should. 24 and 6 overall. He had top damage in lobby, even above Lethal, who was on Freya. Lethal finished 13.8, Ultraviolet finished 13.9. So, yeah, we're back to scheduled programming here, where Ultraviolet is doing more than what DPSs are doing. And unfortunately, for the side of SSG, no Diva on a dive-heavy map is going to be a massive problem for you.
CJ was looking like the new UV on map 1, and now UV looking like the new CJ on map 2. Like, we're just going to trade back and forth, I guess. Yeah, no Kiriko ban could be had here, and it's just going to be a Wu Yang focus. It's got to be. Eventually, you're going to take that out of the pool as well. I like your heads-up play, too, of thinking, you know, probably go to King's Row here, protect that ban, protecting the tank ban, and then kind of rolling on. And it is going to be that.
I actually think the Wu Yang ban should have come out on Watch Gibraltar, just because I don't value the Ana ban as much. You saw what UV was able to do. amazing Wu Young map. And I think Ana is in a weird spot. And yeah, could you play Winston Ana? Yes. But also, they could just do what they actually end up doing, which is either you play the Winston plus Wu Young, or the Has in the Wu Young. And any block character, by the way, when you just get heal boosted with the amp is ridiculous. So yeah, I mean, I think the Wu Young ban should have come through. You can't Wu Young ban this map because you need to protect the Zarya, assuming the Zarya is the go-to. There's only one reason you're going to King's Row, because you know Kuffer is not competing with you on the Zarya on this map. So again, you have to go for these asymmetrical value bans, and this is the highest value ban you can go for. Ram to protect Zarya.
I see. How do they respond then, do you think? If you're a GK, what do you ban?
I don't think Freya's been banned yet. Might be a good one to target Chronic.
Soldier's already been banned. Freya would make sense, I think. I think Freya on King's Row is decent because high ground, obviously, and then being able to play on these like giant corners, you know, like exposed all the time. So Freya makes sense.
Sim as well if you really want to shut down the Zarya.
Dude, you could even ban like Tracer if you really wanted to. Wow, SSG could have ban Wu Yang instead. So a Wu Yang ban from SSG and then an obvious Zarya ban for GK.
So what this means is you're going to end up playing Diva into Ram. So I think what we're going to see here is if you're willing to, you knowingly, by not protecting Zarya, you're willingly allowing it to be banned, which means you're opting for a Ram mirror. Now, you did just play a Ram mirror on Samoa, and you dominated. I mean, you won that one, so I could see the argument here to say that maybe, or to be fair, there was also a lot of Zarya. It was Zarya and Ram being played by Hawk. Now the Zarya's not going to be available, so it's just going to be Ram. Both teams are likely just going to be playing the Ram here, but the no Wu Young means it's going to be Lucio Kiriko, potentially Lucio Bat, but I think more likely Lucio Kiriko.
Oh, I'm just getting word in now, actually. SSG chose to ban second, so they forego their ban first, and letting GK, even though they have priority, but they're like, okay, GK, you can ban first instead. And I get, can you imagine GK comms like, okay, that sounds good. We can just ban Zarya.
Here's the thing.
And then SSG deciding to ban second.
There is an argument, it's like, oh, what if it's like a 9-head play? It's like, oh, we're going to bait the Zarya ban.
Right.
But then it's like, well, what other map are you going to go to that's as good for Zarya as this map? This is like, of the entire map pool, probably the #1 Zarya map. So there isn't going to be another map where you're going to get as much value out of the Zarya as this particular map. So I'm not seeing the 9-head bait here. I think potentially, depending on who wins this map, Space Station may have played themselves. Or I do think that Wu Young Bang is highly valuable, and because Escort's gone now, either push or hybrid, debatable, is the next highest priority to get rid of a Wu Young. By the time you get onto a flashpoint, you don't need to ban Wu Young anymore. So if you're going to burn a Wu Young ban, it's going to happen on this hybrid or a push. And they decided to do it now.
Well, as expected there, Hawk on the Diva, Kuffer on the Hazard instead. So no Ramatra. I was thinking maybe for Ram. We do end up
he's on defense.
Sim.
Because the thing is, the Ram is really nice played into the Diva. Diva probably strong on the first point, just given the high ground, low ground play, which is probably also why Kuffer decided to go for the Hazard early. But once you get to B, it's going to be Ram, most likely. Also, there's no symmetry to deliver this Diva, so it's just going to be just a flat neutral Diva.
All right, Sugar Free already with a nice little flank, but it's going to get quickly checked by Admiral. And Lethal ends up going down. Okay, good first pick. And you kind of wanted to see it from him last map there, Admiral, was Chronic kind of popping off. They do end up trading there, but there's a lot of like stagger and weirdly placed characters right now. I mean, yeah, you're just backing up. You're on the wrong side of the map currently. You need some picks though if you're Space Station. You cannot let them kind of pick CJ off like that.
Huge pick. That has to be careful as well. I mean, that could have been a possible opening for Space Station, but with CJ going down, it's going to be a reach to the full 5-5. My moan again is a play that's going down. What is Lep doing there? He was trying to go for something play and just got caught and party by Kuffer. So yeah, I don't know about Lep's POV. That was kind of crazy by him.
I think he was trying to kill Ultraviolet. You see Ultraviolet was kind of carrying in the mini. He was pretty low at one point. So yeah, probably trying to like dive on, try and get like a triple headshot or something with a left click.
Ended up feeding instead, unfortunately. That all costs Space Station a little bit. However, CJ, look at the ult charge. Ultraviolet does match on his own end.
Yeah, this window not exactly right into the rush, especially as they can just kind of run through it and just dominate you on the map. Ultraviolet just be so careful here. He's going to use it fairly early. Almost power rifles left there. Almost one-tapped him with the left click. Pretty easy kills now, and it's going to just waylay for SSG. Yeah, they're just going to wait.
You got no value out of that, unfortunately. It's very hard to get value. Oh, my mo's just dead. I mean, the window, no one can really use it except for UV himself. This fight is likely over now. Admiral has no beat to protect this at all.
You see Lethal on the X-ray there, same as Sugar Free again, kind of chasing each other there. Chronic also on an off angle. They're setting up to maybe touch here. Lethal does end up getting for the touch. However, has to force a recall. That's got a pulse bomb in there, but Sound Barrier's going to come out. Cup already pretty low though after Sugar Free's pulse bomb did end up connecting. There's a nice little downpour there, but however, Hawk gets cleansed. That's Suzu coming in clutch. Self-destruct launched in as Lethal tries to chase Lep, who is very weak. And in fact, Lethal kind of doing God's work right now, splitting up the team. And Space Station Gaming, they do end up coming out on top with Sugar Free, of course, filling the kill feed with his name. There is only a minute to go, but the point will be capped in the end. GK run out of resources to try and hold up.
A good time for Cuffer there to die as well and to spend everything, use your ultimate, get everything out of SSG, and now look for the potential swap. Lethal is going to move towards that right away. UV as well. For the time being, Cuffer's going to stand firm on this hazard. I'm going to play through on my Moan's Photon Barrier next. The Space Station did take a decent while to cap through. And again, everyone expended whatever ult they have here. See how my Moan ends up playing this one, because too early, Space Station happy to back on out and just let it happen.
Oh, the right click from my Moan. Wow, okay.
Now the
Sugar Free trying to potentially go for one click on Lethal there. Cuffer's so low, you can't let him die. Nice Suzu, but still, that block is going to run out eventually. The Spike Guard expended, and they're not going to be able to push any further.
Yeah, you have to be really careful about further kills in that sort of scenario, and then you risk being spawn camped. Certainly, they're just going to push over towards potential of Archway. Force something out of Space Station, who, CJ again, he's going to have first ult UV because he's swapped. He's going to be behind.
As the wall is going to make it dangerous now for Space Station to fight into, and yeah, Chronic already dead. Right click from Lethal is good for one. Now just backing out, yeah, can't really fight this. They've got a rush though, Avril at the very least.
UV still lagging behind though, that's a problem. You need this Photon Barrier to buy you a bit more time, and now Space Station have a timing window to see if they realize that with UV can't respond yet. Space Station can at minimum get a lot of free push. GK are probably not going to do too much to respond here until they find Ultraviolet's ultimate, but they're standing so close that they're just going to get rushed on.
They probably expect him to have Rush right now, to be fair. Okay, Rush coming in for Space Station. Ultraviolet trying to get away. 3 seconds before the TP could be used. Ultraviolet goes down. Tried to climb that wall, TP'd really short, really early on, and Space Station Gaming used that Kitsune Rush to speed them through the streets and pick off UV.
I think UV was trying to do a backwards rush. He went up over towards the high ground where the stairs are behind Hawk, and if you do a backwards rush towards your own team, then I can see that play working, but he burned Suzu. Space Station called the dive, and they just capitalize on him.
Lethal so low, and just taking a bolt. Wow, Downpour's even going to come out. Did actually connect with anybody? There's a pulse bomb that ends up coming in. Sound Barrier for Lep. However, self-destruct needs to be used by Hawk, but ends up getting taken down by Lethal. 2 for the Sojourn. Shut down by Chronic on the flank. Lep's alone now fighting UV in a little 1v1, but this flank needs to get taken care of eventually. You can't let the Chronic get away with this. And manages to get out with 2 kills under his belt.
It's negative trade again. Lep, unfortunately, he burns his Sound Barrier, doesn't catch 2 members. Hawk, unfortunately, doesn't get saved in that one most notably, which means that Admiral has advantage now. With low amount of time remaining, GK can really get a good advantage of this one. Also, by the way, with OC coming online, nothing to stop that one. However, you got to keep my Moan alive.
My Moan's down already. These picks are just coming through without anybody noticing them, apparently. Well, Hawk ends up going pretty low. Suzu just save him. There is a overclock here by Lethal, trying to get an off angle now onto the Diva mech.
They need a pick.
Again, pretty low. But they do need a pick. 30 seconds to go. Space Station Gaming. They're trying to find a flank with Lep, but Lep's surely got to be punished here. Lethal ends up going down as Chronic takes the skies. This is a bowler straight on top of his face. And now they flip the map. GK trying to run to the bar, but Space Station Gaming are pushing the point. An unbelievable fight there from Space Station Gaming with another beautiful pick from Chronic.
Honestly, unbelievable. That was really well played by Space Station. All the pressure was onto Hawk. They couldn't find the DMEC. They're chasing him down. Meanwhile, the rest of SSG end up going for a flank, which is very high risk. I mean, those players could have gone down very easily. They ended up getting kills and not going down. I mean, disappointing OC coming through from Lethal. Admiral as well went for the beat, but very early on, and they couldn't chase down anyone with that. So double ultimates being used. High ticket ultimates, I might add, from GK, offering nothing. They lose B for their efforts.
May pick from Lethal now. Not the most unorthodox pick of all time, but from Lethal, you're expecting hit scan, especially on this point. Ends up walling off, having to block super early as well, and now they're going to have to fight in this rush. Rush for rush. That wall's going to separate the team, though. Lethal still ends up going down to Sugar Free, but they trade 1 for 1. CJ backpedaling slightly, has no one to teleport to, but still doesn't matter. Dodges out of the way of that downpour. But unfortunately, the same can't be said for Chronic and Hawk, who end up getting stuck in place. Space Station going for a reset.
Lethal going for the spray versus the Diva again. Cuffer might not be punching through the Matrix, but Lethal will be spraying through the Matrix as one of the possible counters to what Hawk is trying to do here. He's still on this Diva, as you just need a little bit of longevity as you start to push deeper into this map. So again, Hawk's still yet to go for the swap, although he's obviously got the ultimate here available currently, so we have to play through that. But this is going to be the last fight. 3 ults online for Space Station, including the remake. Admiral's about to have his beat.
Whoa, my man was so low there. And yeah, actually just throws it on in. Same with Lepto. That bowler shot ends up connecting with Cuffer, but Suzu there is going to cleanse that effect, and Sugar Free is already dead. So your lifelines now are waning. At least you got a self-destruct to go for a remake. A nice little ice block there from Lethal, but it still kills Cuffer somehow. And a nice little boop onto Lethal too. Boops Lethal off of the map. And now they could just push on. That self-destruct should not have killed Cuffer there. Lep coming up massive on the Lucio.
You gotta be careful about things like deaths. Remember, OT spawns, they're not going to be spawning in a wave together. Which means you have to be careful about how much distance Space Station is going to get. They have a lot of potential to still hold, given payload doesn't have good distance. But just given that one fight with the self-destruct come to Coupler, Space Station will reach the end of the map regardless of whether they finish or not.
We're going to TP Cover straight onto the point to match Hawk. You don't mind that whatsoever. Oh, attempted eat there by Hawk, was on the wrong side of the payload. Pocket's going to come in, though, and that tank passive coming in clutch for Hawk, unfrozen pretty quickly. So that's Blizzard didn't really get all of anything. Bought them a little bit of time, I suppose, but Lethal ends up going down still.
Capable.
There's a rush available from Ultraviolet in a couple of seconds, but CJ is just gapping him right now in this ult charge. Nice little Suzu in the front line should be good enough for Space Station Gaming. They're able to do it. That support ult advantage there from SSG coming up big as Ultraviolet's rush way too late.
Far too many ultimates getting negative value here. You have the Blizzard not finding a kill. You even had Hawk frozen in the middle of that one. No kill to come on through, unfortunately. The Ultraviolet rush far too late, unfortunately, behind the 8 ball from CJ. He was only behind by like 6%, but that 6% is the difference between winning and losing that fight. And you also have this situation where Cuffer dying to the self-destruct and everyone just throwing bodies onto the payload to try and slow it down. But again, because it's OT respawns, you're not spawning together, you're spawning individually. So a couple beats that just didn't give them too much value either. Just seeing a little too many ultimates coming through on the GK side. That not even just one fight, multiple fights, Jack, that really didn't give them anything. The B final fight before the cap, probably the most egregious.
And you even look at the stats there too. I mean, it's very in favor of SSG, who aren't starting on the Diva. It's kind of what we expected to come out from GK on their defense. They're going to go Ram instead. Yeah, CJ and Ultraviolet in their head-to-head. He's just been beating them out on damage, like getting these ults a little bit sooner. You're tracking those, of course, if you're UV and April, of course, or with CJ and Lep. But yeah, CJ doing a lot of heavy lifting in the back line.
Some of this might actually come down to the fact that because UV started on the map and he had to swap on towards the Kiriko, he's going to be delayed. So he spent the entire map catching up to CJ and never quite met parity with CJ until the end where he was 6% shy, but we just needed that. He just needed it slightly sooner to compete. It's going to be Cuffer once again starting out on the Hazard, but sort of as finally delivering on the promise. The Ram eventually comes on through. It'll be Hawk starting on the Ram first.
A tough point to actually walk on, though, if you're Hawk, because you are against my mode, who's just going to be doing this, just focusing, and wow, that was a quick kill. Okay, Hawk's dead. Okay, I was expecting my mode to maybe full charge the beam there and kill him, but Hawk just fell over. Like, what was that?
I don't know what the rest of his team was doing there as well. Not a lot of support to come on through. It's going to be an instant cap. Space Station, it's a couple times now, not even just on this map, on this hero, on this point. We saw Gibraltar as well. We saw even on Samoa, or just randomly getting picked. Not what you want to see.
Nice little force out of the land there at the very least, but holding this archway is going to be fairly important. However, this window's going to get a lot of purchase. Only 20% to go. as they just slowly move their way in. Very little resistance, though, from SSG right now. They're kind of letting them come through the gate, although sometimes that is a better play. Although with the ability for Cover to just play on this corner and just use the spike guard, it's going to be tough for them to retake this position, especially with the window on the payload. They're just going to run up with it. And yeah, SSG, they're giving them so much space, Avril.
Well, they have to. They don't have anything to respond with, so we're trading ultimates for payload distance here for the side of GK, awaiting that one moment where SSG can actually do a big play, win for supports, most importantly, although Chronic's got one online now.
One again, bro. I'm just going to try and hold bonus. Oh, they do trade bonuses. They kill each other, in fact. What a cinematic moment there. Lethal and Chronic end up killing each other. There is a pulse bomb in the hands of Sugar Free too. Might just go for this one, in fact. Oh, what a kill onto Avril too. Sugar Free with a double. The only damage there that came about Sugar Free was those little turrets. Let's get a quick GK listening note. W Mimone and Admiral end up spawning in. Let's see how they take this next fight.
I'm walking on hands.
Here you
are. I war.
I'm just gonna ult this.
Ram half. Charge him in. Yeah. Very wide swing.
Trade back.
I'm following. Can you push cover? Yeah, Ram. He has ult still. Ram half. Freya wide swing. Freya loot ult. Look, Freya ult.
Left.
Coming out.
On it.
Ram low point. No form. What's his ult? Yeah.
No point. Push.
Ram ult.
Sleep in. Getting cart same time. Come on. Just lose. Left side.
Left.
Blue left.
I can skip in.
Three. Yes. They have no space. They should be fine.
They have Ram. Only Ram.
Yeah.
We can fight it really easily.
Dennis, are you good?
Yeah.
We're gonna come soon.
I'm cold, bro. Don't worry. Yeah, he's for Siri.
That's Ram.
I'm getting hurt. We don't need to walk yet.
Yeah. We just get free.
Bro, it's like a 700-pound gorilla versus a toddler in a tug-of-war competition, bro. Like, they have given them no resistance. Like, there's not been anything, really. And look how many ults they have going to last.
Doesn't help that when you talk about the toddler team, they ended up one baited there, just solo beat, because unlikely just caught on the wrong side of the photon barrier. One kill into Ultraviolet is going to give them a little bit of a moment's reprieve, and trust me, they need it. In fact, the Lethal went down there as well. That would have been quite nice for Space Station, but yeah, 4 out of 5 in terms of the stack here for GK. 4 minutes as well. We're looking at a nice time bank. In fact, if they get over a minute, there's going to be a draw scenario.
Hey, yo, the window. Oh, that's a headshot through window. Surely that's a kill. Maybe not. All good. That's a nice connection onto CJ, though. Annihilation pop by Hawk. Just permanently holding S, bro. I mean, he's having to back all the way up.
Ramatra
There's a bonus that ends up coming through. That downpour doesn't connect with anybody. A nice little TB there from CJ to get out of the way. Although the Ravenous Vortex actually putting Mimone in a bad spot. But in a bad way, too. He's 10 feet under now. Reset here from Cupper as well. GK just going for a full one. Just go again. We've expended all of our ultimates to try and take this first corner, but it's not worked.
That's rough. I mean, they lose after spending all their ultimates as well, which is not what you want to see if you're coming through from GK's side of things. It's going to just equalize economy. I mean, GK had the possibility to really snowball the finale of this point, of this map. Looks like it's going to take a lot more effort than that now. You did notice, by the way, when the Vortex came down, as sort of mentioned, Kuffer TP'd out, but Mimone couldn't use his own TP. He was stuck.
Yep. Show to high ground. Look at that range as well on that beam. That is gross. And so getting booped down for the high ground, but now can just play behind this wall with impunity. Mimone just lasering Hawk down, just a million DPS. There's not much you can do to heal there if you're CJ and Lep. Needs like two main healers there. And yeah, Window's just gonna get popped on payload, bro. Like, this is gonna be this final push. Space Station Gaming needs to stand tall.
I mean, even behind payload, you just want to be able to pop in a position where you just see all the way down the straight. Get the finale going. Lep has to find this beat. He needs it now.
Lethal looking for one taps at this point as well. Avril, Hawk dead, ejected from mech, instantly killed before his body could touch the floor. 3-man sound barrier from Leper, unable to even push past that window. GK on another level right now. Space Station Gaming giving them way too much respect, both in and out of game, Avril. I'm going to be honest, giving their first ban over to GK as well, if you want to wrap it up with a nice little bow, seems ludicrous on the face of it. GK with a nice time bank and a free attack.
And Ultraviolet not even needing the Wu Young here. Winning on the BAP. 2 minutes 20, draw only scenario. Space Station can only draw. And is it drawable? 2 minutes and 20, it is.
Technically.
It's favor for GK. I mean, you look at the fact that GK just kind of got a one and done on their A point just by beaming down. Hawk. I mean, Hawk melted instantly. That is surprising. I mean, yeah, if you have 5 people shooting one guy, that can happen. However, you kind of expect Hawk to be able to live a little bit longer with his damage mitigation. His team should be able to do a little bit more. Suzu and play. Like, this is a lot of tools there for Space Station. So you have, similar to what we saw in Gibraltar, Gibraltar B, completely non-defense. Here on Kings Row A, completely non-defense. So you have these individual points costing Space Station in terms of a ton of time, giving GK that extra padding, that extra little bit of soft cushioning for their time bank, which means they get to the end of the map and they get an extra 220. But really, if you had a bit more of an A defense, that would have been an OT push, and we'd be looking at 1 minute per side in a very, very high stakes, low time OT time bank for both teams.
Doesn't paint the full picture, but Hawk has 27,000 mitigation. Like, that's, I mean, you're playing Ram, yes.
Bro's holding right click. He's blocking.
Yeah, he is holding right click for the majority of that last round. That could be said for certain. And now again, you're in a situation where it's very tough to walk up on this point. Hawk's going to do the same thing. Hold the corner. Mimo's going to do the same thing. Hold the taxi cab and just left click this shield and hope for a pick. Hawk's already pretty low. Had to pop the right click. Cuffer equally as low. Gets the lamp though. However, with a nice little dash out, Ultraviolet's going to be able to heal him all the way back up and quickly stabilize the GK.
OC9 this one, which basically capped already. This is a very, very contentious point now.
Oh, Sugar Free is down. Nice little whip there from Apple, does end up getting the kill. He tried to go for a big play there. Heroics from Sugar Free can't be found, at least not today. Another Nemesis being popped, and Hawk is just going to get lasered. A nice little Suzu there is going to waylay some of that damage, but coverage is in the back line. He's just in the mixer right now, and that is going to be it, Avril. Hawk Chronic already dead. The cap comes through. GK with 33% on the board and a 2-1 scoreline in the series. That's match point.
And a victory celebration window at the end there from Ultraviolet, who, as I mentioned, didn't even need the Wuyang to be able to get it done. And now, no more Wuyang ban for the rest of the series. Still got push available, still got flashpoint available. Atlas, as we've seen, is back in the pool here as well.
Holding right click. 30,000 mitigation.
Despite the damage from Chronic, by the way, who led the server, it just wasn't enough. And so much, again, I think the difference maker ended up being the A point that just disappeared. I mean, look, even in the time bank, how much longer Hawk survived versus the regulation time. Regulation time, he was gone. Missing you, you're blinking, you miss it really. Here in the the time bank, you have the team actually playing together while Hawk's playing the angle, relying on CJ, healing him through the hallway, which is what you're meant to be doing. So clearly, huge mistake ended up happening for SSG on that A point, which time-wise costed them everything. I mean, I think that was the difference between giving yourself a real opportunity to be able to fight for this map and not, because a draw-only scenario is just not a fun, winnable scenario at all. Even if you win, we're just going to get a draw here to extend the series. Really, it should have come down to both teams OT push, both teams cap with nothing, both teams get 1 minute, and then we'll see who's better on the attack again. But SSG just sort of never quite got there. Impressed with what GK was ultimately able to do with the tried and true Hazard. Cuffer gets a chance to play Hazard, and he locks it through the highway.
Dude, the double Freya kills are so goofy. So goofy. And it's not often as well. If you look at that scoreboard, right, and we'll have the stats for the map up in a moment, but the team with like the most elims, some of the highest KDAs, and like you said, even some of the highest damage, end up losing the map. Look at that, 99 elims to 84. Although it was still close, rarely do you see this as an outcome in the stats for a map. 3.19 versus 2.55 KDs. Yeah, ludicrous stuff from Chronic, but that defense was abysmal.
It's a lot of extra healing from UV as well, who ended up really leading the way on the heal department, which is why you sort of see the extra 5k healing there. I think both teams did a ton of damage. You saw in terms of the damage between the two teams, like a 1k difference ultimately. So it's not like SSG weren't hitting shots. I just think this one just came down to a couple of critical fights that didn't go the way. And this is considering that there were a lot of fights for GK where they just threw away ultimates, got no value, got negative value, and just silly things happened for GK, and they still ended up winning. So yeah, and then there's the ban deferral, which, I mean, yeah, we have to sort of argue, would the Zarya have been better in this matchup? Would the Zarya have been good? We'll never know, because they gave that one away, and the Wuyang ban ended up not being as impactful as you would have liked, and now they're not going to have it available for eventual push.
So Ravasa is going to be the pick. No Atlas. No. although it's been out of the pool for a little bit. So
I wonder if you ball ban straight away.
I mean, you could.
I mean, this is one of the only ball maps left.
You probably want to. Gotta be honest. I mean, Esperanca New Queen Street is the push.
Or I think you target Lifeweaver. I think you target the Lucio. You target Lucio, force Admiral to Lifeweaver here could be pretty deadly too. Either this, I think this is a better map to Lucio ban than a push, because push, I think you can get a bit more out of the Lifeweaver. On a Servasa, you're going to get a lot less. So I think, actually, you forget about the ball, play into the ball, whatever. You can just play Sombra. You'll have options. Target Admiral in this series at some point, particularly now your back's against the wall, it's match point. You need to target a Lucio ban at some stage to force this like hero pool weakness from Admiral into the limelight.
Yeah, you definitely want it here too, because you're thinking about the Esperanza and New Queen Street. The Lifeweaver is way better there on like push maps, because there are long straightaways where the Lifeweaver can kind of sit back and you have to overextend to get on top of the Lifeweaver. But on Flashpoint, you're fighting around a single point, like every time around the point itself, maybe in the chokes or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, so Lucio makes the perfect sense. If they defer a ban, again, I'm going to lose my mind. Because they're just going to protect ban Admiral, probably, right? I mean, that makes the most sense. If they deferred the bans as well.
Depends what you really value for GK. I don't know how desperate GK is to play ball here. I'm gonna say that I don't think they're that desperate to play ball here. So yeah, we'll figure out where that ends up going. But most ban heroes have been no surprises on the support line. A lot of Zarya bans. I mean, to be fair, there's been a lot of off-tank plays, and off-tank plays are some of the easiest plays to target, which is why you always go for these Zarya bans, and the Wrecking Ball being in there. Because, well, it's just annoying to play into, and you want to make sure good ball teams with good ball players can't play it on their maps.
Avril, I'm going to have to cut you off. Just got word in again. Prod whispered into my ear, sultry, and they let me know that they've deferred their ban again. So SSG saying, you know what, GK can go for the ban first, even though we're picking the map. It didn't work last time. I mean, now what a GK ban? Because, yeah, it depends. Are they desperate to play Wrecking Ball, or do they want to protect ban?
I think you protect.
Save Admiral.
I think you protect. And you can't ban Kiriko. You could just literally throw in a random support ban in there.
Yeah, BAP or something silly, right? Like,
I don't think BAP's like great.
They're not.
I think go for Reaper.
They're going to go for Reaper.
Okay, so no one's going to go for... Okay, interesting. So SSG are actually thinking the Hazard is a problem here. So they're going to push this into Winston/Ball. Yeah. And GK are going to remove the Winston, which says to me... Well, that actually opens up the... because they banned the Reaper, it opens up the Winston. Reaper is one of the picks you play into the Winston. But they opened themselves up to being potentially Lucio target ban, and SSG didn't take that. They really felt like they wanted to go for the Hazard. And anyone wondering why SSG would particularly twice go for a deferred ban, allow GK to ban first despite SSG having the first ban? They're trying to go for some sort of counter ban here. They want to see what GK's line of players, what do they want to target, and then play against that in response. Obviously, I think the King Zoro one was just so obvious. I mean, you just know the Zarya was going to be gone there. But here, I don't think GK would have protected the Hazard, because I don't think they need the Hazard. They're willing to play Winston. They're willing to play ball here. And now they're going to have to, because Hazard's gone.
Wrecking Ball and Winston. They do run ball, like you said. There are pigeons on this map. I guess it's two of us. That makes sense. That makes sense. There's pigeons everywhere. But now Hawk...
Wait till we go to Horizon Lunakai. It's like, wait, there are pigeons on Horizon Lunakai in space as well. They're wearing astronaut.
One day,
it's crazy.
we'll go back. People want it back, man. People want the 2CP back. I don't know if I agree with the 2CP returning, but hey, it would be nice to join Horizon New Colony again, I suppose.
I'm happy to leave that one out. I'm happy to leave that one next to Clash at the moment.
Yeah. All right, Cover's going to play the ball.
Exile pile.
And Hawk on the Zarya. Okay, we're back. We are so back, SSG. And now Sugar Free on the Tracer. Right, so this comp, I mean, I do worry now, though, because Ultraviolet gets to play this Wu Yang, and they get to play their preferred support backline. And this spam, especially onto Hawk, his bubbles are going to get used, hopefully on Sugar Free, to try and find some openers, but it's going to be scared.
The other thing is, the Reaper ban really impacts Zarya as well, because it's one of the best Zarya partners taken out, and still Hawk's going to lock into Zarya to start things out with. So he really wants to believe in. I would have probably expected either hear me out, a Sigma or a Diva here. Sigma very strong on the first point. We've seen Infected win that actually versus GK, so playable, winnable.
Okay, well, that's the perfect pick there from Chronic, and who better, in all honesty. double tagged Ultraviolet. Ultraviolet, of course, always playing super far up as well. Worth keeping in mind how close he ends up playing to the front line. Just trying to get as much damage as possibly done. GK end up losing that first gap.
They managed to sneak away 12% themselves as well, which will help buffer a little bit, but you have to start looking to support alt race now. CJ's, after winning first fight, no surprises without dying, he'll be far and away in that lead, so opportunity now for Space Station to find the timing on the rush and just snowball their way into a first point victory to lead.
Lethal, despite that kill from Chronic, is still ahead in Bolus charge. And now is really the pain of this first point. If you lose it, like fighting back into the spam in this long corridor it doesn't feel good at all. At least they got the rush though. They're just going to lay that down on the point. Cuffer ends up falling, and yeah, that's going to be an absolute roll. And it should be first point too.
There's a whirl when my moan touches and Cuffer gets back cooking on ball, but you have a lot of... No, he can't touch. He's being chased. I mean, what a chase by Sugar Free. That is exactly what you want there. You don't want to overcommit to die, but pushing my moan rather away means you guaranteed first point. So yeah, despite the 12-14%.
Did you see that? They were already all on it. That's kind of funny. They all backed up to this point, and they're like, oh wait, this is the point actually. Nice collapse onto Chronic too. Beautiful stuff. GK put themselves in the perfect position accidentally there as the point comes through, and then the next one unlocks up beneath their feet.
And now you have the classic Winston and Zarya matchup, which both the bronzes and the top 500s will tell you plays extremely well into the Zarya's Space Station. Or else as well. Strong position. I mean, that is a cheap way to win your opening point. 2 fights, snowball.
Oh, the beat. Well, Cuffer ends up diving away as he was mid-dive, though. Admiral used their own beat, so they just end up trading those out. A little bit of positioning there. Hawk can now just run up with impunity and just throw the grab in if he wants to. Ends up connecting with 3 as well. Bubble's going to do a little bit of work there, but that pulse bomb is big enough. Yeah, Sugar Free sticks it to the back of Cuffer. Cuffer dies, it drops to the ground. A kill onto Lethal is good. GK, well, they stuck out 15% again for all but Space Station. They end up getting the proper cap.
So again, GK is able to just sneak away early percentages to slow things down. Lethal down to the Soj, slowly evolving this composition forward for GK as they catch up on ultimates. And now the difficult task of actually finding an advantage. CJ once again is going to have a rush here, which deleted Cuffer on that previous point.
Trying to move up now, and there's the tidal blast onto my moan, straight to the back line. CJ TP's away. Suzu is good though. Beautiful stuff. Ends up hitting 3. That pulse bomb does a lot of damage to Hawk in the front line. However, my moan fighting back into this, especially on top of that rush, is going to be tough. And without Ultraviolet, it looks like GK gonna have to make a tough decision now. They need to be able to keep this space and maybe find picks. My moan's gonna start off with a good 1 as Lethal finds an off angle with my moan. They're gonna try and find some additional kills here as Hawk goes extremely low. You gotta kill this Zarya, but Hawk's being able to sustain the Hankster. CJ ends up keeping his energy as well as this space.
My goodness, GK. Despite not being able to get much value off the tidal blast, it was bubble on bubble violence here. Hawk actually defensively bubbled against it up top of the Suzu. Now an opportunity for GK to be able to do some Cuffer slightly away from that primal. Tempo beat, Lep knows his advantage. Cuffer's still
really
low.
Nice stuff. I mean, Cuffer's 1, mate. I mean, there's not much he can do, and Ultraviolet just gets run down by Sugar Free. This is a Space Station Gaming roll right now. Are GK going to be able to come back in?
Touch.
There is a primal rage in 1%, but dies as soon as that tick is on the UI. No touch. SSG, up 2 points.
Yeah, just no reset there. GK couldn't back out to give Cuffer some necessary HP. Cuffer also couldn't find the damage because he didn't have the HP to go in to get the Primal Rage. And just another game of seconds, a game of small single-digit percentage points, really telling the story of what could have been. We saw that in King's Row. 6% away was Ultraviolet from finding his ult. This time was Cuffer, just barely percentages away as well. Giving it to Space Station 2-0. I mean, they might just 3-0 this one. Cuffer's going to primal before the fight even starts.
Really
For the point unlocks, I should say.
A lot of free healing, though, I suppose, for UV and Admiral.
They still lose one.
Yeah, and they still lose one. Yeah, my moan dead. Maybe they sneak away 10% again. Like, that's probably going to be the case. Space Station Gaming going to re-engage real quick. That's going to listen in real fast. It's a 4v5 on the point.
One fight the QB Kite main, okay? I know, I've rushed. Okay, we fight that. Shoot me, monkey on his out. Swing main. Yeah, fuck yeah. Okay. Hilo, monkey still. Yeah, I rush. They have beat as well, so I still gotta... I rushed. We're getting another grab. I'm rushing main. Shmonkey. Double.
Switch main.
They have Q. They have rush. Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
You're ready full kite. You're ready full kite.
Grab it.
Full kite and then we grab, okay? I'm gonna have straight back.
Right.
If they stack a lot, I'm gonna grab it.
Yeah,
they're right there. They're back stack. They're back stack, clock. Spinning you in.
No bubble. Turn it speed.
How can I grab me?
No one.
Come back. I don't have primal, by the way. Play tight.
No. No Suzu.
I'm gonna speed it back our mid. Come back our mid. Pick up Chronic.
Monkey right.
These OC, these primal.
SSG really hoping to force GK to use the support ult there, but they didn't end up using Rush or Sound Barrier. Hawk has still got the grab though, Abro.
And they lost a player as well, so they have to back out. Respect it. Hawk, unfortunately, still a little disconnected from the team there, but looking for that grab. Again, he says if they stack even a little bit, he's going to go for it. But honestly, if you're Hawk, even getting a 1, if you can catch lethal, that is the best possible grab. But if you can just get cut for anything, you'll take it. It's hard to get grab value in this sort of matchup, but you have a really large amount of ultimates, you're going to go in.
Yeah, beat 4. There's the rush. Graviton Surge does end up hitting a later beat there from Admiral. That's a lot of damage though for a Sugar Free Pulse Bomb, as well as that bonus just stacked on top of each other. Explosions, this nightmare fuel there for Cuffer. He's going to be feeling that one in the morning. His Space Station Gaming end up capping the point, 83% for GK, but now this is final fight.
And UV made a mistake. He gets sucked in. He was in the initial grab. He walked in, gets sucked, and by the way, the Suzu didn't save the two of them from the pulse.
My man's got a Pulse Bomb. Speaking of which, ends up going for the recall though. They're going to be able to get a touch at the very least, but it's the only ult that they can really hope to actually use. There's going to be a rush here from CJ. Good luck fighting onto this as UV's already dead. This is going to be a 3-0 to Space Station on Sorabasa. This is an absolute stomp from SSG. I mean, Leopard CJ, yeah, get some kills, some free fantasy points there for the supports. Space Station Gaming with a shutout on Sorabasa.
Yeah, look, maybe this was always going to be the Space Station win, but I believe on that final point, especially given that GK had a decent amount of cap percentage, if UV doesn't get caught in that grab, and you nail the Suzu timing to block the pulse, different story. I really think that could have been at least 1 point going the way. No deaths, by the way, on the left. 0 deaths on the left. Hawk and CJ, crazy.
4 deaths for the whole team. Sugar Free dying once, Chronic dying 3 times. I mean, that is some absurd numbers from SSG. Spoke about how maybe deferring the ban again might be at their disadvantage, but hey, didn't matter in the end. Sorabasa, that was not even a competition. It felt like that felt like GK attacking on King's Row, where they just kind of rolled SSG. This is the complete opposite. We're going to map 5. It's going to be Push up next.
I think first point was just the story of snowballing. First point is one of those classic situations where it's just a lot of neutral play, one team wins a neutral, and then it's a slow enough game that you're not getting enough effective trades, where the winning team with the first neutral gets first ultimate. It's going to be a support ultimate, ends up being rushed, no counter available, Cuffer's ball instantly melted, and that's point 1 gone. But the other 2 points got a little bit more competitive, particularly that third point. There was still that critical death though. I still just sort of scratches at my brain a little bit. The one where Cuffer was just barely centimeters away, seconds away from finding the potential for the primal, or just for his team to heal him a little bit. And then this situation as well with Sugar Free ends up finding the kill with the pulse onto Cuffer. Slightly mistimed Suzu potentially from UV, but certainly UV then walking into the grab after not initially getting grabbed himself ended up costing them, in my opinion, that particular point. So would they have won the map? Still debatable. They have at least gotten a point. I think they should have.
Okay, everybody wanted this to go to a map 5, right? Every single series between the top 3 teams currently has been a map 5, and this is no different. Push, either New Queen Street, or what is the other push map? Esperanca is the other push map. That's what I'm thinking of. 64-9 elims as well. Disgusting stuff from SSG. I mean, now the Zarya ban can come out as well for GK. It's going to be their map choice.
No, they've used the Zarya ban already on King's Row.
Oh, they have on King's No, on the last map. No, on the King's Row. Are you sure it was King's?
So King's Row, SSG banned Zarya. It was Zarya Wuyang on map 3. And then we had Reaper Hazard. So importantly, I think Hazard will come back. I do think this is going to be another Hazard map. I think you've had enough success on Hazard today. You know you're going to be able to be in a good spot with that. I would be very surprised if they left Lucio open again. I don't think SSG should allow Lucio to go through this time around. Their team have shown a lot more willingness to play without Lucio. GK have looked a lot more vulnerable without the Lucio. If Lucio is on the table again and Admiral gets bailed out by that, and then GK ends up winning, major questions to be asked about SG's choices here. They're 1-for-1 in terms of deferring. They deferred on King's Road, lost the map. Then they deferred again on Soravasa, ends up winning the map. However, they managed to get themselves a nice hazard ban, which I don't think GK were expecting. GK obviously moved up to targeting against the hazard, and now they'll target the ram. So again, they want a dive option. However, I think this is just always be hazard. The ram ban doesn't do a lot for me, in my opinion, because this was always going to be hazard from Cuffer. He's just been wanting to play hazard the whole time, and the hazard ban the last map really impacted him. So the ram ban, all it's going to do is prevent Hawk from playing his own ram. Trace the target onto Sugar Free is big, because my Mona has not been keeping up with Sugar Free. So that is a pretty decent ban. And because there's no punish on the Lucio, you've gotten away with the Lucio. Admiral gets to play Lucio. 0 Lucio targets this entire series. So Admiral's smiling about that. 1 Wuyong target, but Wuyong's done and dusted. That's gone now. In fact, you even won the map that you had your Wuyong targeted. So I think you're pretty happy with how the bans generally have paved out, except for maybe that last map, which was a little bit too one-sided for GK's liking.
Yeah, I mean, keeping up with Sugar Free on the Tracer is going to be tough for anybody in the region, let's be real. So yeah, Mimone can now just pivot though. It's like, okay, what are they going to play? It's going to be Wuyang, Lucio, Hazard, and then the DPS. I mean, you could even put them on Sim again if you really want to, if you're thinking that it's going to be a little bit of brawl here.
I think so. I think he's played a lot of Sim today. I think he wants to play the Sim. I think Sugar Free's going to move into either Reaper or Symmetra himself. Small possibility for Sombra, but I would say pretty unlikely. But that would have been, if we were watching Korea, I think Sombra would probably come through here. But here in this matchup, not expecting Sombra. So it's actually going to be new Queen Sheet. Either way, works either way. So yeah, it'll be Reaper Zarya would be pretty strong. Now that Reaper's available, Zarya's on the table. I think Reaper Zarya into a hazard might be a good option for them.
Let's have a look what they play. Map number 5, GK versus SSG. Of course, it was going to go all the way with our top 3 teams, each having a map 5 against each other. I want to see how GK are going to respond. I'm still kind of surprised Space Station didn't ban that Lucio. Admiral, every single series has been targeted with that ban over and over and over again.
At least one time. At least one time.
Which is really good for GK. And then Mimono just hovering Sombra straight up.
Not a lot of good hack targets, though. I don't think it's a good choice for Mimone. But I thought, as well, for Mimone, you're not going to play Symmetra with a Winston. They're going to go Winston, and it's just going to get melted by the Reaper. That's the problem. Like, no, the Sim's just for TPing out of spawn. I think this should be Hazard. I think GK are making a mistake here. I think Hazard plus Sim for Mimone would have been a better look.
Yeah.
Now you're just going to play Winston into Zarya Reaper. That's painful for the Winston. That's really bad for Guffer.
See, I think they're switching up this first fight.
What's that?
Cover just trying to... Whoa, that's it. Just hit the reload there real quick for Sugar Free. Hawk's extremely low too, but the poke damage as well is going to be half a Space Station. Just step up. There's Ultraviolet, as always, playing in the front line. That's a lot of damage already from UV. They're going to have to eventually kill him, and yes, they do.
Wow.
An easy speed up, and Ultraviolet down. And GK lose both supports.
I think part of the reason why they don't want to ban Lucio is because if you really want to push the Zarya in, having the Lucio available for your own team to play Zarya is very important. But I do, again, I think this matchup is just poor. GK playing Winston into Zarya Reaper, plus a Sombra doing very little for them in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, what your best hack target is like Sugar Free, like Hawk in the front line, but you can, those hacks don't last too long.
A support?
Yeah, Chronic, like, it's tough, man. They really have to find off angles here to try and fight, because fighting on the point against the Reaper Zarya is almost impossible for this comp.
And
CJ's already got ult.
Whoever's hacked and Virus can just get bubbled by Hawk as well, so it just doesn't feel good at all. CJ, yeah, as you mentioned, Lep's not far behind. So they're going to snowball. In fact, if you delay this any longer from GK's POV, CJ is just going to rush the point and cap.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. Quick teleport away there from Mimone. Still farming up, though, on the Sombra, must be said. 20% away from that EMP, but this is going to be an easy fight here. You've got to imagine from SSG. They're going to try and not even use any ults here by the looks of it. Ultraviolet has got this Tidal Blast, attaches it to Cover. Lep tries to get out of there, yet wants nothing of that. But Cover just gets blown up. A hack onto Lep is, it's okay for about, what, 0.5 seconds, and then Chronic just runs through you. That's checkpoint for SSG already.
Now, 18 meters must win 5. GK loses next fight. You can 100+ meters. Ball is going to end up being a better choice for GK. If they don't want to run the hazard, Ball and Sombra together is going to give them a very strong dive. However, still have to contend with the fact that you can't stay melee too long. Reaper is still going to end up punishing you. You have to win this fight if you're GK.
Okay, I was thinking maybe a little over ambitious, but apparently not. That is a fight win.
Payload stolen. Payload's being stolen.
Nah, a couple of meters, they're chill, I think. My moan still, though, with the EMP. This is going to be close to 100 meters, Avril, it's got to be said.
Yeah, Space Station weren't pushing during that fight as well.
EMP hits 4. Oh, he got one tapped, though. Okay, they end up trading 1 for 1. My goodness, Sugar Free dead. At the very least, that Virus collecting the kill. However, this overclock from Lethal doing nasty work in the front line. Graviton Surge from Hawk a little bit. I think it was on the high ground there. Ends up sucking up Lethal for half a second. But Space Station Gaming lose control of the bot. But still with a 78-meter lead, you cannot be mad at that.
You need to clear this fight up. Space Station are not going to be able to win this fight because their respawns are too far away. And what remaining players they have are kind of caught into a weird little spot. Payload's now moving away. This is rough. So even if Hawk doesn't die in a small little room, Sugar Free is just going to come out of Wraith, eat an orb, and Payload is just gone.
They're going to try and turn it, though. Well, there's the Tidal Blast actually onto Admiral. Was afraid Admiral was going to get 2 tapped there by the Sojourn. CJ does end up going down on the side of Space Station. Space Station now try and push the bot. Cover, though, playing goalkeeper there. Just, oh, what a shot. Oh, Ultraviolet. I think it's a whole 25 years of his life there flashing before his eyes. My moan at least cleans up too. But Space Station making these fights a little bit messy, Avril, is not too bad for them whatsoever. Only now with GK being able to push the bot.
And they're still in recovery mode because they still don't have real good win conditions to enable this cap. And then after the cap, start to catch up on meters to force the flip. Space Station will be able to get double support plus grab in time to defend the cap. This is going to be a struggle for GK to even be able to get a checkpoint. And I think they really require the EMP to get anything done here.
Unfortunately, Admiral's already dead. Sugar Free ends up taking him out. My moan has got EMP, but Sugar Free has got 2 already.
And now you're going to have the EMP just to get bot control back, which is not ideal. You want an EMP to win the fight that will get you the cap, not win the fight that gets you payload back. That just means you'll end up burning ultimates for no progress. You have to be able to translate ults used into instant meterage into actual progress. Otherwise, you're just throwing ults into the wall, recovering.
Mines on the points. And the sound barrier from left to make sure they can survive any incoming damage. EMP hits 3 though, but My moan again instantly blown up by Chronic. Is there any kills here from GK? None? Well, the CJ and Chronic eventually end up going down. Ultraviolet coming up big again with those left clicks. Lethal's going to get chased all the way to spawn though. But an extra couple of meters there for Space Station, and the EMP being used is still good.
Count your lucky stars that you have Ultraviolet on your team that can deal that kind of damage with those kind of shots with that level of accuracy, because despite a reasonable EMP, My moan dying instantly for it, looking like 0 follow-up, it was a sad state of affairs. Like I said, they have to burn EMP just to recover payload, which means they're not able to translate that into a cap unless Left goes down and he's saved. I think Left got bubbled.
To back off. Uh-oh. Sugar Free is in a hot pursuit, using that Wraith form, and the Death Blossom. Oh, booped away. Tidal Blast. Lethal has to run. He's trapped in a small room. Mega health pack. Oh, he got him as well. Sugar Free ends up taking down Lethal on what was a comedic chase there. You could have had the Benny Hill theme song for Sugar Free and UV just then. Well, Ultraviolet ends up going down. Lethal and My moan falling, and Hawk still saving this grab.
They literally booped Sugar Free away. And then Lethal slides the same direction.
Yeah.
And then Sugar Free goes into room to get pack. And then Lethal goes into room as well. Oh my goodness, that was such a preventable death. Lethal did not need to go down there. But another situation where unfortunately GK, they're just burning ultimates and recovering. This is the important fight now. Can they actually get payload into a position to win a fight and get a cap? They're going up against Grav again. Admiral has to be available. Important.
Mine slammed to create some space. Still though, like you said, Graviton Surge, Chronic even with the Railgun too, the overclock. And My moan's dead. And look how low cover is too. They have to back off.
Just can't.
You flying in a 4v5 here is not good. Oh, and
this is such an important fight. Like, you need to 5v5 a real fight here with ultimates to be able to secure a point. This is an incredible struggle from GK. Again, I think matchup-wise, not amazing. The cover ball at least improves from the Winston, but the Sombra has been feast or famine, and even when the EMP is hitting, they're not necessarily winning unless Ultraviolet is going God mode.
Yeah, not winning clean fights with that EMP.
He's going to have to EMP
about 5%
again to recover.
Yeah.
Look.
This ends
Might be able to get it. Overclock by Chronic. MyMoan backing up. Again, this space creation tool just so crazy. And you see Lethal having to dash away as well. There's the forward spawns. Unleashed again. No, and MyMoan's dead. Sugar-Free in the back line ends up getting traded, but still a Death Blossom exchange there for a kill onto MyMoan. And now no EMP for this fight for GK. To hold on to the bot, though, they are going to use the sound barrier, but quickly managed by SSG. And they are just going in. They know GK have nothing. Tidal Blast booped away. He gets the knockdown on Hawk, but quickly rights himself back up again. GK need to expend so much here. This is SSG just running down this last point.
Yeah, they got so much meterage now. Over double, 100 to 50. It is still technically comebackable for GK. But, I mean, he's going to have to.
He got nothing. He got nothing.
He meant.
He actually meant. And Hawk gets the kill too. Disaster has hit the GK Discord call right now. Sugar-Free does end up going down, but Space Station Gaming are marching this bot home. The top of the standings over the last 2 weeks have been turned upside their head. Cuffer ends up falling. This is going to be a full cap if they're not careful. And Hawk is just pushing this one in. Lethal goes to this final touch here, but quickly dove upon by Hawk. Hawk finds 3 kills. A quick recontest here by UV and Cuffer as they kill the Zarya, but now they have to be perfect. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. 127 meters in the bank.
It's basically a one deal here. I mean, it's a 70-meter gap, but it's not just a raw 70 meters. There's a huge difference between pushing from 0 to 70 and pushing from 50 to 127. It requires you to go into spawn. MyMoan's finally, after 9.5 minutes, given up, 8.5 minutes, I should say, given up on the Sombra, which has just done so little for them so far. The map just to top it all off. He greeted. The reason why he meant that is because he greeted. He tried to get Hawk, who was inside the room, while keeping the EMP outside the room to catch additional members, and he missed everything. Now Space Station looking for the win in the series, and they are in a good position.
Under Blast and Mines. These are the knockdowns, though, and he does. He ends up getting Chronic. But can they actually make this a clean fight? CJ dead, an Echo killed there as MyMoan ends up switching eventually. They do trade for Lethal, but it's honestly as much as they can hope for. They still need to enter butt scratch mode with a minute to go.
Yep, and Space Station held ults. They're just saving for the full stack for OT. The most important time, you don't want to ult dump too early. You want to ult dump either close to or at OT. You can even allow GK to get up to 80, maybe even 100 meters here, which is a little bit scary, but you are playing for the win, and the win looks like you hit the ulti, you ult dump, and then you literally win. That's it.
Clone available from Ultraviolet ends up changing into a Sojourn of all things. Chronic takes a little bit too much damage, even with the OC, has to back off, but finds another angle. Lethal goes pretty low, a couple of shots there from Chronic, but not securing the kill. Echo duplication down as MyMoan gets sniped out of the skies by Chronic, and here comes the ult dump. 10 seconds to go with nothing left in the GK camp, and this is just a disaster. Sound barrier grab, they've even got this Death Blossom as well. No hope for GK in this last fight. It's all on Cuffer, but that hope is swiftly fading. Space Station Gaming, they're going pretty low, however, with this fight, but it should be a fairly trivial cleanup. GK are going to get one final touch here with MyMoan jumping back in, but a sound barrier hitting 3 is going to sustain them for a little bit longer. A quick wraparound from Hawk, though, should be good. That overhealth not too much, but Ultraviolet comes up actually big. There's a Tidal Blast that connects to Admiral. They're still in this fight. Ultraviolet still comes up with 2.
I don't know if they are, though, because they don't have players. Lethal has to come back on a fast hero like Sombra now. Doesn't have a choice. Look at this. It's OT. You have to keep pushing. You need to. Look how far away the players are. Freya for Lethal now. It's going to be a 5vx. There's only like 2 people on point. If SSG go right now, they have a massive player advantage.
Hawk's going to jump onto the Diva 2, and Sugar-Free still got this Death Blossom. Mines for Cover could delay them some time. It's, the Wraith Form's already been used. A perfect target now is Sugar-Free, but there's no one can actually jump on him. Cover lays down the Mines on the point, and Sugar-Free just goes for the cleanup now. A quick teleport, and he ends up teleporting and killing MyMoan. He's still got ult. I mean, Space Station Gaming, the game is in their hands. The series is in their hands. That second seed spot as well. A jump onto the point for Sugar-Free and straight on top of Admiral's head. The damage is immense, and Space Station Gaming are going to stand taller. GK still have maybe a hope here, but on this rush, it's going to be impossible. Heroics required from Ultraviolet, but it's not to be. Space Station Gaming rocket to second place as they take down GK in a 3-2.
Yeah, after looking so close in terms of where they were to extinction a week ago, which is not the result they wanted. Hawk in that interview not pleased about how close they played extinction. Felt like they were the better team. But you also have a game last week where another 5 mapper, GK got 5 maps up against Team Liquid, and it just goes awry at the final hour. They were not pleased about that one, given how quickly they exited the server. And you know what the final map in that GKTL game was? It was Survasa, it was 3-0. Guess what? Map 4 in this series, another Survasa, another 3-0. This Survasa is really biting GK in the butt right now. It does seem like a bit of a weak point for the team, and even when you have some bans, in my opinion, particularly on that last map, very much going the way of GK. Lucio available, Hazard available, no Hazard to be played. They start on Winston, they enable the Zarya and Reaper because, well, obviously both Zarya and Reaper have been banned already, and they play Winston into it, swap to the ball, but then the Sombra just did so little. I feel bad for my Mo because he's got such great flexibility, but unfortunately, Sombra, probably not one of the heroes you want to see out of him very often in the future.
I mean, we had quite a few discussions regarding Sombra in general in the current meta and where her place is, while some made it work on some maps or some points of certain maps with certain players, so there's a lot of caveats really to the Sombra in the mix. It wasn't the best showing we saw today. Overall, I just feel like the map victories on either side were very convincing when they won, but very one-sided affairs. So it was just kind of like a trade-off back and forth, except of course from the third map. What's the big takeaway from this though? Like, is this another performance where we're gonna get a disgruntled Hawk, like, or is this something that,
no, this is
against GK, right? So
I mean,
surely
going to a map 5 like that against Extinction is like, okay, feeling pretty bad. Like, we should have been 3-0 in this, we should have just been rolling, but going to a map 5 against GK, who have been #1 undefeated up into the last couple of weeks, is just insane. If you told me coming into this week that GK were going to be in 3rd place, I'd be like, bro, there's ain't no way. Give me that pipe, you know, give me the crusty. I mean, at the end of the day, I think if you're in that spot as well where you're giving over bans, I mean, me and Avril kind of spoke about it. It didn't feel right. It felt like SSG were out complicated, like playing themselves, overthinking kind of thing, but especially on the King's Row, but just heroics at the end of the day, and then kind of a miscomp and a misplay from GK ended up biting them. An unbelievable, it had to go to a map 5. It wasn't just an unbelievable series. The top 3 in NA is, on paper and the eye test as well, ridiculously competitive.
Yeah, unfortunately though, GK do end up losing to both of the other 2 partner teams, so this is kind of the weakest GK have looked in a little bit, and that's considering that they are still unbelievably strong given the fact that they've gone to multiple map 5s. But this final map, I don't feel like New Queen Street was ever out of contention for the side of Space Station, despite any last-minute heroics, despite any last-minute changes. My Mon go for Sombra over towards the Echo. It didn't feel like, to me at least, SSG ever had that map out of their grasp. And then you have to talk about that map 4 against Survasa. As I mentioned now, twice in a row against the other 2 top teams, it's a 3-0. TL 3-0 them Survasa. SSG 3-0 them Survasa. I think it should have been 3-1 because I think that last point could have and should have gone their way, but still, this is a map that it needs to be looked at for GK now. It's a very serious gap in their map pool.
Yeah, but only against those top teams. Like when they played teams like Sakura, they 3-0'd them, right? So they are winning the matches and the teams against which they should be winning, which is good.
The games they care about are these ones, though. They care about whether they can beat SSG and Liquid, I would argue. Because they know they're beating Sakura, unfortunately for Sakura.
Very true. But still, like, they've lost it against the 2 top teams, so it's like, I don't know if that should be like, yeah.
It just needs to be closer. It needs to be more competitive.
A day.
It needs to be more competitive.
You heard it
because,
here.
you know, you sort of said, like, some of the maps they lost were very one-sided, so I think that was one of the maps that was very one-sided.
Yeah, but then on the other side as well, like the ones that SSG dropped, also very one-sided. So like you'd rather have every map being very, very competitive, which was just not really the case in this series, if we're being honest. So now let's take a look at the standings to see where we're at. We talked about the second seed being on the line, unless of course something really funny happens, but this should be it for SSG.
That is crazy. Like, it's like we've swapped the name cards between Liquid and GK, you know? Like, oh, okay, that makes sense, guys. Yeah, GK were, like, undefeated. Facing 2 partner teams, Space Station, Team Liquid, they end up losing in map 5. ridiculous stuff. And yeah, you're right, Zoe. Liquid's next 2 games, you're expecting them to win. Sakura, Dildox, like, okay, they're probably going to be at a 7-0 at the end of this stage and undefeated as well. I mean, we'll see what happens comes playoffs. I know GK are going to be feeling pretty down about themselves, I'd imagine, at least fixing that hole in Surabasa. There's a little break, obviously, between now and playoffs, so you're thinking they're going to come back stronger, but Team Liquid SSG, they look so clean coming up these last couple of weeks.
This is about to be a GK Space Station rematch, by the way, because first seed, which we expect to be Liquid, get first choice in playoffs. They're going to choose Nightmare, which means Space Station get left with GK. It's going to be a rematch, guys.
Makes sense, yeah.
Indeed. Well, we talked about the top of our standings. Let's discuss at the bottom, because 2 teams at the end of every stage found themselves in relegation, and this is where you at home are coming in, because this is an opportunity to fight your way through the FACEIT League and make it to OWCS yourself, if you're good enough, that is, of course. But this is the opportunity. FACEIT League Season 7 is coming up soon, or is it already going? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's coming up. Let's go with this. It's soon TM, right? So make sure to head on over to FACEIT.com, sign up with your team, find people to play with, learn along the way, have a lot of fun, of course. Also earn Overwatch 2 rewards, in-game rewards, as you're doing so whilst you're winning matches. Avril, how is your team search going?
Well, last time Johnny kicked me off the team so that Matt could barrage the ground, so that's how it went last time. So I'm still waiting for both an apology and an invitation from Johnny.
Yeah, I think you gotta wait. Maybe next season, next year, perhaps.
See you next year.
We put in a request. It might happen, but yeah, it's a really great opportunity, obviously. To join the tier 2 scene and you know, just get some reps in, play those weekly matches. Well, I mean, we show ourselves in OWCS that we have some teams which are in fact still studying. They just do that as like a funny thing on the side, and yes, they're here in OWCS. That's pretty neat.
You could face against Dildox, the legendary Dildox. You could face
Yeah, you could also win against them, like so many teams have done before, or you could get crushed against them. So either way, the vibes will be high. It's going to be a good time. Also in our next match, because we're going to see Team Liquid trying to cement that #1 seed, and for that they have to defeat Sakura. Let's find out if they can get it done on the other side of this.
What is your favorite like sound that you can make yourself? Like a whoop whoop whoop.
Wait, like with our mouth?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm putting you guys on the spot.
Every time I do a fist bump, you do a. I like that. It's very simple.
Usually just like the cheesy gun sounds. I love doing
like the Western,
yeah,
like 60s.
Like Cassidy's.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not very good at doing those, but okay, thank you for your answer.
Of course.
Well, that is also part of like our job too, because like we have to, a lot of times when we get feedback or give feedback, we have to describe in interesting ways how things should sound. Like they should sound sharp. Or...
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Who's ready to party? Good news, everyone.
Form is temporary. The spirit is eternal.
and welcome back one more time. Team Liquid about to face up against Sakura. Liquid, obviously the heavy favorites coming into it. Let's talk about why that is. Well, for one, they've just been absolutely untouchable, not losing anything. They've been the dominant force in NA, and a lot of that is due to the meta.
Yeah, they look great. Honestly,
and also them being good.
The meta was... Yeah, okay, yeah, that too. I mean, look, this meta was like built for this team, man. I don't know. There's something in the water. There's something at Blues HQ that's like, we're big Liquid fans, actually, and we're going to balance this patch perfectly to their tastes.
They make good merge. Let's have them on top.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at the end of the day, I think this game is going to be a Liquid win. They secure this. They secure the win against Dildugs. That's rank 1C, and they haven't lost a single match. It's ridiculous stuff from them.
So part of the reason why I think the meta is good is because it's the meta, but it's also the fact that they can navigate the meta because of why they have Infected, which has a hero pool that rivals Cuffer, maybe even surpasses, because the extra Sigma flex pick out of Infected, it just comes out of nowhere and can win you maps. You have the fact that Tree is one of the only Hyperflex DPS players that we have in the region that can actually go between both hit scan and projectile / flex DPS quite comfortably, which is a very big deal for the team. And then you have a player that can carry as much, maybe even more so, given the time on the Tracer, on the Genji, on those type of super very much required carry heroes like Sugarfree's doing, Zero's doing that in space, and these are the kind of things that I think GK are missing slightly. Also, Vega, he can play, you know, a little bit more than the Lucio, even though that didn't end up being a factor for GK. So I think all those things combined, the only thing Team Liquid are missing is they don't have DPS levels of damage on their Wu Yang. That's it. That's the only thing they're missing.
I mean, that's fine. I think that's more than okay. Like, you have such insane, like, okay, we can play Freya, we can play Sojourn. Was it going to be a double flex DPS? Like, are we going to see a lot of Genji Tracer with Wrecking Ball at the start of the stage? Saw a little bit of it, and then people were like, oh, wait, Hitstand is still actually really good. So we can have Tree play the Freya. And yeah, to +2 your comment about Infected, unlimited hero pool. I think they've not been favoring the Wu Yang comp, but it's like, that's fine. RuPaul can play Kiri. Like, they can play double flex if they want to with Vega. Like, yeah, there's not much that Team Liquid don't have right now.
Was it Vega himself who, I believe, said in a post-match interview that they expect it to be nerfed, they just don't think it's actually that good or will be that good coming up, so that's why they don't want to like put their eggs in that basket. And yeah, so far it's been working out. It's been working out for them. Safe from the bubble, as you can see, Sakura are, you know, that they're getting the stuff done that they're getting done. They win the matches they're supposed to win, and they lose the ones they're supposed to lose. So all on track.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Z's on the fantasy roster, so Z, shout out. Give me a today. I'd appreciate it. Don't die too much, please. Don't die instantly to Tree and stuff. Now, I think this team is going to be an upward tilt battle. I think Sakura have always had the ability to kind of punch up, but against a Team Liquid that's coming in at 5-0, I think the audience is going to be with here as well. This is a Liquid 3-0, and I think if it's a 3-1, you're like, okay, that's really cool. Sakura are playing up super well, but if it's not a 3-0, I will be shocked.
Only late in the stage Gen G type of look if that's the case. So yep, we're gonna have, to be honest, Zomba probably one of the brightest, maybe the brightest spot on this team. You want someone that can sort of take it on that Tracer battle. Zomba is the type of player that I think is going to be able to be performing. However, it's going to be a tough game, as we sort of mentioned across the board for everyone else. A lot of Zarya should be expected here. Zarya and Diva, mostly matchups for Sakura is what Zeb's going to bring to the table, and X10 mostly she's just played a lot of cast, a lot of just general hit scan. So
yeah, but she's also picked up the Reaper, right? So like when they finally brought X10 in, like it was seamless for her to also play that Reaper to like great success. So we were almost worried when they were alluding to taking X10 out of the mix again, because we're like, hey, wait, that actually worked out really well for you guys. So it's great to see X10 still in the mix. Of course, it's going to be an uphill battle for Sakura. Let's see what they're going to throw at Team Liquid to maybe steal away a map or two. Guys, take it away.
A map or two, stealing away a map or two. I don't know. I think Liquid expecting a 3-0 here. I think them walking away with this one, just heads held high, looking towards playoffs. In all honesty, Abro, I don't think there's going to be there's going to be some pushback for sure, especially in the DPS role. I want to see if X10 is starting today, because PDK has been favoring the Reaper, and that's something they started with at the start of the stage. Then PDK had work, I believe, or something like that. And then X10 stepped in. But X10 is an insane Freya player. She can play Freya at the top level. But against Tree and the rest of Liquid, that is going to be tough. Ilios, our first map.
So, by the way, I mean, the pathway for Liquid to make Stockholm is essentially entirely clear now. I mean, it's might as well just be a red carpet laid out. We'll talk about the map in a second here. This is going to be obviously a ball map, so expect a ball protector or ball ban. But aside from that, Team Liquid, first seed coming out of North America after cleaning up Sakura and Dildux. They get first seed selection. They'll pick Nightmare, who will likely be the 4th place team. They will then allow SSG and GK to knock each other down into the lower bracket, and then they don't even have to beat the winner of that. They just need to go to the upper bracket final, which all they got to do is beat Nightmare to do that, go to the upper bracket final against the winner of SSG and GK, and then regardless of whether they win or lose, they're top 3. So we're literally rolling out the red carpet for Team Liquid to make Stockholm. I mean, at this stage, they've all but booked their tickets. They're just waiting to do the celebration victory lap by getting a couple of nice wins against Sakura and Dildux.
Zarya ban and Echo ban. Yeah, I think when you put it like that, Avril, that's a pretty good salesman way of putting that. I like those odds. I think with Liquid beating Nightmare haven't missed a LAN either, which would be pretty disappointing, honestly, for a lot of Nightmare fans. Obviously, it was the old GK roster back in Stage 1 when we went to China. But for mid-season, they didn't miss that one. And it was such a good opportunity to see some of those players on LAN that have only experienced that single live stage like that, and it's definitely a unique opportunity which those players are going to be hungry for again. So, you know, expect upsets in the playoff bracket is all I'm saying. Don't count Nightmare out just yet, but Liquid very strong, heavy favorites to go to Stockholm already.
It does also depend on how the season 19 patch goes, because that could entirely change everything. That again comes out very soon, like a couple days, man. So yeah, it's really going to change things potentially. So the team, which I expect Liquid to be able to flex onto very easily and quickly. You want a flexible team that can play whatever meta, which is what Liquid currently have on their roster. So as mentioned here, Zarya ban equals all protect. An Echo ban, I mean, it's a reasonable Echo map. Would Zero played it on this map? Doubtful. Would Trio played it? Doubtful. So not an incredible ban coming from Sakura, but I might just be saving some better bans for the other maps.
Worth noting, X10 is in, so she's on the Cassidy. Oh, Freya, I'm actually a little shocked at that. Obviously expecting the ball, maybe Freya a little bit more dangerous.
The Cass actually dies very easily to the ball here. So contrary to popular belief, this is the one time where, like, the medal ranks are right on this one, which means
the medal ranks are right.
The Cass, usually the bronze are top 500 degree, but yeah, the Cass HP nerf really impacts your ability to stay alive versus a hard dive like a ball dive.
And we'll see how many bits of util that Zeb ends up throwing in here, because you're gonna have to
This is rare. We don't see that anymore.
Yeah, off the back line. I mean, the spear can definitely help sustain. However, look at this. I mean, Infected is so free. 1200 HP. Nightmare fuel. With that overhealth.
Well, you get to see a pick, though. A bit of a slow one, and Zero and Tree have nearly got ultimates. Just goes to show it. In fact, it's X10 that opens up.
Okay, she finds one. Liquid do end up getting the cap, though, but keeping Infected alive on this point should be fairly trivial for RuPaul. Flashbang does end up connecting with Tree.
Look at Z's ult.
And Z is, almost got the rush too. So much healing onto Zeb. I mean, Zeb is taking infinite damage. Eventually, Infected goes down. Oh, the 2-tap too onto Tree. Okay, Sakura.
So here's what happened. You have a bunch of damage off of Liquid. You have Zero and Tree basically getting first ultimates ahead of everyone in the server. But Sakura find the first pick. It's X10 finally landing a shot into Zero. Might have been a flashbang. Might have just been a stray headshot. Either way, you take that pick any day of the week. And because no one's actually getting a kill from Liquid despite the damage, Z's is just rushing ahead and getting the first ultimate for support. So Sakura just staying alive. They're just no able to capitalize on. And another pick. Liquid are just not able to get anything in response.
Wow, yeah. I think RuPaul actually fell down the well too, judging by the little sound that the Kiriko made. Yeah, mustn't have been. Ideally, right, you want to off-angle with this comp as well with RuPaul on the Kiri, so interesting stuff. The replay. Zed just got enough. What is happening? What are my eyes witnessing right now? Liquid
they're not playing.
Folding.
This is very odd from Team Liquid. They're pulling a bit of an Alkitz here versus Genji at the moment because they need to actually lock into a team fight here. They're just getting individually picked. Finally, ultimates come through.
Oh, what a terror surge. Ends up clearing most of those mines too. Here comes the rush from Z. Tree dead. Okay, check Sakura PC, right, mods? Check Sakura's PC. He's still got a high noon as well available. This rush as well from RuPaul is just not helping. They're having to back off.
By the way, no one has died on Sakura. There are 0 deaths on Sakura. Team Liquid, get your first kill challenge, please.
Oh. Okay, there it is. You got it. You caught it. You got it. X10 down. She didn't end up saving that ult, though. However, Infected does end up falling. Sakura looking at the final fight here. Eventually, Vega takes care of Zeb. But still 80+% on your first cap. You are grinning ear to ear right now if you're Sakura.
Especially how expensive that took lead Team Liquid eventually. Just by using every single ultimate. Zero now popping off a little bit towards the end, but a big comeback now required. I mean, yeah, Team Liquid certainly have the capability to do so comfortably, but Sakura, if you can just push this one to a round win, you're looking great, because that was the first team fight loss for Sakura. They've won every team fight, every pick, every trade up until that point.
They're kind of stalling up there on the high ground. High noon. Oh, that's an insane spear from Zeb. Spear Infected into the wall. He tried to go for the grapple, and then had high noon from X10. But, oh, Sarah gets 2 with the pulse. Natsuki, X10 down. Triple for Sarah, in fact. Yep, quick reset for Zeb. Doesn't want to give him a 4th.
Which might be a way, but he's feeling good about Zero farming up some points this week for him. And Team Liquid, slow but surely catching up. And RuPaul's also realistically caught up on ult here. It's just Vega's got to be in a little bit of a hole in terms of the beat timing. Although we'll see if that ends up being a factor at all, because Natsuki still has to farm this one up. And time is running out, because you're about to see Liquid in not too short of an order hit that 99.
Hi. See if the bolus here from Tree can find any purchase. Yeah, RuPaul now on an off angle. Do not die to Zeb's spear challenge.
Sakura going really slow. They need to speed up here.
Well, they're going to do that by putting the rush on the point at the very least. Sarah's already dead. I think it was a flashbang help there from X10. Flip ends up coming through with little resistance there from Team Liquid. And now an OT touch is required. Infected is going to slam down onto the point, get the OT touch. However, there's still 4v5 on the point. A rush from RuPaul might be good enough, though, as Zomba looks for an entrance into the backline with a pulse bomb in his back pocket. As ever, just a little bit scared there, hiding around in that miniature health pack room. As, RuPaul face checks Zomba there. Instant double headshot with the kunais as Liquid ends up finding the flip again. X10 does receive the sound barrier, as well as that terror surge coming in. Does grab 2 people as Zeb kills RuPaul. Infected scurrying away, tail between his legs, has got mines, but needs another touch.
Sakura have numbers here. They have 5 alive, but can they get anything done with that one? Natsuki barely keeps the point alive for the rest of the team, but with Natsuki falling, it's a 4v5, and while Vega's about to have ult to finish things off.
Yeah, double take aim shot there onto the Lucio. That's good enough for 1. X10 needs to find some headshots, needs to find him now. RuPaul does end up going down to the flashbangs of all things. Pulse bomb from Zomba ends up going wide. Infected coming back with a little bit of vengeance as he kills 2. Wow, that was close. Team Liquid, they end up capping that round, but Sakura, an unbelievable show up from them.
Another game of seconds here. I think Sakura actually take the round if Natsuki had about 5 to 6% more ultimate. So again, something we talked about in our previous matchup at the highest level here. For Sakura, I mean, they're playing against the highest level, and with those level of timings, you're off by 5 to 6%. You don't have the beaten time to counter RuPaul. You don't have the beaten time to play up against Team Liquid's aggression to stay in the fight. Natsuki did extend the point a little bit long for the rest of the team, but once things really start to hit the fan, hit the wall, it's Liquid that really thrive in those moments. Zero is at one point getting a 3K, multi-fragging, 2-man pulse bomb at one point as well. So, really picking up a lot of kills in that department. It did take a while for Liquid to lock in to get those kills, but when they did, it looked like Liquid again.
Is that pocket pick you were mentioning a little bit earlier on when we were talking about Infected and Cuffer? This Sigma of all things. Not something you usually see on Ruins, to be fair. The slowest comp of all time with the Sig, but what Sakura kind of laying down in front of him makes perfect sense. I mean, the Wrecking Ball was just not getting as much value as Infected maybe wanted.
This is not a good Wrecking Ball map anyway, so once you move to Ruins, it's probably a good time to think about something else. Ram would be okay here. I think most teams would probably Ram, but wants to be able to play this into the Orisa, which Zeb wants to get very deep. Oh, it's pushing Infected away.
I think Infected might just die here. Season's are coming out, but RuPaul's already dead. Silver Bullet ends up killing Infected there.
It's one thing that you can't really deal with when you're playing the Sigma. Nothing you have in your kit will help you versus the spear spin, and gold will protect you from the rock as well. So dubious matchup for Infected, but it's going to end up being a much slower game for Team Liquid. A good opportunity for Sakura to even things out on this opening map.
Yeah, could definitely steal this one away as well with how they've been playing. Say it ain't so, but Space Station Gaming versus Extinction, kind of getting a little bit of flashbacks right now. But yeah, like I said, don't want to speak too soon. Silver bullet shots, you were mentioning it in the series previous, is there to kind of check Tree. Zeb going golden, Infected pretty low. Bowler shot, wow, what a connection on Nurtsuki. That's from downtown. Tree nailing that one perfectly. 180's there, tries to kill the Tracer. X10 dies, should be a cap now for Liquid.
And there it is. Bowler into Natsuki. Z didn't quite have the Katsuna rush yet for tempo. Be allowed to allow Sakura to be using anything in that fight. So again, slightly faster. Could have been a difference maker even 4v5 when Liquid don't have ultimates. A good time to rush for Sakura could have been sealing the deal. Now they have to retake. Rush into Rush with Natsuki behind Vega for the eventual beat trade, which is going to be pretty rough. It'll probably end up being Natsuki having to save beat to counter Infected. Oh, it's going to be a reset first.
Good start, yeah. Quick reset here. Infected taking the flying perk, so being able to get up to that high ground for free. Which is kind of nice for the Sigma.
Yeah, underrated, honestly, especially on this map when really for Sakura, you don't have any ability to contest high ground. Your support's certainly got to do it. Nearly full stack for Sakura now in terms of ults, but the same thing for Team Liquid. So not a good situation. If you're losing, you don't want to be on full stack. You need to be using right now.
Right, he is so menacing. Look at him, he's so menacing up there. He's just a cheeky guy. All right, Sakura, they end up using this High Noon to get themselves to the point. The rush as well to help them sustain on it. No High Noon kills. There's going to be at least Zera there to touch, to try and contest, but Pulse onto Infected is going to be good. Again, behind enemy lines was Infected that entire time. Return rush on the point for RuPaul as Sakura's one fades away, and despite losing Infected, they're still kind of winning this fight regardless. RuPaul with a nice couple headshots there onto Zomba, ends that fight pretty handily.
X10's going to give up on the cast now. Needs to have a little bit of high ground control, needs to have a little bit more range up to play against Tree, but also Infected, who's dominating high ground. You need to check his positioning as well. And Team Liquid will, as you sort of mentioned here, survive even without Infected. So you lose Infected, which is a super high value pick, and yet Sakura cannot capitalize on attack differential. Now final fight to come in.
Hovering amongst the stars there is Infected. A little sound effect, sounds like a Halo jump pad. All right, well, Flux available here for Team Liquid.
Be careful about the spear.
Has to be. Spear spin used, not the spear itself. Another golden there to put Zeb on the point. Still, though, checking his mark. Looking for the spear. Connects with one. Ducks behind the pillar, but the sound barrier is going to be good. Terra Surge pulls him in for a brief moment, but another sound barrier from Vega is going to help secure at least a little bit of space there for Infected. Tree going rather low as Natsuki dies, unfortunately, yet again. TP from Z ends up going towards Zeb, but RuPaul and Zera just chasing them down. Team Liquid, they're going to secure this next round as well. 180 back smack there as Zomba falls at the very end. Team Liquid with a 2-0 on Ilios, but make no mistake, that was a lot closer than that overall scoreline looked.
I think that ended up being a flawless for Tree towards the end there as well. To my memory, I don't believe Tree died. If he did, maybe only the one time or so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the stats will obviously carry over between rounds. So Tree only had a total of 3 deaths, and Zero only had a total of 2 deaths, which is very impressive. A bit of a slow and late swap from X10 as well. I think X10 probably trying to, you sort of mentioned the lack of Freya on the opening round, and while I think into the ball, I would argue you're kind of susceptible to dives. You could also argue that on the opposite end, you can also counter dives as well if you do hit a shot, and it was slow for Liquid to be able to do anything, and I don't think X10 or anyone on the side of Sakura were under pressure at all for like the first minute or so. 0 deaths across the board on Sakura.
Oh,
but then
it was ridiculous from Zeb.
Yeah, just these individual kills as well, right? Sakura just randomly getting individual kills, which Liquid are having to constantly reset. But once Liquid actually get the cap, and once Liquid actually, you know, dig the heals in, have control of the map, they're back to normal. It's back to a regularly scheduled program. This is pretty disgusting as well, just being locked in the corner of the Deadeye, locking him in with the damage on the opposite end. I expected, based off the opening performance on Well, that Ruins would be a bit better, because early on Infected was not getting a lot done on the Sigma. In fact, we even remember that one particular fight where he got picked out of nowhere, and still Liquid won that fight.
Yeah, true prowess in all roles, it feels like. Wow, that was also the pulse connected, and he was flying across the like chasm there as the pulse one ended up detonating. Really nice stuff from Team Liquid to round that one out, showing their veterancy in the server, but still to be said, Sakura coming up large on that first round. I mean, if you're them, even going down like that to Team Liquid, you're still patting yourselves on the back, so full of confidence, I'd imagine, going into the next one.
Yeah, they just need to be able to convert the lead into a win. And so you have these sort of situations where you have the lead earlier on, but once you sort of exchange hands, the cap goes over. And as mentioned, Liquid dig in their heels and start building momentum. Sakura not in as a team, could be a skill thing, could just be an experience thing, could be everything at the same time, where they're not capable of being able to turn it around and reclaim that lead and just sort of finish off that lead into an actual round win. And even fights where they're ahead by one player, they're not able to convert that into more of a lead. I'm talking outside of the opening couple of minutes where they didn't die at all. So that was like a weird situation for Liquid. But after that, we got into like normal gameplay. Sakura just weren't able to like be able to win 5v4s, and also slightly slow on a couple ultimates, just, you know, a few seconds different in timing. They could have been able to play an extra ultimate, which could have changed a different fight. Esperanca, map number 2.
Esperanza, okay.
Not a bad ball map, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
It's an okay ball map if you want to play that.
Sure. I think it's always been interesting discussing bans, I think, with Team Liquid, because it feels like whatever you ban, it just doesn't really have an impact, because if you look at across all the players, it's like, okay, who has like a limited hero pool? I think the only person on that team that has the most limited hero pool, but still not that limited, is probably Zera. I mean, you're like, okay, you ban this Tracer, definitely his best hero, but can still play a lot of other things. Like, it doesn't really feel like bans affect them too much, right? So like in this one specifically, it's like, okay, well, banning the Tracer kind of hurts us too. Looks like it's going to be a Wu-Yang ban from Sakura. TL banning the Reaper.
Which is a bit of a problem because your best player is on the same hero as I don't even know if you could say Zera is their best player, but like one of their real hyper carries, right? So it's like you target him, and guess what? You target yourself. I think in these sort of situations, it's better for Sakura to go more for protects rather than target ban, because you're going up, unfortunately, against probably the most flexible team in the region, so maybe across the entire Western side of Overwatch Esports professionally. So it's very difficult for you to target ban anybody. You know, like Zera can comfortably move on to so many other heroes. Tree's a genuine hyperflex and DPS, so forget about targeting his hero pool. That's completely pointless. Infected is the most flexible tank outside of Kuffa in the region, probably more flexible than Kuffa just because of a couple of extra sneaky heroes. Yeah, so protect to enable your own team, probably the better choice here. Now, Liquid are expecting the Zarya, so they ban away the Reaper to prevent the Zarya Reaper combo.
And Infected can play Wall, he can play Winston. Just feels so good.
And also,
the meta
because they banned the Reaper,
really right for them.
He's happy to play the Winston now, unlike what we saw in the GK series, Winston into Reaper. Here, you know the Reaper's not going to be there, so yeah, just run the Winston into Zarya. You're going to have a good time. Happy with that.
Cool vibes, in all honesty. It's a very this is the Liquid classic comp. I'm gonna be real. Swap out maybe Wrecking Ball for Infected, but yeah, Winston, Tracer, Tree on Soj, like RuPaul, Vega, Kiri, Lucy. Like, man, it is really nice looks from Team Liquid. Across the board though, this is Zomba X10 versus Tree and Zera. In my mind, that is the matchup, especially for this one. They're on their mirrors, so you're expecting Tree to come up with big things, but X10 has also been very explosive. I mean, you even look at last meta too with the Freyas. X10 was just honestly electric.
We'll see how easy it is for Tree to farm some of this damage up. He's going to get cleaned up by Zomba. What an opening. That's exactly want to keep Tracer open for Sakura. You're not going to see a Tracer ban from Sakura, at least in this series, because you want Zomba on the best hero they can perform on.
Traded. All right, RuPaul gets a sneaky pick with the kunai. And now Lucio's in trouble. Natsuki, who's been a little bit bullied now, is the Zomba's turn to bully their backline. RuPaul down. Vega's trying to get away there, but Infected to the rescue, ends up trading C. So it's just trade for trade. It's 3-on-3 right now, but Zed has no bubbles left and has got a lot of energy, but unfortunately not a lot of health.
Not a lot of teammates as well. Everyone is falling by the wayside. No supports to heal back up. Z still holds a slight lead over RuPaul. Both players did go down in that last fight, but Z slightly later got a little bit of extra time to play for damage and heals, so that could end up being a factor. A good 20% here as well. Sakura will definitely want to be able to rip that one through nice and early in the next fight.
Sarah closing in on this pulse bomb. Same with a Zomba. Let's get a quick Sakura listening though. They got a rush for this next fight.
Can you come down?
I'm walking, yeah.
Monkey no jump, I'm rushing this.
Can't get that. Yeah, but
Trade's going high ground.
you can still go.
Lucio low, Lucio low. Lucio 1. No Suzu. I have angle soon. Lucio 1
We have
again.
to get a pick or something.
Lift, 3-1, trade dead. I trade.
I'm healing.
They're low.
It's Lucio soy.
I'm Bobby, go search.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, fuck.
Little one.
I can't see.
Okay.
Our supports are coming back. They have rush, by the way. They have rush.
Yeah, they have rush. They have very ult. No pulse, I think.
Let's go. I can't really take. They don't have rush yet.
They have rush.
They have rush.
There's nothing hard there, I'd say.
I'm
playing with Ellie right side.
You have to farm my beat right side. Help me farm my beat, I think.
They're gonna rush before we can play.
Yeah, man.
If you look for this tracer.
Oh, I feel that, Natsuki. I really do. Just getting sniped by Tree again. Bro, I mean, Natsuki.
Two in a row?
Yeah, it is. Like, peeking your head out just a little bit, and Tree is just ripping his head, the head off. I mean, Natsuki's closing in on the sound barrier, but Liquid saved both support ultimates, and they're going to get checkpoint.
And Tree didn't even OC for that. That was just raw rails. No extra fluff required. No ultimates required. Sakura dropping in their rush as expected. You have a timing on that. You have an advantage on that. Well played by Z and Sakura. However, everyone's got a plan until Tree snipes you in the face twice. In fact, if you're Natsuki. Now the cap has been taken by Liquid, and they still have, as mentioned, a ton of ults.
Oh, Xten's just going to die. Yeah, Xten's just straight up dead. Okay, she ends up going down in the bubble, and there's primal range in the room, and Natsuki, unfortunately, is trapped in there with Infected, who looks pretty pissed. I'm going to be real. Natsuki goes down, no chance to use the beat either, otherwise Infected would have juggled and Ajaxed you. And here comes the lead. I mean, look at that, almost 100 meters now. And in fact, I think it's going to be, unless Sakura ends up just inting into the payload now.
Yeah, they're waiting for Natsuki, which means you have to give away some decent meterage.
Oh, good shot.
Sierra. Ooh, that is going to be costly, but the trade?
The trade's good, though. I mean, look, RuPaul is still on the bot. They've got both support ults. Same as Sakura, though, coming up in a couple of seconds. RuPaul rips the rush first. Here comes the sound barrier from Sakura, wanting to lay down a later rush to try and win the fight. Sound barrier from Vega's going to be good, though, for a better beat. And now this overhealth really serving them well. They end up flipping the map, though, once again. But Natsuki picked by Tree. This time, the OC was required, but all those assists paint the picture perfectly as Z also crumbles to dust.
Let's move.
It's like Tree is playing Release Soja from 2022. Bro's got the extra wide length, tree log wide rails going. Trust me, anyone who played beta release Overwatch 2 knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Gross.
And now we have to start talking about the fact that this is looking like a full cap within 5 minutes. Will probably be 4 minutes remaining on the clock when it's all said and done. Sakura still have a lot of ultimates. It's going to cost them everything, you'd imagine, for them to fight back for recovery.
And they're holding up as well. Look at Sarah's positioning. This is so aggro. Pulse bomb into spawn. Oh, and that's spawn pulsed. And it actually connected. Oh, you've got to feel so bad. Now, Suki just on respawn simulator currently for Sakura. Still 3 ultimates, but again, you've mentioned it. They need to just win the fight with their ults and hopefully push the mid, but it's so hard. You need to expend at least the grab here to try and get something popping. Xten's going to put herself in a good position, but oh, the grab from Zeb, did it miss? I think it missed. Maybe it got Tree, actually.
It's tough.
Zomba was there.
It's tough to find a grab in this matchup because you have Tree playing super far away, 2 very slippery DPSs, Winston that can bait you and jump, and then there's a Tracer. So you're hoping for like a one-man grab. You're genuinely happy with that if you're Zeb. But in either case, Sakura, you'll eventually win that one. Zero's found out on his nice little angle. Zomba versus Zero. This is a duel for the ages.
Oh, very cool. Oh, it's a little unfair now. Natsuki.
Third party.
Yeah, there you go. Actually, third partied. Unlucky. All good. 5v4 on the point. Infected really low. Jumps away. Primal Rage soon for the Winston. And now Xten can hopefully get a kill here. There you go. Okay,
ooh, 99 as well.
Overstayed.
Dies on 99. That's tragic. Could have primaled that. Might just be okay to cop the... You're so far ahead. You don't mind copying the death just to save the ultimate for a better time.
Yeah, 127.
Unless he's really trying to stat pad hard, which in Liquid, I don't think they really need to. They're, aside from that first couple of minutes of the first map, they're winning them pretty hard on that. Also, Sakura actually get a cap. It looks like a yes. Liquid is not ready to actually touch.
Yeah, they got it. I just saw the little, I just saw the little yellow ring thing that happens when you cap. Natsuki getting chased again, infected. Yeah, it's actually Tree once more. Man, the head-to-head stats are going to be gross for Tree and Natsuki. Unfortunate stuff, but still, Team Liquid with a rush in hand. They've kind of stolen the bot as well, as Z ends up using the rush to try and turn this fight, but unfortunately, he just gets sniped by Tree again.
I was gonna say, me when I compare Soju's stats to Lucio's stats in the head-to-head, I'd imagine that should be pretty.
No, I mean just like kills. And, yeah, well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But in any case, we're resetting payload back. Team Liquid is happy to just play out the rest of the 3 minutes, playing with their food a little bit. I mean, they'd like to full cap the map. It's just saying how hard it is to full cap the map when you're this far ahead and you're this much better than the other team. It's still extremely hard to full cap the map. Nice push for you, baby.
That is push. The rules of push etched into a sandstone block by Avril 3,000 years ago.
Somber versus Zero trade. Duel.
Yee, okay. Carry down, Tree dead. Did indeed. Team Liquid, though, still happy with the leader. They've got 127 meters. Does require perfection right now, it feels like. All right, Vega dead. Not losing anybody here is the most important thing, so not randomly getting killed. And luckily for them, Infected got ganged up on. All good. Zomba picks up a double, and that'll be enough for Sakura to push on to mid.
I'd like to see that from X10, being able to just match up a little bit instead of just allowing this to be the Tree show, who looking like a bit of a player of the match right now. You guys don't do a lot of player of the matches in AU, I've noticed. So, you know, I'm from Korea.
You do in Korea still, right? Yeah.
Oh, every game, when his interview and all. Tree's in the lead for me at the moment. Let's have a look at what this beat does. Masuki should be responding.
Hits two, in fact. Suzu's going to get used. Easy cleanup. They still end up losing X10 as Zeb just kind of holding S right now as the Infected puts himself in between the front line and the bot. So Zeb is going to have to battle back through it. That bot is on Team Liquid's side of the map currently, but Infected's going to be able to steal this one away. You've got to imagine Zeb's still Zeb is still in the back line that whole time. Infected tried to get away, but Natsuki with the chase. Good couple of kills there from Sakura. They just need to stabilize.
And they save beat as well, which is going to be high value. He's got double support ultimates coming into this one. RuPaul's still lagging behind by a good 27% or so. And Team Liquid, I'm not too concerned they're going to lose the lead just yet, but if there's a chance for Sakura to be able to really threaten the flip, it's this fight, especially if Liquid are slow to contest. They're allowing a lot of meters to go by.
Well, there's the rush. Infected's already in, but Infected's got the Primal Rage. Like, you got to be kind of fearful. You have to be able to force this, like, right now. His soundbar from Natsuki is going to be very tough to actually use when Infected pops Primal. Speaking of which, there he goes. He's going to jump in, just kind of cause a little bit of ruckus. X10 popping the overclock. So now Sakura have kind of warded off Infected. A quick push up the high ground, but no one really in X10's sight.
Needs to be a response from Liquid, but they're still waiting for RuPaul's ultimate. They don't have anything else to play through. Now you're genuinely threatening the flip. If Sakura win this one with the beat, they flip.
There's the rush available. RuPaul pops in. Natsuki still with the sound barrier. Oh, are they going to use it? When are they going to use it? They should beat now, and they're going to do it. 5-man sound barrier there as they do push on forward. Team Liquid get the message, they get the picture, and have to back off. But they survive through all this overhell, so now that's gone by the wayside. They need picks. Tree, though, way too aggressive. Ends up dashing in. Natsuki traded for Tree, but what a good trade it is. Infected too low without the Primal Rage, is unable to survive. Sakura with 4 players alive, and Team Liquid with only 3. A push in OT is required. 7 meters to go now as the respawns end up coming in. Infected jumping over to the Wrecking Ball to try and get this final touch hit, but they need picks. Tree with the overclock as well is not going to be warded away as he comes out of spawn, but they need to get kills here. Infected is going dangerously low, and the Infected ends up going down. A couple of meters to go now with Sakura nearing ults, but Tree is trying to take over the game. A double kill for the Sojourn, almost a 2-2, ends up sliding away. Vega ends up falling, and heroics from Tree needs to be stopped. Zeb's grab is huge, and Sakura have done it. An unbelievable comeback as they take Esperanca.
Yeah, I mean 120 meters, but just a lot of grit, a lot of determination coming through from Sakura at the end. And like I sort of said, if this goes on for too long, Sakura sneaking meters, every single meter counts. And as you get close to OT, Team Liquid just not engaged in these fights. The only moment that could have gone really, really poorly for Sakura, that I'm glad it didn't for their sake, is they waited so long to beat at that end point. A rush coming through from RuPaul. And Sakura is saying, let's just back on out, disengage. A couple problems there. One, giving up a ton of space when time is low and payload control very necessary. Two, risking someone maybe getting picked in that situation. Turn the corner, instantly beat back, play it. They eventually did get the beat, very low HP. Look how close that was called. Zeb on 1 HP. A couple other members that looked saw basically on 1 HP as well, Natsuki included. And then you were able to, off the back of that beat, move forward, get some very key picks, shut down Tree when it's required, and right towards the end, in the middle of the fight, gain a Z rush plus a Zeb grab to finish it off. You don't get the results at the end, you don't win this map. Sakura put it within a winnable position and actually won. They did what I said they needed to do on Ilios, which is if you're in the lead, or even if you're, in this case, not necessarily in the lead in terms of like a factual sense, but you have momentum, you have control payload, you actually have the game in your hands in a winnable spot. You can't allow that to slip through your fingers, and Sakura didn't. That's the mark of a team that can actually compete, and now Sakura, after winning a map with 1-on-1, they're competing.
That is ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie, checking the sandstone tablet right now that you etched in, Avril, I didn't see that one. Didn't see that one lining up. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I did say it was winnable at the end.
127 meters. 127 meters.
I mean, they had enough. Remember, they got the cap early on as well. Sakura got a actual checkpoint at some stage. They snuck that one through. It was a late/no touch from Liquid. That matters because you bypass the butt scratch for that moment. So when it comes to OT, when it comes to like really serious time going low, you cannot just like having the butt scratch still being a thing that allows a respawn wave to occur for Team Liquid. So that happened, and then after they recap. In that last minute, they push forward. It's I've mentioned it's a very slow retake from Liquid. They just allow so many extra meters that you just can't afford that. There's like a 40-meter gap at that stage, but if Sakura is just slow pushing you and Liquid are allowing it to happen, that 40 meter goes to 30 meters, and then suddenly you're down to like 20 meters in the OT, and then suddenly on OT respawns, as long as you don't lose too many people, you actually just went and they won.
Yeah, Matt Tree was dominating too, even up to that final couple of moments. Like, that overclock could have saved them. If that one single bubble there wasn't available for Zed, that's probably a different story entirely. Ridiculous comeback from Sakura. I mean, a fairly close couple of rounds as well on control. Like, this series might go the distance. Sakura, they're playing, honestly, some of the, feels like a life game right now. This could go all the way. Like, Team Liquid, back to the drawing books, maybe. Like, you need to see, well, where are we going to go? We're going to go Watchpoint Gibraltar. You need to see what went wrong there, because, yeah, this is a series everybody, I would imagine, even in the chat too, we're thinking TL, Lil 3-0, jobs are good. This is walk away.
Really, really reminiscent of what we saw earlier today with the Alcacia Gen G game, where you're kind of have a team late in the stage, not expecting too much out of, up against literally the #1 team. Alcacia, the #1 team in the EMEA, Liquid, #1 team in this current region as well. And you're like, no, I mean, is Gen G going to do anything? Guess what? Guess what map Gen G won against Alcaid? It was Esperanca.
Yeah. Esperanca, bro. It's the curse, I don't know. There's something about push. There's something about push that creates just insane clutch moments. It's because the game mode, it can be very hard to finish out when you're down like 100 meters or so, which at one point they were. Like, we're going to Watchpoint Gibraltar next, however. It's Liquid's choice as they come in with the bands coming
Before that,
as well. Yes.
Before that, we got to talk about Stockholm coming up, which I've already laid out the pathway, the red carpet for Team Liquid.
Oh, true.
As they have essentially, not quite, they do need to win this series, which they're now 1-on-1. They need to win against Ilios and then go through the pathway in the playoffs as well. But yeah, Stockholm's coming up. Get your tickets. 1 day, 3-day VIP and exclusive. VIP, I believe you get a nice little couch. Nice little couch section.
Okay, they
with
don't
your own
give you a
stream.
couch. You can sit on the couch. You don't get to take it. The way you put that, it sounds like we're giving them one.
Yeah, you can take it on the plane. Yeah, you gotta dream. That's how nice the Swedes are. The Swedes are so nice. Yeah, that's why. How much the sofa costs? That's how much the ticket costs. No, no. You get a couch to sit on, is what I'm trying to say.
Roman's trying to give away
good
the
luck
couch
taking
to
that one.
back.
Good luck taking that one home. I don't even know how you physically, unless you live in Stockholm, how you even physically doing that. Like, I don't even. Maybe Cargo can help you out. Chuck on a DHL plane. That's what you're gonna have to do that. But no, so yeah, push does go either way though. To sort of finish up and wrap up that discussion, push goes either way. You do have the games where it's just like it's uncomebackable, but you do have the games as well where, like, I think it was 55. It was basically checkpoint versus 120, 70-meter gap. So I don't look at the 100-meter gap unless it's like you're 100 meters ahead of a team that already has some distance. That's the actual theorem. It's not first team to 100 meters like many people think it is. That's not what the theory is. The theory is you have a literal 100 meter gap, which was not really achieved. It was like more of a 70 meter gap, which is still comebackable, which is what happened. Checkpoint being in there was very important for that comeback to happen.
Winnable series now for Sakura. Man, the confidence must be crazy right now, even after that first map. You know what I'm saying? Like, pretty two close rounds. Watchpoint Gibraltar. This is Team Liquid's playground, though. I fear. Especially for their backline, too. They can play fairly greedy if they want to. We've seen Vega do some crazy things on, like, double flex. Like, RuPaul can go Ana. Their tendency not to play a ton of Wu Yang, because, like you mentioned, Vega said, like, you know, it's probably going to get nerfed. I'd imagine it's probably going to come playoff time, but whether that makes the hero irrelevant or still relevant, I'm not sure yet. But with Team Liquid and their tank line and their DPS, this seems like a perfect choice.
So, particularly because we're back into the wheelhouse of, like, ban Diva, you now have a... Okay, what did they ban? Kiriko. So that means they allow the Winston ban, which now forces Liquid into a ball hazard situation. So usually it is Team Liquid's first ban. I don't believe they deferred. I think Prod would have told us that that was the case. So Liquid banned first, and they didn't ban the Diva, which would have also been a Winston protect. You're up against an off-tank player. Diva ban would have been the obvious choice you would imagine, but didn't come on through.
Yeah, Kiriko. Kiriko's kind of a nice ban from TL, though, because they do get to play the Ana almost for free now, which is kind of cool. You can just sit back on as RuPaul as the Ana. Again, play greedy with your backline. Don't think that's out of the question for Team Liquid whatsoever. I like the double flex look from the squad. They've done it before.
Ana,
and Watchpoint Dorado is perfect place to do that again. You don't need the
Ana with what, though? Because the best Ana partner is the Winston who's lost in the bans. So you can play, yeah, you could do the double flex look, but your Ana, you ideally want to play with like a Winston dive. I mean, it's maybe like okay with the hazard.
The hazard and the Ana, not bad. Ball Ana, I don't think that's that bad either. Winston, obviously the perfect pair, but I think it's fine. I don't hate it, and especially you take away Kiriko, Ana's proficiency on this first point is crazy. And like I said, if you want to go like the most aggressive backline, discounting Zen, I'm not going to include Zen in this conversation, but Alari,
you know what else you're going to
see? Ana would be crazy, or Wu Yang, yeah, just something super aggro.
I was expecting Tree to wait for the attacking side. Attack side, Tree goes Hanzo watch. And then you're going to see some logs. You're going to see some Tree logs coming out through defense. As I sort of talked about in our previous matchup, probably prefer the Frey a little bit for consistency. And yeah, no surprises. Zeb going to be on the Diva. Infected going to start ball defense with Wu Yang and Ana. So as sort of talked about, Ana is going to get played here with a Kiriko ban. But it could have been a Lucio Ana, but it's going to end up being a double flex. You also mentioned the possibility of an Alari, probably a little bit more risky. Whereas the Wu Yang is a little bit more safe paired with the Ana here. But Ana's going to be the obvious target. And I think Ana into Diva. Diva has some neat tricks into their matchup.
Pineapple on PC, yes or no? Is yes or no?
I'm not going to prefer it. So I'm going to say no. Okay, if it's on there, whatever. But I'm not going to choose to put it on there if I have a choice.
It's a yes from me, a big guy. Unfortunately, it's goaded. I don't know, the little sweetness.
Deal or no deal? It's a no from me.
It's a yes from me.
I think you got to give me a better deal
on the cast. All right, Zeb on the Diva now. And Z is actually okay. So they're going to a more traditional backline here. Sakura, Z on Ana, Natsuki on Brig. Tree though with a very early kill on X10. Double bolt.
Getting bullied here a little bit. Start things out with.
Hard. It's my only fear here with Natsuki.
Very difficult to take high ground here with Sakura's comp. You're running Ana Brig as well. You have to be a little considerate of. You also very much lose in the poke battle, given that there's a Wu Yang on the other team.
Yeah, with the
so
Wu Yang,
a lot of work for Zed to do with Matrix.
Wu Yang with Ball, with Tracer, like, you're not healing a bunch, like, you're doing a lot of damage, and RuPaul as well can, like, do mainly damage. Like, you're every now and then you're tagging Zera, you're tagging Infected from, like, across the map, but you put the Wu Yang heal on Infected or Zera, it's chill. Like, you can do a lot here for your RuPaul. Like, you're getting a lot of space. And you can even tag X10 too. She's already under a lot of pressure. Although, speaking of which, Zeb actually just annihilates Tree on this high ground. Blue box control still in favor of Team Liquid. Zeb does end up getting anti, but they've managed to push Team Liquid back.
He's got ult. Nano time, Nano Zeb.
You can't lose mech. You can't lose mech.
Right now would be good.
Oh, Zeb loses mech.
No LOS.
Oh, they at least end up killing a RuPaul. So a bit of an awkward trade here for both sides. Vega in a little bit of duress now. Zombas is going to chase us down. That's a nice little 2-clip there for the Tracer. Zombas, like one of the craziest NA Tracer players that we have.
This could be a problem very soon. Vega's going to respawn. Rupal will match the Nano, and Zeb doesn't have a mech yet. So in this short amount of time, Team Liquid are about to be able to recover the situation. Zeb only barely getting mech now.
You're in a beautiful spot as well if you're this Ana. Z just playing so far back. And you see with those as X10, Nano Boost can be deployed onto anybody at this point. No, honestly, yeah, that'll do. Post bomb for Zera. Oh, and it's just them chasing them down. Look at that little recall as well. Get away from me, Ana says. But unfortunately, Zera is hot on her heels. Both the Anas are dead, unfortunately. Those mines are going to be quite annoying for Sakura to kind of deal with here, as well as these spawn positions of Team Liquid. I mean, Zera's full HP. He can just dance around this point now. Zed does end up using the self-destruct, but here comes the Tidal Blast. And Infector's going to roll into them. Oh, doesn't quite get the knockdown. Takes a little bit of damage from that remake, but it should be good enough for a kill. This mech is so low and no Matrix.
Now, I wonder if Infector had enough green HP to survive the self-destruct, but also fairing his chances against the D-mech onto Zeb anyway. Late in the day now, a minute left to play through. And you see the Nano onto Zera, because it's like not many other better choices. Nano onto Ball is actually not that common. Nano onto the Freya is actually a lot more common. Freya's probably in this composition the more likely target, but Zera did enough with that one to stay alive, keep the point going. Now Sakura really need to get their act together, rally to play through for the last push. However, no map control at all.
I mean, it's only 30 seconds to go. Let's get a quick Team Liquid listen and see what's up.
Let's do a jump. Go on, another one. Trey didn't die, right?
Rally pulse. Yeah, I don't know where Trey is. I don't know.
I'm checking under.
Not under.
She's strong, try to make them
I think you do one back. Bottom right. Keep pushing.
Yeah, I'm pushing.
Oh, here, ping.
Care the back on walk-in. Looking Trey main.
Yeah,
Even under.
Even a fly.
Even touching from under.
I'm really trying to make it hard for the Trey to touch. I'm blocking Trey.
Even top.
Back on walk-in main. Just live.
Oh, they hit it.
One.
I'm gonna get ran out.
Maybe 3, 2, 1.
Leave it low.
Good one. Trey me top left.
Looking break. Freya top, Freya.
Beautifully there by Zeb, actually saving the rallying brig. Ridiculous stuff. And being able to stay alive here is going to be great, but Tree's already on this high ground. Look at the feast he can just devour now. He's on that Freya, of course, ends up having to back out as Zeb ends up getting nanoed. 3 people into the choke point. Sakura still trying to hold on, but Natsuki the one to touch for the team. And unfortunately for them, they might end up just getting blown up. Is he just desperately trying to keep Natsuki alive? Tree does end up going down eventually. This brig is just taking so much damage. Ball and the Tracer at their backs. The brig does end up going down. Zero has got a recall still available as this OT fight now commences. RuPaul dodging out of the way of that bolus, but with Zomba dead, the trickling health bars of Sakura very much felt now. Full hold territory for Team Liquid. A spare nano boost flung out onto the ball, and that will be that. Full hold from TL.
An absolute dogfight to end things out there with the Team Liquid with a better respawn advantage. As we came out of that, listen as well. Wow, what a prediction bowler shot from Tree. Just unbelievable mechanics being shown today. Blowing up the opposition. Sakura, though, is it weird to say that it was a tightly played first point, but still a full hold? Like, it's almost sounds like an oxymoron. Like, it's a full hold. Like, what are we talking about? But it felt like a bit of a dogfight for that full hold to happen. Nonetheless, it'll be a 0 on the scoreboard for the Gibraltar attacking side. And Team Liquid now putting themselves in good position to finish things off. Let's see if Tree actually does lock in the Hanzo for the attack side.
I hope so. In fact, you're not dying either, which is really good for the fancy points. Okay, so same kind of backline here. They're going Brig, but they're actually jumping Bab. So Bab Sig on defense.
So you're up against Ana Brig and you actually have 0 deaths on Ball. That's very impressive considering the matchup. You think about that. So Ball working a treat here, even with the Winston ban gone. Now that only a 1 attack is required. Let's see what this Zeb Sigma looking to. Given that until you get the perk to float, you lose high ground. That's it. You're in a tough spot. So Zeb's gonna need some time to build up perks.
It's great for Zeb, obviously being able to rock the Wrecking Ball, but yeah, as soon as you get booped down from high ground, as soon as you have to get on the point near car wash or whatever, you're kind of doomed. Like, you're gonna get run around, basically. Tree on the Widow, no Hanzo. Okay, we're going back to Freya. But I do fear for Sakura. They have to really play this perfectly. They have to have Zomba just kind of perma-mark the ball in car wash, but it's going to be so tough. You're 2v1 permanently on that Tracer because Infected and Zera, all they need to do is push right now.
Well, this needs to be a contest soon from Sakura. Usually the Tracer's job would be to contest that Zomba would be in a 1v2. However, the players on the top at the moment are just getting bolted down by Tree.
They're going to drop.
So already...
They have to drop. Oh, that's right.
That's Infected's first death.
Yep. Mark it up. Tally it up.
Well, here it is. Halo's just about there now. Sakura need to be able to hold this one. And by the way, you want to hold high ground. You can't effectively full team hold high ground. Somebody now, a couple of different members, are going to have to contest low ground payload while Zeb is holding top.
X10 sniffs out a Tracer. Going very low, though. Nice connections onto the back line. Good nade onto Natsuki. Follow up. No, Lamp ends up coming in. Okay, but a rotation to server. And now the problem here lies is Team Liquid have pushed them off of high ground, and now they have to hold this off angle. Nice stuff for the Sigma, though, and the back line. But being able to hold on here for 3 minutes, real tough. That's a downtown bowler shot as well onto Natsuki. Natsuki's 1 HP. Tree ends up just sniping them from across the map. Z is also down. A good stick onto Tree is going to be good for 2. Wait, Tree dashed into Vega. A free double kill for Zomba.
That'll just save the day. That has actually saved the day. Zomba delivers a pulse bomb. She's really say Tree delivered it. And now Team Liquid.
That was first class, bro.
Major reset. That could have been Cap. That could have been Cap and map done and dusted right then and there. Nano versus Window. Z's had this window for quite some time. Was the first ult so far. I'm waiting for a good opportunity to actually use this.
Well, give Infected Nano boost here. Big slam into the back line wouldn't go amiss, or even to Tree like you were mentioning before. Looks like they're going to do it. Yep, Tree. Oh, Z didn't stand a chance. Barely even touched the ground. Recall from Zomba as well was antied, and that's another kill for Tree. The Nano boost on this Frey is just absurd. A Flux does end up killing Infected, but can they actually hold on? Tidal Blast, insta-kill onto Zeb. Payload's going to sail on home for Team Liquid. There's a cap on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and that is match point.
Yeah, you would think that a Freya Nano Boost doesn't sound great, but when it's on a player like Tree, when you can put onto an elite Freya player who doesn't miss, is just getting disgusting damage in there, and a delivery there straight for the payload to end. But a nice little Zomba play to slow things down a little bit. Consider that we've played 3 maps. It's not a 3-0, Jack. It's actually a 2-1 so far. Match point only just now being found, but a ball defense on A ends up being a full hold, despite it being quite neck and neck at various different fights. Probably could have, maybe even should have gone to B for Sakura. But Sakura's own defense on A left a lot to be decided. Sigma, quite rare these days in general, but particularly on that point.
Yeah, really tough. We kind of broke that down already, but having to give up high ground like that is just a nail in the coffin that is just going to get hammered over and over and over again by this Wrecking Ball. Pretty nice stuff from Tree.
Didn't get a single perk, by the way, at the end of that. Didn't have time. No perks. And the limitation is major perk, by the way.
Yeah, so it's realistically, like, when are you getting that? Like, on second, basically, right? Like, it takes such a long time. Yeah, exactly. Nice stuff all around, actually, from both DPS pairs doing extremely well. A lot of highlight clips, but yeah, Tree at the very end. It's kind of carrying, honestly. Kind of putting that
last map
into the grave, yeah, on the Sojourn. Even though they lost, Tree was still head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby.
Look at that.
Flick as well was nasty from Tree.
So good, man. Like, we saw what he was able to do with that same one on Ruins Ilios. I started this match onto, I think I was actually on Natsuki as well. Poor Natsuki has been targeted a lot by Tree.
Yeah, look at that.
Now we
the one from downtown as well. It's just so hard, man. With the Brig too, it's like, you're kind of like, okay, I can't really bash the ball. Obviously, there's no stun or anything like that unless I've got ult. Like, you're just getting bowled around. Like, I've got one whip shot, but Infected comes back even faster, and just, it's so tough for the Brig in that situation. It's a really nice map choice from Team Liquid, in all honesty. Like, it suits their comp and their style of play very well. Sakura less so, less able to play something like the Lucio. These kind of fast comps they like to pilot. So really nice stuff from Team Liquid in their back room as well. Kosora's in the gang. We'll see where we go next. Sakura, it's their choice.
Yeah, it'll be a obviously matchup-wise a bit of an easier week for Team Liquid, but losing one map here does a little bit of a weird one. Given I think this Esperanca will be a slight look back. I don't think you're too worried if you're Liquid at the end of the series. If it's a 3-1, you're like, all right, we dropped Esperanca, but there's a bit of a slow week for us because we just got 2 easier matches, and then we're really gearing up for new patch. Considering what you have to prep against this week, no shame to Sakura or Deal Ducks, but considering the matchups this week, and also this is the last weekend of play before the new season drops.
Yeah. New season, yeah.
You're probably not, if you're Liquid, you're probably not really going that deep into like hardcore prep when you're about to change metas like literally after this weekend. So yeah.
Yeah, although to be fair, it's hard to say if we're actually going to change the metas because the patch notes could
sometimes you're right. Sometimes the patch doesn't change much.
Chill. Yeah, exactly.
And I like the meta. I don't know about you. I like the meta right now. I think it's good.
I've been saying this, bro. I've been saying this. Do not change the patch too... Scott Custer Kennedy, do not change the patch too much, man. This is a nice patch we're on. I think everybody's enjoying the different variations that we're seeing, and fast comps are fun, man. Like Wrecking Ball, Winston, like Traces, they're fun to watch. King's Row is the map pick for Sakura.
You know how I can tell it's a good meta is because both Brawl, which is going to be viable on this map, Brawl and Dive are very viable. And Dive has multiple looks. You're not just playing one Dive. It's not just Winston ruling the day. You're playing Winston, Hazard, Ball, Diva. You're playing a bunch of different Dive. Brawl. Okay, it's a lot of Ram, but you're also playing a lot of Zarya in there as well. So, you're changing things up a little bit. Yeah, there's like 3 main supports, but every now and then you're seeing a couple of these, seeing the Ana squeeze through every now and then. So I think there's a lot of variety, a lot of different comps are good here. But this is going to be the Zarya map now because it is both Sakura choice and first ban. You'd imagine it should be a Zarya Protect. I don't believe
Protect.
There's...
You could...
Oh, hang on. No. Zarya's been banned. My bad. Zarya actually got banned by Liquid on map 1, so you actually don't have to protect Zarya.
Okay. I was going to say, you could put ban like Haz or something. We'll see what they want to do. Okay. Wow. CL banned Freya. All right. Freya and an Ana ban from Sakura. They banned first, mind you.
You know what? I didn't see it last map, but if you're going to ban Freya, Tree's definitely going to play Hanzo now. Because Hanzo is great on this map.
Yes.
And also, I guess if you really want to play Hanzo, the Freya ban makes sense because, you don't want to end up Hanzo into Freya where that could maybe be a losing matchup for you. You just want to guarantee the Freya's not going to be there, and then whatever hit scan option X10 goes for, Hanzo will be able to match it if you're Tree. So that's what it says to me. I'm not exactly that impressed with the Ana ban. Thinking what else you could have done here. Given that Zarya is not available to ban again by TL, I guess you don't have to protect anything.
Well, no, are you protecting the Lucio? Lucio's not been banned, right?
No, but I don't think Liquid have banned Lucio, so I don't think that would be a risk here. By the way, Tree is locked in the Hanzo. There it is.
Yes,
I don't know. Maybe you could have protected. No, Reaper's been banned on map 2, so you don't have to protect the Reaper either. Yeah, there's actually not a lot here. Just target RuPaul because RuPaul's very good at Ana. Maybe that's whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Ana's decent on this map, especially at this point. So. All right, well, we'll see what Tree can get done. Did kind of popularize the Hanzo on this map, to be fair. Was really the front runner for playing the pick. So let's have a look. Sigma for Infected Zera on the Sim. It's going to be a tough fight here for Sakura. However, X10 is going to have to do a lot of the dirty work here. It's going to get bubbled on this high ground, trying to force people's position, but getting logged randomly by Tree is inevitable.
Sakura really hoping that Infected was going to start on a Winston or something that was punishable by Reaper here. So I just forced their way through Alderworth Hotel, but Zera is playing for TP, so you have to be a little considerate about that. And because Sakura doesn't have a TP in there, or aside from Reaper, obviously, their whole team has to kind of stack. Tree can just perma play off angle, just run around.
Man, they really want to try and punish Tree. Look at that! Look at the pocket. I mean, man, they are not letting X10 get within 10 feet of Tree right now. They are just permanently booping him. X10 dead, and that's really the majority of his damage, right? I mean, Infected can just kind of walk at people. Although still very high charge on the Zarya. Got to make this clean. Infected super low. The pocket is crazy.
TPs as well, getting Infected over dodge to make sure he will survive at the end of the day. And Infected death here would actually potentially be at risk of you losing A. It's a very slow hero. Vega will have to definitely taxi, maybe even a TP in play. Team Liquid, no surprise there, the initial cleanup. As sort of mentioned, X10 can't access Freya here, so whatever choice X10 goes towards, Tree is happy to be the match on Hanzo. He knows he's not going to get outplayed in a matchup where Freya's not going to be a possibility. Rupo and Z very close neck and neck in terms of ults as well.
Yeah, Z with a lot of healing to start us off. Okay, quick push through Hotel again. Maybe do the same kind of plan, but you saw before, Vega's so ready for this TP, for this Reaper TP up on the high ground with the boops. Now on the point. Oh, Natsuki. They're going to try and chase Vega by the looks of it. Vega is pretty low, actually. Zomba does manage to collapse on the Lucio, and now the rush on the point. It's kind of all falling apart now. Tree ends up going down. Z pretty low. And 100 energy for Zeb. It's going to be very hard for Infected to kind of stay alive. Actually just tanks that rock too. Just Zeb walking through that bubble. Through that shield even. And here comes the Flux. Now Zeb has got a bubble available, so realistically can just tank this no problem. Bubble ends up coming out. Bam. Straight on the ground. Has 100 energy again. And Infected, well, rocked himself.
Yeah, the first pick onto Vega, very well played and for Sakura as well, a team that kind of struggles to be able to lock down a single member considering they don't have a TP. What they really have to do is extend TPs, but the rest of them have to speed in via Natsuki and find a player, and somehow that ends up being Vega. And losing Vega also means that your capability of rotating on the map is impacted. All you have now is a TP. You don't have the speed. With 100 energy on Zeb, easy does it for Sakura, so well done to them.
Dragon Strike for Tree. It's a horrible spot to be Dragon Striked as well. If you get forced into a corner, it's pretty easy for Infected now on the ramp to be able to run someone down.
Yeah, Vortex as well will be nasty to play into.
Yeah, Vortex.
Dragon Strike on top of it.
The new combo. Yeah, Vortex into the Dragon Strike. Pretty nice.
Poor man's
Dragon Strike. Oh, Graviton Surge. Oh, unfortunate. Everybody TP'd away. Now the sound barrier can come in. That is an easy kill onto Zeb too. Natsuki with a late sound barrier. Can X10 actually do anything here? Close to the ultimate. Has to TP away. Rupert does end up going down. So Vega, the only healer available now for Team Liquid. Kind of dodging away, but Zomba does end up going down to the turret of all things. Z, unfortunately, felled by Tree. That Graviton Surge, a little bit lackluster, but honestly, it was a very nice TP from Zera, getting everybody out of that ult.
When the Tree fells you instead, that's Team Liquid right now on this defense. Just under 3 minutes to play through RuPaul, slightly behind Z in this next race. But what we're really looking for is some sort of X10 play, which is not going to happen. Again, no matter what Tree plays, Sojin, Freya, Hanzo, Natsuki is the target. Back to spawn is going to be Natsuki. To be fair, Z was waiting for an ult anyway, but this slowdown is going to give RuPaul an opportunity to catch up.
And Tree's just going to continue hitting these logs. You just know it. Sonic Arrow on the corner. I think got the hacked health pack as well behind them, so can't even use that. Unlucky. Although, not likely to provide any real sustenance to the team. They can rush this corner as well. Teleport onto the high ground. Obviously an instant bubble there onto X10. Forces Tree away.
Oh,
Zomba sneaks around the back line and manages to cut Tree down as Sakura can now push on. They've still got a rush, but if they can finish this fight with no ults used, I mean, that's going to be perfect. They're going to force the rush anyway as Zomba ends up coming up with another kill. Zera dead. Both DPS killed by Zomba as they continue to push the points. And Infected now in a lose-lose situation. Annihilation has already been ripped, and now a late kill means this payload's probably going to get capped.
What a catch coming through from Sakura. Obviously, X10 deeping in with a bubble. Super easy to read, and they know Tree's just going to back on out. Delivered straight into the waiting hands this time of X10. Last time it was Zomba, and that'll mean the cap as well. No touch to be... Oh, barely touch. I think Infected got there in time.
Yeah, Infected's in. They end up using the wall, but is this actually going to matter? A teleport from X10 who is so low. You got to get out of there. Nice little Suzu TP away from RuPaul. Couldn't quite finish off the kill on the Reaper, but with Infected still alive, this could be possible. At least maybe forcing out another ult. Speaking of which, Zeb's got that Graviton Surge online, but no. Team Liquid unable to stop the cap.
Wonder if Infected will stay on this ball. Not great on the C defense, so back to Ram straight away. The ball just there for the touch, which he did manage to get. But things are getting tricky now. You're starting to see the capability for Sakura to maybe finish this one up. 2 minutes and 30, which... yeah, they're going to probably end up using the whole thing. Can they snowball through here? What do we have? Grab, but straight into the beat from Vega.
TP. Obvious bubble. Now where's Zomba in for the sneaky kill? Nowhere to be found. There you go. It was actually in the mega health pack room.
Flank.
Dragons actually going to separate the team. Okay, now Vortex is good. Beat is better though. Graviton Surge is going to connect with a couple of people there, but that little barrier actually might have saved a little bit of damage coming through to them. Zeb with no bubbles left. They end up killing Zera, but the fight's pretty much done and dusted for Team Liquid.
Yeah, so it's going to take till OT. Good news for Sakura is they managed to get a decent amount of progress. Losing all of the energy onto Zeb, he is going to hurt. It's going to take some time to build that one back up. You still do have ultimates online. Grav Pulse combo is gone. Not that the Pulse would have really would have been difficult to chew through the green HP plus Suzu, you'd imagine would have been available. But double support ultimate advantage here is still pretty winnable for Sakura.
Zomba's going to have a tough time actually getting this pulse to actually land. Tracer on this point is just tough work. Going to try and force out Infective at the very start. I mean, the pulse bomb target there is nice. Okay, there it is. Nemesis form already used, but Extend's dead. Zomba, the only DPS alive. They're going to use this rush to push them forwards, but Team Liquid have managed to get out of there. A kill onto Infected is good. Annihilation was popped there, but a pulse bomb did connect, and that was enough damage to actually take down Infected. However, they still need to regroup. And the Team Liquid, they've got spawners coming in.
Extend desperately needs to be able to get this ult up as well. It's been multiple fights now.
What is happening?
Possibility.
In this backline.
Oh,
Zeb
wow.
going
Zeb
down.
just dies.
Is it Vega and RuPaul playing distraction for Team Liquid? Is Sakura end up 118 to try and kill people, but they end up losing Zeb?
They're running out of time, and now they're going to get spawn camped as well. This is terrible. Natsuki down. XN late as well. 30 seconds left to go through. Zomba, I don't even know where Zomba is, but somebody has to end up touching. Zomba has to set up for this touch eventually. And you're so far away. Even if you win this next fight, OT respawns. Team Liquid can still clutch on the respawn. Payload distance just right now isn't enough. Sakura have lost too many fights in a row. They're in the OT. I fear they might need to win too.
Can't Ajax this. A very safe sound barrier there from Natsuki, countering the rush potentially. Death Blossom available in the spawn room, ends up booping, but it's all good. Still a kill with the RuPaul. Slowly but surely, Vegas making his way out of there. This wall is going to be quite a hindrance now to X10, who's trying to lock down people. A teleport away from both backliners is going to get them to safety. Zera now can charge this beam up as a sound barrier from Vegas should be the final nail in the coffin for Team Liquid. A boop onto Zeb. Zero control of the character there as he booped to the skies. As Sakura now even have to deal with trees or Widowmaker of all things. No headshots required, though, apparently. Although Zera and Vega still end up going down, but the infected Ram, yeah, he's just going to run them over. Natsuki ends up taking a headshot from Tree to at least get one on the board for the Widowmaker. But that is where the payload will end for Sakura. 2 points in a few meters.
Headshot into headshot into headshot. What?
It was one. Yeah.
Is
It'll do.
what would have been a sick play, but no, it's just the one, just a headshot into. You win the defense. A lot of distance. Not enough though, as Sakura, two fights in a row towards the end, that very long staggered fight, the second to last one where players were kind of all over the place, multiple players died super late, 30 seconds left remaining, and Team Liquid are essentially spawn camping what it felt like before they finally eased off a little bit and pulled back. And Sakura just didn't have enough at the end there. Death Blossom only gets a 1-to-1 as well. Courtesy of the boot, which is, you don't want a little bit more out of that Death Blossom. We waited a long time for that extent, and multiple fights where it was ready to go but just wasn't in position to be used. So still a good amount of distance and very defendable for Sakura, but now Team Liquid have the sights on the win, the 3-1 win, and they know where the line is to be able to get that.
Good to see you.
Tree, of course, going to continue playing the Hanzo.
It's even better on attack in my opinion, so
yeah. This is definitely the best point for Zomba as well. Second's decent. It kind of gets progressively worse for the Tracer. So we'll see if Zomba can kind of waylay Team Liquid. Obviously, being able to play on these off angles is really nice for Tracer. Stops Team Liquid taking super aggressive flanks. Tree, probably not going to spot anything. Nah, maybe just half of Zeb. Yeah, there's the switch to Hanzo.
Cheeky little TP back and forth there. And then the Alderworth high ground angle to try and just start poking down Zeb and other players. And watch for that damage to come through. Zeb's already won.
No bubbles. No bubbles. Won. Yeah. No bubbles, no problem. Infected just walks at Zeb. Now they flip the map on them. Natsuki's 1 HP. Oh, a kill onto Tree would be good. RuPaul does end up going down to Z, however. Z pretty dead there in that position, I would imagine, although XN's still coming up with kills. Really scrappy fight, real dog fight happening right now in the back line. Okay, Z surely dies in. No, nice double bubble from Zeb. I mean, Zeb, Bubble, Nasuki, and Z, they both get out alive. This is a recontest angle.
It is. Now they can actually make this happen. So Sakura, they got good counter trades while they lost Zeb. And on top of that, Zeb comes back instantly, gets bubbled out. Probably got some energy up that as well. But yeah, it's tree time again.
Yeah, it's inevitable. Bro has definitely got the ranging cape on, that's for sure. 99 range as Vega picks up 2. All right, there's the first cap for Team Liquid. Oh, it was a very nice like getaway by Sakura. Let's get a quick Liquid listening as they prepare for this next fight.
Alright,
okay,
I can just ram up their push. Just make their walk up hard. Make them fight for space.
Carry pulse. That's it.
Yeah.
Fight up here strong. Get it, and then we can kite. Just get their... Make their walk up hard. Use one. They have no bubbles.
Try to get Stay back. Awesome. Yeah, try all the way up.
Can you Hydra? Clear it. It's that Mega.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna come top up Reaper.
Yeah, clear Reaper it.
Ready top left. Reaper, can you fight? Sure.
Reaper drop behind to the right. I think I'm
straight top.
One. Generate.
Alright.
I'm dropping.
Keep push, Generate.
Reaper. I have heroes.
Let's go. Plus.
I beat. Okay.
There. Reaper one top left. Reaper one. Oh my god, dude.
Hard one.
Give me it now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do they only
Reaper B grab.
Hello.
Reaper B grab.
Gotta give him the 5k, man. What are you doing? Tree ends up claiming 4 there. Even he begged for it too. He was asking for it.
Give me it
Stolen.
now.
Like, no. Unlucky. All good though.
We dropped the Sully in there. I like to see that.
Yes. All right,
Liquid.
Annihilation available for Team Liquid. This is rough now. Zeb switching over to the Orisa of all things to try and kind of standing up to the mighty Team Liquid right now. Zomba on the flank, but dude, Infected's just going to walk up. I mean, you could just beat rush into this if you really want to.
Just have to mark it.
Off the high ground, X10. Uh-oh, wrong place, wrong time. And Tree
again.
Just decimating. I mean, is there anything you can do? No, there is not. Sakura just getting run over. Natsuki, last to die. Tree coming up with just key kills for the most opportune moments there. Zomba was on Tracer, was trying to get a flank. Or don't test it.
There's no way. If Tree just outsnipes Xen here, this is going to be... Oh, Xen just... Xen, she knows it. She knows that this is deadly. You are got up against Tree, and Tree is not missing today. Back away from that one real quick. Effector's gone over to a Sigma for the last push as well.
This, man. Oh, and wait, someone just dies to probably a right click there from Zera.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
my
all
God, another right
falling
click.
apart. No. Oh, dearie me. It wasn't exactly a giant roar, more of a whimper here from Sakura on this last fight. Zeb 1 HP, and that'll be that. Zomba's going to be able to come back and get this final touch. They got the Wu Yang heal on them. They got this rush out of spawn as well, but with a meter to go and a Dragon Strike on the point, Team Liquid are going to finish out the series a 3-1. What we expected for a King's Row game, especially when Tree is playing that Hanzo. Unreal scenes. We'll get those in the highlight packages for sure. Didn't get the 5k, all good. You can blame the tank player for that one. Infected sneaking that one away. But an expected win here for Team Liquid. However, Sakura's still punching up in the first couple of maps.
Yeah, particularly in that second map. I mean, the first map, yeah, a couple minutes there was kind of weird. Like Liquid just kind of sleep there, a little drowsy, maybe got out of the bed in the wrong side. But you get towards the end of Ilios, business as usual. Esperanca was where things got weird. That's the comeback map. That is the map where things got wild a little bit. But then you move things along a little bit, and then yeah, a full hold into Gibraltar. You get to this King's Row. I think there's no doubt here. Personally, for me, Tree play the match. Zero question in my mind.
Hands down.
Kind of called that by map 2 to 3. It's just like, this is looking like a Tree POTM if it's even in there. Bro went 26-4 at the end of this one for this map. So
yeah, it looks pretty good. Tree, that guy's pretty good.
Good on this map.
undefeated as well. I mean, what's that, 6-0 now, and then the next opponent is Dildux Zoe. Like, they're chilling.
This is Dildux game.
Imagine.
Last opportunity. Team Liquid could be so funny with this one. I mean, they're pretty much already locked that first seed, right? But they're not easing up. That said, Sakura fought back. We talked about heading into this match that Sakura is a team that can punch up, and I think they really, really did. I mean, Control was a really close affair. They're sneaking away through a massive comeback. That second map, what was it, Esperanca? I don't know, it's pretty late here. But it was a really good performance from Sakura. So, like, there is everything to be proud of if you're a Sakura fan.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't think many people expected them to fight that hard back. I mean, even those first 2 rounds of Control, we're talking like 99 to 99, like OT touches. They looked ridiculous. Even in the first opening fight, like, they looked ridiculous. Like, they didn't die for the first couple of fights. Like, it was an insane showing. Team Liquid won eventually, the 2-0, but that's a map where the score doesn't really dictate how it actually went down. And then this comeback was absurd. They were down 127 to, like, I think it was like
55.
55? Okay, pretty
they
close.
They did cap, remember, yeah.
Oh, they did cap, yeah. So, like, they ended up coming back from just an insane deficit on an Esperanca against the best team in the region.
And you do have to play well, like, you don't, you know, that's still a very difficult amount of meters to catch up on. So you have to play very well, and maybe the other team has to make some mistakes as well. And yeah, I think both of those things kind of happened, but great ults timing right towards the end with the Grav coming on through, with the extra Katsuna Rush coming on through. But even with that, you know, I kind of acknowledge it's basically like what we saw at Akutsi and Gen G. It's like that one map, you're like, ooh, very interesting. But then you get a couple more maps in there, and definitely in the case of this series, full hold Gibraltar. King's Row at least wasn't a full hold, but oh my goodness, when you're actually watching the highlight reel there, it's like, yeah, it's the Tree and Liquid show, really.
Yeah, but once Tree warms up, I mean, same story last week, right? Tree just absolutely decimated the opposition. And then they also just have so much flexibility. So, like, it's actually really, really quite hard to ban out anything against Team Liquid, because the adjustments they can make within their roster are pretty widespread.
I think Tree's looking like the best DPS in the region right now, like, straight up. The Sojourn was ridiculous on Esperanza. Obviously, if you're going to go to a Kings, anywhere you can play the Hanzo, I think it's just ridiculous. Yeah, I think hands down for me, at least right now, Tree, best DPS in.
Tree throwing logs on that Hanzo is what I wanted to say, but then I was like, that sounds weird. But now I said it anyway, so like, it's out there, it's out in the open.
Been said many times. Been said many.
Oh, you did? That's how much attention I'm apparently paying. But yeah, so Team Liquid only has one more opponent to go. Dildux coming up tomorrow. Let's talk about expectations for this last match. We do have a winner's interview. I believe Zero should be joining us for a quick chat after this performance. And there, it's infected. It's not Zero. You know what? I prefer you over Zero.
Not Zero.
That's right.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She said it. There we go. That's how I cover up my mistakes. How about that? Speaking of mistakes, y'all dropping maps against Sakura. Walk me through this. What allowed that big comeback? What was going on in your comms?
I think our old fights were just really bad. Like, they kited our Curial, like one of like the last fights on our side. And like, I think I died with like 99 the Primal too. I think we just ended up playing sloppy and just kind of had the mindset that we already won the map. So I think if we just stayed locked in, we could have just full capped. But they played well. I mean, they brought it back. Props to them. They played really well. And even throughout the whole series, they played really well too.
Yeah, I don't think many people expected them to punch up that well. Obviously, you guys are undefeated right now. And I was saying before this series, like, it's crazy you guys have swapped place with GK. Obviously, your last match is against Dildux, which is, please say, okay, level with me here. It's going to be a meme game, right? You're going to bring out the tall 1v1s, maybe a little bit of Ryan. Come on.
It'll probably be a meme game. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. I might maybe a little Reinhardt here and there.
Nice.
Yeah, I like that.
We love that.
So obviously you guys, a little bit of looking back and also forwards at the same time, you essentially, once you beat Dildux, you'll be guaranteed #1. You'll have first choice going into Playoffs, assume Nightmare comes forward. You guys will probably pick them. It's looking like your pathway to Stockholm is fairly locked in. How do you look at the rest of the competition right now, mainly being GK and SSG, given that those are the teams that have played the closest? When you guys have played between these three teams, everyone goes to map 5. I don't know if you just caught the map 5 that GK and SSG played, but you guys also played against GK. GK have now lost twice. You guys beat them, SSG beat them, both map 5s. What do you think of that game as well and your performance versus them, then maybe even looking forward as well?
Yeah, I mean, we were all watching that. That game was crazy. Props to SSG. I thought Lenny played really well on Reaper map 5. But I think like the big thing between us three is we all have like really like different styles. And like specifically for like SSG and GK, I think SSG's like comps counter GK is like way better than like ours counters like GK. So I think honestly it's more of like a Pokemon game between us, to be honest. But in general, it's just whoever can like just show up on match day and whoever can just play their comp the best. And I think our team's really good at that because we have a really good clutch factor. I think like Tree and Zero have been like clutching a lot of these map 5s out. So I think as long as we have that clutch factor, I think we can beat anyone.
So far, there was no sign.
Question as well, like looking at international. Sorry. I looking at international competition. Obviously, with your path to Stockholm, like Avril laid out, pretty set. But like, how do you guys feel? North America. I mean, EMEA did very well in mid-season, but like NA as a whole just needs to kind of show up again. We've seen it once. Crazy Raccoon got taken down by Nightmare. Now GK. Like, how are you feeling going up against the Korean teams?
Pretty confident, honestly. We've been playing really well as a team recently, and I think we're only going to improve with time. And as long as it's not like a hard like sim like diva meta like it was for EWC, I think NA can show that they can punch up to at least like the KR level for sure.
I think a lot of teams are happy that we moved on from that phase of our lives. I'm excited to see what the playoffs and also, of course, the World Finals meta has in store for us and what you guys are going to bring to the table. Infected, thank you so much for taking the time and have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you, guys.
He's such a beam. Absolutely love it. Sorry for my giggle midway through, but like one of the other players just like kind of came in and immediately dipped out again. I was like, "Yup." Was that
Vega. I think it was Vega.
Oh,
so
was it Vega?
No, I would have recognized Vega's face card like anywhere. That was not Vega. Someone's had entered the chat and immediately left. But yeah, Team Liquid sitting comfy on top and will most likely continue to be there as well. Although I'm hoping for a real fun meme game against Dilducks tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Like, it's going to be good.
Dilducks are bringing that energy, man.
These players on the server,
yeah, it's gonna be a good time. This top 3 is kind of expected. This position of the top 3, I don't think anybody expected GK to go down 2 series considering how their stage started. But Liquid, they look so good. I think they're hoping at this point that Tuesday's patch isn't anything too crazy. Although saying that, a lot of teams just kind of play what they've been playing previous meta in the first couple of weeks of play. So maybe the playoffs, regardless of the patch, might look the same unless someone finds something busted.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen in EMEA earlier today as well, right? Teams are now trying out different players. They're trying to like play more dive just in case to be ready if push comes to shove. Now, our upcoming match, our last match of the day, is actually once again a match with a lot of seeding implications on the line. These two teams are battling it out for the 6th seed, which ultimately just means that they are battling it out for the team getting into relegation or not in relegation, or somewhere along the lines the sentence made sense. For now though, we're heading into a quick break and then we're going to set the stage for the last match in our NA region. You don't want to miss it. See you on the other side of this.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's
ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back! Hold the car, we're down. That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe back here with Avril and Jack. We're about to dive into our last match of the day here in NA. And this one is for all the marbles for both of these teams. Extinction will be going up against Team Z. And exactly what she said, those words. And listen, like this, there's a lot of pressure for both of these teams, right? Because the loser will be facing a relegation, and the winner will be keeping their playoff dreams alive. It's really late. Can you tell it's what time is it? It's like 1 in the morning. My bedtime is 8 p.m. usually. Like, I don't stay up that late. But yeah, so obviously a very important match for both of these teams. Let's talk about what we've seen so far, because Extinction is coming off of a high, right? They lost last week, yes, but they lost 3-2 against SSG. So that should fill them to the brim with confidence heading into this match against Team Z.
Yeah, 1000%. Like, you're going 5 maps with the second best team in NA right now. Like, that is insane. And, you know, say what you will about maybe SSG thinking it was in the bag, you know, like not prepping as much, not kind of scrimming, and like Avril was saying, like people canceling scrims and stuff. Like, say that what you will, you're still playing against some of the best players in the region, and also very history players as well, like Hawk, Sugarfree, like Lep, CJ, Overwatch League players too. Like, it was a ridiculous showing. Can they show up again here today? I think so. I think, yeah, that confidence is going to be at an all-time high, but also on the flip side of that, the devastation of actually going down to the down to Masters again and not being guaranteed that spot into the playoffs. So, like, yeah, Extinction are going to come in swinging today. King had an exceptional game against SSG. I want to see that again.
And the only other game that Extinction have won so far is against Dilduck, so they're looking to double that up today to, well, you get 2 wins, you beat the 2 teams below you, and the 2 teams below you are the ones that get relegated, because you just barely scrape it through. That's all you need, so hoping for a good one. And like you sort of mentioned, guys, what we saw last week gives you some hope, gives you some good feelings about what Extinction can do. And, well, on the other side, Team Z have not quite had the same kind of result.
less good feelings. Hey, listen, they also won their match against Dilduck, so that's something the 2 teams have in common.
Ooh.
Other than that, every single loss they suffered, which is literally every other match, was a clean 3-0, so not much pushback from Team Z.
Hey, this is the time. We're going to go for more than 3 maps for a Team Z game. I mean, look, again, the pressure of playing in a situation where you don't make playoffs and you are relegated, like that is going to be playing on these players' minds, and it's just being able to keep the mental there for Team Z. Did see Ryan talking before this match as well, saying like, you know, not too worried. We've been putting a lot of practice in, a lot of scrims, a lot of VOD review time, so like they're very well prepped coming into this, and I'd imagine they watched that SSG series a bunch.
You said the quiet part out loud.
Well, you can see how well they did against SSG, and where maybe SSG were tripping up a little bit, and where Extinction were really punching up as well. So yeah, Team Z2 have only won against Still Ducks, so I'm ready for this game to go long.
I think this could actually be quite competitive. So even despite what happened last week, I think Team Z know what's on the line here. So high expectations that this won't be a 3-0 at the minimum.
That's right, manifested. Looking at the map mode win rate there. Yeah.
100%. It's pretty good.
What about the other teams' score win rate?
Yeah, that's the thing. We kind of have to take that into the context of who they played so far as well, and how those matches went. But you know what? Who cares? Pretty graphic. We love that. Well, I'm happy to put this match into context once it's done and dusted. But for that, we do have to get it started. So, gentlemen, please take it away for our last match of day 1 of week 6 of stage 3.
She's popping off. So he's popping off today. She's doing well, guys.
No. No, we do enjoy that.
Small nap. It's all good. This will go to map 5 maybe, so we'll see. Yeah, I think with how Extinction played against SSG, you got to put a lot of stock into that. I really do. I think people are going to be confident, and especially the audience as well. I want to see the viewer preds actually. I would be really curious. Lijiang Tower is going to be our first map for Extinction. It's their pick.
Probably more people will go for Extinction just based on that result, and we already saw the opposite of that. Less people went for SSG in today's game just because of that one game. So the SSG Extinction game really has swayed opinions. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Zarya gone straight up, so yeah, just a big target against one of Astra's best heroes on our opening map. And of course, the King's Row Zarya is the map for Zarya, but you can also just get rid of it now, get your early lead on Lijiang Tower, and think about what to do a little bit later on.
Yeah, Lucio Band not so bad at all. Got my eyes on the DPS. I mean, King performed out of his mind in that series, so we'll see if the same is going to be said here. Lijiang, one of the more popular control maps, of course. But I'm thinking Peace? Yeah, Peace and Ryan. Yeah.
Okay,
Peace
so
Ryan.
this is looking like a potential, unless I'm wrong about the hero pools, double flex DPS. Look, I mean, Ryan, okay, because Ryan is flexible enough to also just look towards the Surge, but I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Ryan Jutsu in, but maybe Ryan Peace is not super uncommon for the team either. I'm curious about where we're going to go for support-wise. No Lucio, so the trifecta of supports mean you just typically play the other two, which ends up being Kiriko and the Wuyang. See if Extinction end up blocking that one as well.
Okay, I was going to say, that would have been an insane
having some fun.
Yeah, a little fun in the spawn room. All right, a quick teleport out here. Hattori and Asher on ramp.
I wonder if Peace is expecting that King stays, and he's read that correctly. Read that King will stay on the sim, which means the opening venture play ends up being a nice pick.
Oh, King almost going down to the disruptor shot there. Took a body shot, I think, from the railgun. Got to be careful, though. Yeah, the longer you stay in this fight, the worse it's going to be for Team Z. Peace needs to find an avenue of ingress here with the venture. Being able to kind of bash King around and even knock Fish away like that is perfect play. Peace now just trying to play around the burrow timing. Looks like Cinnabar's going to get traded, though. Albert, direct body shot to Cinnabar. She ends up falling, but with Hattori dead, pretty easy team fight win here for Team Z.
And the anti-symmetry here, but also just anti-symmetric comp in general. Peace will be able to deliver the opening, and Team Z the opening cap point as well. Extinction still leading a little bit in terms of Scuffed versus Hanbei, but there should be a bit of a catch-up soon. King now moving over towards the Tracer. Still has to be contentious about the fact that Venture can combo you even if you're on Tracer. Not 100% safe.
Yeah, very doable. You have to get such a surprise on the Tracer there for that to happen, but it is possible. This rush is building so quickly for Scuff too. Already 10% away. Like, you just a couple of kunais into Astro and you should be straight chilling if you're Scuff. Oh, intermitting. Oh, that Suzu came out as well. It was mid-air as Scuff got railgunned. Unfortunate. Peace ends up getting raided though.
They can still place Alba's about to hit timing for the next ultimate. Hanbei though in response. 1-for-1, but Ryan again delivering.
Damn, Team C are dominating, bro. Double support available for Extinction. Cinnabar, she's a little bit further behind than Arva.
The Team Z were behind in general. Extinction had double support ultimates just about online. Scuffed 1% away from getting Kitsuna Rush online, and as sort of mentioned, Suzu doesn't drop in time to be able to save his own life. Alba now on 1 HP as well. Extinction just like having trouble walking forward.
A pixel of HP there for Alba. Now Astro's just trying to force the issue here. Both rushes now on the points. Tidal Blast are going to be nice. Alba actually using it on themselves. And that is a nice knockdown on Peace. Actually, didn't even knock down. Just a couple of left clicks will do. They trade. And here comes the Annihilations. Can't wait for the Ram to look at the other Ram longingly in the eyes. And hopefully one of them ends up dying. Tidal Blast onto Ryan. Doesn't get a knockdown, but Hattori falls. The ticking damage coming through from Astro's Annihilation. They're just too much to stand up to. And Extinction are on the bitter end here of this map. I mean, overtime is here. Post bomb from King goes wide. They need a touch. They eventually get it with Scuff jumping over the little veranda there, but Astro is just holding down the fort.
Just got another ultimate here as well. Astro does go down eventually. 4 versus 1. Vision still has the opportunity to OC, but HP pulls are low. If Scuff goes down, that's 0 healing remaining. Hattori really holding the line here, looking for that next ultimate. Annihilation can really save the day. Okay, they got the cap. The kill will allow them to stabilize now.
Yeah, she's still got the Annihilation, so Hattori can play up now. That was dangerously close. Just kind of heroics there at the very end. Just saved him. Those Tidal Blast not really doing too much either.
This time again, Scuff is going to be ahead of Hanbei, but this time around, don't know how active you want to be. As you are defending the point, you kind of want to bait Team Z to walk into you at least a little bit here. Ascension, at least from the economical perspective, looking pretty damn nice. It's Ryan that's been really lethal today so far. See if that continues on. This is Vision that holds the OC.
Yeah, here comes the Annihilation trying to force their way through this choke point. And they're going to try and maybe even hold these doors as well, although that Annihilation didn't last too long for Hattori. Wasn't ticking everybody there. As Ryan ends up sliding away. Here come the rushes now. One laid down from Hanbei. Scuff can use theirs in a moment's notice. And Cinnabar, though, already goes down. Okay, this is bad news bears right now for Team Z. They end up falling over, but they still got a lot of time to play with. Trading out the rushes. And it's going to be up to these Traces now. And what I mean by that is the Tidal Blast. They need to be able to connect to the backline. Alba and Cinnabar are going to have these up for the next fights.
Oof, late death. That's going to cost them a little bit. Team Z looking for that player advantage. And the trades are good. Hattori and Vision down with Tank gone. It means that Team Z can actually push up. But if you lose one, that's going to be a bit of a problem. We're going to get into the final 99 to 99. Extinction have more than caught up at this stage. Still holding on to some good ultimates. Not a big fan of how Hattori's Annihilation was using that previous fight. Just kind of not getting any value on that one. Want to use that one a little bit more defensively, I think, in that scenario.
Rhymes gets his head ripped off there. Oh, post bomb. Ambitious from Peace. But Cinnabar still goes down. Cinnabar out as well. No Tidal Blast, not even used on yourself. As Extinction, they don't even need an ult at all.
No.
Team Z with the post bomb, and that's going to be round. Extinction are going to be able to take it. That was disaster. Peace doesn't end up getting a final touch here as Astro switches over to Wrecking Ball to try and get back in time. Another little touch there from the ball is going to be good for at least a moment. Now we're looking for Peace again to go for another. Does manage to get to the point, and wait, Astro is waiting in the wings. Another touch, but still, the ult advantage is immense here. There is going to be a little knockdown there on the Ram, but Quick Suzu will bandage that wound clean up. And here comes the Tidal Blast onto, I think that was Hattori. It's going to be round, said and done. Extinction kind of shut the door on Team Z. That looked like a Team Z map, for sure.
For sure. Yeah, I agree. Team Z had the lead early on. Just couldn't quite close the door on top of Extinction. The Team Z looking for the opportunity to, I don't know, find the correct fight. And Extinction, they didn't even have to use ults at the end. Well, the final fight when the touches came through, they blew the ultimates. But prior to that, I mean, that's really where they won. And they won it a lot off picks. you even have a situation where you're looking at Team Z like, okay, well, they're losing fights, but, you know, maybe the trades are kind of okay here. You have Tori and Vision down, and then you lose Peace a little late, and you can't take advantage of that. You're just not finding the opening there for Team Z. So for Extinction to be able to hold on and then really just lock in a good defense once they have control point, well played to them.
King hasn't died yet either. He's on the sim for a little bit, a little tracer now. Very different looks from Team Z and Extinction. Hattori on the D.Va. Another very flexible tank player in Hattori. Although with the Wrecking Ball, you're expecting Astro to win those 1v1s. Or the head-to-heads even. Not really. It's ever going to be a 1v1, but you know what I mean.
So he looks over towards Vision. Astro again. Cheeky down there.
Alba's alone, though. I worry for Alba right now on the side of Extinction. Should be able to chill. You do need like, at least a couple of people jiving onto Alba to get the kill. But there's the first one at the very least. Hanbei down. Traded for Vision, but now Ryan's dead. So yeah, double there for King. Comes up big.
Oh, well, Team Z is just not able to actually get a dive going, and Astro kind of solo diving onto Vision. They're not able to get the kill with some support coming through from Scuff. Vision now swapping over to the cast, which again, I wonder if this is the right call to make at all. Team Z are good enough in their corner dives. They should be able to take advantage of that pick.
Dude, look at Astro's position.
Hero.
Look at Astro's position. Uh-oh.
Okay, good die.
I mean, we're resetting, guys. We're resetting. Guys, hit the reset real quick. What is that?
Oh no, I'm lost. Where on the map am I?
Dude. Just ball player things.
Scuff still went down in the middle of that, so it's still like kind of a weird 1-for-1, which means we'll reset to a 5v5 on the map. What is happening?
What is happening? The environment is doing more kills than either team right now. What's going on back there? All right, well, Ryan gets the D-Mech. Okay, Hattori's dead. She's gonna respawn. And there's the flip.
Scuff get back to the fight challenge. Yeah. Should be happening this time around. 3v4, but waiting for Hattori to spawn. I mean, that'll just give Team Z the free cap. I mean, Scuff went down previously, I can't remember how, but then respawns and falls off the map instantly. Did Astro manage to get all the way to spawn? I don't think he did. That's so weird. I don't know how Scuff fell up, but that
I don't know.
Exactly cost the point over and gives Team Z the flip.
We'll see it in the replay, don't worry. Ryan with the recall. Pulse bomb. Two support ultimates though for Team Extinction. Team Z, same thing though. Both rushers laying on top of each other. Tidal Blast available for both races to use. Looks like Hattori's actually going to take that one and hopefully find something with it. A nice little kill though onto Cinnabar. Oh, Ryan can't quite get it done. Too slippery is Alba. Eventually Hanbei ends up coming with the clutch kill. However, Astro's 1 HP. Team Z slowly losing control of this. You've got to imagine, especially with Astro going down. Very scrappy fight in White Room right now. Hattori has got a remake available. But with the being able to keep Vision alive like this is kind of disastrous. Eventually, a take-aim shot is weaved past the Matrix. But Extinction, they control the point.
Alba's going to come back on a brig now, so changing comps ever so slightly for Extinction. This will likely be their final comp now, 70%. Looking pretty decent. Pulse finally starting to come online. Nothing super proactive to use outside the Pulse bomb. With the Hanbei down, King doesn't even need the Pulse. Just gets that one on its own.
Lose the 1v1 though. Oh, is that a boop off as well? Hattori is off the map. I think that was Astro, I think, but it ended up giving the kill credit to Hattori, although the death credit, I suppose, in that way. 90% for Extinction. Alba kind of holding down. It ran off the map. Wow,
okay. How many
What is happening? What is happening, bro? Okay. Okay. We need a kill tracker for the environment. The environment needs a kill tracker right now.
Play the matches, the environment right now. Lijiang Tower, but Lijiang's not even playing.
He's not even playing, man. Where is he?
There's both teams are getting booped off the map by an invisible Lijiang at the moment.
His spirit lives on. Lijiang Tower.
Oh, here we go. Scuffed ahead of Hanbei ever so slightly. It's opportunity now for Extinction. 95 to finish things off.
Oh, what a stick!
Pulse?
Oh, no, eaten by Ryan. That was an attack on the shield. The shield dropped it, and Hattori ate the pulse bomb as it was falling through the air there. That's how that interaction worked. No, the stick didn't end up coming through. Scuffs with a Suzu and a Swift Step and the rush. That is Scuff dead. As long as Scuff doesn't fall off the map as they come back from spawn, we should be good. Extinction, though, they do need to cap at some point. High noon for Vision on the corner. Sees a couple of people. Astro, no. Shields, adaptive ones, end up getting used. Near Scuff, back on the point. Rushes, though, it is pretty far away. Doesn't actually cover the whole point, but it might not matter. At least pushes them forward. Mines, and even a bolus thrown in by Peace to try and gain a little bit of space.
Bubble, Ryan, looking for the kill. This should be the final nail in the coffin. You'd imagine this team's easy.
Yeah. A nice knockdown there. Alba ends up getting down on the floor, and unfortunately, Ryan's right on top here. Extinction are going to get wiped. Team Z end up capping the point. OT, maybe one touch. No, King unable to. They're going to tie us up on control.
I have a theory. I think I know how Scuff died coming out of spawn. Pretty sure what happened in my delving into my mind palace here. Scuffed probably TP'd onto a teammate who was very close to the edge, and then Scuff just fell off because the teammate was like either going over the ledge or like so close to the ledge that you just TP'd into the ledge essentially. That's what I assume happened. Because there's just there's no way you walk out of spawn and just instantly go from that.
Some of the edges
I don't think Astro's there.
to that map are very weird, like because they're like kind of sloped. So yeah, we'll get it in the replay, I'm sure. But there were at least 4 environmentals that people just throwing themselves off the map. Lijiang Tower, he's so back. All right, Astro on the wrecking ball. Still, same kind of comps here. Vision on the Cassidy. I like this look from Extinction, especially being up to hold the point.
I was going to start on the Wu Young now again after ending on the break. So once Extinction see that it's at a ball, I do wonder if Alba's going to make that swap happen once more. With Team Z, Peace happy to take the long range duels. I still think Vision is getting outranged a little bit in this matchup, but I don't know that Team Z's dive is that coordinated enough that Vision's going to go down too often.
Oh, Astro. Trying to help cap the point. Oh, they don't sneak it away. Nice work from Hattori there. Just making sure the point doesn't get instantly capped. But that good slam. It should be a Tracer kill, actually. Ooh. Yeah. King ends up going down. Nice movement from Astro.
Yeah, really got, I wouldn't say, maybe lucky a little bit, but King just kind of out in the open there, delivered on a silver platter for Astro. It's going to be first pick, first cap. See how that ends up going in terms of snowballing. Pretty good.
Yeah, really good. Tori shouldn't lose mech. No, she's good.
Scuffed and Harmbait basically neck and neck at this stage. Same with Alba and Cinnabar. I sort of see there as well. Once you can actually get this slam on top of the Cass, Cass can just go down pretty damn quick. There's bolts coming in through as well. You're trying to rotate onto point, and Peaks is just taking pot shots with take aim.
Don't be in the way. Okay. Slam ends up coming in. Hindenade connects, but there is a kill onto Scuffed that will start this fight off. Man, this is so tough for Vision to stay alive. You can kind of see what you were talking about. I think the last series where the bull just kind of owns the Cassidy right now.
I mean, you can get flashbanged as well, but more than likely, if the ball is good and the dive is good, you're just going to get a slam in the cast just in the open. By the way, fun fact, Vision, I believe, took the double flashbang, which is fine, but then took the crit headshot into roll cooldown reduction instead of the silver bullet to contest piece a little bit. So you're not going to get a lot of headshots though, because Astro's just in ball form half the game.
That is true, yeah. Not as many as you'd want. Astro playing prop hunt right now, waiting for the perfect time to go for the engagement. Mines, slam. Cinnabar's already dead though, a little bit too late maybe. Astro does fall eventually. I think booped off a mine there briefly. As they end up laying down the rush on the point here, but it's a 3-on-4 right now. As Team Z just kind of handling Extinction fairly easily. A late rush, overtime approaching, Peace with the bolus too. Like, question is, where are Extinction going to find themselves in this map? There is a Tidal Blast here available, but Scuffed is dead again. Tidal Blast onto King. Where's the knockdowns? Well, it was onto Peace, but can they actually get the kill? But Hattori can't even touch. Like a couple of pixels away there from Hattori from getting that OT, but Team Z, they have taken the map.
That wasn't looking too good even if the touch comes on through. Kind of disappointing a little bit there because you have a very interesting start. Extinction making a bit of a comeback happen on that opening control center round. King went deathless as well. And it ends with a bit of a whimper, I gotta say, on that night market with Vision not getting a lot done on the cast. Eventually swaps over to the Sombra, which is gonna give you a little bit more to play through in terms of both getting double value against Ball and also the Freya, but just too late of a swap. And that's considering the fact that the damage from Vision overall, this is obviously stats over the course of all 3 rounds, is not too bad. But yeah, night market was weirdly one-sided compared considering how close the other 2 points were.
Yeah, nice stuff from King on this round. I mean, it went deathless too, which is kind of clean with it on the Tracer. But we'll forget the the Gardens night market phase or whatever it's called. That one doesn't exist. This one does not exist. There was too many environmental kills. We turned into a little bit silly watch.
They did. Extinction did genuinely lose a cap because Scuffed fell off the map that on the respawn. And again, my theory is Scuffed TP'd onto a player that was going over the ledge anyway, and so was going. Maybe it was Hattori flying over the ledge, just bad timing. But that genuinely costed Extinction a cap, and Team Z flipped off the back of that one, and things like that can snowball into wins for Team Z.
Yeah, nice stuff for Team Z. I think even the chat was kind of on Extinction's side. 76% prediction for Extinction, 24% for Team Z. Wow, a couple of maximum point predictions there as well. Love to see it. So look at the stats from there. Yeah, man, the stats kind of painting that even more of a one-sided picture. Team Z 91 on limbs 57. That last, I mean, even that last round, it was like, okay, Extinction were like nowhere to be found. Actually, like 4-0 forward as they entered that round.
I mean, it started reasonably competitive. There's only that night market that kind of swung things massively, where you just felt like time and time again, the rotations were being cut off, Extinction just eating a bunch of damage, Vision getting outranged. It's not even just about the ball anymore. Consider the cast into the fray, and you don't have silver bullets. It's like you're getting massively outranged. You could argue that like on night market, you can maybe find some angles. You get onto the actual point, it's all close, medium range, so you don't need a silver bullet there, but yeah, just couldn't even find an opportunity to really contest and play much of a game. The ball looked okay on Garden and then looked exceptional on night market. That was quite a performance on the ball.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a target ban for sure at some point during the series. See where Team Z want to kind of take us. I think being able to have King on it, we've seen a lot from King recently, to be fair, but I don't mind the sim looks at all. I think it just gets better here if you're King in the gang as you move on throughout the maps. I think control is always a bit of a weird one, to be honest. It's going to be Atlas. Okay, re-enabled. Yippee! So it's not just Survivor.
Rare Atlas pick.
Rare Atlas pick. Yeah.
Good Reaper map. See a lot of teams play Reaper here.
Yeah, for the Reaper. So
and Astro can go Zarya. You just play Ball again, but I think Ball not amazing on that opening first point. But Zarya Reaper. Zarya is another one of the Astro specials. An interesting hero pool, by the way, to be able to like go from Zarya to Ball. Most tank players would never be able to do something like that. So
yeah,
having Astro in a team being able to work with that is pretty nice. But I do think this should be, given that Zarya is gone now, this should be Zarya Reaper. Sounds pretty promising on this map.
Yeah, makes the most sense. Obviously, Lucio is going to be played as well. Not sure that's going to be too much of an issue for both teams. Obviously, this match is very important for both squads as well. A win here does lock themselves in that losers bracket in playoffs, and the loser, unfortunately, will end up getting relegated. Those final 2 spots, they'll be with Dilducks as they go back down to FACEIT Masters, when they can battle their way back up to OWCS next year.
And honestly, as I sort of mentioned, I genuinely think this could really go either way. Despite what we talked about in the pre-show, where Extinction's results, given it's really just that SSG game, that's the game that is like, oh, wait a minute. Whereas Team Z haven't had that game, right? They kind of got 3-0'd by SSG and everyone else. But, you know, you level up at the right time. You sort of just hit the right stride at a very important game at the end of a stage, and boom, you win the game you're supposed to win, which could be this one. And this goes true for either team, and you're suddenly in.
Man, it's like classic. It's the classic control, like, oh, okay, it's control. Does that mean anything? You know, like, control's always the one that's up in the air, like, constantly. It feels like. Here's the most bans as well. Top hero ban.
How has Clean been banned 7 times?
It's
who's banned
protect ban.
Right. And I
think that was more at the start of the stage as well. I think people were trying to rock the Queen for a little bit, because it's like, okay, Queen into Winston, Queen into Board, and we just go pure rush. Like, it's not bad. So we did see Queen copping some bans. Well, we're going to see a Wrecking Ball ban and a Sim ban for Team Z.
Extinction don't want to deal with that ball again, even though, like I sort of said, I think this is probably more likely for Astro to go run Zari anyway. That being said, ball is like fine outside the first point. You go to the other 4 points after number 1, and then after, you know, ball's suddenly back on the menu. So you don't want to deal with that. You do it now. And Flashpoint is probably one of the better ball maps if you are going to target ball. So you might as well do it now, because there's not a lot of good maps left where a ball ban is going to make sense. This is the highest value ball ban you're going to get, except for like an Esperanca maybe, if that's even going to be a thing. A lot of teams are not playing ball on that map anymore.
All right, we're going to load into Atlas. It's been re-enabled. We're back in. This map not quite kind of solved, but it's pretty close. First point, like most, like even like Suravasa, it's a different vibe to the Suravasa first point, but it's so unique compared to every other point. Every other point feels kinda, not samey, but the first point is the most unique, where taking control of that high ground is just so important. You see a lot of teams just kind of trading, like it's like the ring around the rosy and then the Tracer's just kind of fighting on the point. Whereas like Suravasa is like massive poke war. So we'll see how Ryan and King end up matching up here. But as you kind of predicted, Avril, yep, piece on the Reaper.
Sorry, going to be coming through on a bit of a Ram look. If you're not going to play the Zarya, this map is decent for the Ram, especially on that first point. King Tracer's been a very strong point for Extinction so far, so keep that one going for the time being.
Look alive out there.
Yeah, Sojin as well. Like, yeah, I guess it is kind of like Suravasa, where the long-range discounts do quite well on this first point. Less so if you get to the later ones.
Ironically, this would be a good point for Cass, not only because of the way the point layout, but you're into Zarya Reaper, like Cass is strong here. Maybe Vision will swap a little bit later on, but we'll see.
Yeah. Peace getting really aggro there up in the face of Vision. Got long got free energy as Tori decides actually she wants to be on the point now. But the problem is against this Reaper, it's just so free. If you're Peace right now, you just get perma bubbles. Astro's really high energy. Like, yeah, you're looking for someone like King to really break this one open, but it's been chased away. And yeah, a little 2v1 on the Tracer. They don't end up saving Peace, sadly, but with Hattori dead and 100 energy for Astro, this is going to be an easy cap.
Yeah, you'll trade that for sure. Peace going down, but then you get Hattori in response. Absolutely, if your team Z. First cab going their way, decent energy. Hanbei running away with a reasonable lead on that Russian. Sort of, you know, we talked about these sort of small leads. If this fight goes slow, Hanbei then gets that ultimate, and the point ticks away really quick on Flashpoint. You just win that first point straight up on that neutral win alone into the snowball floor.
TP in, get bubble, Wraith form out, and now your chance to punish the Reaper. There you go. Ooh. Nice swing from Vision. Does end up Cash in Peace with a railgun. Although now Astro's in trouble too. I mean, there's, what, maybe one bubble? Here comes the Rusher, but Tori's dead again. They're rushing all over him right now. I mean, this is a disaster for Extinction. Like, they are getting bowled over. Avril?
Vision, ironically, he had no vision there. He didn't know where to look. He just couldn't quite find targets. Astro was low for a time being, but, you know, bubbles are going to be there. Heals are going to be there. And we'll talk about the fact that the small but necessary and very important, significant gap in terms of the rush is open for Team Z. However, Extinction should be able to touch in time, so is it not looking like a full snowball? They're going to get there, should be.
Yeah, they do get contest, and there's the rush on the point. Beat for safety for Alba. Takes a hefty right click there from Astro as Vision wins another duel. Ryan dead. Point almost flipped. However, now I have to deal with Peace and Astro on the point. Grab it on Surge as well, available for the team. However, this grab's going to be a little waylaid, I'd imagine.
Oh,
yeah, it's not getting
that?
thrown out, but Astro's dead. Sound barrier late here for Alba to guarantee. Cinnabar, yep. She's just on die on point. That Graviton Surge from Astro. I mean, it connected, sure, but it's a Tori on a Ram, like...
It shouldn't have been the... I mean, if you're Alba, you don't beat that. You know you've won the fight. Even if you lose a play or two, it's fine. You've won the fight, Astro's down, Grav is wasted, and you hold the beat to counter Cinnabar a little bit later on. Now that you've actually given away the beat, the grab is somewhat justified. You traded grab for beat, which is okay for Team Z.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's the beat. And Peace is walking forward. Death Blossom in hand, and he's going to get bubbled to make sure he survives that OC. Annihilation at least kills Peace, but they traded. Tori extremely low, and now no ultimate in the back pocket of Extinction. In fact, they've only got that pulse bomb. Alba comes up with a kill onto Astro. Those are going to be good for one. Quick retreat now for Team Z. They got one more fight. Alba, a couple of kills, actually.
And Hanbei just in time to be able to finish this one up with a rush. This is going to go neck and neck, both double 99. But unless King, someone on Extinction, finds an opening here, and the pulse is there, but Suzu in response is looking like Team Z on the point, rush away, and you're looking at first point gone.
Oh, Cinnabar's getting chased. I think there was an early Suzu use there as well, so maybe an opening for King. Pulse bomb for Ryan too, on the point, pressuring King out. The rush as well is going to help them secure this. And by the way, Extinction, they found themselves in an odd spot. Pulse bomb on the ground, goes wide, all good. Pulse bomb traded for a Suzu, and Alba dies, trying to touch the points. Points in control at Team Z as well, and Astro with 100 energy. Pieces on the classic Genji. Good pick for Team Z, always has been, always will be. Team Z end up capping that first point. Pretty excited about that one, I'd imagine. Let's get a quick listen to see how they're feeling.
Walk back to spawn. Can you speed me? Not even bait. Like if they're on Winston.
Yeah, monkey.
Okay, walk right. Where's spawn?
Yeah, so much time. So much.
Wow, you're actually a fucking.
No, we need to win. I will do it. My life is on the line.
Try it.
Let's go.
We're back in 5.
Block bottom up and make him come this way.
I'm back on Reaper.
I can help you a piece.
Okay, not yet. I'm a bubble TP on a point. Actually, no. 3, bubble me.
Yeah, monkey.
Monkey. I'm living.
Rush, guys. Gather rush. Trying to us.
I can't. Look point.
She's out.
Help me, man.
You live.
I have point. Can you help me? Out.
Drone.
Please.
Drone. Twitch touch. Drone. Oh, so far, bro.
I need Blossom. Or Dorado. I mean, Kirill.
Decisive fight there from Extinction, but listening to the comms from Team Z there, Peace making a really big call, like, okay, I've got a little bit of ult charge on Genji, but now they're running Winston, speed me back to the spawn, get me on Reaper, let's get in there.
Yep, for sure. And of course, now that you pass the first point, you don't have to play Ram anymore. Diver's a bit more viable now, but yeah, it's very easily potentially countered by Peace. Now it's just instantly swapping back over towards his Reaper instead of playing like Genji. Vision's going to get the opening kill as well, extending, you'd imagine, Extinction's lead. I don't think Team Z will ult yet.
Yeah, King is looking clean. Should be another kill for the Tracer, in fact. You'd imagine. Where's that Lucio? Where are they hiding? There they are. King with 3
kills.
Sound barrier coming in. There's going to 2-man sound barrier. Graviton Surge comes in, but King with a pulse bomb. That's 4. Give him 5. Oh, Albert steals it. King. Oh. I mean, that's point. That's point on the back of King right there.
Unless there's a swap, that was really not the grab you wanted to see from Astro. Reset these players. Unfortunately, you're losing a couple members, and then more players are being staggered death. You're still hard committing, and then the grab kind of just thrown in there to no real success. It's 2 grabs now that I just don't think were well played at all. And Team Z suffering off the back of that one. Extinction feeling much better about their chances now that we got past that first point, and Winston's on the menu.
Oh, Vision's bought the Tracer, fully charged Railgun as well. That's got overclock. Scuffed some coming down though to Ryan of all people.
At 98.
Oh, this is coming through. Man, King is still frying on this Tracer. Ryan too. Oh, the stick is insane too. Ends up catching Vision's foot, I believe there. Primal Rage for Hattori on the point, pretty low though. Has to back out. Mega health pack. Is grabbed. Doesn't look like you're going to be able to stay for too much longer though, but still manages to get back in time. A rush from Scuff is going to push them forward now, and Astra in trouble. Might be a response with a beat. Sound barrier for Cinnabar. She pushes the team up, but they need kills here. They cannot afford to die, and they cannot afford to let Extinction get away, but they've done just that.
Extinction really respecting Team Z in that particular moment. Comeback needs to be hard and quick. They have Vision, OC online. Can they dodge Death Blossom? Not quite.
Nah, the position there from Peace was too good. Even the boop up into the air, Alba was just basically sat on that bench waiting for that Peace Death Blossom to hit him in the face. Nice kill onto King. Extinction reset.
Basically out of ults now. Astro, to be fair, is building back this grab. Reasonable pace. Starting to get that energy back into place as well. Extinction's turn to make this play happen. Team Z should know about this Vision OC. They're tracking correctly here. A little bit longer is going to be Albert coming in with the extra beat. You'd imagine Extinction should be in a good spot.
Nice bubble.
Waiting for grab.
And there's the overclock. Graviton Surge come up in a couple of moments. And that Reaper is going to be very vulnerable now. No Wraith form. Easy kill for Vision. Now Extinction are up 1. Can they actually convert this into a fight win? King still has a pulse bomb, of course, and the kill onto Astro is good. Okay, conversion successful for Extinction. But still, Team Z up near 99.
Yeah, just barely off. Astro needed like a couple more percent. Again, small margins. Has really defined more than a few fights and more than a different couple of series here as well. Astro puts the grab ideally on top of Vision. Albert doesn't quite have the beat yet. Different story for Team Z altogether. 97 though, still in a commanding position here. Still got a decent amount to work through as well. Peace low, they need to keep him up.
See what King can get done again with this Tracer. It's been kind of lights out pulse map so far. Grab pulse available. Oh, but Peace going down first. Maybe not even required to use anything here if you're Extinction, to be honest. Graviton Surge connects.
Oh, it's delayed again, though.
Yeah, it's late, and Primal Rage. And that might be the point as well. I mean, nice pulse bomb onto Astro. These grabs are not, they're hitting, but they're not hitting.
But the timing is terrible because you're down 2. You're 3v5. You grab into the Primal, or rather Primal's used in response, which now allows Alba to save the beat to counter Cinnabar. Double support ultimates both ways.
B hits 4, later beat hits 5. Suzu, Rush. They got to go on this point. They're going to trigger OT at the very least. Peace got the Death Blossom on the point. Ends up getting booped away. Wraith Form used as well, and inside the bubble, it's going to be a lot of damage, but pretty booped away. There's at least 1 kill onto Scuffed. It's just mania on the point right now. But Astro and Harmbay going down. It's kind of disaster. Peace run out of CDs to keep themselves alive as Alba conks them on the head. OT fight should be won by Extinction, especially with Hattori alive. No cooldowns left as King is able to clean up. That is going to be Extinction with 2 points on the board.
Might have to be peace swapping here as well. If Astro is indeed staying on the Winston, which is looking likely to be the case, you're now lacking the Zarya bubbles to be able to help you out. I don't think Peace was getting that much done even with the bubbles. Extinction now 2-1 lead as mentioned. Let's see how they go for what could be the final point with the listening.
They have to look for pulse on me, by the way. They have to look for pulse on me.
Oh, fucking help me around.
Give me TP. Someone give me TP. Reaper here, Reaper here.
No TP.
Wait, walk on Reaper, walk on Reaper. I'm blind. We can't. Okay, we're good. I'm left. I'm opening left. Yeah, just get ready to Suzu me. They have to pulse me.
We're starting clock, okay? We're starting clock.
All the way left.
Yeah.
Monkey jumps, I'm insta-ulting him, by the way.
Yeah.
Monkey jump. Monkey.
Okay,
Reaper one.
Monkey.
Keep shooting space. Clear land.
Shoot Trey.
Nice, you got point.
Just hold for Small and then beat Dixie, okay?
Yeah, open left. Left.
We have hit scan, they don't. Shoot monkey.
Monkey.
Nice.
No Suzu.
Reaper behind.
Come forward. Reaper. Kill this Reaper.
Okay, Reaper dead. Just say turn or not? Yeah, okay. They're gonna beat this fight.
You see that body block there from Hattori? Just locking Astro, and that was really nice. Good first cap for Extinction there.
Really bullying out Team Z now. Astro will finally be able to find Primal. Next to Hattori for what it's worth, but support's going the way of Extinction right now. Alba sitting on 88 in point capture, looking good. Instant Primal, not even low HP. Hattori was not low.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to go in for it. I mean, look, Cinnabar's already pretty low. She has to get away. Oh, nice juggle. Tori takes care of one, and there's the backline gone. Team Z haven't really got anything left in the tank. I mean, these stagger kills are going to be horrible as well. You can't afford to die here, but they're just going to get chased. Yeah, this is Extinction running away with this map. Is it
certainly running away with?
Oh, Astro's there at least.
Barely.
Okay, they're doing
great, though. They need to do this.
Yeah, they need to be able to get this pop in. Both rushes on the point now, and Cinnabar 5% away from the sound barrier. They need it right now. She needs it, 99%. And Vision puts the Lucio to rest. And this overclock should be it. Nice little double slide there as Vision kind of dancing on him. That'll be Extinction taking this map. They just need this final kill. Good stick. Better Suzu even. From Scuff. As Extinction finish off this last couple of members. Sound barrier doesn't connect with 4 though.
4-man beat.
Yeah, it does end up coming in. Hattori does end up going down. And actually, yes, the comeback is very real. As King on this Tracer has got a recall left. Has to go for this mini health pack as this virus connects with Scuffed. Actually, Peace comes back with 2 kills on the Sombra. The late sound barrier there from Cinnabar clutches out for Team Z on what was basically over. That map was almost done for them.
Yeah. Cinnabar dies previously at 99, comes back. It's a 4-man. On that beat, and it's enough because if you get Hattori down, no one has a tank, and then you just have to duke it out. It's all coming down to whoever wins that next neutral. No ultimates available on Team Z with Peace coming back on a sneaky little Sombra. Just for the speed, I don't think this is really used to counter anything. Peace is just thinking, I need to get back fast. I need to get back quickly. What can I do? It's going to be Sombra, and now nearly on an EMP.
Yeah, 15% away. Tori's kind of chilling. Has to get out. Pulse bomb for King. Looking for the Lucio. This Cinnabar is very isolated right now away from the rest of the team. In fact, she's on the opposite side of the map. Pulse bomb available. Stick onto Astro. 89% towards that primal as well. Hanbei with a 180 kunai between the eyes as King ends up going down. And 1-for-1 trade is good with this EMP available in 10%, but Peace still falls. Scuffs comes up with a big kill. Both supports now trapped in a cage. And unfortunately, it is that Winston that comes up with the goods. There's going to be a rally onto the point, a final hurrah there from Hanbei, and this is like Astro is going to be able to get back in time with the primal rage in hand. Roll bomb from Ryan is good for a kill, a double kill in fact. There's supports down for Extinction, and this primal rage from Astro just means that they can sustain on the point. EMP connects with Hattori, taking infinite damage. A Virus connects as well. A nice little Suzu to save the Sombra, as somehow again teams clutch it out.
Finally, Albert and Scuff, though, still alive. 4 versus 4. Double supported onto Extinction. Can still turn this one around. This is like a very long fight. The longest fight ever. There's been no reset. Constant back and forth. Albert now, finally.
Sound barrier.
AJ?
Oh, he manages to get it too. The beat does land. Connects with 4. There is the OC for Vision. Takes care of Astro. This is the longest OT fight, 99 to 99% I've ever seen. Vision eventually ends it all. Extinction with a 3-1. Heroics after heroics from the back lines. Then Ryan jumps in with a double kill on the Kiri and the Lucio with a pulse. Like, what was that? That was an absurd OT finish.
It started with Cinema dying at 99, coming back with the 4-man beat. But actually, it wasn't an OT for most of it. It was a flip from that Cinema recontest with the 4-man beat, starting from, I believe, 0% into a 0 to 99 for Team Z, and we went all the way from 0 to 99 in a single fight into an OT. That was all one fight from 0 to 99 plus OT, so it was a mega long fight. Constant back and forth, constant clutching from both sides. But when it really matters, when it comes down to it, it's a double support ult finish from Extinction, because it did feel like Team Z were barely holding on, grasping at straws, constantly pulling more. What else can we do here? But the grip is loosening. Fingers starting to peel away until eventually it's too much. The weight is too much, and Extinction will finally get their win, deservedly so, because they, outside of that last super long fight that went forever, were essentially ahead the entire way through, outside of that opening point, which is very unique on this map, where more brawl favored. Then you get to the open points, Hattori goes Winston. It's a different look now, and it says a lot that even with the Zarya Reaper, the Reaper from Peace not doing much up against the Winston of Hattori, that really is telling you how far ahead Extinction are. Even the Reaper's not shutting you down.
Oh, that Ryan double kill there almost clutched it out. Like, jeez. Yeah, longest fight in history for sure. That was absurd. But Extinction, they tie the series up. There's one apiece now for both teams. Elimination game as well. Loser here goes to that lower bracket in the winner here goes to the loser's bracket in playoffs. Loser ends up going back down and has to qualify again for next year. 141 elims. I mean, a brawl. That was a bloodbath.
Now 1-1. Now we knew this one was going to be a reasonably good series. We hoped anyway. I didn't think it was going to be a 3-0. I kind of had a feeling this was going to be a minimum 3-1. I really do have the potential for this one to even be a 3-2 at the end of the day. So we'll see if that one is able to deliver. Guess what though? Ball potentially back on the menu. However, not a lot of good ball maps left. So you really want a ball. You could do the infected ball on Gibraltar, although not. Yeah. I think the most consistent, probably looking more towards a push. I think New Queen Street and Esperanca are both okay for ball, but that's if you really, really, really want a ball.
Do they want a ball? Well, it's going to be Esperanca. Push map. Chosen by...
They might want a ball.
Z. They might want a ball. I mean, I wouldn't be too shocked, to be honest with you. I think both tanks, to be fair, very flexible in what they play, not like... I think we've long passed the point where it's like there are still players that are like traditional off tank, traditional main tank players, but like I think the majority of tanks now are like kind of all rounders. You'd say like new generation tank players kind of fitting into that.
So not Hawk.
Zeb. So not Hawk is what I'm saying. Yeah. So well, I mean, Hawk traditionally an off tank player. His off tanks are sick. Are you ever going to see him on Winston? Probably not. Like one time, like you'd see him on like a Winston.
I think he played against Dilducks, right?
Yeah, he
is
played
when we got
Winston
that.
against Dilducks. Yeah, he played main tanks. And he played,
I think he only played main tanks against Dilducks. He only played main tanks against Dilducks.
Yeah,
Actually,
he
is what he
played
did.
Ryan as well. Ryan, Winston, yeah. But both Zeb and Hattori, kind of like this new gen tank player, were like you basically play everything. Like just kind of chill, cool vibes.
So, Esperanca, otherwise, still pretty. I mean, Zarya is still reasonable here. This is a map where a lot of things are actually viable. A lot of styles are viable. Both this and New Queen Street. So, it's not a map where you're like, no, this is definitely the meta you play on this map. There's, I think, a lot of stuff you can definitely go towards here.
I think I prefer the dive, though. I'll say. I think if you're gonna
you want to impact the high ground. The high ground is important in this map.
Yeah. If you're while it's not definitively the best, I think more of a dive style works better. Like Hazard, not like a dive tank, but like kind of works still, because being able to impact high ground is super important. I think the Ram and Orisa comps, while they're good, it's like, okay, you're very bot centric, like you want to fight around the bot. I think they fall behind eventually against the more divey style, Winston, Ball, Hazard even. Speaking of which, Winston banned, as we do to his Sojourn for Extinction.
Yeah, I mean, Vision is, they kind of banned out their own Sojourn a little bit. I mean, it does target Peace and Ryan, but I feel like Vision has been frying on the Sojourn. It's a little weird for me to see Extinction ban out their own Sojourn.
Freya, Cass.
I suppose, but I feel like even when Freya's open, most players still go for the Sojourn here, even with Freya being available. And we see that particularly among some of the more higher level teams in NA and others. But the Winston ban coming on through means that, what's the response going to be? Maybe a Hazard? I mean, it could just be a ground tank as well, but
yeah, I mean,
starting to feel like a ball. Feel like if you're banning a Winston, I don't know. I feels like a ball to me.
We'll see what they lock in. Of course, this was Team Z's pick. Map number 3, Extinction versus Team Z. 1 and 4 Extinction coming in to today. Team Z 1 and 5. Both teams winning against Dilducks, trying to find their second win of the stage to keep their playoff dreams alive and see if they can punch up against some of the teams that have already made it.
Was Lucio Curie back on the menu here as well? I don't know if teams are going to play Wuyang here. These teams don't strike me as Wuyang teams.
No, way less so than like UV, etc.
Well, Astro's going to start out on the Zarya of all heroes. I mean, knowing that Hattori is not going to be coming through on either a Winston or a Ball, are they going to do Zarya Reaper? I mean, it's viable, but you're definitely not playing into a Winston. So I feel like if you wanted to play Zarya Reaper, you should have left the Winston up. The Hog is in.
Doing the Hog?
So, okay, the reason the Hog is in, is Extinction are reading the Ball, and they've read it incorrectly like I have. I thought Astro was going to come out the Ball, and if Astro comes out a Ball, the Hog is an amazing pick. Sadly, no Ball.
But the Hog is terrible. I think, honestly, if you're Hattori, I'm like, okay, maybe she just 180s and goes back to spawn. That's what's going to happen. Over and over and over again.
Just a Zarya moment there.
Recharge for Zarya.
That's unlucky.
Oh my!
Another bubble?
Yeah. Recharge for Zarya.
Another Zarya. Stop healing! Just die! Please just respawn. Don't heal.
Yeah, I think it's actually more beneficial, I think, for Hattori to dive him, maybe.
Just literally respawn and come back as a different hero. This is not... Come back as a Winston, please, I'm begging.
Don't worry, though. Vision's got it.
Hold up, hold up.
Hold up. Hold your horses.
The DPS is carrying.
Astro, I love how Astro just walked.
Wait a minute.
Probably
wait a minute.
not where you want to be. Astro just walked through Hattori. Was like a nah. Okay, Hog's working, guys.
Wow, I mean, that was King and Vision, mate. Did heavy lifting, and then Hattori came and like, yeah, it was all me.
I know.
Don't worry about it, fellas.
It was all the Hog. It was all the Hog.
Team Z, you gotta be. That's what you should be winning that fight. You're looking at a Hog, you're like, this is perfect, guys. We're playing Zarya, Reaper, into a Hog. This is amazing for us. But then you lose the first fight? Question mark. You're getting outranged heavily because the Vision's on a Freya.
He's trying so hard. I mean, look, these hooks from the Hog. Unless Hog is ever changed where he like throws multiple hooks out at the same time. Not sure, especially into these comps, he's going to be working.
That sounds like Stadium to me.
Yeah, actually like stadium perk. Oh, the rush is going to be pretty decent, although Hattori's just healing up throughout that. Possible onto Astro is good for one. I mean, okay, we'll see if Hattori ends up switching. Tidal Blast onto King, looking for a target. Oh, straight to the backline. Nice connection onto both supports. Double blink smack for King. And down they go. Hattori sticking on the hog. Okay, she's got ult, to be fair. So, you know what? We're going to bring it back.
One of those moments where like, I should be swapping, but I do have ult, so it will be staying. This is the King show at the moment, though. On his throne, absolutely dominating. Despite the hog just kind of existing there, King and Vision making mincemeat of Team Z. First cap coming on through.
Yeah, they did get the cap, luckily, so... Graviton Surge. No pulse bomb for Ryan, sadly, so can't exactly use that. We'll see if Astro can get better grabs here. That last map, like we were talking about before, the Atlas, those grabs weren't exactly pretty. A little bit too late, so we'll see if Team Z can be more proactive. Good hook, better bubble.
Okay.
Graviton Surge, hit the hog. Should be fine, though. I mean, yeah, it ends up getting Suzu, take a breather, 100% of the HP. It's super low, eventually goes down to Peace, basically just shotgunning the hog in the face.
I feel like if you whole hog there, you just push everyone away and they can't take use of the grab. Maybe I'm overcooking that one a little bit, but Extinction, in the case, will end up losing that one. Solo grab on a Hattori, but if you get the kill, then it's all you really need at the end of the day.
Oh, okay.
Wow, I still got ult, so the ult, not going to swap until the ult's been used. Please use the ult.
True.
I'm begging.
Hook, then whole hog. Or whole hog, then hook someone in and like insta-kill them because you're so close to them.
Hook them into a corner where you can just whole hog them into the corner.
Classico. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, pulse bomb for Ryan. Chasing. Scuff TP. Sound barrier connects with 5, and there's the whole hog. Suzu used. There's a lot of healing being pumped into Tori right now. Ryan ends up getting hit with a bolus, though. Hits the recall just in time. No take a breather, I'd imagine, now for the hog, and there the hog goes. Surely Hattori changes now, but we'll have to wait and see. Team Z winning this fight is going to be good for their progress. However, it must be said, Avril, them kind of trading this fight is not good for them, because right now Team Z, they're going to get capped plus meterage. Just look at where the bodies.
Ironically, the time for the hog would have actually been Lijiang well. Not only is it a classic hog map because you pull people off the map, but you were into the Astra ball as well. That would have been the time to go hog, so I'm a little surprised that if Hattori was willing to bring out the hog, it wasn't on that map. But finally, whole hog gone, didn't do anything as expected, and onto the ram. And for her troubles, I mean, it isn't evened up meterage.
Yeah, not quite the lead, though. They couldn't quite snake that away. Team Z, though, very disciplined. They're not backing off as soon as that rush is used around that corner.
Where's the counter rush? Where's the counter rush? Waiting.
Wait for the Tracer. Oh, yeah, they managed to spot that one out. Trouble in the front line, though. Counter rush ends up coming in. They're on the point, and Astro has got grab. I mean, good luck, Hattori. Had to get grabbed in place. Tidal Blast for the grab. Not the worst trade in the world. Hattori's really low as well, and obviously just changed to the ram, so no ult available. Ryan pulse bombing the floor, a little bit of damage coming through for Team Z, but no initial kills. However, with Vision going super low and the rest of the backline backing off, bowing down to Ryan on that high ground, it's a different story to be said in this front line. Lead gained by Team Z.
King's also on Symmetra now as well, which is a little concerning for me because the Tracer has been such a hard carry that the lack of the Tracer could be a bit of a negative difference maker for Extinction. So I have to fight to get this lead back. Still a very close game, 74-63. Can't really call it either way just yet. Just looking for his angle.
Yeah, trying to get back up to the high ground. Peace being a little fly on the wall there in the back line. Oh, but Alpha goes down to Hanbei in the back line. Like, just random kunais. Just, all right, well, Hanbei ends up TPing away from that take aim shot. This fight is messy. I mean, Astro needs to be able to keep alive here. Suzu after a couple of seconds should be good enough as the high charge Zarya is just going to burn through Hattori's right click. That's going to be
how much they can sneak through here. Now, probably won't be an extreme amount. Just shy of 100, I imagine. Depends on when Hattori respawns, because you really need Hattori to get in, but there's a TP available. He should be looking to prevent the 100 here from being acquired by Extinction.
Hattori's T-posing, I think.
Team Z, rather.
Oh, there we go. Yep, T-pose. It still looks ridiculous. Like, however you slice it, look how ridiculous that ram looks. Well, there's the rushes. Tifo's gone. All good. Asserted dominance long enough for the rushes to be forced. Death Blossom available on the high ground, but Alba's already dead. Wall ends up coming in, but the sound barrier is going to help Team Z stay alive, at least for the time being. This Annihilation doing a good job of actually separating the team. But Pete Astro's still winning it out, despite the wall being in play.
This might be the death knell. This is Team Z getting such an experience. Cinema lives multiple times on 1 HP. Unkillable, this Lucio. Team Z now, they have the ultimates. They have the push. Even if Team Z loses this fight, they've doubled the distance of Extinction. Now look, as we saw just one match ago, Team Liquid lost from a position where they essentially had this lead, but it's still a very significant lead. Team Z can maybe even force cap here.
Ryan chased away there by King, back on the Tracer. I mean, the grab, you're in such a good spot if you're Team Z. You can even big a bang if you want to. Grab with a pulse. Vision already dead.
They already got killed. They already got one.
Vittori forced to use the Nemesis form to back up. There's the Death Blossom in the backline as well. I mean, he's the final death nail. Bro, they've hammered 5 or 6 or 7 nails in this coffin. A TP to the spawn doors as Peace kills 3. Now that's going to be full cap. They could just grab this front door.
Grab spawn,
There's nothing they can do. Grab it right now. Straight in, and there it is. No one touching anymore. Alba tries to get there in time, but he full cap for Team Z on Esperanca.
What a response as well. Unbelievably good response. The fact that Cinema doesn't go down is what enables the full cap to come through. If Cinema goes down, you actually can't go for the full cap because it's now 4v5. You have to wait for Cinema to respawn. Even though she's on a Lucio, you still have to pull back. So multiple times, Cinema just living on the 1 HP enables him to go for the full cap. Just real dominance. After losing what would have been, you can imagine, quite a frustrating Atlas, to be able to make a statement comeback on map 3 to say, no. We're going to win this one. We don't even need the ball. We're going to bait you. We're going to bait you into thinking we're playing the ball. We're going to run out on Zarya Reaper. And you're going to come out on a hog. Surprisingly win the first fight and get a cap, which is probably... I don't think that should have happened, but I will say Hattori definitely overstayed on the hog a little too long. But even when she went on the ram, I mean, that was still losing, so I guess either way, right?
He's just so far behind at that point. Yeah. I mean, you said it like they kind of read, and even you said like, oh, you know, I expect the ball here, and that's exactly what the read was from Extinction. You know, you read the book cover to cover, but you missed the final line, the final ending. Look, at the end of the day, if you're in that situation, yeah, there's a big twist on that final chapter, you know, that final page. But maybe even Hattori like gets sped back, you give up a little bit of the cap, and then you come back on a better tank. Ended up costing them, and you can see in the score lines as well. Hattori only just getting that first perk online. Very, very low score, 5 to 6 on the tank. Not Extinction's map at all. This was it was honestly a flattening from Team Z. They're on match point, and their lives are on the line. Both these teams wanting to find a win here to guarantee them a spot in the playoffs.
Well, it's also the fact that King goes to Symmetra and swaps off the Tracer. I mean, he was really carrying. Consider the fact that how did this hog even work? Because I don't think the hog was doing too much. No secret there. King and Vision, though, on their DPSs were really putting through something magical. But then Hattori goes Ram, which is the correct thing to do, and then King goes Sim, and it's like, okay, well, you've just like lost all your carry potential now. I'm sure on paper the Sim does something, but like, dude, his Tracer was frying. Like, you gotta bench that Tracer when it's carrying your team. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, King has been really good over the last couple of weeks. 28 eliminates to 76. Nice looking KD. Okay, Team Z, match point. And coming off such of a hot game for Extinction 2, that 5 mapper against Space Station. Against Space Station, the #2 seed in NA. And now maybe overcooking a little bit, overthinking, going back to their roots. And I know they've spoke previously as well how hard they've been screaming and trying and VOD reviewing and just putting in the work to get to the playoffs. It all could come to an end here. They get then chance for a map choice, so going on to more familiar and home territory, you've got to imagine.
Well, Zarya ban's gone here as well, so if the Zarya is a problem, you can't get rid of that. The ball ban has gone as well, but again, I don't think there's that many good ball maps left to play through. What do we have? We have Escort and Hybrid left, so I wouldn't even worry about the ball. The ball's not coming back. At this point, the Zarya is more of a concern because King's Row is still open to be eventually picked. It might even be a good idea now if you're Extinction just to go hybrid straight away, just to remove it from the equation, and just like remove King's Row so you don't have to deal with that Zarya. That would probably be the right call to make. You can't ban the Zarya, but you can just like, for example, what are the other maps you can even go to? Just go to like a non-King's Row hybrid.
Gibraltar.
Jib with a Diva ban maybe could work out pretty well. Has Diva been banned yet? Not yet by Extinction, so Extinction could go for a Jib Diva ban. Then again, I guess both teams just play Winston.
Wow, okay.
Ooh, we're scared of the Hanzo.
Yeah, Hanzo.
Wu Yang was barely being... I don't think Wu Yang was even being played.
Could the first map, but...
This is a strong Wu Yang map, to be fair. But again, I don't really identity-wise see these teams as being Wu Yang teams. Like, they're not really heavy Wu Yang teams that want to play it all the time. So, still a potential valuable ban if you just want to make sure that no one's going to play, because just going to lock in for the Lucio Kiriko the whole time, potentially even the Ana here. As, again, we do start to see some Ana play come back into the mix here. Potential double flex, Ana Brig. Still not that big on Brig in the current meta, but some teams are giving it a go.
I feel like she just gets crushed. The Brig. Well, they're going to rock it. I mean, Cinnabar mainly like a Brig Lucio player. She's played a sprinkling of other things, but it's mainly been the Brig Lucio. Tori's just walking. Holy aura.
We do be conserving energy.
The fearless Dallas Fuel skin too. Goated.
Yeah. Fun fact, Gushui also runs the fearless Dallas Fuel skin, even though he's got his own Hangzhou Spark Gushui skin.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
What a beast.
That's right, I watched China recently.
Then it's probably something you should be copying. Copying the pro skin game. All right, so it's just divey time. Almost a classic. It's a complete mirror hit.
Yep. This is the most honest dive you'll ever get, aside from the Freya's being there, but the classic Winston Brigana, I mean, honestly, I'm here for it. I've missed this matchup.
Yeah, if they buff Malga next patch, I'm going to be very mad. All right, let's see if this flank here, well, not this flank.
Scott will get a DM.
Yeah, actually. All right, nice high ground control though still. Good sleep, actually. Tori taking a quick nap. Oh, look at that burst damage. Wonderful stuff.
Fearless does not approve. No worries. That's the first minute gone. Low HP on the side of Extinction. Need to make sure there's no secondary late death here. Albert potentially in the open here. Shield will be cracked in a moment. Very far away from ultimate is a decent number of players. Tambe going to be leading the pack for a little while.
Then Gera blue box. Oh, really early nade actually by Tambe. Good bubble, yeah. Not bad at all. Blue box control, very important for Tori right now, and actually she's gonna get it. Good pushback. Team Z now on the back foot. Ana, Brig on the low ground. Means Tori can take this high ground. 4-3, drop down, save the jump, and into the back line you go. Nano boost onto Astro. Attempted sleep goes wide. That's a lot of damage. That's a bolus, and then a Winston just walking at you. 2 minutes to go. Extinction routed.
I mean, this is a really bad look. If the full hold is enabled, you're looking at a 3-1 finish in Extinction. They're out of contention for playoffs. And they're straight below the Matt Mr. X Morello relegation line. Ultimate time to play through now. Nearly a full stack for Extinction.
They got nano boost.
That's the very gone.
Stick. Oh, wow. Well, not anymore. Good stick from Ryan. Okay, really quick reset. Just quick reset all the way back to spawn. They got 1 minute and 40 seconds to do this in. Payload is inching back as well, and it's quite a considerable distance at this point where, like,
yeah,
this might actually mean another touch.
It will be 2 fights in it. The payload's gone back enough. Just barely. Yeah, the payload is back enough now that if you do win this fight, there'll have to be a secondary fight. It's
you
not
want to
a
tap
one and done.
At the very least. Okay, King is going to do that. He's going to tap. Okay, didn't tap it in the end. Payload's still going back. Vision under a little bit of trouble here. Payload
they need to
is
initiate. They have so many ults. Extinction have to pull the trigger.
Yeah. Gotta do something. They're just not in this position to do it though. Like, look at Blue Box control right now.
Nano in. You're giving Hanbei time to catch up. This is
and
not what you want to see.
Still creeping back through car wash too. No one's touched it yet, by the way.
Nano Hattori in.
Nano boost. No defensive nade from Scarf, trying to back off now.
Tori had the primal. Oh my god.
Primal Rage, Rally used, Ana's already down, no Nano Boost available, return Rally from Team Z. A Primal Rage kills Albert in the end, and Extinction, they are going the way of the dinosaurs right now. There's 30 seconds to go, and Scuff just died, what, 2-3 times at the start of these fights?
The meteor is hit. There'll be millions of years of darkness covering the Earth at this point for Extinction. It's not looking good. 20 seconds left to play through. That was the moment about when I said, now would be a good time for the Nano. That would have been when the Nano should have come through. Now it's going to have to come through. But guess what? Hanbei has lapped. Hanbei has got a responding Nano because Scuff has taken so long.
No Nano Boost. Okay, we're just going to try and push up Blue Box again. Nano Boost even onto Vision if Vision is confident enough. Okay, Nano Boost onto Tori. Bar in trouble. Oh, the snipe on the Vision's good. Like you said, this return Nano is going to hurt. Straight into the small room. A good sleep, though. It's big from Scuffed. They're pushing the point as well, and someone needs to touch. There's going to be a return. Arne here as Hanbei comes back to the fray. Peace does end up falling over. King with a pulse bomb could be what they need. However, this Winston in the bubble needs to be taken care of. Nice. King eventually gets it popping. Good stick, good connection. And now it's only the supports to try and touch the point on what looked to be a disaster from Extinction. They come back at the very brink.
On the best time management and priority coming through from Extinction. They'll get it done eventually when they're forced to go, but I mean, that was the kind of fight we've been waiting for. You're just looking for the Nano territory to get you into the fight, and don't worry about anything else. Don't lose more time. Speaking of time, they're running out of it. Let's see how they manage it with us listening.
Maybe blocking. You can nade. Heading 3, 2, 1.5. I have to lift now. Slowly. We're in Mega. We have to stay over.
Careful's coming soon.
I'm backing up, Tori. I'm backing up.
We have to back, Tori. We have to back.
Getting 3 point. I come spaceship soon.
Free one.
Get the nade. 1. Can you fuck? I need ammo. I know, I'm pocketing. I have no nade.
We have Nano first, okay?
We are marked.
My pocket, okay. Yeah. Care nade coming soon.
We are marked.
On a close spaceship.
Yeah. Honestly, spaceship. Push card. Just slowly. Push card.
Yeah, we're getting point for free, okay?
Free one.
I'm nading on Berg. Break one. You kill. I know. Repeat great. Push for Farmo.
Break one.
Get in there.
I'll poke you can.
Come card. ASAP. Come push card.
On a stop left with Nate here. On his bottom left in this room with the one.
Coming. Train OB.
Careful's.
Trade one.
Oh man, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Nano Primal Rage gets it done on second for Hattori. A last-ditch attempt here by Astro, but this Primal Rage merely ult charge in the bank for Extinction, although Scoff and Alba ends up going down still. 1 meter to go. I've spoken a little bit too soon, although King ends up coming up with 2 kills. This Winston is so low, it has to be taken care of. Astro goes down to Vision. King still bubble dancing right now, just with Ryan, who's got Nano Boost on the point to try and save this fight. A good sleep too onto Vision. Sets up Ryan perfectly with that kill, and he is still alive and kicking. Eventually ends up falling over, but Cinnabar comes back with a rally. A nade hits the wall, and that nade connection on the back end there would have been perfect to kill onto the brick, but Cinnabar stays alive. Another stun bash onto Tori, and she is fallen pretty low and has to back off as, wow, the clutch master 9,000 there. Ryan comes up massive.
With 20 seconds left to play through Adele, and honestly, if Hanbei got this late sooner, Astro would have received the Nano, and... But Tori's gone, no Primal!
No Primal Rage. This rally has to go all in for Alba here. He's getting a couple of stun bashes there onto the Winston. Astro going so low, but the pocket is crazy from the back line. The nade, but the instant cleanse from Hanbei. That was like frame picture perfect from the back line of Team Z. Alba gets nanoed. Raid boss on the point. 1 meter to go. And this should be it eventually. There is going to be both DPS available for Team Z on the point to buy some more time. Venture does pop up from the ground, but quickly bashed up with that whip shot. Eventually, Hattori comes back. Primal Rage pop. Ryan, lone survivor now. Can he get it done? No. Lost in the sauce. Once again, a scrappy way to end point 2 with Extinction with a minute left.
Atlas all over again. There's a very long fight. No one wants to end it. Both teams want to keep that one going. It's clutch after clutch and Extinction. Oh, they'll finally get it done, but time is not looking good. It'll be a miracle for them to be able to finish, but any distance now will be very important to give themselves some room to defend with. Oh, can't afford to lose vision like that, though, because you already can't really reset.
Ryan.
Gonna have to now.
Okay. Ryan and
no
King
time.
going at each other. This is Tracer masterclass on Gibraltar.
Okay,
What is
that-
Oh, the sleep! Nice sleep from Scuffed. Oh, God, his ass.
Insane.
Okay.
Insane.
Quick reset there for both the Tracer and the Arthur.
Well. And Ryan says, got two there.
Yeah,
Extinction.
got two.
Barely now with enough time after that. Actually, really nice kill to force Team Z back a little bit. Also to respect you. Primal will be divided a lot of time. This Primal plus double support ultimates when the OT hits really is going to be key to winning this defense. And Extinction don't have enough, but they've lost everything.
Bash. Yeah, they have. That was a really nice bash there from Cinnabar. Alba ended up backing off super low. Cinnabar bashes into the front line. Should be Primal Rage, kill for Astro. They should be good here. It's only King on the point. Yeah, too many people and the Primal Rage in the spawn door. You can see then the little X-ray. And that is where the payload will end. Man, this is a dogfight. As Team Z hold the point. 2 points on the board for Extinction.
I'll call it a decent recovery because that was looking like a full hold. Extinction, we're in position to full hold that one. And then Team Z finally get this nano off onto the tank player of Astro. It's exactly, or rather Hattori, and that's exactly what was barely enough to get them the A cap. B seemed like a struggle as well, again, with the back and forth clutches, but where B went really well for Extinction was the early phases. We heard it in the listen as well. We're getting free push right now, free payload. This is the moment where you can chill and play a little bit slower. You don't need to force a fight when you're getting free payload push. You do need to force a fight when you're not getting any objective. The payload is sliding backwards, you're single foils. That's when you got to make things happen. When you're getting free push uncontested, allow your opponents to be slow in that situation. And Extinction, they got a lot of distance, forced Team Z into a really weird situation where they had to just throw everything in the final dredges of that point just before cap. But of course, for Extinction, all they got to do is win a little bit, slide the payload over the line, and then any distance they got to see, it's all bonus.
I mean, that could have very well ended on the first, to be very fair with you. That was a nail biter.
I thought it was. I thought it was.
It's the squeakiest shortboard of all time.
That's what it looks like when the plan goes out the window.
Yeah, actually, that's what's going on in people's brains in the clutch moments.
Attackers incoming.
We're gonna swap
let's
over
see.
to the Diva now. It's not gonna be Winston Mirror anymore. It's essentially the same comp, just no, never mind. Big lie.
Oh no, Astro switching. Yep.
Big lie. Okay.
Me when
Just
I
a
lie.
scouting comp to see, just a scout to see what Extinction have on the defense, and then when you realize it's gonna be a mirror, just run back the same comp again. Both teams looking confident on the comp. I mean, they both had their moments on it, where they succeeded and failed.
So it's all about. Oh, Astro taking a little bit too much damage there on the side. Being able to clear out piece here is going to be really important. I like the way King's playing on this, on coast. Not enabling piece to get like an angle where they can shoot blue box and on the high ground.
That nade, woo!
That nade was sick from Scuffed, actually.
That'll cost the attack.
Gonna try and
Well,
chase. This should be a fairly easy chase. Good nade, good follow-up as well. I mean, Hardbait's gonna die. Yeah, no Cinnabar. Cinnabar was in the spawn door.
When you're holding this close, you have to be careful not to give away your own lives to Extinction. And to make sure they don't bite off more than they can chew. But for the time being, yeah, all of this is working out super well. The payload just basically has not moved. So for a team that nearly got full held, if they actually end up full holding, that would be quite the comeback. Or it would be certainly quite the tale to tell.
Okay, very low Astro right now. Man, they are struggling to get this high ground, but a good double tap there. Good nade again. Cinnabar and Astro is super low. Should be able to recover. As Vision is not around anymore to deal the final blow. Scuff 1 HP. Yo, bolus. Good bolus shot. Sleep goes wide. Peace opening up this one. My word, that's a couple of kills. But Hattori does end up trading, in fact. There's a Primal Rage as well available for the Winston. I mean, straight up to the high ground. Peace is 1 HP, gets chased down by Hattori. Hattori and Peace just trading blows back and forth. Payload now just inching his way into car wash. Hattori kill Ryan.
What is that, 4?
Back end of that.
That 4K
Wow.
from Hattori so far? Super
Yeah.
worth. Nano into Primal, a little bit expensive, but to save the day, to save that fight that was going quickly awry for you, you take that. Even if it's a little bit costly, you're below 2 minutes now. Payload, by the way, has only barely entered car wash. I mean, that is no distance at all.
Cinnabar. That was so close. King was basically waiting next. Cinnabar didn't even see King there. Nano boost onto the Winston. Good flare.
Good whip shot.
All right. Really nice. A little bit of damage onto blue box, but that's about it.
Wow. That's how you shut down a Nano. Perfectly played. Alba loving that moment. Extinction loving it even more. Minute 20 now. This is really threatening a full defense. A full hold.
Oh, and Humby just kind of waiting in the wings here. Good little sleep there onto the Winston. A nade on top of it as well, but that bonus is going to connect from Vision, but it didn't matter. Humby shrugged it off. Hattori did not see that sneaky play coming. And they're going to be able to walk on now and hopefully not even use ults. They've got Rally, they've got Primal. Oh, Humby dies to Vision in the back line. This is not good.
That one
He's going to go down as well.
Literally one.
My word. Scuffed ends up falling over, so the emergency buttons from Team Z have been pressed. This Rally in this corner now. This Extinction flank has been shut down. The stun is good, stops the leap going, well, instantly going up into the sky. Eventually, Hattori does end up going down. 3 minutes in the time back. Team Z in good stride.
Just barely enough time as well. I remember that Extinction pushed through an OT, so they got 230. Team Z only have 30 seconds more than where Extinction were. However, I do have to note this is the important point. B is where Extinction got a lot of free distance and a lot of catch-up. The only reason they got as far as they did was because of the success on B. Astro has to be careful here.
Anti has got Primal though, so yeah, it's going to have to rip it. A couple of take aim shots there, connecting with Astro. Juggling in the corner, can't quite get it. The pocket is crazy here on Vision. Scarf down Alba keeping the Freya alive.
Oh, it's a free
what
Ana.
a juggle! That's a free kill on the Ana now, you've got to imagine. Peace ends up chasing it down with a melee kill on to Scuffed. But everybody's so low. You overextended there massively to just try and get that kill. You do trade 2 for 1, so it's a 4v3 now on the point. Alba, though, juggling the shield, not taking too much damage. Nice little stun with the Tracer as well. But now you're in a bad spot. Humby with a perfectly placed nade. Has got the sleep, though, in a couple of seconds. Maybe to stop Hattori running amok in the back line. Good juggling, though. Again, it's kind of descended into chaos. Peace does end up going down. Hattori survives. Ship control now in favor of Team Z.
Reset required. No, not quite. Well, Peace is coming back, but Sinba's just going to go for it. Worth. Hattori down. No Nano for the save. Might have been too far away. Scuffed still might need to find a play here. Yeah, it's going to go for Albert.
Oh, the rally. The rally onto Alba, though, just bashed straight forward. Rally for rally. And nade, though, onto Alba. It's going to be a death sentence there for the Brig, although stays alive somehow. Eventually, Humby with a side shot there onto the Brig. No shield up, not at least in that direction. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, Avril. Extinction hold.
That was just the Nano from Scuffed as well. Albert's still 55, but Cinnabar definitely popped the rally in that situation. We're essentially out of ults now, waiting for the next round. But with a minute left to go through, and payload distance is okay, I suppose, but you haven't quite pushed Extinction back against the wall the way Team Z's back was against the wall when Extinction was in the same spot.
Good nade. Oh, Chris is going to go down through the skies. Good sleep again. Honestly, Humby sleeps have been top-notch so far for Team Z.
Team's going to go fast. This is the opportunity.
Scuff
this is
dead.
capable now.
I mean, yeah, very capable. King and Scuff down. 3v5. Vision. Do not let Vision get kills. Challenge, please. Vision on the high ground. Okay, Vision down. All right, this should be very capable now. Hattori doesn't have an ult. Scuff switches over to Kiriko to try and get back to the point in time. Suzu already used. Hattori dead. Alba's going to be able to touch, but all for naught there. 2 minutes in the time bank. Team Z on their final leg here, Avril, and they will secure themselves a spot in the playoffs.
This is it, 150, and you don't have to push that far. Very fast reset here, Extinction. No time to waste. They have Rally to play through as well. If you can survive Astro's Primal Rage and just drag this one into the OT, Extinction can still take us on map 5, but this one's going to come down to the wire. And these two teams, every fight, it seems most of these fights have been so back and forth, clutches throughout.
It's a big rally advantage, though, for Extinction, Avril. Sleep onto Hattori again. Humby lands another one. Tori this time not punished, even though the nade connected. King with a pulse bomb. Oh, an aggressive pulse actually. Tried to go for the Tracer of all people. Primal Rage for Astro distracts the backline of Extinction for a time being, but the rally in the front is going to be good to help survive, although King goes down. What a stick from Ryan too! A triple for Ryan! A triple and a cap. Ryan with 4 kills in the fight. Chasing for the 5th. Ryan gets a 5k. And Team Z off the back of that secure themselves a spot in the playoffs and eliminate Extinction.
It's 5 for Ryan, to prevent the 5 maps from finishing off this entire series. Team Z from downtown. No 5 maps required versus SSG to be able to show your potential, because you can just do it right now, today, in the game that counts. If you win this one, you stay in that upper echelon of teams that remain in and get to go to playoffs. You lose, and unfortunately, you are relegated. For Team Z, they've survived in style, in fashion, up against very difficult competition, because that one might not have actually gone the way of Team Z. It could have still gone either way. So many fights across so many of these maps. I think only the first map wasn't particularly that convincing either way. Well, wasn't that convincing if you lost that map, but when you look at everything else in the series, the other 3, just so many back and forth. How many times did we just not quite see, is just going to go Team Z's way or Extinction's way? That Atlas fight going like 5 minutes was incredible as well. These two teams neck and neck, and to finish it with a 5K from Ryan, I mean, wow, that's the cherry on top.
Yeah, player of the match for sure. 147 to 101 on limbs, like an absolute bloodbath of a game. Unreal stuff. Team Z qualify, and that will mean Extinction eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, heartbreaker, especially after the performance that Extinction put on just a week ago against SSG. And it looks like, quite frankly, like heading into this match, just due to that performance alone, people just put them above. The fan vote went very clearly in favor of Extinction. So for Team Z to come into this, right? Yeah, so it was like very one-sided, and quite frankly, like recency bias, I was like, yeah, that seems about right. But obviously Team C came to stay. They were fighting tooth and nail. This was a very, very evenly matched match between the two of them. Atlas, I thought it's just never going to end, to be honest. I thought we'd never get out of it. It was just like, it's back in the map, and the map is back in the mix, and they just want us to enjoy all the seconds of it. But yeah, Team Z with that securing themselves a playoff spot. So that's the one big hurdle. Now, what can they do in the playoffs? Because with the 6th seed, that also means that they will be starting the playoffs in the lower bracket. So just one singular life for them during those playoffs.
Yeah, heavy preparation required for Team Z here, but wow, like honestly, an insane way to finish that series. Like Ryan with a nice 5K, almost kind of coming out of nowhere there. It looked like, if you're on Extinction side, they were in control of that fight. They had a really good rally, but Ryan getting like a little 2 clip, maybe a 1 clip on somebody, then connecting the pulse, ridiculous. It was really a battle, I think, between King and Ryan throughout the series. The Tracers, I think, were the difference makers in this series.
Yeah, we also had some, even beyond that, decent tank back and forth as well. Astro winning on the Zarya, a little bit of funny Hattori Hog that didn't actually end up doing too much. But yeah, I think the Tracers probably stole away the show for the most part. Really impressed, by the way, of Astro. I think map 1 playing the ball really carried through and even demanded a respect ball ban straight away.
Yeah, just some highlights here. DHL daily highlights. Yeah, Ryan looked sick. And this sleep too, boom, that's a so classic. Good. Nice from Scuffed. I think as well, another big shout out would be Hanbei. Hanbei on this map, the sleep dart accuracy got to be 80+%. I mean, was sleeping a Tori off rip, off cooldown every single time. And there was a couple of fights where like, if you don't sleep the Winston here, you will lose. Or like you're setting up a fight by sleeping the Winston and then you burst them down. Like I think Hanbei as well played exceptionally well on Watchpoint Gibraltar. But there you go, Team Z make it out of that bottom 2 spot. That head-to-head win versus Extinction. I mean, it's got to feel disappointing for Extinction, like you said, Zoe, with that map 5 against SSG last week. Like, man, got to be kicking yourself a little bit. But a lot of these names, we've seen them once in multiple stages, and we'll continue to see them because, yeah, phenomenal players across the board.
Absolutely. We've seen them in the past. We're going to see them in the future. For now, we're going to take a closer look at Cinnabar. She's joining us for a quick chat after this victory. So let's bring her in. Cinnabar, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time. Of course, let's start this one off with a huge congratulations because you and the squad are keeping yourselves alive in the playoffs. You're avoiding relegation. That was a lot of pressure just riding on this very one last match for you. How did the team deal with that? Like just the mental side of things?
Honestly, to be honest, we had a pretty weak scrim schedule this week. Like, it was pretty rough. And we just, going into it, we were like, guys, whatever happens tomorrow, just go have fun, go win. We're the better team, so we're going to win. And that's what happened.
How is your prep for playoffs going to be? Obviously, that's a big step up going into playoffs, but also being the losers bracket as well. Like, not a place you want to be, but the competition in NA extremely tough. How's the prep going to go down for you guys?
I think we're probably going to prep pretty hard, probably look at like a lot of scouting that we get, like any analytics that we have from our own scrims, see how that works. And we're probably just going to have like very positive mindset going into it. Like, I don't know, we're just going to do our best. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer.
All good.
Now that you've finished up your last regular season game before you enter playoffs, how do you think you're, as a team, the team's stage has gone so far? Obviously, looking back at the results, there's been a lot of 0-3s, but you've had a 3-0 in there. This has been the first game where, you know, it's kind of been beyond a 3-0 or an 0-3. And it was a bit of a dogfight, a very difficult one to win, but one that you must feel pretty proud of.
Yeah, very proud, actually. Like, to be honest, I thought they were going to put up more of a fight, but that's okay. It was still a fun match. As far as the previous matches for this stage, like, honestly, I was really hoping we were going to do a lot better versus Sakura. I was not very happy with how we performed in that match, but I think that match we just had a bunch of, like, I don't know, we just had an off day, to be honest, and that's okay, those happen. But we're going to get our get back in playoffs.
That's right. I mean, listen, you won the one that mattered the most. You're in the playoffs, and we're very excited to see you and the team there. And we can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us for all that is to come. Cinnabar, thank you so much for joining us. And once again, huge congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Of course, great to see and hear from Cinnabar as she's locking her spot together with the team for the playoffs, standing above Extinction, who are officially in the relegation zone. It's a good vibey zone, though. You're in a zone with Dilducks. Could be worse.
Oh, yeah, you're chilling. Dilducks versus Liquid tomorrow. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a fun time. Fun way to wrap up this stage, I think.
I wish it was the last game, like the last game.
That would be pretty epic.
Oh, yeah.
That would be like riding the vibes. Unfortunately, it will be the first match in NA, but it will still be a good one. So I'm still very much looking forward to it, especially after Infected, you know, kind of giving us the green light there, like maybe some Reinhardt, maybe some fun, maybe, you know, we'll see what you're gonna get out of that one. I'm definitely excited for it. Let's actually take a look at the schedule that is yet to come, as we have one more day of regular season play in both EMEA as well as the NA region. So
time goes so fast.
It really does. It's because we're having so much fun, Jack.
That's facts. So true, so. Peps versus Good Guys going to be a fun one. Quick versus TM. If you didn't watch, by the way, the Quick versus Dilduck show match was a banger. That was a good time.
Give us what was the keynotes for that one? Give us
the keynotes were don't play on really high ping, but Dilducks vibed it out because there was a Torb, like 5v5 Torb matchup to start to decide who gets to pick first. That was really fun. So yeah, it was a good vibey time. So yeah,
the Dilducks came out on top, right?
Yes,
just for the spoiler.
I was rooting for Dilducks as the NA caster this stage, so yeah, it was a good time. So yeah, that Dilducks TL game is going to be a good one. Extinction versus Nightmare should be fun. Man, I do feel bad for Extinction, kind of like coming off this and knowing that you've been knocked out. It's going to be a good game, and it's going to be a good practice for them, but definitely a hard one mentally, I think. So yeah, I definitely feel for the team.
Yeah, but you want to go out on a high note, right? Like, you don't want to like have your very last performance on the big imaginary stage to be like a wash. So I'm pretty sure they're coming with a lot of bite and bark.
For sure.
Yeah, it'll be a good way to end the stage. You know, you might be relegated now, mathematically speaking, but you know, you get to play one more game and just sort of have fun with it and send yourself off for 2025.
But do our relegation bracket teams just play the relegation for next year? How does that work?
I don't know when they play.
I'm math on air. What am I doing? I should have just stopped.
Lad is down the wrong road. Do not follow Zoe's bet.
I let my inside voice out. I should have done that. I'll figure it out. I'll let all of you know tomorrow because I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one asking that question. So we'll do some Blues Clues on that, and we'll be back with some answers maybe tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna say goodnight. Jack, Avril, thank you both so much for calling the action. All of you, thank you so much for joining. Production, once again, big ups. Thanks for all the hard work you're all doing. And tomorrow we're gonna run it back for the last day of regular season play. You don't want to miss it. See you there. Yippee!